Forced by Li Moying's powerful aura, all the cultivators couldn't even stand still. However, they were so frightened that they almost fell onto their knees when they heard Li Moying's words. Other than shock, it was more of a thunderous shock. Li Moying actually said, "My woman." To Li Zijuan's ears, these words were more like a thunderbolt from the sky, which made her unable to recover for a long time. The young master she adored and admired would actually admit that that damn girl was his woman. How was this possible? She must have heard it wrong. Li Zijuan raised her head in disbelief, but was stunned by Li Moying's dark pupils that contained a murderous air. With her trembling lips, she could not utter a word. Seeing this, Huang Yueli quickly raised her hand, tugged at Li Moying's sleeve coyly. "All right, don't be angry." Li Moying had a cold face, staring ahead, ignoring her, and the chill he emanated showed no signs of diminishing. Huang Yueli's eyes widened, a little surprised. Li Zijuan not only slandered her, but also encouraged other members of the Cloudy Qilin clan to be hostile to her. It was not surprising that her husband would be enraged by such an act of suicide. However, usually, as long as she nudges him, he would usually accede. What happened today? He didn't even listen nor care about her? Moying? Are you really angry? She tilted her head to look at him. Li Moying snorted coldly, and finally opened his mouth. "So you know I'm angry?" Oh, this meant that he was really angry. What's more, it's not just angry with these idlers, even he was angry with her. Huang Yueli opened her pink lips slightly, looking very surprised. She felt aggrieved. No matter how much she thought about it, she couldn't figure it out. She didn't talk to other men today, and she didn't risk getting hurt. What made this man unhappy? Huang Yueli thought about it, but couldn't think of a reason. Li Moying glanced at her coldly, his aura suddenly increased, and the murderous aura in the surrounding air became more obvious. Even Lu Bian couldn't take it anymore, and was clutching his chest, desperately giving Huang Yueli a look, signaling her to quickly deal with this murderous god at home. Huang Yueli still couldn't figure out how she had offended her husband. However, for the sake of her senior brother's life, she decided to appease her husband first. She took a small step and leaned closer to Li Moying. They were already standing very close to each other, so they were almost stuck together. Egglesnell Huang Yueli stretched out her white and tender little hand, and her little finger caught one of Li Moying's fingers, shaking it. She blinked her big eyes and looked at Li Moying pitifully, but did not speak. Li Moying felt the girl's delicate fragrance coming from his side, and couldn't help but feel a little distracted, and the profound force he exuded also weakened a bit. Huang Yueli continued to work hard, her 10 fingers grasping Li Moying's fingers and intertwining them. At the same time, her middle finger was still on Li Moying's palm and scratched lightly with her nails a few times. The itchy feeling came from the palm of his hand and spread all the way to his heart. Although it seemed to be nothing, it had successfully grasped his attention. Li Moying's Adam's apple visibly slid up and down, and with a strong hand, he suddenly pulled Huang Yueli into his arms. With his movements, the surrounding pressure suddenly disappeared. The cultivators present all let out a long breath of relief at the same time. In just a dozen or so breaths, they seemed to have walked through the gate of hell. After regaining their senses, they only felt that the clothes on their back were completely soaked in cold sweat, and felt like they had just escaped a catastrophe. At this time, when everyone looked at Huang Yueli again, their eyes became more complicated. Most of them have only heard of Li Moying's reputation, and have never seen Li Moying make a move with their own eyes. Before, I only knew that Li Moying was a god-level genius with tyrannical strength, but I never thought that he could be so powerful. Obviously, they are geniuses who have been carefully selected among the tens of thousands of young members of the Cloudy Qilin clan, but Li Moying alone could completely crush them with the coercion of profound force, and not even let them resist a little bit. They did not dare even think about it. What kind of strength gap was this? For a moment, they thought that what they met was not a genius of the same generation, but the several thousand-year-old elders of the life-profound realm in the clan. In addition, the interaction between Huang Yueli and Li Moying also shocked them deeply. That little girl just acted coquettishly towards Li Moying, and smiled. The young master, who has never been close to women, seems to be a different person. Until now, he still doesn't want to let go. Li Zijuan was so angry that her face was distorted, and she could no longer maintain her usual calm and solemn demeanor. She stared at Li Moying's powerful hands that were clasped around Huang Yueli's waist, and her eyes were so wide that they looked as if her eyeballs were about to pop out. Who doesn't know that Li Moying hates getting too close to women the most? The last time a maid accidentally touched his hand, she was thrown out the distance of a mile by him and she almost died. Therefore, no matter how much thoughts a woman has about Li Moying, she dare not touch him casually. But now? Li Moying held that little girl in his arms on his own initiative, and he refused to let go even when everyone was urging him. Huang Yueli also had an ugly expression at this time. She never expected that Li Moying could hug her so naturally in front of so many people. Although it's true that they were married a long time ago, in public, we should pay attention, right? She nudged Li Moying a few more times, but Li Moying remained motionless. Huang Yueli snorted and kicked Li Moying, and the man behind her finally let her go. However, Li Moying didn't let go of it because she hurt him. The strength of his little fox was no different than a tickle to him. He was just afraid that if Huang Yueli kicked him again, she would hurt herself. Huang Yueli finally shook off the sticky oil bottle on her back, quickly stood up straight, and coughed a few times forcefully. Ahem. Well, everyone, don't pay attention to some small accidents that happened just now. Everyone looked up at her with confused faces. Don't pay attention? What happened just now was beyond their dreams. Huang Yueli also knew that her words were embarrassing, so she quickly changed the subject. Well, let's get back to business. Young Miss Zijuan, you just said that I scolded people, but I didn't mean that at all. I just repeated the points shown on the tablet. Why? It's clearly shown on the stone tablet, why don't you let me read it? She had on a pure and innocent expression, as if she had been wronged by the heavens. Seeing this, Lu Bian also came to his senses, and hurriedly said, Yes, I am also puzzled. Young Miss Zijuan, what did my junior sister say wrong? When did she scold anyone? Tell me clearly. When Li Zijuan heard this, she couldn't help recalling the scene at that time, and her face gradually turned pale. Cultivators have excellent memories. Every word said at that time could be remembered by all the cultivators present. Thinking about it carefully, Huang Yueli didn't seem to have said anything excessive. It was Li Zijuan who first asked her if she knew what the score of follower number 2 meant, and she answered 205. And this score was clearly written. What, did she want her to answer 206 instead of 205? The cultivators looked at each other, and felt that they seemed to be a little overboard on placing the blame on Huang Yueli, so they lowered their heads and dared not speak. Li Moying snorted coldly, Didn't I say to apologize just now? Now everyone is dumb? The cultivators were all terrified, and immediately reacted, apologizing to Huang Yueli. Divine Dr. Li, I'm really sorry about what happened. I'm sorry, it's because we can't speak our minds, we should be the ones apologizing to you. Egglesnell, that's right, you are a magnanimous person, please don't mind the likes of us. We only listened to young Miss Zijuan's words, so we were misled. Li Zijuan listened to what the cultivators around her said, and almost fainted. This gang of spineless fools, when they saw the young master standing by that woman's side, immediately rushed to flatter her. They don't have the backbone as a member of the Cloudy Qilin clan. Although the damn girl just now did not directly scold people, but her tone of voice, and the look in her eyes looking down on all sentient beings, as long as anyone with a little brain can't get it wrong, she was just satirizing them. Li Zijuan was furious, but what Huang Yueli said was flawless, and there were nothing to be picked. From the analysis of what she said, one can only draw the conclusion that Li Zijuan was suspicious of others. Li Zijuan was depressed when she heard Li Moying's voice again. Li Zijuan, what do you have to say? Li Zijuan almost bit her lips so hard that it was about to bleed. If Li Moying was willing to call her by her name and say a word to her specifically, even if he was scolding her, she would be happy with it. However, this time, Li Moying condescended to speak to her in order to force her to apologize to his beloved woman. Standing beside Li Moying, Huang Yueli had a calm expression on her face, without any hint of aggressiveness. But the calmer she was, the more Li Zijuan's heart seemed to be burned by fire. Because, in Li Zijuan's view, Huang Yueli was able to be so calm because of her young master's backing. This woman has no ability, just by hugging the young master's thigh, she can despise her like this. At this moment, Li Zijuan had completely forgotten that she was humiliated like this, all because of herself. If she didn't want to squeeze Huang Yueli, she wouldn't be in such an embarrassing situation. After all, Huang Yueli didn't take her seriously at all, so it was impossible for her to take the initiative to trouble her. However, no matter how unwilling Li Zijuan was, she could only lower her head under Li Moying's cold gaze. Li. Divine Dr. Li, I didn't hear clearly just now, I misunderstood what you meant, and wrongly blamed you. I'm sorry. Huang Yueli raised her eyebrows slightly, with a faint smile on the corner of her mouth, she said in an unhurried manner, young Miss Zijuan, you are too polite. It's just a small matter, and it's my fault that I didn't speak clearly, which caused you to misunderstand. With such an elegant posture, she deliberately took the responsibility on herself, which was in stark contrast to Li Zijuan's sharp and excited look just now. The cultivators present had already seen the performance of the two of them. As the saying goes, if you compare people, you will die, and if you compare goods, you will throw them away. Li Zijuan usually looks elegant and calm, with the demeanor of a master, but now standing in front of Huang Yueli, after comparing, there was a difference between the superior and the inferior. Although the cultivators didn't say anything, they looked at them differently. Li Zijuan noticed this and was so angry that he almost vomited blood. This damn girl was really good at putting on a show. It was clearly Huang Yueli who scolded others first, but now she has been completely exonerated, and instead made her Li Zijuan a bad person. It's just too embarrassing. Li Zijuan was so angry that her body trembled a little. She also knew that under the current situation, it was impossible for her to change everyone's views. She could only accept this loss. However, she was not reconciled to asking her to swallow this breath directly. Confused, she stood in front of Huang Yueli, staring at her firmly, unwilling to back away. Seeing that the scene seemed to be at a stalemate, Lu Bian, who was behind Huang Yueli, raised his eyebrows and stood up. That's all right, isn't it just a misunderstanding? There's no need to waste so much time on this matter. Didn't you just say that young Miss Zijuan and my junior sister want to gamble? Why don't we continue to compete now? When Li Zijuan heard this, he suddenly woke up like a dream. By the way, she's been waiting here for so long today, in order to give that damned girl a run for her money. It was to let her see the gap between herself and the geniuses of the Cloudy Qilin clan. She almost forgot about such an important matter just now. That damn girl must have done it on purpose. Do you think that this will make her give up gambling? Li Zijuan immediately stood up straight, and hurriedly said, why was there no competition? Of course there will be a competition. I was wrong to blame Divine Dr. Li earlier, but this does not affect our competition. As she spoke, her gaze turned to Huang Yueli. Divine Dr. Li, just now 2 people from my clan have entered the illusion array, and now it's your turn. Do you need to make any other preparations? Because of the embarrassment just now, Li Zijuan was afraid that others would say gossip, so this time she spoke extra cautiously and politely. Looking at the appropriate smile on her face, it seemed that she really treated Huang Yueli as a distinguished guest from the bottom of her heart. Up. Huang Yueli glanced at her and smiled. This Li Zijuan was really of a high rank, so he can hold his breath. It's a pity, no matter how calm and composed she is, it's impossible to please her today. Huang Yueli smiled and said, I don't need to make any preparations, but, young Miss Zijuan, you don't seem to have entered the illusion array yet, right? This was different from what we agreed on? When we made a bet earlier, I heard, what do you mean, should you want to participate in this competition in person? Why are only a few of your friends participating now? When Li Zijuan heard this, he almost couldn't help cursing. Of course she did it on purpose for not entering the illusion array herself. Li Zijuan felt that she had a high status in the clan, so she had no intention of entering the illusion array before Huang Yueli. If she really did this, wouldn't she be demeaning herself? In the eyes of outsiders, it seems that her status was not as good as that damn girl. She deliberately brought these few followers here to raise her status. From Li Zijuan's point of view, she has already sent 2 followers into the illusion array, which has already shown her sincerity, which was completely justified. Huang Yueli, but anyone who knows a little bit about etiquette should know that one should bend and stretch at times. If she sent someone else, that damn girl should just accept this order. But who knows, Huang Yueli has no intention of giving in at all, insisting that Li Zijuan enter the illusion array before her. Li Zijuan couldn't hold back, and glared at Huang Yueli. The amiable facade that she had put on could no longer continue, and her expression was beginning to crack. Divine Dr. Li, you just said that the rules of the competition were set by me, so my side should first enter. This is true, hence I have no objection. However, 2 clansmen on my side have already entered. Our sincerity is enough, no matter what, someone should start on your side, right? My people have been competing in the illusion array all this while and you're just watching from the sidelines, isn't that the same thing? With a helpless look on her face, Li Zijuan questioned Huang Yueli. She thought she said this very well, and no one could refute it. Although the side that sets the rules of the game should leave the field first, generally speaking, it was true that one side sends one person to enter at intervals. This was the unspoken rule of the formal competition. Only this time, Huang Yueli was the only one on her side. According to what Li Zijuan said, Huang Yueli herself had to enter first. The cultivators present all stared at the 2 of them, looked back and forth, and watched the flames and undercurrents surge between the 2 of them. They were all secretly frightened. The young master's charm was really too great. And women are strong enough to compete, but it's just the minutiae of getting off the court first and then getting off the court, and they can still compete to this extent. However, most people felt that Huang Yueli had to give in this time. After all, Li Zijuan came prepared and brought so many followers. Huang Yueli stared at Li Zijuan for a while, thought about it, but didn't intend to persist any longer. Anyway, as soon as her points in the illusion array come out, it will be enough to drive Li Zijuan crazy. The trivial matter of who comes first was actually not that important. However, the moment she was about to speak, Li Moying's cold voice suddenly sounded above her head. According to what young Miss Zijuan said, Divine Dr. Li only needs to send one person into the illusion array. In fact, she doesn't have to appear in person, does she? No one expected that Li Moying, who had been silent all this time, would suddenly speak. Everyone was startled. Thinking about the meaning of his words, she broke out in a cold sweat. What the young master meant, couldn't be, that he wanted to stand by Huang Yueli's side and support her as her teammate, right? Li Zijuan thought of this immediately, his face turned pale, and he looked at Li Moying in disbelief. Young master? Do you want to compete for Divine Dr. Li? This. Li Moying's eyes were cold, why not? I'm her man. Competing for her and her team, no one can object. Li Moying's voice was cold, with almost no ups and downs. It was a completely natural tone. However, these words of his sounded like a thunderbolt, which exploded in the ears of everyone present. Their wise and mighty young master actually claimed that he was the man of divine doctorly in front of so many clansmen. This was even more shocking than him admitting that divine doctorly was the woman he likes. Because this means that Li Moying has put himself on an equal footing with Huang Yueli. Li Zijuan's eyes darkened and she almost fainted. She never thought that not only was it useless to press Huang Yueli every step of the way, but instead, Huang Yueli was protected by the young master again and again. At first, all the clansmen present regarded Huang Yueli as a vixen who seduced the young master, but now, who doesn't know how much the young master values her? Li Zijuan bit the tip of her tongue hard, and the pain came, which made her barely awake. She said with a trembling voice, young master, you are not in compliance with the rules. When we made the bet, we had clearly agreed that the points of divine doctorly in the illusion array shall prevail. No, you said that you can be replaced by others. You didn't mention it before, but now you regret it, this. When Li Zijuan said this, her calves kept shaking. It was Li Moying's condescending eyes looking down at her. It was too cold, that kind of strong and ruthless oppression made her almost out of breath. Even she herself admired herself for being able to finish this passage completely. Li Moying didn't take her protest seriously at all, and sneered coldly, you alone are worthy of telling me the rules? You brought so many clansmen to bully divine doctorly, what kind of situation is this? Heh, does our Cloudy Qilin clan have such rules? When Li Zijuan was facing Huang Yueli, she was able to flip her words around, but under Li Moying's cold and stern gaze, she was completely unable to utter a word of refute. It's not like she can't think of a reason if she really wants to mess around. However, she just didn't dare to say it in front of Li Moying. After all, no one wants to look like a shrew in front of their male god. Li Moying said again, I was able to bring Divine Dr. Liu and Divine Dr. Li in because they are my saviors. I have a sworn brotherhood with Divine Dr. Liu, even if I bring them to the place of experience, it was through the patriarchs agreeing personally. Whoever dares to spread the word everywhere and turn the truth upside down, don't blame me for being rude. He paused, then said coldly, as for today's competition. When he said this, he suddenly felt the clothes around his waist tighten. Looking down, Huang Yueli was tugging at his clothes again. Li Moying didn't expect his little fox to object again, he couldn't help frown slightly as he lowered his gaze and looked at her. Huang Yueli gave him a placating smile, young Master Li, thank you for standing up for me, but today's competition has nothing to do with you, and I personally agreed to the bet. Speaking of which, you joining is indeed against the rules. You are the young master of the Cloudy Qilin clan. How can you contend against young Miss Zijuan? If this spreads out, others will think that young Miss Zijuan is too ignorant. When Li Zijuan heard this, she clenched his fists tightly. Her nails were deeply embedded in her palms. This damn girl dug a hole for her again. After being said by that damn girl, it seemed that Li Zijuan didn't understand the rules at all, and actually forced the young master to compete in front of her. If this gets to the ears of the patriarch and elders, they will definitely think it was her fault. Moreover, Huang Yueli spoke as if she was thinking about her. After putting her in such a situation, she could only grit her teeth and even thank her. Li Zijuan gritted her teeth and said, Divine Dr. Li is right. I didn't think carefully just now. Of course, I can't let the young master join in. How about this, I'll send someone. Halfway through her words, Huang Yueli suddenly shook her head. Young Miss Zijuan, what you said just now was correct. It's indeed my turn to play. Otherwise, others will think that I am bullying you with the support of the young master. Li Zijuan almost vomited blood. Could it be that this damn girl was bullying her with the backing of the young master? However, after thinking about it, she became a little happier. From what that damn girl meant, was she planning to enter the illusion array herself? Finally, she took the initiative to admit that she bowed her head, which means she was a little self-aware. But who knows, Huang Yueli followed closely but looked at Lu Bian who was behind her, and changed the topic. Then I will trouble you, senior brother. Lu Bian nodded with a smile, and walked forward a few steps. It's not troublesome, it should be. Young Miss Zijuan thinks that foreigners enter the training ground and break the rules of the Cloudy Qilin clan, so I am also a foreigner, hence this bet was originally related to me. Lu Bian gave a cursory glance at Li Moying and said, then I will go in. Coincidentally, after studying for so long, I also want to see how much my strength has improved. Li Moying raised his eyebrows and glanced at him. It's very dangerous in the illusion array. If you can't do it, come out early, so as not to be embarrassed later and put your junior sister to shame. After hearing this, Huang Yueli couldn't help but roll her eyes, and stared at the sky speechlessly. The meaning in her husband's words was clearly that she was worried that Lu Bian would not adapt well and get injured in the illusion array when she just arrived. However, you must say it in that tone. Maybe, others will think that the two of them have a grudge against each other. Lu Bian was already accustomed to his attitude, so he snorted coldly, don't worry, I won't die. Then he entered the illusion array. When Li Zijuan saw Lu Bian's figure disappear into the illusion, and heard what Li Moying said, her eyes lit up. She has seen Lu Bian's strength with her own eyes before. Judging from Li Moying's tone, he also despises a weak, spirit medicine divine doctor like him. Since that damn girl refuses to end, it's not bad to let Lu Bian lose first. She still remembered that just now Lu Bian also laughed at her and the follower number 2 who had scored 205. Just wait for a minute, Lu Bian will definitely not even be able to reach 205. At that time, she can take the opportunity to laugh at him and let him know that he was not even as good as 205. Thinking of this, Li Zijuan cheered up a little, and walked towards the stone tablet quickly. She moved so fast that she almost bumped into the person in front of her. Li Zijuan looked up, only to realize that Huang Yueli had also walked to the side of the stone tablet at some point, and also stared at the score on it with wide eyes, very focused. You. Li Zijuan looked at Huang Yueli's anxious expression, and a trace of sarcasm appeared on the corner of her mouth. You know how to be nervous? It's a pity that your strength should be what it is. Even if you stare at the stone tablet until you bore a hole in it, your senior brother's points will not increase at all. Huang Yueli glanced at her indifferently. Thank you, young Miss Zijuan, for reminding me. After finishing speaking, she turned her gaze back to the stone tablet again, and ignored Li Zijuan again. Li Zijuan was so angry that she glared at Huang Yueli, at the same time wondering why she was so calm. Did she really think that Lu Bian's strength was good enough to beat the geniuses of the Cloudy Qilin clan? What a frog in a well, she didn't know where her confidence came from. The strength of the genius cultivators of the ancient god clan was beyond the imagination of these wastes of the human race. The two were completely incomparable. Just wait and see then. Huang Yueli didn't listen to what Li Zijuan and the cultivators around her said. She was really concerned about Lu Bian's situation, but she was not worried that Lu Bian's points being too low. It doesn't matter to her whether Lu Bian's score was high or not. She was just curious about Lu Bian's current strength. Ever since she ascended to the god realm, she has never seen Lu Bian make a move. Li Zijuan said a few more irritating sarcastic remarks. Seeing Huang Yueli ignoring her, she soon lost interest and finally calmed down. Both of them stared at the front of the stone tablet, waiting for the points to appear. Not long after, one was displayed on the stone tablet. Immediately afterwards, the number on the stone tablet began to climb up one after another, and soon reached the level of 50. Huang Yueli blinked her big eyes, and was a little surprised when she saw the numbers jumping rapidly. Lu Bian's current cultivation was only at the early stage of the Dream Profound realm. Even after entering the illusion array, under the influence of the array, he has temporarily reached the late stage of the Dream Profound realm, but there was still a difference from the genuine late Dream Profound realm. For Lu Bian, this was a leapfrog battle. To be able to gain points so fast was already considered very fast. It seems that her senior brother has indeed put in a lot of effort in cultivation recently. After the points reached 50, there was a pause for a while, but there was no increase. A look of doubt appeared in Huang Yueli's eyes. Seeing this, Li Zijuan said coldly from the side, previously, the spirit beasts that appeared in the illusion array were only the lowest level spirit beasts. After gaining 50 points in a row, spirit beasts in the middle stage of the profound realm will appear, and they are still in groups. It seems that Divine Dr. Lu won't last long. Li Zijuan raised her chin, confidently. She had seen Lu Bian's trial with her own eyes just now, and she thought she knew his strength very well. Based on Lu Bian's previous performance, it can be regarded as a rapid progress if the score exceeds 100 this time, and it was impossible to get higher. However, before Li Zijuan finished speaking, she heard several gasps from behind. She was a little surprised, and glanced at the follower behind her. Just as she was about to ask a question, she saw the numbers on the stone tablet suddenly start jumping up quickly. 60, 70, 80. The points increase rapidly at intervals of 10. In just a few breaths, it exceeded 100. Li Zijuan thought she was seeing things. However, when she rubbed her eyes hard and looked in the direction of the stone tablet again, the points had already soared to 200. How is this possible? Li Zijuan's eyeballs almost fell to the ground. However, the more surprising thing was yet to come. Before Li Zijuan digested all that happened before her, Lu Bian's points broke through 205 all the way. Follower number 2, who was complacent before, had a pale face now. He came in with Li Zijuan this time because he wanted to help Li Zijuan suppress Lu Bian and his junior sister, and also took this opportunity to show his face in front of young Miss Zijuan, who was ranked high in the clan. In the beginning, being able to get a high score of 205 and break through his personal best result still made him very excited. He felt that he could finally make a splash this time. But who knows? It didn't take long for him to be happy that this result was surpassed by a cultivator who was only at the early stage of the Dream Profound realm. Follower number 2 and Li Zijuan couldn't believe that such a thing would happen. The two of them stared fixedly at the stone tablet with their 4 eyes, wishing they could stare a hole out of the stone tablet. It's a pity that no matter how hard they looked at it, they couldn't change the reality. Lu Bian's score soon exceeded 300, 400, and even 500. It wasn't until around 650 that the rate of increase began to slow down. Seeing this, Huang Yueli secretly breathed a sigh of relief. It seems that senior brother has really gained a lot from comprehending in the tower this time. Moreover, his talent in combat is really good. To have this score, he's one of the best among the Cloudy Qilin clan. Among the geniuses, they are all ranked high. She muttered to herself, her voice was so low that even Li Zijuan, who was not far away, couldn't hear her. However, as soon as she finished speaking, she heard a cold snort from behind. Huang Yueli was taken aback. She turned her head abruptly, and saw Li Moying looking down at her with a rather arrogant expression on her face. Seeing her looking over, Li Moying snorted coldly, not even getting a fraction of my points, what's there to see? Huang Yueli stared at his tight jawline for a while, then chuckled. This little girl was still laughing. Was she so concerned about that guy Lu Bian? Huang Yueli saw his displeased face as if he was going to explode at any time, so she hurried over to appease him. All right, senior brother is far behind you. Only you are the most powerful genius in my heart. You'd better remember whose woman you are. Li Moying grabbed Huang Yueli's slender waist and was about to take her into his arms. At the same time, he leaned close to her ear and whispered angrily, "You only just need to pay attention to your husband's points. Other men are weak and there's nothing to look at." Huang Yueli twitched the corners of her mouth. She didn't know what to say for a moment. Her husband was also too narcissistic, too domineering, right? However, what he said was the truth, making it impossible to refute. Li Moying stared at her, his mesmerizing eyes looking back at her, which made Huang Yueli's legs go weak for a while. Was this too foul? Why did this man have to be so good-looking? Li Zijuan looked at the two people looking at each other affectionately from a close distance, and her complexion changed for the worst. Just then, there was a plop. A silver light flashed suddenly, and then, a tall figure slammed into the ground. Blah blah blah. Lu Bian ate his mouth full of mud again, and got up from the ground in embarrassment. He leaned on his waist, his face filled with righteous indignation. "The spirit beasts of your cloudy Qilin clan are too cunning, too bullying. Just like someone. They actually sneaked up from behind." Huang Yueli glanced behind him subconsciously, and saw a very distinct hoof print on Lu Bian's butt, which seemed to be kicked to death by a spirit beast like a horse. Brother Lu is really different. It's rare to see such a fresh and refined way of dying in our cloudy Qilin clan. Li Moying, who was at the side, hummed softly, and spoke coldly. Huang Yueli couldn't help but roll her eyes at him. No matter what time, he still provoked her senior brother. Sure enough, upon hearing Li Moying's words, Lu Bian's face turned red all of a sudden. "Are you looking for death? Do you want to experience a fresh and refined way of dying?" Li Moying's expression did not change at all. "I think, unfortunately, the person who can kill me has never appeared so far." Lu Bian was about to curse, but he forcibly held back. He quickly gave Huang Yueli a disgusted look, and the meaning was very clear. "This narcissist belongs to you, right? Take him back now. I really can't stand it anymore." Huang Yueli pursed her lips and smiled. "Senior brother, you scored more than 700 points in the illusion array. I really have to congratulate you." Hearing this, Lu Bian's attention was immediately diverted. "What? I actually have more than 700 points? Ha 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 ha, I just said that I must be a genius." Lu Bian excitedly ran to the side of the stone tablet to appreciate his score. At this moment, the onlookers, who were chattering non-stop, were surprisingly quiet. None of them thought that Lu Bian, a spirit medicine master, surpassed most of them. 726 points. This score ranks among the top 10 among the younger generation of Cloudy Qilin clan. Although he does not have the status of Li Zijuan, he would definitely be the focus of training in the clan. If lucky, he might even have the opportunity to become the elder of the clan in the future. These people, they just open their eyes every day to cultivate. After so many years, they are still not as good as a spirit medicine master. This blow was really huge. Lu Bian was also very satisfied after seeing his scores. Although Li Moying kept looking at him with contempt, it didn't affect his good mood at all. Lu Bian turned to Li Zijuan, who had a livid face. "How is it, young Miss Zijuan? As I said earlier, my score will definitely be much higher than 205. Li Zijuan felt her chest tighten and she almost vomited out a mouthful of blood. As soon as Lu Bian opened his mouth, he scolded them 205. However, Lu Bian was very skillful in speaking. If he really wants to be serious, he will definitely say that they think too much. Moreover, Li Zijuan can't care about such a trivial matter anymore. Her mind was still buzzing now. She never thought that such a situation would happen. Ha ha ha, wow. Divine Dr. Lu, you really hid very well. I didn't expect that you are not only amazingly talented in medicine, but also so good in martial arts. Li Zijuan could only laugh a few times, wanting to bring this matter to the past. However, who was Lu Bian? How could he let her gloss over this so easily? He smiled and said, "My score was higher than the two people who got off just now on your side. How about it? If no one else from your side is participating, then it means that we have won the bet, right?" After hearing this, Li Zijuan was shocked, and suddenly remembered that there was still a bet between her and Huang Yueli. Originally, she wanted to make Huang Yueli and Lu Bian feel ashamed, but what happened? Lu Bian's martial arts talent was so high. Li Zijuan now suspects that when Lu Bian entered the illusion array, he fared badly intentionally because he made an appointment with his junior sister and was playing tricks on her. Otherwise, how could his strength improve by leaps and bounds within a few days? The only explanation can only be that they had this planned from the very beginning. Let Lu Bian deliberately show weakness first, and let Li Zijuan misunderstand that he was weak. In this way, he can fight in place of his junior sister without arousing any suspicion. Things had already come to this point, and in fact, Huang Yueli has already won the bet. Because, the content of their bet at the beginning was that as long as Huang Yueli's points could surpass any cultivator from the Cloudy Qilin clan, she would be considered a winner. However, Li Zijuan didn't intend to admit defeat just like that. Otherwise, she could be said to have fallen to the bottom today. If word spread, she would be ridiculed by those vixens who wanted to climb into the young master's bed. However, there was no one else on the scene who could score higher points than Lu Bian. Originally, Li Zijuan had prepared followers number 3 and number 4, both of whom were geniuses who could score 300 to 400 points in the illusion array. But now, all of them are useless. Li Zijuan gritted her teeth hard. "Wait, who said you won? I haven't entered the illusion array myself. Although it's really not easy for you to get more than 700 points, but the genius of our Cloudy Qilin clan stronger. I'll let you see and see." After speaking, she didn't say much, and walked straight towards the illusion array. She acted so decisively because she was afraid that Huang Yueli and Lu Bian would react and realize that they had already won. In this way, she would not be able to force Huang Yueli to end. Huang Yueli secretly raised her eyebrows as she watched her leaving in a hurry. Can she not know Li Zijuan's mind? It's just that, in her opinion, it's very ridiculous. If Li Zijuan admits her mistake and stops, at least she won't have to suffer a bigger blow. It's a pity that Li Zijuan never dreamed that the seemingly delicate and harmless girl next to Li Moying was actually a peerless genius who really hid her identity very deeply. After Li Zijuan entered the illusion array, the number on the stone tablet was reset to 0, and then began to climb rapidly. Huang Yueli glanced curiously, and found that the number on the stone tablet had increased very fast, 2 or 3 times faster than Lu Bian's previous increase. Li Zijuan was worthy of being one of the best heaven-level geniuses in the Cloudy Qilin clan, and her fighting skills are obviously outstanding. This point can be known by looking at the admiration expressions on the faces of the cultivators' onlookers. It didn't take long for Li Zijuan's score to surpass Lu Bian's score of 726 points. Moreover, the rate of increase showed no signs of slowing down, and it was still rising all the way. Soon, they broke through the previous threshold again. 1,000 points. 1,000 points. Young Miss Zijuan is really amazing. Young Miss Zijuan has scored more than 1,000 points before, but she couldn't hold on for a long time after getting 1,000 points last time, so she had to give up. She came prepared this time. It took less than a quarter of an hour to get to 1,000 points, and it looks like she still has plenty of energy. It will definitely be much higher than last time. I don't know how many points she can reach this time. The cultivators watching were all excited. For them, the most exciting thing was to see the top talent in the clan beat their own records. Although Li Zijuan's record was so insignificant compared to Li Moying's, he hasn't entered the illusion array for nearly a year since leaving that incomparably shocking record. If one wants to see him make a move, one would probably have no chance. It's good to be able to see Li Zijuan's with their own eyes, creating a new record of her own. And Li Zijuan did not disappoint them. After her points exceeded 1,000 points. Still going up. 1001. 1002. 1003. The exclamations of the cultivator's onlookers never stopped, and they were all full of admiration for Li Zijuan's performance. Lu Bian listened, and couldn't help but let out a tch, feeling a little unwilling. When he was in Soaring Heaven's continent, he was also a first-class peerless genius, but after arriving in the God realm, he couldn't compare to Li Zijuan, a white lotus who was trying to hook up with his junior sister's husband. Seeing this, Li Moying glanced at him, and stated in a very flat tone, "Li Zijuan is still 10 years younger than you." Lu Bian turned around and glared at him angrily. "Aren't you usually very cold, can't hold back a fart every 3 sentences? Why are you talking so much today? Even if you see that something's broken, don't say it, don't you have manners?" Li Moying didn't seem to feel his anger at all, and continued, "Even if I don't say it, it doesn't mean that the facts don't exist. You." Seeing that the two were about to quarrel again, Huang Yueli shook her head helplessly, so she had no choice but to jump out to smooth things over. Alright, you guys are the ones who talk too much. Have you forgotten that I am still betting with Li Zijuan? Look, her points have not increased, and she will probably come out soon." The two men snorted at the same time, looked at each other with disgust, and then turned their gazes to the stone tablet again. Just like what Huang Yueli said, the number on the stone tablet stayed at 1403 points, and it hadn't increased for a while. Everyone stared at this number without blinking. After a while, the points jumped up by 1 number. Immediately afterwards, a silver light suddenly appeared. Li Zijuan's figure appeared in front of everyone. Although she didn't fall so embarrassingly like Lu Bian, she still looked disheartened, and it looked like she had completely consumed all the profound energy in her body. If it were a cultivator with less willpower, they would probably be unable to stand at this time. However, Li Zijuan was worthy of being one of the best geniuses in the Cloudy Qilin clan. Although she was exhausted at this time, he still stood there tenaciously. She glanced at her final score, and listened to the various praises coming from all around, with an unstoppable smile on her face. "Hee, Divine Dr. Li, thanks to you today, I performed extraordinarily. Over 1,400 points, this is the first time I have reached such a high score. If I hadn't made a bet with you, I might not have been able to break through so quickly. Thank you so much." Li Zijuan expressed her gratitude to Huang Yueli with a very sincere look. However, anyone could tell that her words were full of complacency. Gratitude was false, it was true to use these few words to stimulate Huang Yueli. However, she was also fully qualified to say such things. After all, Li Zijuan's score today has even surpassed Li Liyun, the patriarch's niece, and she has become the second only to Li Moying among the younger disciples of the Cloudy Qilin clan. The cultivators present had already recovered from the initial shock, and all turned their gazes to Huang Yueli. Ordinary people must be very anxious when they see their opponents get such high scores. However, there was no panic on Huang Yueli's face. She smiled slightly, nodded and said, "Young Miss Zijuan is too polite. I am very happy for you if you can make a breakthrough." When Huang Yueli said this, she had a dignified and generous smile. It's completely the boldness and assertiveness that a powerful madam should have. Li Zijuan never expected that she would have such a reaction. After being stunned for a while, her expression suddenly became ugly. What did the damn girl mean by saying these words? Did she really think that she had married the young master and became the young madam of the Cloudy Qilin clan? That kind of condescending attitude, as if she is just a young genius under her command, and her own strength was much higher. If Li Moying or the elders of the Cloudy Qilin clan said these words, Li Zijuan would definitely be very happy, feeling that she was affirmed by the strong. But now, the speaker was replaced by Huang Yueli. This made her feel uncomfortable no matter what. Li Zijuan gritted her teeth, wishing that she could tear Huang Yueli apart. However, she couldn't find fault with Huang Yueli now. After all, she was congratulating her and even said good things. Could she say that her tone was wrong? The tone of voice is purely a personal perception, and the other party can completely deny it. In desperation, Li Zijuan could only force himself to suppress her anger, and abruptly change the subject. Alright, all the cultivators on my side have entered the illusion array, so now, should it be the turn of Divine Dr. Li? Will you be participating in it personally? Oh? Is it my turn? Huang Yueli blinked her eyes. Li Zijuan nodded and said, that's right, my points have surpassed Divine Dr. Liu. If you don't want to enter, then you will lose this bet. When Huang Yueli heard the words, the corners of her mouth rose slightly, and she smiled. She has a beautiful appearance, and her sweet smile immediately caught the attention of young cultivators. Isn't this a bit wrong? When we made a bet before, we clearly agreed that as long as I can surpass any cultivator who is qualified to enter the training ground, I will win. I didn't say that I must surpass you. When Li Zijuan heard this, her heart skipped a beat. She rushed into the illusory figure formation just now, because she was afraid that Huang Yueli would think of this. Otherwise, she would not be willing to enter the illusion array before Huang Yueli and lower her self-worth. But who knows, she tried all her tricks, but in the end she still couldn't fool that damn girl. Thinking of this, Li Zijuan was depressed for a while, but she quickly thought of a new reason. Divine Dr. Li, did you remember wrongly? When we made a bet earlier, your senior brother could not replace you to participate in the competition. His high points can only prove that he is qualified to enter the training ground, not yours. Huang Yueli had no expression on her face. Oh? Did you say that? But, if that's the case, why didn't you tell me before my senior brother entered the illusion array? Now that the competition is almost over, you just use these reasons to talk about it? Li Zijuan pursed her lips guiltily. At that time, she wanted Liu Bian to make a fool of himself. In this way, it will be more obvious how shameless this pair of brothers and sisters is for occupying the resources of the Cloudy Qilin clan. Unfortunately, it was self-defeating just now. Who would have thought that Liu Bian could get such a high score, which was completely different from his initial score? I don't know if he deliberately concealed his strength at the beginning. However, there will definitely not be two special cases like Liu Bian at the same time. That damn girl looks very weak at first glance. After entering the illusion array, she might die within a few breaths. She had waited for so long, just to see with her own eyes how miserable that damn girl was, and she absolutely couldn't just give up like this. Thinking of this, Li Zijuan spoke again. I just forgot it for a moment, but now it came back to me. Anyway, rules are rules, do you still want to deny it? The surrounding cultivators looked at each other, and felt that what Li Zijuan said was too shameless. It's really rare to talk back and speak so confidently in such an embarrassing situation. Li Zijuan also noticed the strange gazes of the cultivators around her, which embarrassed her who had always kept a good face. However, she had already made up her mind that this time, even if she risked shaming herself, she would drag that damn girl into the water with her. If Huang Yueli insisted on reneging on her debt, she would also stalk her and force her to enter the illusion array. But who knows, Huang Yueli did not follow her routine at all. Hearing Li Zijuan's shameless remarks, she actually nodded her head with a very understanding expression. Well, what young Miss Zijuan said is very true. A person who turns one back on what one says will indeed make people look down upon that person. No matter how talented or powerful one is, one's character will still be despised. Moing, am I right? Her big watery eyes sparkled as she looked at the man beside her. Li Moing had been staring at his little fox all the time, without averting his gaze. Seeing her looking at him in such a coy manner, He nodded quickly. Well, whatever my wife says is right. Huang Yueli smiled so sweetly that even her little canine teeth were exposed. Li Zijuan was so angry at Huang Yueli's implicitly sarcastic words that she felt her chest tighten, and then seeing her showing affection with the young master, He almost vomited blood. The young master actually allowed her calling him by his first name, and even proclaimed that she was his wife. Why? Li Zijuan's face turned green. However, Huang Yueli didn't seem to see her ugly expression and smiled very softly. Well, since Moying also said so, then I have to keep my promise. I will go to the illusion array to try it myself. Li Moying raised his eyebrows in surprise. Are you planning to go in now? Huang Yueli nodded obediently. That's right, I have to enter the illusion array in front of everyone to prove my strength. Otherwise, it's fine for me to be ridiculed. How can I let people talk about you? Don't worry, I will be careful and there will be no problem. Li Moying looked at his little fox, who still had a smile on her face. Of course he wasn't worried that Huang Yueli wasn't strong enough, or that she had an accident in the illusion array. The reason he finds it strange is, just as the two were talking in a low voice, suddenly, a golden light flashed across the crowd. This kind of light was very familiar to all the cultivators present. It was the light emitted by the teleportation array when someone was teleported out due to insufficient training time. Everyone was no longer surprised. Hey, who was this? It's so unlucky. I'm about to see Divine Dr. Li enter the illusion array, and this good show is about to reach its climax, and this person doesn't have enough time. Ha 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 ha, isn't it too funny? It's really too unlucky. Divine Dr. Li's cultivation base is not high and she looks so delicate. She probably won't be able to stay in the illusion for a long time, at most a dozen breaths, and this person doesn't have enough time. It's too miserable, really. It's too miserable. I don't know which guy was so unlucky. This joke was enough for me to laugh for a year. Everyone looked around, trying to see who this unlucky person was. As a result, they looked left and right for a long time, but found that none of their companions were missing. Huh? What's going on? Why don't you feel that there are no fewer people? Isn't this too strange? Don't tell me there's something wrong with the teleportation array? Just as the onlookers were puzzled, several of Li Zijuan's followers were already pale. No one saw it more clearly than them. The person who disappeared from the golden light just now was none other than Li Zijuan, who brought them in. No one expected that Li Zijuan's training time would suddenly run out at this juncture. At this moment, the cultivators who were spectating this entire farce also reacted. All of a sudden, various voices of discussion emerged, and the scene was once very chaotic. Huang Yueli couldn't hold back, and laughed out loud. In order to wait for her to come out and see her make a fool of herself, Li Zijuan waited for a full 60 hours. During the incomparably precious 60 hours of experience time, she didn't enter the tower to study, nor did she enter the illusion array trial, she just waited there. After finally waiting for this moment, she herself was teleported out. Huang Yueli asked herself, if she was standing in Li Zijuan's position, she would probably faint from anger, right? Li Moying looked at his little fox's sly smile, shook his head, and played with her hair. You've got it all figured out, haven't you? Huang Yueli blinked her big eyes with an innocent face. Honey, what are you talking about? Why can't I understand anything? Li Moying shook her head helplessly. All right, aren't you going to enter the illusion array? Can you enter now? Do I need to tell you about the fighting characteristics of spirit beasts in the illusion array? Huang Yueli said with a smile. No. I don't need you to open the back door for me. I've been in the tower for 5 days, and my hands are already itchy. All right, then I'll head off now. Yeah. Li Moying nodded, watching his wife's figure disappear into the illusion array. On the other side, Li Zijuan has already gone outside the training ground, and she hasn't recovered yet. She just felt a blur in front of her eyes, and when she opened her eyes again, the cultivators around her were gone, as were the illusion array and the tower. What's the situation? Young Miss Zijuan, have you come out? You must have gained a lot after practicing in the training grounds for so long this time? The guard's concerned voices came from behind her. Li Zijuan suddenly turned her head and saw the faces of those guards. She snapped awake from her stupor and realized what happened just now. She actually was teleported out just like that. Her training time has ended. How so? How could it be such a coincidence? The opportunity she has been waiting for 60 hours was now in front of her eyes, but now? She couldn't even see it with her own eyes. Young Miss Zijuan? What's wrong with you? Are you too tired? The guards looked at each other, all worried. This young Miss Li Zijuan was one of the top-ranked geniuses of the Cloudy Qilin clan, and one of the cultivators who were most likely to get a good ranking in the God Realm's Grand Meet. She was very important to the clan. It would be extremely bad if something happened to her while she was cultivating in the training place. Li Zijuan lowered her head and remained silent. The guards were thinking about whether to step forward to help when suddenly, Li Zijuan rushed over and wanted to go behind them. The guards never expected that Li Zijuan would have such a reaction, and they were caught off guard and passed through the crowd. Without looking back, Li Zijuan rushed towards the training place. The guards realized it at this moment, and they didn't bother to be surprised, and hurriedly chased after her. Their duty was to guard the place of experience, and not allow those unauthorized to enter it. Even if that person was Li Zijuan, she didn't have the right. However, Li Zijuan was one of the most talented young cultivators in the clan after all, and her speed was much faster than them. Although the guards tried their best to catch up, they still couldn't catch up with her. Seeing that Li Zijuan was about to pass through the defensive array in front, the guards were all anxious. Young Miss Zijuan, young Miss Zijuan. Stop quickly, you can't go ahead. What's wrong with you? What happened? Young Miss Zijuan, no matter what happens, you can't rush around like this, please stop first. The guards shouted in unison. They couldn't figure out why Li Zijuan, a talented cultivator known for her calmness and prudence, behaved so abnormally today. Even when all the training time had been exhausted, she rushed in without hesitation. Even the children in the clan know that this will not work. What on earth was she so anxious about? Even if she feels that she doesn't have enough time to cultivate, she can still find a solution with the patriarch. Why do such inexplicable stupid things? However, under Huang Yueli's repeated tossing, Li Zijuan had lost her basic sense of reason. The only thought in her heart was that she must see Huang Yueli's embarrassing appearance with her own eyes. And this process must be very short, it may be over in a few breaths. If she doesn't rush in quickly, she won't be able to see anything, and the 60 hours of waiting will be in vain. Li Zijuan's head felt hot for a while, and she didn't think about anything else at all. Seeing that the soaring towers were hidden in the clouds, she rushed over immediately. Young Miss Zijuan. Amidst the exclamation of the guards, a burst of golden light suddenly burst out among the clouds. The dazzling golden light shot straight into the sky, released huge energy, and made a violent roar. All of a sudden, the entire back mountain shook, and the ground kept shaking, as if it was about to be torn apart from the middle. Following the loud noise, Li Zijuan's body was thrown out like a kite that had been cut. All the guards changed their expressions in unison. As members of the Cloudy Qilin clan, they have all heard that there are defensive arrays handed down from ancient times around the training ground. If someone tries to force their way in, it will trigger a violent backlash. However, since they were born, they have never heard of anyone who dared to break in casually, so they don't know how powerful this defensive array was. Today, thanks to Li Zijuan, they have seen it. Fortunately, they were quite far away. Although many people fell to the ground, no one was seriously injured. But Li Zijuan will be miserable. Under the defensive array, Li Zijuan's cultivation level was not enough, and with that powerful rebound, she spat out a mouthful of blood in the air and her body was sent flying in an unnatural arc and she was falling towards the mountain. At this moment, the guards' hearts were raised in their throats, and they were all extremely nervous. Although they had absolutely no idea why Li Zijuan insisted on going to the place of experience, but she still had a special identity. She was one of the top geniuses in the clan, which was very important to the clan. She was falling, and if she was seriously injured and her performance in the God Realm's grand meet was affected, then these guards would also be blamed. However, under the current situation, it was out of their own abilities to save her. Just at this critical moment, a loud shout suddenly came from not far away. "What's going on? Who trespassed on the training ground?" Immediately afterwards, two figures suddenly jumped up from the bottom of the mountain, and a powerful force burst out, just in time to catch up with the rebounding force of the defensive array. Under the collision of the two forces, there was a deafening crackling sound. However, the profound strength itself also cancelled out a lot. The speed at which Li Zijuan fell out became significantly slower. One of the figures jumped up immediately and caught Li Zijuan, which saved her from being seriously injured. This change happened so fast that the guards didn't even react. When they came back to their senses, they saw two familiar figures appear in front of them, and they were so frightened that they quickly knelt down on the ground. Patriarch. Elder Qingqing. Subordinate. Subordinate. The captain of the guards stuttered and couldn't finish his sentence. Li Shihong's face was very ugly. "What's going on? What happened just now? Why was the defensive array in the training place touched?" The captain of the guards froze, and quickly calmed himself down, explaining, the Patriarch, subordinates, don't know what's going on. Young Miss Zijuan was teleported from the place of experience not too long ago, and before I had time to say a word to her, she turned around and rushed towards the place of experience. The subordinate couldn't react in time, and couldn't catch up with young Miss Zijuan. Later, young Miss Zijuan triggered the defensive array. He spoke intermittently, but the meaning was still very clear. Li Shihong frowned, and turned his gaze to Li Zijuan. Due to the timely rescue, Li Zijuan was not seriously injured, but at that moment just now, she was shocked by the defensive array, which still hurt her meridians. Li Zijuan's face was extremely pale at this moment. However, she also realized that something was wrong, so she quickly supported a big tree beside her to stand firm, lowered her head, and looked at the ground. Patriarch. What the hell is going on? Zijuan, did you really do this? How is it possible? You have always been the most brilliant genius among our clan. You are usually calm and composed, and even Liyun was not as good as you. How could you do such a thing? Li Shihong couldn't believe such a thing would happen. After Li Liyun was sent away, Li Shihong was most optimistic about Li Zijuan. Although he felt that her strength was a little weaker than his niece, her stability beyond her age was the most reassuring. Even if Li Moying can't be tempted, at least it won't cause trouble. But who knows, it didn't take long before Li Zijuan caused such trouble. Although the consequences of touching the defensive array of the training place was not too serious, this kind of mistake would not be made by the most ordinary clansman of the Cloudy Qilin clan. Li Liyun lowered her head, gritted her teeth, and didn't know how to answer for a moment. She just felt that she had to rush to the training grounds, because the matter was very urgent. However, Li Zijuan also knows that such a reason was simply too whimsical for Li Shihong. Moreover, she couldn't tell Li Shihong directly about the bet she made with Huang Yueli. Li Liyun's thoughts were spinning rapidly in her mind, and she was so entangled that she wanted to come up with a suitable reason to prevaricate. But the more impatient she was, the more she couldn't think properly. At the moment of the stalemate, there was another sound of footsteps on the trail behind the mountain, as if someone was coming up the mountain again. One of them immediately said, Patriarch, did something happen to the training ground just now? Why was the defensive array touched? Li Shihong snorted coldly. I was just going to ask Li Zijuan about this. Li Yintao looked at Li Shihong, and then at Li Zijuan, who was very anxious, full of suspicion. He hesitated for a moment, but he still asked the question he wanted to ask more. Patriarch, what is the situation in the training ground now? I heard that many of our clansmen are dissatisfied with Divine Dr. Liu and Divine Dr. Li, and want to go in and bet with them to see how long they can stay in the illusion array. It can't be that the two sides are fighting, can it? What happened? Li Shihong's face was ashen. Before he continued, the trigger just now was that Li Zijuan touched the defensive array, not something that went wrong in the training ground. But you reminded me, I don't know what's going on inside now, let's hurry up and go in to have a look. Li Zijuan listened from the side, and opened her mouth wide in surprise. She felt a little strange just now, why Li Shihong and Li Qingqing suddenly appeared in the back mountain, near the training grounds, just in time to save her. Normally, they wouldn't come here if they had nothing to do. Now it seems that it should be about her bet with that damn girl, and somehow the news got out. Li Shihong and the others were worried that the two divine doctors were not strong enough and that something would happen in the bet, so they rushed over to stop them. Thinking of this, Li Zijuan was startled, and couldn't help but shrink back, hoping that she could disappear in front of Li Shihong and others immediately. Previously, she did not expect that Huang Yueli would stay in the tower for so long, so her followers came in and out, changing several groups of people. When there are too many people, it was inevitable that news will leak out. It was not too strange for Li Shihong and the others to know. Fortunately, Li Shihong and the elders don't seem to know that she was the instigator of the bet. If they find out, they will definitely blame her. However, there was no other way to get rid of this matter now. Li Zijuan wished that Li Shihong would forget her, but of course this was impossible. Li Shihong turned his attention to her and asked, Li Zijuan, you were in there just now, tell me, what happened inside? Betting with two divine doctors? It's outrageous. I personally gave the token for them to enter the training ground, so they don't even listen to my orders? Li Zijuan shivered secretly, only then did she realize how irrational her actions were. However, this was something she couldn't have predicted in advance. If Huang Yueli was the same good-for-nothing as she imagined, then it only took half an hour for her to slap Huang Yueli in the face, and there would be no chance for this incident to reach Li Shihong's ears. Now that it had been delayed for so long, things were getting out of hand. It was not that easy to wrap things up and keep it from them. The hatred in Li Zijuan's heart soared. She didn't reflect on what was wrong with her own actions at all, but attributed her embarrassing situation to Huang Yueli. If it wasn't for that damn girl who was clinging to the young master, she wouldn't have made a bet against her on the spur of the moment. If that damned girl was a little more straightforward, instead of delaying time in the tower on purpose because of her mental strength, she wouldn't. Suddenly, Li Zijuan's eyes lit up. That's right. Why didn't she think of it? She saw that damn girl seduce the young master with her own eyes. If the patriarch knew about this, he would definitely not blame her again. Li Zijuan quickly walked up to Li Shihong. With a look of guilt on her face, she lowered her head. Patriarch, actually, the one who proposed to fight with Divine Dr. Li and the others was me. What? It was you? Li Shihong was taken aback, and looked at her incredulously. Li Zijuan, what happened to you today? Why did you do such a thing? Divine Dr. Li is the benefactor of our Cloudy Qilin clan. Why don't you even have this measure? And you even tried to trespass to the training grounds. You am so disappointed. Li Zijuan's heart tightened. If it weren't for her having another trick, hearing these words would have dealt a fatal blow to her. The mistakes she made today were enough for Li Shihong to remove her from Li Moying's list of fiancés. As the patriarch, I will not tolerate today's incident. You will go to the punishment hall later. Li Shihong's face was full of disappointment. But halfway through his speech, he was interrupted by Li Zijuan. Patriarch, please calm down. Although I am indeed impulsive, there's a reason for me to do these things, and I did it all for the sake of the clan. Li Shihong didn't believe this at all. He frowned and said, for the sake of the clan? How dare you say such a thing? If Divine Dr. Liu and Divine Dr. Li are injured, people will definitely say that our Cloudy Qilin clan is ungrateful. Li Zijuan hurriedly said, but... Patriarch, you don't know what I saw. I was in the training grounds, and I saw Divine Dr. Li hugging the young master, obviously throwing herself into his arms. She clearly took the opportunity when healing the young master and deliberately seduced the young master. What did you say? Li Shihong's face changed suddenly. Behind him, the elders and other clansmen who followed also looked extremely surprised. What's going on? Divine Dr. Li seduced the young master? This is impossible? The two divine doctors have superb medical skills, and they really saved the young master. Isn't it? It's groundless, so to say that the doctor... Wait, I just remembered that young Miss Liyun also said earlier that Divine Dr. Li had an affair with the young master, and she would be kicked out because of this, right? When someone said that, Li Shihong's expression became even uglier. No one knows what happened to Li Liyun better than him. After all, every time Li Liyun made a mistake, he witnessed it with his own eyes. At that time, Li Liyun also insisted that the relationship between Li Moying and Divine Dr. Li was not normal. It's just that Liu Bian and the others flatly denied it at the time. In addition, the two of them did cure Li Moying, so Li Shihong didn't think too much about it. Instead, he felt that it was Li Liyun's obsession with Li Moying that made her lose her mind. But now... Even Li Zijuan said that. It may be slander for one person to say such a thing, but what if two people say it? This made him think deeper into it. What's more, Li Liyun and Li Zijuan were both talented cultivators with high status in the Cloudy Qilin clan. What they said was very important. Li Shihong couldn't care about anything else, and said with a gloomy face, "What's going on? Zijuan, come here and explain it clearly." Li Zijuan took a sneak look at Li Shihong's face, and immediately felt as if she had put down half of the big rock that had been hanging in her heart. She knew that what Li Shihong was most worried about was that Li Moying fell in love with a woman with insufficient status outside. Last time, Li Yuntao and the others received news that Li Moying had a wife who had ascended from the lower realms and would not marry anyone. Li Shihong was almost worried. Fortunately, there was an accident later. Li Moying was rescued back to the Amethyst Paramount Palace in a coma, but the mysterious woman disappeared. Li Zijuan wisely didn't ask any more questions, but she could also guess that the woman must have been dealt with secretly by Li Yuntao and Li Liyun. Originally, Li Shihong and others were worried that when Li Moying woke up and found that the woman was missing, he would be furious, and thought of a lot of reasons to explain to him. But who knows, after Li Moying woke up, he completely forgot about that woman, and didn't even ask about it, which made Li Shihong and others feel a little strange while rejoicing. After contacting each other now, Li Shihong quickly realized that it was probably because of the appearance of this Divine Dr. Li that attracted Li Moying's attention, which made him have no time to care about other women. While Li Shihong was pondering, Li Zijuan also explained at the same time. "Patriarch, I really didn't intend to provoke Divine Dr. Li on purpose today. It was the situation at that time. As a member of the Cloudy Qilin clan, I couldn't stand it. The behavior between her and the young master was very ambiguous. Moreover, while she's still relying on the support of the young master, she mocked our clansmen, and said that the young master was her man and she will soon become the young madam of the Cloudy Qilin clan. At that time, we all have to kneel down and salute her." Li Zijuan elaborated on the situation at that time. Immediately, Huang Yueli was portrayed as an arrogant vixen who seduces men by her beauty and bullies others. After saying these words, Li Shihong and the cultivators he brought showed extremely angry expressions on their faces. Li Yintao slapped his thigh vigorously. It's really unreasonable. I used to respect that divine Dr. Li very much. I thought it was very rare for her to have such medical skills at such a young age. How could I know that she was such a woman? I really didn't expect that. How dare she say that she's the young madam of the Cloudy Qilin clan? Even if she can climb into the bed of the young master, so what? With her status, if she wants to marry into the Cloudy Qilin clan, she might as well hurry up to commit suicide and reincarnate. Our future mistress must not be a human woman with poor talent like her. As Li Zijuan's elder, Li Qingqing was the one who was the most angry. Zijuan, you did the right thing. For such a kind of woman, you should show her the strength of our Cloudy Qilin clan genius, and let her know how high the sky is. Don't talk about betting with her, you should beat her up on the spot. Hearing the angry discussions of the crowd, Li Zijuan almost laughed out loud. She pursed the corners of her lips and forced herself to maintain a dignified smile. I thought, beating someone would lose our identity of the Cloudy Qilin clan, and it's best to let her quit in spite of the difficulties. Hearing this, Li Yunhai couldn't help sighing. Well, Zijuan's words are very true. After all, divine Dr. Li saved the young master, and every sentence you utter is about fighting. How unbecoming is that? Zijuan should be calm and bet with her and let her see the true strength of our Cloudy Qilin clan. This is the best method. Li Yintao also nodded. That's right, it's true. So what happened to the outcome of your bet? Hearing this question, everyone's eyes turned to Li Zijuan at the same time. After talking for a long time, Li Zijuan only said that she was the one who initiated the bet, but she didn't say the result. This was what Li Zijuan was waiting for. She suppressed the joy in her heart, and said with a wry smile, "Oh, it's true that I was not prepared enough for this matter at the beginning. That divine Dr. Li has a very strong mental power, and she has been staying in the tower for a long time. I didn't expect that there would be such accidents, so the time left for experience was not enough. The moment divine Dr. Li was about to enter the illusion array, I was teleported out." Everyone finally realized the reason for her actions. So, just now you were in a hurry to rush into the training ground, but you were bounced back by the defensive array. Was that why? Li Zijuan nodded. That's right, I was anxious to see the result of the bet, and I was worried that after I was teleported, divine Dr. Li would renege, so I was a little anxious. I ran into the defensive array. It's all my fault. After the things here are over, I'll go to the punishment hall to receive my punishment. Li Zijuan took a retreat in advance, and said her words very earnestly. From the ears of everyone, she was an upright person who wholeheartedly considers the clan, and she was willing to bear the responsibility even though it was clearly not her fault. Li Shihong's face loosened a lot. Originally, he was extremely disappointed with Li Zijuan, but now, he admired Li Zijuan even more. After all, Li Zijuan was still much better than Li Liyun, and her behavior was much more generous. It seems that Li Moying's fiancé can be decided. It's not your fault. Although you were a little impulsive, it's understandable. There is no need to go to the punishment hall to receive the punishment. Just go back and think about it behind closed doors for 3 days. This kind of punishment was like nothing. Li Zijuan was overjoyed in her heart, and hastily bowed her head to admit her mistake. At the same time, she was extremely grateful. This time, she would like to thank that divine Dr. Li. Although the 60 hours of training time was wasted earlier, it was a blessing in disguise to be appreciated by Li Shihong and the elders. That damn girl wants to fight her? What a daydream. That's right. Li Zijuan thought of something, and quickly raised her head and said, Patriarch, several elders, when I was teleported out just now, divine Dr. Li was about to enter the illusion array, and I don't know what the results were. Can you please let me use next month's training time in advance to let me see the result? After all, it's a bet, and I always have to see the result with divine Dr. Li face to face. Li Shihong narrowed his eyes. That's right, of course there must be a result of the bet. You can go in now, but it's not you who will go alone, but all of us. Since the little girl surnamed Li has something to do with the young master, we should let her see the reality earlier. Hearing this, Li Zijuan was even more overjoyed. No matter how hard she tried, she couldn't suppress the smile on her lips. What a windfall! She never expected that Li Shihong and so many elders could be invited to watch them fight together. That damn girl has already entered the illusion array, and now it's too late to deny it. When the time comes, the patriarch and the others will be able to see her embarrassed posture and horrible points. This was not just a matter of embarrassment. It was a pure naked humiliation. Moreover, in order to make that damn girl give up, Li Shihong and the others will definitely warn her severely, and at the same time find a reason to drive her out of Amethyst Paramount Palace. In this way, she could drive this little vixen away without any effort. Li Zijuan was overjoyed, imagining Huang Yueli's shameless face in her heart. She almost jumped up ecstatically. At this moment, Li Qingqing's voice sounded abruptly in front of her again. Zijuan, you said just now that you have already entered the illusion array. How many points did you gain this time? Li Zijuan shuddered, and finally remembered that it was not the time for her to be complacent, and hurriedly replied, this time, the total was 1,402 points. Oh? Li Qingqing was obviously very pleasantly surprised. Last month, you just broke through 1,000 points. It's only been a month. Your strength has improved so much? If one wants to increase the illusion array points, the later one goes, the slower the progress. When one starts off with a few dozen points, it is very fast to increase by 100 points, but after exceeding 1,000 points, it is very difficult to increase by 10 points each time. Li Zijuan unexpectedly scored more than 400 points higher in one fell swoop, which was indeed a remarkable achievement. Li Zijuan was secretly proud of herself, but she still pretended to be humble and said, in order to participate in the God Realm's grand meet, I have been practicing day and night during this time, and I have comprehended most of the second book of combat secrets by chance, so I have improved a bit, but I still have a lot of room for improvement. Li Qingqing twirled his beard and laughed, not bad, it's already very good. You can't compare with a peerless genius like the young master, but your points are already higher than Li Liyun. Li Zijuan smiled slightly. This was what she was most proud of. After today, all the clansmen will know that she was the genius second only to the young master among the younger generation, and Li Liyun can't compare to her. No matter in terms of strength or character, she was the most qualified to stand by Li Moying's side. The two of them spoke softly at the end of the line, but the elders who had been walking in front all the time had strong spiritual senses, so they naturally listened to their conversations. Li Shihong frowned. Hearing Li Liyun's name, he felt mixed feelings. Originally, he was the most optimistic about Li Liyun, and he also wanted to betroth his niece to Li Moying, so as to ensure that their branch would flourish for tens of thousands of years in the future. But now, Li Liyun has done so many stupid things, which makes Li Zijuan stand out. He was depressed for a while, then thought of Li Moying again. It's strange to say that when Li Moying went out to cultivate once, he was about to bring back a woman from the lower realm. This time he just woke up from a coma, and in the blink of an eye he fell in love with a woman from the human race again. From this point of view, he should be the kind of man who was naturally romantic. Of course, Li Moying does have the capital of being romantic, but when he was in Amethyst Paramount Palace, he was obviously an unattainable flower. The women of the Cloudy Qilin clan are also very beautiful, and Li Liyun was one of the 4 great beauties in the God Realm. However, Li Moying didn't like any of them. Moreover, the attitude towards them was extremely indifferent, and it could be said that they were completely ignored. But why was it that when facing human women, you see one and love the other? The speed of this change of heart was faster than lightning. Could it be that because Li Moying ascended from the lower realms, he has a soft spot for humans? If this was the case, things would be a little troublesome. No wonder he doesn't like the fiancé the clan arranged for him. Li Shihong has already started thinking about how to persuade Li Moying after today, let him at least marry Li Zijuan as his wife, and give birth to a son, and then he will stop interfering with how many concubines he wants to take from the human race. The journey to the place of experience was not far away, and soon, a group of people walked to the entrance. After the defensive array once again emitted a burst of light, it opened to both sides. The clouds cleared, and everyone walked in. All the cultivators in the training ground are now surrounded by the illusion array, their eyes fixed on the numbers on the stone tablet. On the field, there was an eerie tranquility. This made the footsteps of Li Shihong and the others extraordinarily clear. However, everyone seemed to be frozen in place, looking at the stone tablet, completely unaware that someone had broken in. Only Li Moying discovered the visitor immediately. He straightened up, a cold light flashed in his dark pupils, he slightly pursed his lips, and said indifferently, "Patriarch, several elders, why do you have time to come to this training place?" The man's deep and magnetic voice echoed over the venue. Everyone suddenly woke up, turned around abruptly, looked behind them, and immediately broke out in a cold sweat from fright. Patriarch! Patriarch, Elder Tao, Elder Hai, Elder Qingqing. Greetings to the Patriarch. Greetings to the elders. The cultivators who were watching hurriedly knelt on the ground and saluted Li Shihong and others. To them, patriarchs and elders were the highest-ranking people in the clan. Young people like them can only meet one of them once in a while during the clan's annual martial grand meet. But now, Li Shihong not only came in person, but also brought so many elders with him. Have they ever seen such a battle? Li Moying was still calm, and slowly walked out of the shadow behind the stone tablet. He was tall and handsome, and the aura exuding from his body was even more powerful and compelling. It was not inferior to those elders in the Dao Profound realm in front of him, and even surpassed them. As soon as Li Zijuan saw Li Moying approaching, she couldn't help but a faint blush appeared on her face. At any time, their young master looked so outstanding. He was not only a real strong man, but also the man in every girl's dream. Usually, Li Zijuan can force herself to remain calm in front of Li Moying, but now she has already guessed that she will be the candidate for Li Moying's fiancé, which makes her a little unable to control the turbulent emotions in her heart. It's a pity that Li Moying was completely unaware of her own contrite thoughts. Li Moying's eyes fell directly on Li Shihong, and she cupped her hands. "Patriarch, may I ask if this is?" Li Shihong coughed heavily. "Moying, I heard that Zijuan made an agreement with Divine Dr. Li today to fight with the illusion array points. Isn't it?" Li Shihong originally planned to question him, but the moment he saw Li Moying, he suddenly calmed down and changed his mind. Li Moying was no ordinary clansman. Not only was he extremely talented, but he also had a very strong personality. Even if Li Shihong was the patriarch of the Cloudy Qilin clan, it was actually impossible for Li Moying to follow his command. At that time, once the two sides quarrel, not only will it be impossible for Li Moying to separate from that human woman, but they will even fall out, and the gains will outweigh the losses. Therefore, Li Shihong stopped talking in time, and turned to ask about the situation of Huang Yueli's trial. Li Moying glanced at Li Shihong lightly, taking in his hesitant expression. Seeing Li Zijuan timidly standing aside, what else does she not understand? Li Moying didn't point it out, but said calmly, "It's true, I didn't expect that so many people would be dissatisfied when I brought my sworn brother and his junior sister into the training grounds. It seems there are still many people in the clan who are not convinced by me being young master." Hearing this, the cultivators who had been watching shuddered in unison. They only thought of watching the fun before, but Li Zijuan took the lead, so they ran here in a flash of enthusiasm. Never thought about it at all. In fact, they have offended their young master by daring to watch this bet. Now, when they heard Li Moying's cold voice, they suddenly woke up. But, it's too late. What's worse was that if Li Zijuan wins the bet, it's fine, they can still defend themselves, and they came here so eagerly to watch all in the name of the clan's consideration. But just now, after seeing the points displayed on the stone tablet, they only had one thought in their minds: where did this pervert come from? Was there really a woman in the world who was as talented as the young master? Were they dreaming? Not only the onlookers, but even the elders behind Li Shihong seemed a little embarrassed at this time. If possible, no one wants to offend Li Moying. However, Li Moying's marriage was related to the vital interests of all branches of the clan, so all the elders can't stay out of it, so they can only bite the bullet and come here. Li Shihong coughed a few times. Ahem, Moying, don't say that. Zijuan and the others are indeed a little reckless, but they definitely don't mean to oppose you. They are afraid that other clan members in the clan will be dissatisfied with you. That's why I came up with this method. As long as the two divine doctors are really capable, they will stop other people's mouths. Otherwise, if any untrue rumor spread, your reputation will be damaged. Li Shihong looked earnest, trying to smooth things over in the middle. His intention to defend Li Zijuan was too obvious, and Li Moying's face became even colder. However, he didn't say much, but just cast a cold glance at Li Zijuan. Li Zijuan was swept over by his cold gaze, and couldn't help but tremble all over. She also knows that Li Moying will definitely be very angry if she lures Li Shihong and others to the training grounds. However, she thought it was for Li Moying's good to prevent Li Moying from being seduced by the vixen of the human race. She felt that what she did was right. As long as Li Moying leaves that vixen and calms down, he will definitely appreciate her painstaking efforts. Li Shihong saw that the scene was deadlocked, and quickly said, Moying, don't talk about anything else. How is the situation now? Where's Divine Dr. Li? Li Moying's eyes returned to Li Shihong, and said calmly, she has already entered the illusion. Hearing this, Li Zijuan secretly heaved a sigh of relief. What she was most afraid of now was that Huang Yueli would renege on her debts. If Huang Yueli refused to enter the illusion array relying on Li Moying's backing, then she would have no way to attack her. But now it seems that her worries were unfounded. Divine Dr. Li has already entered the illusion array. Everything was still developing in the direction she expected. As long as she sees that damn girl in a state of distress and has unsightly test scores, the patriarch will definitely oppose her being with the young master. Even the young master himself may feel too shameful to step down. Li Shihong obviously thought so too. He exhaled lightly, and said, Oh? Has Divine Dr. Li already entered? How long has she been in? How many points has she scored so far? Hearing this, Li Moying's mouth showed a hint of sarcasm, and he didn't answer right away. The cultivators behind him who came to watch immediately lowered their heads. They were all quieter than quails. They looked terrified and didn't even dare to fart. Seeing this, Li Zijuan immediately had a bad feeling. However, she didn't know what was wrong, so she could only wink desperately at a few of her followers, telling them to stand up quickly, say a few embellished words, and seize this last opportunity to discredit Huang Yueli. But who knows, the few followers who usually cooperate with her tacitly, now seem to have suddenly become fools, bowing their heads and not saying a word, completely ignoring the gaze she cast. Li Zijuan's eyes widened. She thought those followers didn't notice, and he didn't care about the wrong occasion. She raised her hand to cover her mouth, and coughed heavily twice. It was only then that the followers seemed to have come to their senses, and raised their eyes to glance at her hastily. Li Zijuan quickly gestured towards them. However, after seeing her, several people immediately lowered their heads again, not daring to look at her for a second time. Li Zijuan's hand stayed in the air, feeling like a fool. Even Li Shihong noticed something was wrong with her, and frowned at her. "Zijuan, what are you doing? Are you suffering from the cold? Why are you coughing?" "Ahem, my throat is a little uncomfortable." Li Zijuan was agitated, and hurriedly said, "It's nothing, it doesn't matter, let's hurry up and see how Divine Dr. Li is doing in the illusion array." As she said that, she was afraid that there would be another change, so she stepped in front of Li Shihong in a few steps and made a supporting movement. Li Shihong nodded, and followed Li Zijuan to the stone tablet that displayed the points. The rest of the elders followed behind them and walked slowly. Li Yintao and Li Yunhai were still discussing in low voices. "It's been less than a quarter of an hour since we entered the training ground, right? That Divine Dr. Li actually stayed in the illusion array for such a long time." "That's right. I noticed this just now. From this point of view, her talent might be pretty good." "Well, I guess it's considered outstanding talent among the human race, but it is impossible to compare with the geniuses of the god race." "Isn't that the case? Speaking of which, Divine Dr. Li is young and impulsive. Of all people to compete against, she actually chose Zijuan? If she has this talent, she shouldn't be able to lose. It's too ugly, but compared with Zijuan, it's a miracle for her to have a fraction of the record of more than 1,400 points." Indeed. As the two were talking, they felt an awkward silence around them. This kind of silence was exactly the same as when they first stepped into the training ground. The two looked up in surprise, and found that besides them, Li Shihong and other elders were walking very fast, and had already surrounded the stone tablet. However, each of them stiffened, as if they had been petrified. Everyone had expressions of shock on their faces. What's going on?" Li Yintao and Li Yunhai looked at each other suspiciously, then hurried to the side of the stone tablet, and took a closer look. Immediately afterwards, the reactions of the two of them were exactly the same as those of the other elders. They were staring at the numbers on the stone tablet, tongue-tied, and their eyeballs were about to pop out. Li Moying still stood not far away, watching everyone's performance. His expression was still indifferent. From the appearance, there was no emotional fluctuation at all. Only Lu Bian took a peek at him and sneered with disdain. "Tch. Look at this kid's pretense, it was definitely all pretense." Lu Bian couldn't believe that Li Moying was really so cold. His wife's talent was outstanding and shocked everyone. It is estimated that Li Moying was extremely proud of her, 100 times happier than himself being in the limelight. It's so hypocritical to pretend to be indifferent. Li Moying felt Lu Bian's contemptuous eyes, but he didn't even bother to respond. "Patriarch, have you finished seeing the score?" Although Divine Dr. Li's final score hasn't come out yet, judging by her current score, she should have won this round of bet, right? After a long while later did Li Moying say aloud. Li Shihong just woke up like a dream. He suddenly turned his head to look at Li Moying. With trembling fingers, he pointed to the number displayed in the center of the stone tablet. This. He said this 3 times in a row, but couldn't continue. Because, no matter what he said now, he could no longer express the shock in his heart. After a while, Li Shihong finally choked out a sentence. Is this real? I'm not dreaming, am I?" Li Moying shrugged his shoulders. Patriarch's words are really interesting. The points displayed on the stone tablet of the illusion array have never been wrong. As for dreaming, maybe so, it could be that everyone here is dreaming together, right? But. Li Shihong stammered, still unable to believe his eyes. At the same time, the other cultivators gradually came to their senses. Everyone looked at each other in blank dismay. The expressions on their faces were still somewhat dull, and they were still digesting the amazing news they just saw. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. A scream broke the tranquility around the illusion array. Everyone turned their heads in unison, and turned out to be Li Zijuan, who had cried out. Li Zijuan's complexion has turned livid, her head was covered with sweat, her lips were trembling slightly, and she was no longer able to maintain her usual dignified image. Throughout the entire day, she had suffered too many blows in succession. However, no matter how hard she was hit before, it couldn't compare to the shock she received the moment she saw the points on the stone tablet. That number displayed was really incredible. Even in the millions of years of the Cloudy Qilin clan's history, not many people can achieve it. This is absolutely impossible. That divine Dr. Li is just an unknown human woman. She can't have such talent. This is not normal at all, there must be something wrong. Li Zijuan yelled out regardless, completely unable to accept this fact. Before Li Moying could speak, Lu Bian couldn't help but stepped forward. Miss Zijuan, please pay attention to your own words and deeds, and don't discredit the Cloudy Qilin clan anymore. In the past few days, you have repeatedly provoked my junior sister, not only proposing a bet, but also repeatedly cheating and modifying the rules. As for these trivial tricks, junior sister couldn't even be bothered with you. Now, her points in the illusion array are right in front of you and so many people are watching, yet you still want to slander her? Li Zijuan didn't expect Lu Bian's words to be so sharp, and she was rendered speechless for a moment. After a long while, she finally choked out a sentence, I'm not slandering her, but this is really, really impossible. Absolutely impossible. Yeah, I also think it's unlikely. The points on the stone tablet have already exceeded 30,000 points. All those who can reach this point in history, without exception, are all god-level geniuses. Could it be that divine Dr. Li is, yes? No way? Impossible? Isn't she a human cultivator? There are only 2 or 3 god-level geniuses in the history of the human race, and their actual combat ability cannot be compared with the god-level geniuses of the ancient gods. Besides, I've tested divine Dr. Li's cultivation before. She should only be in the profound mind realm? If she really has such an extraordinary talent, then, how could she only be in the profound realm? At this time, several elders also calmed down a bit, and began to discuss with each other. No one could believe it when they saw this point for the first time, it's real. The fact that the Cloudy Qilin clan was able to obtain a god-level genius like Li Moying was already smoke from the ancestral graves. Which of the 12 ancient god clans in the entire god realm would not envy them? This also shows how rare god-level geniuses are. Now, a spirit medicine master who came out of nowhere actually has such a high talent. Who would believe such a thing? Was a god-level genius a Chinese cabbage that could be found anywhere? Lu Bian sneered, you so-called elders of the ancient gods are really ridiculous. The evidence is all in front of you. What are you still saying is impossible? How is it impossible? Could it be that it is the illusion array of your Cloudy Qilin clan? There is something wrong with the array, and the points displayed are not right. The trial formation of the dignified ancient gods can't be so shabby, right? After hearing this, the elders blushed and didn't know what to say. If they insist that the points were wrong, wouldn't that be akin to admitting that their ancient god clan was not worthy of their name? Moreover, the illusion array in the training ground has been operating for hundreds of thousands of years, and it has never made any mistakes. However, to accept that such a delicate and weak girl like Huang Yueli was actually a peerless genius, that was still too incredible. After the shock, the elders all turned their attention to Li Shihong. With the current situation, everyone was in a daze and could only wait for their patriarch. Li Shihong was no less shocked than the others, but, as the patriarch of the Cloudy Qilin clan, he knew better than anyone how powerful the illusion array in the training grounds was. As long as there was enough crystal jade to provide energy, this illusion array can even block the joint attack of 10 experts in the profound fate realm. It is used to test the strength of the young geniuses of the Cloudy Qilin clan. Moreover, Huang Yueli has indeed stayed in the illusion array for a long time. If her strength was weak, she would have been teleported out by now, and it would be impossible for her to persist for such a long time. Li Shihong pursed his lips, and managed to recover his voice. We can't see the situation in the illusion array, and we can't rule out if there's any problem of the array. However, for so many years, the illusion array has been operating normally. While talking, he thought of something, and turned to look at Li Moying, who was standing behind the stone tablet. The handsome young genius who usually stood tall with an indifferent expression and cold gaze, had a peerless character that was difficult to describe in words. Only when one looked very carefully can you find that his eyes were much gentler than usual, and there is still a hint of a faint smile at the corner of his lips. Seeing Li Moying's calm expression, Li Shihong's lips trembled. Moying, did you know, this divine Dr. Li is extremely talented? Hearing this, everyone turned their heads to look at Li Moying in surprise. After Li Shihong mentioned these words, many people thought at the same time that Li Moying would agree to a spirit medicine master who had saved his life to compete with the heavenly genius of his family. This matter was a bit abnormal. Judging from Li Moying's personality, if Li Zijuan really had an affair with divine Dr. Li as Li Zijuan said, he would never let someone humiliate his woman in this way. Even if he and divine Dr. Li weren't in a serious relationship, he wouldn't be like this. In addition, after seeing divine Dr. Li's points, he still looked so calm. It's easy to think that he should have known about it beforehand. Thinking of this, Li Zijuan's face instantly turned pale, and she became no different from a dead person. Thinking of how complacent she was all the time before, that she had a certain chance of winning, and that the young master looked at her differently, that didn't stop her from betting against divine Dr. Li. Li Zijuan felt that he was the stupidest idiot in the world. Li Moying clearly didn't take her seriously, she just wanted to use her to gain prestige for the girl he likes. However, Li Zijuan still pretended to be affectionate and jumped out on her own initiative. The corners of Li Moying's lips turned up slightly. He has always been as cold as ice in front of outsiders, and many people have never seen him smile at all. Although he only slightly restrained his aura at this time and smiled very shallowly, it melted the iceberg aura around him a lot. All the female cultivators present gasped in unison. Usually, he was handsome enough even when he did not smile, but now he was even more handsome when he smiled, taking their breaths away. Li Moying said calmly, I just heard from little Lear that her talent in martial arts is much stronger than her medical skills, but I didn't expect her to get such a high score. Li Moying said a few words lightly, although he admitted that he knew Huang Yueli's talent was very high, but he also emphasized that he didn't know it was so high. After all, it is still inappropriate for the members of the Cloudy Qilin clan to know that Huang Yueli was from the Sacred Phoenix clan. Otherwise, there will be big trouble. Moreover, the higher Huang Yueli's talent was, the greater their troubles would be. Speaking of which, he should also be thankful that the illusion array in the training grounds can only see the points, but cannot see the battle situation in the array. If it weren't for this, if Huang Yueli used all her strength in the formation, Li Shihong and his experienced cultivators would probably see the problem and reveal the secret that she was from the Sacred Phoenix clan. Now it's much safer. The illusion array covered up all fluctuations of profound energy, which gave Huang Yueli a chance to show off her talent. Lu Bian looked at Li Moying's pretense of staging an indifferent arrogance, and couldn't help but sneered again. He really wondered what those girls were crazy about. A man like Li Moying was hypocritical, cold, ruthless, and boring, and he only looks human in front of his junior sister. Usually, even if he treats his friends, he was inhumane, a scumbag. After Li Moying finished speaking, Li Shihong and the elders fell silent. Originally, they were already wavering, thinking that the illusion array would not go wrong, and that the little girl in the array might have a god-level talent, but they still couldn't believe it. But now, after being verified by Li Moying's words, they can't help but not believe it. That beautiful young doctor was not a fool. Everyone in the god realm knows how talented Li Moying was. She actually has the guts to say that she was talented in front of Li Moying. And Li Moying believed it too. This in itself has explained countless problems. At the same time, Li Shihong and the others thought they understood why Li Moying didn't look at Li Liyun and Li Zijuan, but in less than a month, he secretly fell in love with the female doctor who treated him. If they missed divine Dr. Li, where would they find a proud girl whose talent could match Li Moying's? Thinking of this, Li Shihong almost burst into tears. He finally suppressed the tears from the corners of his eyes, and looked at Li Moying with a kind eyes like an old father. Moying. It seems that I am really worrying too much. I am afraid that you will not be enlightened on this matter of men and women. You only know how to cultivate and miss the important things in life. Now it seems that you are still smart, and your vision good. A peerless genius like divine Dr. Li is really rare to come across. All of us old guys are blind, but we didn't realize that she is such a piece of jade, only you can see it. Good. After Li Shihong calmed down, he thought about it carefully, and the more he thought about it, the happier he became. Although he once hoped that Li Moying could marry a woman with the blood of the Cloudy Qilin clan, that was also because he couldn't find a proud girl whose talent matched Li Moying's. Now, divine Dr. Li, who appeared out of thin air, is not only talented, but also proficient in medical skills, not to mention his amazing beauty. Such a perfect match, he really can't find it. What made Li Shihong laugh even more was that the little girl was still a human girl with no family power. Before, he thought that the human race was of low status and was not worthy of Li Moying, but now, he thinks that the human race is good, the human race is wonderful, and the human race is awesome. If Huang Yueli was from an ancient god clan, even if she married Li Moying, she still belonged to her own clan. After all, no matter which big power it would never give up its god-level genius. It was impossible for Huang Yu to become a member of the Cloudy Qilin clan even if they divorced. Even if she had children with Li Moying, there must be one bloodline left in each family. But now that Huang Yueli was from the human race, it will be very different. She doesn't have any power to belong to, so after she married Li Moying, what else can she do besides joining the Cloudy Qilin clan? Of course, her and Li Moying's descendants all belong to the Cloudy Qilin clan. What kind of talent would the baby born of two god-level geniuses? Li Shihong didn't even dare to think about it. After all, in the history recorded in the ancient books of the god realm, there has never been such a thing. Li Shihong still wanted to maintain his majesty as the patriarch of the Cloudy Qilin clan, but when such a great event happened, he was so excited that he was shaking all over, and he couldn't control his reaction no matter what. He couldn't jump up and cheer on the spot, is already a very self-controlled performance. He paced back and forth, and the more he thought about it, the more excited he became. Moying, you really deserve to be the first genius in the history of our Cloudy Qilin clan. Not only is your talent high enough, but you also have vision and charm. Such a peerless lady was easily subdued by you. That's great, it's really great. So it's not that you don't like women, but that you have too high standards. Once you set your sights on someone you like, you're still very quick. Li Moying slightly lowered his eyelids to hide the expression in his eyes. He didn't bother to explain to Li Shihong that what he liked was Huang Yueli, not her talent. Even if his little Lear wasn't a genius, he would still like her. Presumably Li Shihong couldn't understand this kind of thing. Lu Bian listened from the side, so he could only laugh. The old man said that Li Moying doesn't like women? It's clearly for the sake of women that he doesn't even have humanity, and even snatched his brother's crush, alright? As for easily subduing Huang Yueli, that's even more nonsense. How many years did it take to catch his junior sister in the lower realm? Now he can pretend to be a wolf with a big tail. Li Shihong clapped his hands suddenly, and said again, it's not too late. When divine Dr. Li comes out of the illusion array, let's sit down quickly and have a good talk about the marriage of the two families. Li Shihong's thinking now is completely different from that of an hour ago. Now, the most important thing for him is to get the two peerless geniuses married as soon as possible, and tie Huang Yueli to the cloudy Qilin clan first, lest any accident happen. Although, with Moying's charm and strength, the entire God realm couldn't find a man who could match him, but emotional matters were uncertain after all, and it's always bad to have long nights and dreams. I don't know what relatives and elders there are in Divine Dr. Li's family. That's right. At this moment, Li Shihong suddenly remembered that Huang Yueli had a senior brother, and turned to look at Lu Bian. Ahem. Lu Bian coughed hard twice, knowing that now is the time for him as a senior brother to show his performance. To be able to make things difficult for Li Moying, such kind of good opportunity was rare in 100 years. Both Bai Lufeng and Huang Silua were in the lower realm, and now in the entire God realm, the one person who had the status to express opinions on Huang Yueli's marriage was him. Li Moying, a brat who wants to marry his junior sister, humph. He would definitely shave off a layer of his skin. He was about to make things difficult for Li Moying, but before he could speak, Li Moying intervened. Marriage, there's no rush right now. Li Shihong didn't like to hear these words. How can you not be in a hurry? There is an ancient saying that first you start a family, and then you start a career. You marry the young wife first, so that you can practice with peace of mind? The corners of Li Moying's mouth twitched. Patriarch, you are too worried. It is common people's idea to start a family first, not us cultivators. Among cultivators, there are many people who only get married when they are hundreds of years old. At this age. Hey, you kid. I just praised you for your vision, why don't you get it now? For such a good girl like Divine Dr. Li, why don't you hurry up and marry her? What are you waiting for? Don't think that just because you are a god-level genius, she'll like you. Li Shihong became anxious, and didn't pay attention to the embellished words he was uttering. He was very worried that Li Moying would become too conceited and confident because he was surrounded by talented girls from various Protoss clans on weekdays, and missed out on Divine Dr. Li. It's nothing more than the fact that Divine Dr. Li's status was a little low. But this is nothing, just relying on their talent, no matter which power they belong to, they will always be praised to the sky. When Li Moying heard Li Shihong's words, he couldn't help feeling secretly proud. Who said he wasn't in a hurry? When he was with Huang Yueli in the previous life, he was also very anxious, wasn't he? He was afraid that the lady who he had finally wooed would fly away. It's just that he has already married Huang Yueli. Although Li Shihong and the others don't know about it, it doesn't prevent the two of them from recognizing each other as their only partner. Even if they get married again in the God realm, the weight of this marriage will not compare to that in the lower realm. At that time, he was able to marry his wife only after passing many tests by little Lear's own father. Li Moying recalled the grand occasion of getting married in the lower realm for a while, and the smile on the corner of his mouth deepened, causing the girls around him to stare intently, but they could only silently while their hearts were breaking. If possible, they really didn't want to witness such a beautiful smile of their own young master. Because he did this for the girl he admired. That is something they will never be able to compare with. Li Moying said unhurriedly, of course I know Miss Li is very good, and it's not because she doesn't want to marry. But. Before he finished speaking, he saw a burst of silver light suddenly appearing from the periphery of the illusion array. His voice stopped abruptly, and he turned towards the illusion array. Everyone thought that Huang Yueli was about to come out, but after waiting for a while, no one appeared. Seeing this, Lu Bian couldn't help but frown, a little worried. What's the situation? Why hasn't junior sister come out yet? Li Moying smiled instead. It's okay, there shouldn't be any problem, it's just that little Lear's points have exceeded 100,000 points. After 100,000 points, what will appear is not a spirit beast, but someone from the God clan above the Tao Profound Realm and human cultivators, and they are all real masters. This streamer is just a reminder. Li Shihong and others have all seen Li Moying's situation in the illusion array with their own eyes, so of course they also know this. However, this did not weaken their shock in the slightest. 100,000 points. That girl, who looked slender and weak, as if she would fall if the wind blows, has already broken through 100,000 points. This achievement is beyond reach for many god-level geniuses. In fact, being able to break through 30,000 points already shows that Huang Yueli was a god-level talent. Since the history of the Cloudy Qilin clan, there has never been a record of a heaven-level genius scoring 30,000 points. That's why Li Shihong and the others were so excited when they saw the number of more than 30,000 points on the stone tablet just now. They wished they could drag Huang Yueli out of the illusion array on the spot, and stuff her and Li Moying into the bridal chamber. At that time, the score of 30,000 was enough to surprise people. Now, 30,000 points had actually become 100,000 points. That's not just a surprise, but a thrill. Recalling that when Li Moying entered the illusion array for the first time, he only had a score of 110,000 to 120,000. Later, he had to practice in the tower several times before he could reach the first place. Now it seems that young Miss Li's talent was not inferior to Li Moying's at all, and she might even surpass him. Everyone's eyes were focused on the front of the stone tablet, and they didn't even dare to blink. They stared at the constantly changing numbers on it, and held their breath. Only Li Moying and Lu Bian looked calm and took it for granted. They didn't feel that there was anything abnormal about Huang Yueli's behavior. The number on the stone tablet rose all the way until it reached about 110,000, and the rate of increase began to slow down significantly. Next, the points jumped up from 1,000 and 1,000 at the beginning to 100 and 100. Later, it became tens of dozens. It was obvious that Huang Yueli had already fallen into a hard fight in the illusion array, and had encountered an enemy who could really pose a threat to her. In the end, the points on the stone tablet didn't increase for a long time. Li Shihong and the surrounding cultivators all heaved a sigh of relief. Anyway, this astonishing rise is finally coming to an end. On the contrary, Li Moying, who had always been careless, suddenly became serious at this moment, and a trace of solemnity flashed across his handsome face. At this moment, a familiar silver light flashed outside the illusion array. A slender figure flashed in the silver light and fell out. Li Moying had been prepared for a long time, and immediately flew up, rushed towards the position where Huang Yueli appeared, and caught his own wife just in time. When Huang Yueli was teleported out, her body completely lost her balance. Seeing that she was about to fall this time, she was inevitably a little annoyed. Unexpectedly, when she rushed to the ground, what she bumped into was a thick and warm wall of flesh. A hint of surprise flashed across Huang Yueli's large yingling eyes, her cherry-like mouth slightly opened, and when she looked up, she met her husband's charming peach blossom eyes. The coldness and indifference in his eyes had long since disappeared, replaced by deep worry and a little panic. Huang Yueli raised the corners of her mouth and smiled sweetly. "Moying, you came in time. I thought I was going to fall." Li Moying hooked the girl's slender waist, took her into his arms, pressed the positions of several meridians on her back with his big hand, and checked her physical condition without any delay. After finding that there was nothing serious, his tense face relaxed a little. Huang Yueli didn't feel that there was anything wrong with her. She raised her hand and pushed Li Moying's chest. "Moying, let me go first and let me check my points. I killed a lot of spirit beasts in it, but later I met a cultivator in the Dao Profound Realm and it became harder. I want to know, how many points did I get?" Huang Yueli looked anxious, and her head had already turned to the direction of the stone tablet. However, looking from where they were standing, there were a lot of bewildered cultivators standing in the middle, unable to read the writing on the stone tablet. Huang Yueli was a little impatient. Seeing that Li Moying refused to let go, she pushed him with a little more strength. Oh, Moying, let me go first. Li Moying pursed his thin lips, feeling a little unhappy. After waiting for several hours, he waited for his wife to show up, but the little fox refused to let him hug her. He received a light hug, perfunctorily, before he was pushed away mercilessly. Li Moying reached out and grabbed Huang Yueli's wrist, not only did not let go of her, but even forcefully wrapped his arms around her. Moying? Huang Yueli's face blushed slightly. Why are there so many people? Hey, let me go first. It was only then that she realized that the two of them were still in the training grounds, but there seemed to be a lot more people here than before she entered the illusion array. Li Shihong and the others also appeared here at some point. What exactly was going on? Although she stayed in the illusion array for quite a long time just now, she did everything she could, and it wouldn't last more than a day, right? Li Moying took advantage of the moment when she was stunned and walked forward with her in his arms. I want to see your points too, why don't we go together? Huang Yueli always felt that there was something wrong with these words. However, before she could figure it out, Li Moying had already walked towards the stone tablet with his arms around her. The crowd standing around the stone tablet saw the two people approaching, and they all backed away in a hurry, looking at the beautiful couple with deep awe. Huang Yueli walked to the front of the stone tablet, and after a closer look, her face suddenly collapsed, her mouth pouted, looking extremely annoyed. What? How did this happen? I only have such few points. Her arrogant and complaining expression was extremely cute in Li Moying's eyes. However, when these words were heard by the other cultivators present, they were so surprised that they almost fell to the ground on the spot. Did you make a mistake? Divine Dr. Li got more than 110,000 points in the illusion array, which is an astonishing score that no number of cultivators could even dream of getting in millions of years. In the end, she seemed quite dissatisfied. How could such a thing happen? Even if it was only a fraction of her points, everyone present will not be able to laugh anymore, alright? And she was still not satisfied? It's so infuriating when people compare themselves to others. Li Moying was not surprised at all. He knew how strong his little fox is, raised his hand to touch her delicate face, and tidied up her messy hair due to the repeated battles, before laughing softly. Your points are already very high. Huang Yueli glared at him and harumphed, how is it high? Not even 2/3 of yours. This is not normal. Li Moying smiled and shook his head, as he dotingly planted a kiss at the corner of her lips, and said, this is the score I only got after entering the illusion array for the 10th time. When I participated in the trial for the first time, I didn't have such high points as you. Huang Yueli blinked her eyes and looked at him suspiciously. Really? Impossible? Li Moying looked upright. It's true, I remember it clearly, my points were 200 points lower than you. Huang Yueli couldn't believe it even though he looked as if he was swearing. Thinking about it again, what Li Moying said was also reasonable. It was the first time she entered the illusion array and she lacked experience. In addition, the time of comprehension in the tower was not very long. It was normal that there would be a gap with Li Moying's record. But that's all. The talents of the two of them were similar, and the points of the first trial must not be much different. It was possible for any one of them to be higher by a bit. This difference of 200 points, under the base of 100,000, was actually the same as no difference. However, Huang Yueli was quite happy when she thought that she had won her husband. Do you know how powerful your wife is now? If you don't obey me in the future, I'll beat you up and lock you up in the firewood room, and you won't be allowed to eat for 3 days. She raised her chin proudly and waved her small fist towards Li Moying's handsome face. Li Moying lowered his head and cooperated obediently. Yes, don't worry, my lady, I promise to be obedient. Huang Yueli was satisfied now. Li Shihong watched the interaction between the two of them from the sidelines, his eyes almost popping out. Originally, when he saw Huang Yueli coming out, he had already prepared thousands of words to bring the two of them together, but in the end, he couldn't say a single word. On the one hand, he didn't find a chance to intervene at all, and on the other hand, because he was too surprised, his mind went blank. Although Li Shihong already knew that Li Moying and Huang Yueli were attracted to each other, he never imagined that the relationship between these two people would be like this. In his imagination, Li Moying's personality was cold and indifferent, and he would definitely not take the initiative. As for Huang Yueli, although he didn't understand it, there was no genius girl in the god realm that was not arrogant. But now? What did he see? Li Moying was actually like an ordinary boy who is in love, trying to please the girl he likes so much. He was so clingy that he can't bear to look directly at her. In order to coax his wife, he opened his mouth and talked about all kinds of nonsense. He also said that the score in the first trial was 200 points lower than yours, clearly 200 points higher, alright? Although for geniuses like them, the difference of a few hundred points makes no difference at all, it's just a factor of luck, but this does not prevent Li Shihong from having a new understanding of Li Moying. This kid's proficiency in wooing girls was super high. They still wanted to teach him, but in fact, they couldn't even match Li Moying with a single finger. And Huang Yueli didn't react too much. He had never seen a girl who could act like a baby better than her. Just a smile and a look in her eyes were so sweet that people couldn't take their eyes off. If he didn't know that her points were still on the front of the stone tablet, he wouldn't believe it even if he was killed. This was a proud girl with a god-level talent. Not only that, the natural intimacy of the two of them is not like a young couple who have only known each other for a month, but rather like an old married couple. Everything seems so natural and in harmony. Huang Yueli didn't pay attention to other people's expressions. After reading the front of the stone tablet, she went around to the back to study the general ranking list. Li Moying has more than 180,000 points, ranking first. There will not be many who can reach 100,000 in the future. Huang Yueli's score of 110,000 has already squeezed into the top 10. Huang Yueli made some calculations, and felt that if she worked harder and tried a few more times, she still had a good chance of catching up to Li Moying. It's just a pity that the God Realm's grand meet is just around the corner, and she has no time left. When the grand meet is over, her identity will be exposed, and it is estimated that she will not have the opportunity to come to the Cloudy Qilin clan for a while. It will take a long time to break Li Moying's record and truly realize her dream of holding her husband down and wielding a small leather whip. Huang Yueli pondered secretly for a while, and suddenly felt something was wrong. The surrounding environment is a bit too quiet. When she came out just now, she clearly saw many people around, but now, no one spoke. After thinking about it for a while, Huang Yueli understood. A smile flashed in her eyes, the corners of her mouth slightly raised, and she looked towards the crowd. When Li Shihong saw Huang Yueli looking over, he was excited for a while, and was thinking of saying something, so he hurriedly asked this peerless genius to settle the marriage with Li Moying. However, Huang Yueli's gaze just swept across his face and did not stop, but looked behind him. Li Shihong suddenly remembered something and looked back. Standing behind him was Li Zijuan with a pale face. At this time, Li Zijuan had long since lost her previous smugness, and she couldn't even pretend to be calm. Her forehead was covered with cold sweat, her face was uglier than that of a dead person, and her body was trembling non-stop. Li Zijuan never dreamed that the girl who looked weak and slender, who seemed to have no talent in martial arts, was actually a true peerless genius. She was not a heaven-level genius, but an extraordinary god-level genius. She was the proud daughter of heaven who could be compared with the young master. At this moment, Li Zijuan regretted it to the extreme. If she had known that Huang Yueli had such talent and strength, she wouldn't have dared to provoke her even if she had given her 100 courage. Not to mention raising a bet against the other party. Thinking about it now, Huang Yueli's calm and composed attitude at that time, as well as the time she spent studying in the tower, have already explained a lot of problems. It was because she herself was dazzled by jealousy, she insisted on ignoring these things, thinking that Huang Yueli was a fool and deliberately pretended to be like that. It turns out that the real fool was herself. Huang Yueli walked towards Li Zijuan, stopped not far from her, and said, "Miss Zijuan, the bet between us can be said to have come to fruition now, right?" Li Zijuan looked up at her, his legs softened, and he almost sat on the ground. Thinking of Li Liyun's current situation, Li Zijuan was extremely upset. Li Liyun is already doomed to miss the God Realm's grand meet, offended the young master and the future young madam, and will definitely not be trained by the family in the future. Could it be that she will become like this too? Seeing that Li Zijuan couldn't even speak, Huang Yueli couldn't help laughing. "Miss Zijuan, you don't have to be afraid of becoming like this. I don't eat people, I just want to confirm with you that I won this bet, right?" Li Zijuan nodded hurriedly, "Yes, yes." Huang Yueli raised a smile, "That's good, everyone has heard it, I won this bet, I have the strength and qualifications to enter the training ground. I don't want to hear people say that Moying is selfish by covering me, or any other gossip." She emphasized emphatically that her eyes scanned everyone present. Everyone came back to their senses, and quickly patted their chests to express their loyalty. "Young madam, don't worry, it's only natural for you to enter the place of experience. Who dares to talk nonsense? They don't understand any rules. We are all loyal to the young master. Whoever dares to talk nonsense, I will be the first to tear him apart." That's right, that's right. The young master is right in whatever he does, and anyone who dares to oppose the young master is a person with ulterior motives. The cultivators all looked extremely sincere, and said all sorts of shameless remarks. The corner of Huang Yueli's mouth twitched after hearing it. How afraid were these people of Li Moying? After all, they were all geniuses who were ranked among the top in the ancient god realm, but they were all behaving in such a manner? It didn't seem to fit their identity? What she didn't expect was that although the cultivators of the Cloudy Qilin clan usually respect Li Moying, they would not put themselves in such a low position like dust. Today is like this, the main reason was simply because Huang Yueli's talent was too heaven-defying. Thinking that the young master of their family not only has amazing talent, but will soon marry a wife who is equally talented. Just thinking about it makes people tremble all over. At this time, it was just a pure reaction to curry favor with Li Moying and Huang Yueli. Huang Yueli nodded in satisfaction, without looking at Li Zijuan again. It was as if they were just strangers who had nothing to do with each other. They just had an unintentional bet and fight. After the bet was over, they went their separate ways. Until Huang Yueli walked away, Li Zijuan maintained an extremely stiff posture, full of fear, and couldn't calm down for a long time. She thought that if she offended a peerless genius like Huang Yueli, this time, she would definitely end up miserable. After all, Li Liyun's lesson from the past was still there. But who knows, Huang Yueli seems to have forgotten her. Even Li Shihong was a little strange. He glanced at Li Zijuan, thought for a while, and said, "Divine Dr. Li, I'm very sorry these days, Zijuan is still young, and we as elders have indulged her too much, that's why she offended you. How about this, for my sake, I'll disqualify her from participating in the God Realm's grand meet, and go to the punishment hall to face the wall and think about her mistakes." When Li Zijuan heard this, her face was full of unwillingness, and she felt extremely aggrieved. Participating in the God Realm's grand meet, to show her talent to the entire God Realm, and to gain more honors and resources, this has been her ambition since she was very young. She has also worked hard for this for more than 10 years, and she was confident that she can get at least the top 20 rankings. But now, just because she misjudged Huang Yueli, with a single thought, all these years of hard work were in vain. However, no matter how unwilling she was, Li Zijuan didn't dare to utter any nonsense. She was much smarter than the spoiled Li Liyun, and knew that Li Shihong first said that he would punish her for her own good. Huang Yueli will definitely become the young madam of the Cloudy Qilin clan in the future. She has cheated the other party like this today, and she knows that the other party will not calm down easily. If Li Shihong doesn't punish her now, in case Huang Yueli holds grudges, Li Zijuan won't be able to hang out in the Cloudy Qilin clan in the future. Why don't simply take the initiative to admit her mistakes now? Thinking of this, Li Zijuan suppressed the depression in her heart, and bowed to Huang Yueli, and said, "Divine Dr. Li, it's because I'm not good at learning, I don't have eyes and I offended you, I'm going to the punishment hall." Huang Yueli looked at Li Shihong and Li Zijuan in surprise. When she came to her senses, she quickly stopped. Wait, when did I say I was going to punish Li Zijuan? The cultivators present were all startled. Li Shihong couldn't believe such a thing would happen, and asked suspiciously, "But, she offended you just now." Geniuses with a talent were usually aloof and very arrogant. What's more, Huang Yueli was still a god-level genius. Huang Yueli shook her head and said, "Actually, it's not really an offense. Miss Zijuan's behavior was indeed not prudent, but it's not all her responsibility. The main reason was that her husband's peach blossoms were simply too prosperous." Thinking of this, she took the time to turn her head and glared at Li Moying. Li Moying, who was innocently standing by the side, touched his nose, completely wondering why his little fox was so angry. Anyway, what happened today should have taught her a lesson. You should know that in the world of cultivation, there are people beyond the skies. No one should be underestimated. Even Moying and I have never dared to underestimate anyone. As long as you practice diligently, everyone will have a chance to climb to the top. Huang Yueli looked at Li Zijuan and said calmly. The cultivators present did not expect that Huang Yueli would say such a thing, and they were stunned for a moment. But after thinking about the deep meaning in it carefully, and bowing their heads, they both felt a little ashamed. As the geniuses of the younger generation of the Cloudy Qilin clan, they were indeed usually proud and arrogant, and they didn't pay attention to the clansmen of the same generation. Like Li Zijuan's proposal to Huang Yueli for betting today, they usually did not do less. From their point of view, making a fool of a martial artist with less talent than themselves is just like having fun, and it's no big deal. Otherwise, there wouldn't be so many people. As soon as they heard the news of Li Zijuan's bet with Huang Yueli, they rushed over to watch. Usually, they don't feel that they are at fault, but now after seeing Huang Yueli's talent, they suddenly realize that they were just frogs in a well. Li Shihong and several elders looked at each other, and they all saw a trace of surprise and shock in each other's eyes. Having a god-level talent is already remarkable enough, but Huang Yueli has such a brilliant mindset at such a young age, which is even more unbelievable. The Cloudy Qilin clan really got lucky this time. Such a flawless girl unexpectedly fell from the sky and became their young madam. Huang Yueli looked at Li Shihong, patriarchally, "Let's leave this matter as it is. Miss Zijuan's cultivation is not easy, and she has been waiting for a long time for the opportunity to participate in the God Realm's grand meet. So don't ruin her future, just because of this little thing." Even after she said that, Li Shihong naturally wouldn't object, so he quickly agreed. Li Zijuan looked at Huang Yueli's perfectly lined profile, and felt a little dizzy in her heart, both moved and ashamed. Compared with Huang Yueli's aggressive behavior, the provocative actions she did before were simply too stupid to be seen. No wonder the young master fell in love with her. Even if she is not a god-level genius, with such a demeanor, she is enough to be a powerful madam. "Thank you. Thank you," Li Zijuan whispered. Huang Yueli heard her thank you, but didn't take it to heart. Although her words sound high-sounding, in fact, she was not a saint and she will not forgive anyone who offends her. However, Li Zijuan and Li Liyun were still different. In order to become Li Moying's fiancé, Li Liyun dared to do anything. In the secret realm of the Saint Iniquitous Shadow, she really almost killed her. If she hadn't been so lucky, she might have died then and would never have the chance to reunite with her husband. In contrast, Li Zijuan did nothing more than just placing a bet with her, and now she has been severely slapped in the face. Huang Yueli has seen such kinds of people a lot, hence she didn't feel anything at all. The most important thing is that there aren't many top heaven-level geniuses in the Cloudy Qilin clan. Now that Li Liyun has been dispatched, if she is unhappy because of her, Li Zijuan will also be locked up. The ranking of the God Realm's Grand Meat will be much lower. A virtuous lady like her naturally has to think for her husband. Huang Yueli felt that she was doing too beautifully, the corners of her mouth were raised, and she smiled very proudly. As soon as Li Moying lowered his head, he saw the sly smile of his little fox, and his heart skipped half a beat. So adorable. He stretched out his hand and pulled her into his arms. He lowered his head, just wanting to steal a kiss on her face. But who knows, the moment he was about to speak, Huang Yueli just turned around, threw herself into his arms, looked up at him, and said, "I should be fine now, right? Then, we can go back. Have you rested?" Hearing this, Li Moying frowned slightly, looked her up and down, and asked anxiously, "What's the matter? Little Lear, what's wrong with you?" Huang Yueli blinked her big eyes innocently, and shook her head, "I'm fine, my health is very good. It's just that I've been fighting for a few hours, so it's not a big problem. I'm worried about you. Is your health getting better? How long has it been?" The comprehension in the tower this time is also very energy-consuming. I don't want to waste all the time I spent recuperating for you. Li Moying glared at the little woman in his arms. He didn't think he was so weak. Does his little fox think he was a fragile piece of paper? This was simply a provocation to a man's dignity. However, when he glanced over the faint shadow under Huang Yueli's eyes, he immediately changed his mind. "Well, it's getting late, we should go back and rest." It's not him who should rest, but Huang Yueli. Li Moying turned around and bid farewell to Li Shihong. But Li Shihong was still immersed in the shock just now, and couldn't recover. He never thought that the two of them would leave so soon. Wait. I haven't said anything yet. Moying, you don't need to be in such a hurry, right? Besides, the small bamboo house you lived in before was a bit too simple after all. Moying's health is also very good now. It's almost there, there's no need to recuperate in such a secluded place, why not move back to the original residence? Also, Divine Dr. Li, what do you think about Moying? Huang Yueli paused, glanced at Li Shihong, and blinked, Just like what you saw. Patriarch, do you have a problem? How dare Li Shihong have any problems? He waved his hands hastily, no problem. I mean, cough cough, look at our Moying, how do you feel? Huang Yueli had a suspicious look on her face, and she didn't understand what he was up to. She turned her head to look at the handsome face of her husband, and sighed sincerely, he looks good. Li Shihong slapped his thigh excitedly, he does, doesn't he? Let's not talk about anything else, just this face, you won't be able to find anyone more handsome than him in the entire God realm. And he doesn't talk to others usually, especially to those of the opposite gender. He only talks to you, so this goes to show that he is honest. It's rare to see such a handsome yet honest man. Not to mention, our Moying, after all, is the young master of the Cloudy Qilin clan. When he succeeds in cultivation, I will pass on the position of patriarch to him. Then you will be the mistress of our Cloudy Qilin clan. Having said that, Li Shihong paused, and said with a smile on his face, Divine Dr. Li, take a look, we, Moying, are still worthy of your conditions, right? This. Huang Yueli was in a daze, unable to speak for a long time. She never expected that Li Shihong would recommend Li Moying so hard. Listening to this tone, It seems that Li Moying was a man who was too old to get a wife, and he was going to sell him cheap like a Chinese cabbage? Huang Yueli couldn't react for a while, but Li Shihong misunderstood what she meant, thinking that she was still young and still hesitating. So, he decided to try harder. Divine Dr. Li, pardon me, an old man for saying something that shouldn't be said. The relationship between a man and a woman is the purest when they are young. Since you and Moying have a good impression of each other, you should settle the marriage as soon as possible. This way, you can cultivate peace of mind, right? Besides, you don't have the support of a big force now, and you probably don't have enough resources for cultivation, right? If you marry into our Cloudy Qilin clan, you will be a member of the Cloudy Qilin clan, and I promise to take all the resources for you to help you with your cultivation. Well, Master Patriarch, it's a bit too hasty to talk about this now. Huang Yueli didn't expect Li Shihong to be so enthusiastic. He just found out that she has outstanding talent, so he wished Li Moying could marry her right away. She also had the initial thought that Li Shihong was so opposed to Li Moying's marriage to a human before, which was why he tried to stuff him with so many women from the Cloudy Qilin clan. So even if he had changed his attitude, it will take some time for this, and he won't show her any favor so soon. In the end, it turned out that she was thinking too much. Li Shihong was indeed worthy of being a big man in charge of a powerful force in the God realm, and his skin was unusually thick. There was a complete change in attitude so quickly. Li Shihong said, "Hurry? How is there no hurry? If one isn't a cultivator, girls from ordinary families get married in her teens, and a girl your age already has 2 babies in her arms. It's not too early to fix this marriage. Don't worry. Besides, I didn't ask you to get married immediately, how about getting engaged first?" As Li Shihong said, he winked at the elders behind him, signaling them to help persuade them. The elders also understand how important it is to the family to have a young lady with God-level talent. At this moment, everyone's small thoughts had to be put aside, and they all came together to help Li Shihong persuade. Surrounded by them and listening to their persuasions, Huang Yueli felt embarrassed to the extreme. How afraid were they that Li Moying won't be able to find a wife? Those words of praising her and promoting Li Moying at the same time were hilarious. Besides, everyone was obviously the elders of an esteemed ancient god clan. Why is the tone of this forced marriage exactly the same as that of those ants from the countryside? Huang Yueli was extremely embarrassed by what they said, but the elders had good intentions and praised her to the sky. She felt extremely helpless with this sudden turn of events. In desperation, she thought of Li Moying, and quickly asked the man behind her for help with her eyes. However, Li Moying just smiled lightly and raised an eyebrow at her. A mischievous smirk appeared on his usually indifferent face, which made him look even more attractive. Huang Yueli stared at that incomparably handsome face, dazed for a moment. Even though she has seen her husband countless times, she still sighs from time to time. How could there be such a handsome man in the world? What's more, he was hers. But then, she woke up amidst the persuasion of the elders. Seeing that Li Moying just smiled and didn't speak, Huang Yueli became angry for a while. This man clearly did it on purpose. Does seeing her so embarrassed make him happy? Huang Yueli puffed up her cheeks and gave her husband a vicious look. Seeing that the little fox was angry, Li Moying was also alert, so he quickly straightened up and coughed heavily. Patriarch, elders, please stop talking about this matter. Little Lear and I have already understood your kindness, but the girl gets shy easily, with all of you surrounding her like this and asking her to marry. How embarrassing is it? Hearing this, Huang Yueli's eyes widened, and she couldn't help but twist Li Moying's back hard where no one was looking. This man made it sound like she couldn't wait to marry him, but she was just too embarrassed to say it. Li Moying's brows twitched slightly. His little fox was really too ruthless. Really worthy of being a peerless genius with god-level talent. However, his rhetoric succeeded in persuading Li Shihong and others. The elders looked at Li Moying, then at Huang Yueli, and finally closed their mouths, and did not continue to persuade. Even Li Shihong said, "It turned out to be like this. It's true that we didn't consider this point. Girls can be a bit reserved. So let's go back to rest early, Divine Dr. Li. About you and Moying, I'd better talk to your senior brother about the marriage." Huang Yueli originally smiled after hearing the previous few words, and felt that the problem had been solved. But when she heard the second half of his words, the expression on her face froze again. Li Shihong was too persistent. She didn't expect that Li Shihong would become like this, just by showing off a little. He was afraid that she would run away, and he wished he could send her and Li Moying into the bridal chamber today. Huang Yueli hurriedly said, "My senior brother is also tired, let's talk about this later. Don't be so anxious." Li Shihong frowned, and wanted to say something else. But Li Moying coughed lightly again and interrupted him, "Patriarch, little Lear is right. After all, I also represent the Cloudy Qilin clan. If the marriage is too hasty, it will lose face for our family. Let's talk about it after little Lear and I have participated in the God Realm's grand meet. The two of us have already made an agreement before, and we will officially talk about marriage after the God Realm's grand meet." "Ah, that's right, it will be the God Realm's grand meet soon." Li Shihong was so busy thinking about Li Moying's marriage that he had already forgotten about it. At this moment, when he suddenly remembered, he was even more hesitant. For occasions like the God Realm's grand meet, all the major forces in the God Realm will send a large number of disciples, and the Patriarch or the Supreme Elder will personally lead the team to participate in the competition. In previous years, the Cloudy Qilin clan also attached great importance to such competitions, and tried every means in order to earn a higher ranking. But this year, Li Shihong has nothing to worry about at all, because he has the trump card of Li Moying in his hand. Li Moying must be the number one in this year's God Realm's grand meet. Oh, no, the Cloudy Qilin clan now has not one god-level genius, but two. After having Huang Yueli, Li Shihong could already imagine what kind of disturbance this young couple would cause in the God Realm's grand meet. At that time, all the ancient God clan and all the powerful forces in the God Realm will envy the good luck of the Cloudy Qilin clan. The Sacred Phoenix clan, who have fought against them for so many years, will be completely trampled under their feet and they will never be able to stand up again. In order to ensure Li Moying and Huang Yueli's performance in the God Realm's grand meet, it was indeed inappropriate to hold an engagement ceremony for them at this juncture. However, if it is really undecided, Li Shihong was also worried that he'd have sleepless nights, and that something will happen. For some reason, he always had a bad premonition that Li Moying and Huang Yueli's marriage, which was a match made in heaven, would not go very smoothly. Li Shihong pondered for a moment before asking, "You really don't want to get engaged first?" Li Moying didn't say anything, his expression was indifferent and he remained silent. Huang Yueli shook her head decisively. "No, I think it's good as it is now. We'll talk about anything after the God Realm's grand meet is over." According to her plan, she was going to expose Huang Sanbai's true colors during the God Realm's grand meet. At that time, her identity as a clansman of the Sacred Phoenix clan will also be revealed. At the same time, she will return to the Sacred Phoenix clan to fight for the status and resources that should belong to her. When Li Shihong knows her true identity, it's probably impossible for him to agree to her engagement with Li Moying. Moreover, the Cloudy Qilin clan and the Sacred Phoenix clan will still be arguing. Therefore, Huang Yueli didn't want to expose her talent at first, she wanted to deal with the matter of the Sacred Phoenix clan quietly first, and then consider the matter of marrying Li Moying. Now, although she couldn't hold back for a while and showed her true strength, she definitely has no plan to stay in the Cloudy Qilin clan as the young madam, at least not now. In order to avoid unnecessary trouble, she is not going to get engaged at such a sensitive time. When Li Shihong heard this, his face immediately collapsed, looking very disappointed. However, Huang Yueli's attitude was so firm, he couldn't say anything more. Thinking about it again, with the talent and strength of their young master of the Cloudy Qilin clan, it was impossible for Huang Yueli to find someone who was better. The marriage between the two had at least 80% certainty. Thinking of this, Li Shihong waved his hand. All right, you young people have your own thoughts, and I won't force you. After so many trials today, Divine Dr. Li must be tired too, right? Why don't you go and rest first? Huang Yueli showed a smile. All right, then I'll say goodbye. Hey, Moying, let me down. The girl's sweet smile suddenly froze. Because just when she was halfway through her words, she suddenly felt her legs fly into the air, and she was carried horizontally. Huang Yueli leaned back, unable to maintain her balance, so she could only quickly hug the neck of the man in front of her. Let me down. Huang Yueli's face was blushing, and her white teeth were biting her lips. There were so many people here. And even so many elders. Can't this man restrain himself a little? However, when Li Moying heard her tender voice, not only did he not let go, but he raised his hand and patted her. But, be good, don't move around, I can't carry you steady. When you're tired, just rest on my shoulder. Just wait a while, and I'll take you back right away. Huang Yueli really wanted to say, she has feet and can walk, so she doesn't need him to carry her back. However, Li Moying's deep gaze fell on her face, and the suppressed light in his eyes made her secretly startled. At the same time, the scorching palms carrying her were full of threats. Huang Yueli instinctively felt that she was a little insecure, so she wisely chose to shut up. Anyway, since there was someone who was willing to work, it'll be a waste if she doesn't enjoy it, and she's too lazy to put in the effort herself. The beautiful girl leaned in the arms of the tall and handsome man, coquettishly, and was regarded as a treasure by him, so he carried her back carefully. Seeing the backs of the two leaving, the cultivators present felt violent storms in their hearts, unable to recover their calmness for a long time. Those girls who had a crush on Li Moying had their hearts broken to pieces. The male god in their hearts, who is high above him, has an owner. Moreover, he was so gentle, considerate, and caring for the girl he admired. In the past, they all thought that it would be impossible for a peerless genius like Li Moying to find a woman who matched him, so since everyone is not worthy of him, it is good to look up to him together. At least there was still a chance to become part of the young master's harem. The first step was to get closer to him. But now, seeing that Huang Yueli easily hooked up with their male god, it seemed effortless. What's more, her talent, strength, and beauty made them so convinced that none of them could even utter the word jealousy. They were too far away from Huang Yuelu. People were like the bright moon in the sky, and they were just the gravel on the ground. What qualifications did they have to say that they were jealous of her? But Li Shihong and the other elders were in completely different moods. After Li Moying and Huang Yueli left, they looked at each other and almost jumped up from the ground in excitement. Great, really great. This is really God's blessing for our Cloudy Qilin clan. We have two god-level geniuses at once, and in another 20 years, no, maybe only 10 years, our Cloudy Qilin clan will definitely become the #1 force in the god realm, and maybe even unify the god realm. Ha ha ha, that's all right now. The Sacred Phoenix clan used to have a lot of geniuses in their younger generation. They fought against us everywhere, and openly robbed us of the treasures that our Cloudy Qilin clan liked. Now it's all good, ha ha. That's right, the end of the Sacred Phoenix clan is coming, right? From now on, they can only choose to bow down at the feet of our Cloudy Qilin clan, otherwise, we'll show them. The hatred between the Cloudy Qilin clan and the Sacred Phoenix clan has a long history, but the two sides were basically equal in strength. Every time there was a conflict, there would be a winner or loser, but no one can completely suppress the other. But now, the situation is different. The elders seem to have seen the grand occasion where the cloudy Qilin clan dominated the god realm, and the cultivators of the sacred Phoenix clan could only kneel at their feet and beg for mercy, and all smiled. Li Moying returned to the residence with his wife in his arms, and saw that it was getting late. Originally, because Li Moying was recuperating in the bamboo hut, they didn't let anyone serve them in order to keep it secret, so Huang Yueli was usually responsible for cooking. However, Huang Yueli spent a lot of energy in the illusion array today. Although she didn't show it at all when she was in the training grounds, and because of the excitement, she didn't feel too much fatigue. However, when she leaned against Li Moying's broad chest, she began to feel the tiredness sweep her away. Huang Yueli unknowingly moved closer to Li Moying's neck, covered her mouth, and yawned gracefully. However, her eyes weren't focused as it slowly closed. She didn't wake up until she was carried back to the room by Li Moying and placed on the bed. "Ah, have we arrived at the courtyard yet? I actually fell asleep. It's so late, shall I go whip up something to eat?" Li Moying pushed her down on the bed, not letting her get up. "If you're sleepy, go and sleep for a while, and I'll wake you up when dinner is ready." When Huang Yueli heard this, her eyes widened in horror. "What? Are you going to cook yourself?" It's not that she looks down on her husband, it's just that Li Moying's culinary skills absolutely did not match his martial arts talent. In her previous life, he tried several times to cook and feed his little fox himself, but every time he ended in a tragic failure. The prepared food not only failed to make Huang Yueli feel the happiness of being taken care of by her husband, but almost poisoned her a few times. Over time, she learned to behave well. Or else they could just eat the satiety pill. Although it has no taste at all, at least it's not that bad and it won't kill you, right? But now, Li Moying actually wants to go into the kitchen and cook personally? Huang Yueli was murmuring in her heart that she was still young and she had just ascended to the god realm not long ago, so she still wanted to live for a few more years. Li Moying looked at her exaggerated little expression, and immediately had a complete insight into what was going on in her heart. The corner of his mouth twitched, feeling that his self-esteem had been severely hit. A peerless genius like him actually did something bad, and he was disgusted by his wife. So sad. How depressing. He doesn't believe in love any longer. Moying? Don't scare me. Don't be impulsive or get too excited. Well, I don't think your cooking is bad, it's just that you have been working so hard in comprehension for so long in the training grounds. I don't want you to work so hard. How about this, anyway, everyone knows about our relationship already, so why not just find some maids to come over? Li Moying looked at the cautious look of the girl in his arms and felt angry. Humph, she put it so nicely, if he didn't see her pair of watery eyes darting around so nervously. It doesn't look like she was brewing something good in her mind at first glance. Li Moying stretched out her finger, flicked her on the forehead, and snorted coldly, "Don't worry, why am I willing to let you eat the pig food I made? I saw your senior brother when I came in just now, so just leave it to him." Huang Yueli laughed wryly in embarrassment, and said in a flattering tone, "Husband, your memory is really good. I admire you so much." The pig food that Li Moying mentioned was decades ago, and they had just met in the previous life. But it was the first time for Li Moying, who was the proud son of heaven, to cook by himself, and wanted to cook for the girl he liked. As a result, the food that was made received a 2-word evaluation from Huang Yueli. At that time, Huang Yueli didn't like Li Moying at all. She just thought it was too annoying for Li Moying to stalk her because of her high talent and good looks. Who would have thought that after so many years, this man still remembers a casual sentence she said back then? Huang Yueli suddenly felt a little guilty. Well, that senior brother's cooking is quite delicious, and he cooks pretty fast. We'll just have to wait for a while. She quickly changed the subject. Li Moying stared at her little face, which was trying to cover up her embarrassment for a while. This made Huang Yueli's hair stand on ends. What's wrong? Li Moying glanced at her and said casually, little Lear, you know Lu Baiyan's cooking so well, it seems that you often eat his cooking? Huh. Huang Yueli was stunned for a moment. After she reacted, she realized that she had said the wrong thing again, and almost bit off her tongue. Li Moying asked, this was a death sentence question. In order to change the subject, she didn't have time to think about it, and it seemed that she had jumped from one pit into another. She hastily coughed twice, thinking quickly in her mind, ahem, that. Actually, I haven't eaten much, it's all based on imagination. After all, brother is a cultivator with fire attributes, and he is a spirit medicine master. Any cultivator who is good at refining medicine or weapons is not bad at cooking. From this, it can be inferred that the senior brother should be all right. Well, yes. That's right. Huang Yueli nodded heavily to show her sincerity, secretly proud of her wit. Li Moying snorted coldly, and reached out to pinch the tip of her delicate nose. Little clever ghost, don't think you can fool me. You dare to eat something cooked by other men behind my back. It's too late now. I'll settle the score with you later. Huang Yueli stretched out her hand to cover her pinched red nose, pitifully, you are so fierce, you even abuse your wife. Look, it's all red. Li Moying was choked by her exaggerated acting skills. It's obviously because the little fox's skin was too tender, and if he kissed too hard, it would even leave red marks. How did it become him abusing his wife? However, looking at her big dull eyes staring pitifully at him, no matter how jealous Li Moying might be, it would melt away when he faced this lethal gaze. Huang Yueli saw his expression, and knew that his anger had subsided, and the corners of her mouth were secretly raised. Her husband has always been soft rather than tough, so as long as she has a good grasp of his temper, he was easy to deal with. However, what did Li Moying say too late? Just when she was wondering, suddenly, there was a knock on the door. Li Moying, come out quickly. My junior sister hasn't married you yet, and you still dare to lock the door in the same room as her? Come out quickly. Dinner is ready. Lu Baiyan knocked hard on the door. From the tone of his speech, one can hear the resentment. Li Moying pulled open the door, you are too noisy. His contemptuous and disgusting gaze made Lu Baiyan furious, you, what do you mean? Do you know how precious my hands are as a genius doctor? Do you know what it is to ask me to turn on the stove and light the fire once? The price? I condescend to cook for you, and you still have this attitude? Humph, I'll rather feed the food to the dog, which is better than feeding you. Lu Baiyan turned around angrily and left. However, he was so excited, 90% of it was intentional. Just waiting for Li Moying to bow his head to beg him after being threatened by him. But who knows, after Lu Baiyan walked several steps, he didn't hear Li Moying's request to stay, which made him feel a little bit embarrassed to step down for a while. Could it be that the person surnamed Li really doesn't plan to eat anymore? At this moment, Li Moying said, all right, if you insist on going, I can't stop you. Little Lear, your senior brother, would rather feed the dog than give it to you. Hearing this, Lu Baiyan's footsteps stopped, and his body froze suddenly. Li Moying's indifferent voice sounded again, little Lear, you are so pitiful, so you were bullied like this. It's all right, we'll ignore him. Husband will take you to eat something good. Lu Baiyan jumped up all of a sudden, and ran back, wishing he could punch Li Moying on the spot, right in the face. This guy was really good at sowing discord. What nonsense are you talking about? I'm talking about giving food to dogs and not giving it to you, and it's not that you won't give it to junior sister. You shouldn't be here to provoke the relationship between us. It's all because he was provoked by Li Moying just now, so he couldn't speak rationally. He almost forgot that the reason why he was willing to cook just now was not because he obeyed Li Moying's order, but because he wanted to feed his junior sister. It was his ultimate goal to let his junior sister, who has consumed a lot of energy today, to have a good rest. She was almost led astray by Li Moying, a black-bellied man. Lu Bian rushed in front of Li Moying, and his fists had already hit the opponent's face. Seeing that there was still less than an inch away, he would meet Li Moying's handsome and angry face. But at this moment, he suddenly felt a chill emerge from around his body. Li Moying's profound energy suddenly appeared. Lu Bian froze all of a sudden. The fist was already too close, but he couldn't go any further. And his own body seemed to be frozen, and the profound energy in his body seemed to have stopped flowing. Damn, this kid's strength is actually stronger than before. The gap between the two was too great. This time, he won't be intentionally retaliated by that kid, will he? However, what Lu Bian was worried about did not happen. At the next moment, the pressure around him suddenly disappeared. Lu Bian was exhausted, his legs were sore and weak, and he almost sat down on the ground. Fortunately, there was a chair next to him, and he quickly supported it, so he could stand firmly. From behind Li Moying, a small head popped out. "Moying, what are you doing? Don't bully my senior brother." The girl's cheeks were pink, and there was still a little bit of the charm of just waking up in her eyes. She was staring at her husband's face with her beautiful eyes wide open. Li Moying looked innocent, and raised his hands. "In all honesty, my lady, I have been wronged. It was he who said first that I would give you the food for the dog. I didn't do anything to him, and he still wants to beat me. Then I can only defend myself a little, and you don't want to see your husband disfigured, do you?" Lu Bian rolled his eyes and almost fainted out of breath. This kid's ability to reverse black and white was really getting stronger and stronger. It was obvious that Li Moying was jealous again for some reason, and deliberately found a reason to trick him, but he still dared to slander him? Huang Yueli couldn't listen anymore, so she raised her hand and twisted Li Moying's arm. "You're enough. Can you stop bullying senior brother because of trivial things? I really only ate once, twice, cough cough, well, none. Anyway, I haven't had a meal cooked by senior brother. Why are you so narrow-minded?" Lu Bian was quite happy to hear that Huang Yueli defended him like this. She felt that this junior sister still had a conscience, and he didn't love her for nothing. However, when he heard the back, he almost fell to the ground. He finally knew why Li Moying was suddenly jealous. No wonder. Li Moying's cooking was so unpalatable, why not allow others to cook it? He was simply a conniving person. This was a disease, it must be cured. Let the junior sister see the true face of this horrid man with no tolerance. After Lu Bian figured it out, he couldn't be more angry, and just wanted to complain about Li Moying. However, Huang Yueli glanced at him at this moment, signaling him not to speak, and then turned to Li Moying. "Husband, I'm so hungry, can we go eat now? If you don't let me eat, your poor wife is about to faint from hunger." Li Moying looked at the little fox beside him, his gaze softened obviously. "All right, I'll take you to the clan's dining hall for dinner." Huang Yueli hurriedly pulled him back. I'm very hungry, I want to eat now, I can't wait. Anyway, there is something ready-made, I don't want to run so far, I can go to sleep after eating quickly. What's more, I'm really very tired, I'm so sleepy." Huang Yueli covered her mouth and yawned delicately. Li Moying frowned slightly, but he was still reluctant in her heart. However, seeing the faint dark circles below her eyes, he still couldn't bear to let his wife suffer from hunger. "All right, then try to make it palatable. If it's too unpalatable, just spit it out, don't force yourself." Lu Bian heard the words and almost vomited blood. "Do you think the food I cook is the same as the pig food you cook?" "What did you say?" Li Moying's eyes suddenly turned cold, and he glared at Lu Bian. Seeing that the two were about to quarrel again, Huang Yueli couldn't care less about anything else, so she quickly put on her shoes and ran outside. Hurry up, I'm going to starve to death." Seeing that she was running away, the two of them had no choice but to chase after her immediately. After eating, Huang Yueli lay down early. Li Moying did not practice assiduously until late at night as usual, but took a shower and returned to the bedroom. He stared at the girl's beautiful little face under the dim light, his eyes gradually became gentle, his fingers brushed lightly on her pink lips, and then he bent down and stole a kiss on the corner of her lips. Immediately afterwards, he took off his shoes and lay down beside Huang Yueli. However, it didn't take long for him to feel the girl next to him twist her body, slightly uneasy. Li Moying immediately opened her eyes. "Little Lear, you haven't fallen asleep yet? Didn't you say that you are very tired today?" Originally, Huang Yueli didn't want to disturb Li Moying's rest, so she pretended to be asleep on purpose. Now that she was discovered, she turned around and faced Li Moying. Li Moying held her slender waist, pulled her into his arms, and looked down at her. "What's wrong?" Huang Yueli raised her small hand, grabbing the thin underwear material on Li Moying's chest. "Well, that. I'm thinking about what happened during the day today." He knew it. Li Moying frowned slightly. "What's wrong? Is there something wrong? You did a great job today, even the patriarch and the others were overwhelmed by your strength. After today, I'm afraid no one will dare to seduce me again. Now, isn't it just what you want?" Huang Yueli puffed her cheeks. "That's right, but I don't think I should show such a strong strength. This is going to be troublesome. I guess Patriarch Li will keep staring at me. Then the possibility of revealing my identity becomes greater. After all, the illusion array she passed today was a rare exception." The battle situation inside the illusion array was completely blocked and one can't see anything at all from the outside and can only see the changes in points on the stone tablet. But if she participates in other trials, or performs some special exercises under Li Shihong's attention, then the sacred phoenix aura on her body cannot be concealed at all. Her identity could easily be revealed. During the trial today, she didn't think too much about it, but now that she thought deeper about it, she was a little too impulsive. Li Moying stroked her long black hair, and the smoothness under his fingers was like silk, which made him narrow his eyes slightly and his heart softened. "Don't think about it too much. It's only a few more days to the God Realm's grand meet. From the cloudy Qilin clan to the floating sea, even if we take an airship, it will take several days to reach, so we will leave in 3 days. So as long as you are careful, it is impossible to reveal your secrets." Li Moying really felt that his little fox was thinking too much. No matter what Li Shihong and the others had in mind, what they wanted Huang Yueli to do was actually useless. Li Moying thinks he has enough strength to protect his little fox. However, Huang Yueli still shook her head. "No, I can't go to floating sea with the cloudy Qilin clan." "Why?" Li Moying was startled. Huang Yueli said, "Because I feel like I'm going to advance soon." This sentence stunned the young master, who had always remained calm even if Mount Tai collapsed. He stared blankly at Huang Yueli, blinked and blinked again. It took a while before he finally found his voice. "You said, you are going to advance again? So fast, this is really too fast." After Huang Yueli came out of the secret realm of the Saint Iniquitous Shadow for the second time, she was already at the early stage of the Heart-Profound realm. At this age, with this level of cultivation, even Li Moying himself could only say that she was far beyond the reach of all aspiring cultivators. However, this was not the most amazing thing. Because it has only been less than a month now, and Huang Yueli was about to advance again. As long as the advancement is successful, she will become a cultivator in the middle stage of the Heart-Profound realm. A middle stage Heart-Profound realm less than 20 years old. Even in the long history of millions of years in the God realm, it seems that there has never been a precedent. In other words, Huang Yueli will soon become the youngest mid-stage Heart-Profound realm cultivator in the history of the God realm. With such an unbelievable speed of cultivation, even Li Moying, who is known for his outstanding talent, couldn't help being amazed from the bottom of his heart. Huang Yueli looked at her husband and nodded slowly. Well, that's true. I didn't expect it to be so fast. In fact, when you were unconscious, I practiced with you, and some of the evil qi in your body also entered my body and transformed into my profound strength, and my cultivation level has improved significantly at that time. However, due to my lack of experience, I still didn't know how to use this profound strength. This time, after entering the training grounds, I learned several top-level combat secrets in the tower. These aren't only helpful in actual combat, but also can be said to be classic methods for controlling the profound power in the body. I've attained a considerable amount of comprehension in the trial of the illusion array, which made the profound power in my body burst out and hit the dantian, and I vaguely feel that I am already standing on the threshold of advancement. Li Moying was in a daze for quite some time before he came to his senses. When they were in danger in the secret realm of Saint Iniquitous Shadow, both of them absorbed the evil qi gathered at the entrance. However, that evil qi in Huang Yueli's body has been successfully refined in the secret realm. After arriving at the Amethyst Paramount Palace, she and Li Moying cultivated together, and she had also obtained part of the evil qi from Li Moying. The combination of these two parts of evil qi actually far exceeds what Li Moying obtained. So, in fact, in this accident, Huang Yueli got more benefits than Li Moying, and her strength improved even more, which was quite normal. Seeing him in a daze, Huang Yueli stretched out her slender fingers and poked the muscles in his chest. Moying, are you asleep? Did you hear me? Ever since Li Moying started double cultivation with her, whenever he got close to her, he would easily become irritable, but this little girl always teased him on purpose. He quickly grabbed the little hand that was making trouble. Well, I've been listening to you. It's a good thing that your strength has improved so quickly, but are you sure you want to advance so quickly? You have advanced several times recently. There is a risk that the foundation will be unstable. Huang Yueli pouted. I've thought about this too. However, the God Realm's grand meet is about to start. I thought about it, and I should go ahead and advance. There are so many geniuses in the God Realm, like that Jun Sihan, although he is not a God-level talent, but he must have had other adventures, and his strength is not inferior to yours. If I don't even have a cultivation base in the middle stage of the Heart-Profound Realm, it will be very difficult to get a good ranking. Huang Yueli's worries were not unreasonable. On the surface, the biggest forces in the God Realm were the 12 ancient God clans. In fact, there were still many hidden forces hidden in unknown places. These forces rarely reveal themselves to others, and they are not as influential as these ancient God clans. However, the number of geniuses in the forces and the quality of inheritance are not necessarily inferior to those of the ancient God clans. The more strength, the more protection. So, you've already made up your mind? Li Moying asked with raised eyebrows. Huang Yueli nodded. Well, I've already made up my mind. Let's save these problems for later. After the God Realm's grand meet, we'll find a place to cultivate slowly. I won't even think about advancing then and stabilize my foundation. Li Moying leaned over, kissed her on the face, and said in a low voice, just do what you want. Is there anything you need me to do? As long as his little fox wants to do something, no matter whether it is right or wrong, he will firmly support it to the end. Even if he has different ideas, he can at most put forward his own point of view. If Huang Yueli insists, he will still stand by Huang Yueli's side. We still have to spend a little time to go to Floating Sea. There is not much time left for me to advance. I have to avoid the people of the Cloudy Qilin clan, so I can't go with your clan. You have a way to help us sneak away? When Huang Yueli advances, a large amount of fire attribute energy will definitely gather around her. With the concentration of her blood, at that time, there will definitely be an obvious manifestation of the sacred phoenix. No matter how stupid the people of the Cloudy Qilin clan are, they will definitely be able to guess her true identity when they see the manifestation of the sacred phoenix. When the time comes, let alone being flattered so much by Li Shihong, she might turn into a street mouse in a few minutes. Therefore, she can only sneak out with Li Moying. A smile flashed across Li Moying's eyes. Are you looking down on your husband's ability? How can such a trivial matter not be handled well? Since you said so, then we should leave early and set off tomorrow morning. If there is any accident on the road, the time for the God Realm's grand meet will be missed. Husband, you are so kind. Huang Yueli showed a surprised smile, stretched out her arms and hugged her husband's waist, leaned over, and kissed the corner of his mouth with her pink lips. The little fox delivered herself to the door. How could the big bad wolf let her go? Li Moying immediately turned the tides, grabbed Huang Yueli's delicate body, turned over, and pressed her under his body, deepening this kiss. The next morning, the two got up early. Huang Yueli's Sky Phoenix ring space was large enough, and she has always had the habit of storing valuable treasures in the space. Therefore, they didn't have much luggage to pack, and they will be ready to go out soon. However, just as they were about to leave, they were discovered by Lu Bian. You too, where are you going? Lu Bian saw that they were dressed lightly, carrying a bundle in their left hand, and holding their baby, Wang Kai, in their right hand, looking as if they were going to elope far away, and suddenly had a bad premonition. Huang Yueli stopped in her tracks, and said apologetically, Ahem, senior brother, Moying and I plan to leave early now, and go to Floating Sea to participate in the God Realm's grand meet. What? You really want to sneak away? How can you just leave me like this, brother? How can you do this? When you need me, you call me little dear and kick me away when you don't need me? Where's the conscience? Doesn't it hurt? Lu Bian's face flushed red, feeling that he was full of anger. The corner of Huang Yueli's mouth twitched. What is this all about? She never called him little dear. Her senior brother has been busy refining recently, and he tried the pills by himself after refining it. Could it be that he took the wrong medicine? Li Moying asked directly, did you take the wrong medicine? You are too much. Have you forgotten? We are sworn brothers, and I am your elder brother. Is this how you talk to your elder brother? Lu Bian jumped in anger. If he knew he couldn't beat him, he would already have grabbed Li Moying and given him a good beating. Li Moying's face didn't change at all. You didn't take the wrong medicine, it means you're getting old and your memory is failing. Who has ever called you little dear? Damn, it's disgusting. Lu Bian gritted his teeth. This is a metaphor. Do you understand the metaphor? I don't understand. Li Moying replied coldly. This. Seeing that the two were about to quarrel again, Huang Yueli quickly grabbed her husband and walked up to Lu Bian at the same time. Ahem, senior brother, listen to me first. Say it, you can say it if you have the ability. Tell me what the crime is for abandoning your senior brother. Lu Bian snorted coldly, crossed his arms, and looked at Huang Yueli. Huang Yueli knew she was wrong, so she immediately explained, Senior brother, I'm going to advance soon, so I can't stay in the Cloudy Qilin clan any longer, and I can't go to Floating Sea with them. I want to go there first, with Li Moying and advance in a secluded and hidden place. What? You're about to advance again? But, you didn't just. Hearing this, Lu Bian's eyes almost popped out. His junior sister was extremely talented, this, he knew best. However, her talent was so high that it still took him by surprise. He really couldn't believe it. Huang Yueli nodded firmly. Well, the time between these two advancements is indeed relatively short. However, for the sake of my performance in the God Realm's grand meet, I still want to advance earlier. Lu Bian was left tongue-tied and speechless for a while. His junior sister's talent was simply perverse. He, as her senior brother, was too useless in contrast. He looked at Huang Yueli, then at Li Moying, and suddenly became happy again. Ha ha ha, So your advancement speed is much faster than that rascal, Li Moying. Very good, junior sister, you are really amazing. According to this trend, your strength will surpass this guy in a few years. At that time, you can just kick him away. Senior brother will find you another handsome and a more obedient. Shut up. A waste material that hasn't even touched the heart-profound realm, don't let your imagination run wild. Li Moying gave Lu Bian a cold look. There was an overwhelming urge to immediately blow this guy away. Even the breath around him has begun to fluctuate violently. Fortunately, Huang Yueli kept staring at the two of them, reacted in time, and took another step diagonally and stood right in the middle of the two of them. Ahem, senior brother, please don't say that, I only have my husband in my heart. There is no one who is more handsome and considerate than Moying. Thank you for your kindness. Hearing his own little fox's praise, Li Moying's coercive momentum was restrained a little. Huang Yueli said again, we didn't mean to sneak away, but we just saw that senior brother had been refining all night last night and didn't want to disturb you. I left a letter for you, it's on the table in the main hall, you can read it once you've come by. Huang Yueli's explanation made Lu Bian's resentment a little less. However, he was still not satisfied. What's the use of leaving a letter? Didn't you just throw me here? Do you have any conscience? You dumped me just to get along with each other alone? This is the Cloudy Qilin clan. Huang Yueli patiently continued, senior brother, don't get me wrong. Moying and I want to avoid the people of the Cloudy Qilin clan and leave secretly. We must take some dangerous detours, I'm afraid it will be unsafe for you to follow us. Besides, your current identity is the senior brother of the young madam in the future. Who in the Cloudy Qilin clan would dare to offend you? Yesterday, you could see that the patriarch wished he could bow to you. At that time, you will go to the floating sea with the airship of the Cloudy Qilin clan. It's much safer than to go with us. Lu Bian said angrily, don't explain anymore, explaining is just covering up. Anyway, I'm not afraid of any danger, I want to go with you. But. Stop talking, I insist. Seeing Lu Bian being so firm and decisive, Huang Yueli was shaken. Thinking about it carefully, it's not that Lu Bian has no ability to protect himself. Judging from his performance in the illusion array, he has at least reached the strength of an ordinary genius of the ancient god clan. Alright then, senior brother, just come with us. Hearing this, Li Moying's face turned completely dark, no way. He managed to find a reason to persuade Huang Yueli to get rid of Lu Bian, that sticky candy. He hasn't lived in a two-person world with his beloved little Lear for a long time. In the end, Lu Bian actually came out of the alchemy room at this juncture, pretending to be crazy, and desperately wanting to be with them. Lu Bian really succeeded, all his thoughts were in vain. Huang Yueli was taken aback. Her husband seldom disagreed with her. Generally, Li Moying agrees with everything she decides. Why was he so resolute today? Because, well, he's still too good at it, and will hold us back. Li Moying casually found a reason. Huang Yueli said, Senior brother's strength is not as good as ours, but he still has the ability to protect himself. Besides, we are not going out for training this time, and we will not go to dangerous places on purpose. As long as we are careful, we should be fine. The two of us have relatively small goals, and with him, there are three of us. When we slip away, the possibility of being discovered increases. Three people are alright, not much more than two. But Lu Bian is unreliable and often acts foolishly. Look, he pointed his finger at my nose, and he was about to scream in a moment. He yells at every turn, how could he not expose us? Huang Yueli turned her head subconsciously. Behind her, Lu Bian really stretched out his finger and pointed at Li Moying's nose, looking like he was about to start scolding. Originally, Lu Bian was already on the verge of complaining, but when he heard Li Moying's words, he forcefully blocked the words that were about to erupt. At this moment, her entire face was blushing, his fingers were trembling non-stop, and now he was very angry. However, in order to prove that he is not a man who yells at every turn, he still has to hold back, and he still can't swear. Lu Bian scolded Li Moying countless times in his heart for being shameless. Li Moying raised his chin and gave him a provocative look. Humph, he can continue dreaming. Want to fight him? Want to ruin his trip with little Lear? It's all just a dream. Li Moying felt that he had the chance to win, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but twitch. But at this moment, his little fox's voice suddenly sounded, all right, stop arguing. How about this, senior brother, let's go together. What? Li Moying turned pale with shock, thinking he had heard it wrong. Lu Bian jumped up in surprise. Junior sister, you are indeed my real junior sister. You are the one who treats me best. Li Moying's face was extremely dark. But the person who spoke just now was not Lu Bian, that annoying guy, but his beloved little fox. Huang Yueli's beautiful eyes flickered, and she noticed Li Moying's tense and serious expression, and couldn't help smiling. She walked over slowly, grabbed Li Moying's sleeve, and shook it gently. Why is your face so ugly? Are you angry? Li Moying groaned. No, which eye of yours saw me angry? Both eyes. Huang Yueli resolutely exposed it. You. Before Li Moying got angry, Huang Yueli took his arm and raised her pretty face. Alright, don't be angry. My senior brother is not familiar with the people of the Cloudy Qilin clan. If he doesn't want to stay here, don't force him. It's not too much trouble to go together. The airship is so big, and we can still squeeze in one more. It's true that the airship can sit, but he doesn't want to drag along a noisy person that he hates every day. Li Moying was extremely resentful, but he didn't dare to object when his own wife spoke up. He could only look at Huang Yueli sadly, and let Lu Bian follow them in resignation. Amethyst Paramount Palace in the early morning was shrouded in a white mist. This mist was not ordinary water vapor, but the rich heaven and earth profound energy gathered by the Amethyst Paramount Palace through spiritual veins and arrays, condensed in the air. And this is the embodiment of the strength of the Cloudy Qilin clan. There are only a handful of forces in the entire God realm who can gather so much profound energy in the family base. Taking advantage of the few people in the early morning, Li Moying took his own wife and an annoying oil bottle and sneaked out in the mist. They didn't dare to go through the main entrance, and went directly over the back hill. Li Moying used the identity token to open the defensive array of the back mountain, and then released a small airship from his interspatial ring. Compared with the luxurious airship normally used by the young master of the Cloudy Qilin clan, this airship looks pitifully plain from the outside. However, after boarding the airship, Huang Yueli was pleasantly surprised to find that although the airship was small, it had a lot of functions. There were various arrays engraved on the inner and outer walls, among which the acceleration array was boasted. The airship was small and exquisite, and the air resistance it encountered when flying was also small, so it will have an advantage in speed. Coupled with these carefully drawn acceleration arrays, it can be said to be even more powerful. As soon as the three of them boarded the airship, Li Moying activated the array, and the airship flew out like an arrow from the string, several times faster than the airship Huang Yueli had been on before. Wow! It's so fast. It's really fast. In this way, we estimate that it only takes 4 or 5 days to reach the floating sea, which is 2 or 3 days faster than going with the large army of the Cloudy Qilin clan. I can have a few more days to practice and advance. Huang Yueli said excitedly. Li Moying nodded. That's right, but just in case, it's better for you to start advancing early. I've already selected a retreat location for you. Between Black Tortoise Clan continent, there is a mountain called Cumulus Peak. That area is relatively dangerous, and most cultivators dare not enter it easily. However, I passed by this place once, and I went to investigate. The inside of Cumulus Peak is actually a volcano. The attributes are very strong, and it used to be the cultivation cave of a powerful fire element cultivator in ancient times. Hearing this, Huang Yueli's eyes lit up, and she already understood. You want me to enter the interior of Cumulus Peak to advance? But, since it's the cave of an ancient power, it's not so easy to get in, right? Otherwise, I'm afraid it would have been ransacked by cultivators. Li Moying smiled, and stretched out his hands to straighten her hair that was blown by the wind in midair. It's really not easy to enter there, but that's mainly because of the lack of talent of ordinary cultivators. As long as you can break through the encirclement of the surrounding monsters and reach the position above 2,000 meters from Cumulus Peak, you will find the entrance of the cave to enter. You have to pass the trial of that fire element power. Trial? Huang Yueli blinked suspiciously. What kind of trial? Li Moying said, it's very simple. The first round is to test the talent level of the cultivator. If it is a god-level talent, you can enter directly. If not, what? Before Huang Yueli could speak, Lu Bian couldn't help but interjected and asked. Among the three of them, he was the only one who was not a god-level talent. Li Moying glanced at him like an idiot. How do I know? I'm not that kind of waste material? TCH. Lu Bian almost spat out a mouthful of blood. Thankfully he managed to hold it in. What? Someone actually said he was a waste? As a cultivator who ascended to the god realm from the lower realm for less than a year, his actual combat ability has reached the level of an ordinary genius of the Cloudy Qilin clan. This was simply a miracle, wasn't it? Even he himself wants to worship himself. But facing Li Moying and Huang Yueli, he didn't even have any confidence. Li Moying said he was a waste, but he really had no way to refute it. So angry. Feeling Lu Bian's murderous gaze, Li Moying's heart was not disturbed. I told you a long time ago that you can only be a hindrance when you come here, and you are the one who insisted on following. Seeing that her senior brother was about to lose his temper, Huang Yueli quickly glared at Li Moying to tell him to shut up, and at the same time looked at Lu Bian sympathetically. Senior brother, it's fine. If not, you can just wait for us on the airship. Anyway, I must succeed in advancing within 5 days, and it won't take long. Oh, all right. Although Lu Bian felt aggrieved, there was no other way. Li Moying ignored him, and looked at the girl in his arms again. Little Lear, it will take 4 hours to get to Cumulus Peak from here. Let's go back to the cabin to rest. This airship is driven by the array. It will automatically warn when it encounters danger, so there is no need to guard here. All right. Huang Yueli had no objection, and nodded obediently. Li Moying hooked his little fox's waist and was about to leave. Lu Bian yawned, and slowly followed behind the two of them, planning to find a room to rest for a while. He pre-fined pills all night, and originally planned to catch up on sleep during the day, but as soon as he stepped out, he saw the letter Huang Yueli left for him, so he came out in a hurry to stop people. He didn't sleep for a moment, and now he was exhausted to the extreme. But when he reached the door of the cabin, he froze. What is this? What is this? Lu Bian exclaimed in surprise. Li Moying glanced at Idiot again. The cabin? Have you ever been on an airship? But, why does this airship only have 2 cabins? This airship is originally a speed type. In order to increase the speed, it can carry very few passengers. Only 2 cabins can be built, which is already considerable. Many speed-type airships have only 1 cabin, or some even none. Li Moying explained slowly. Lu Bian's expression changed. Although it was the first time for him to take an airship from the God realm, but looking at the condition of this airship, he could deduce that what Li Moying said should be true. All right then. I'm going to rest first, I'm so sleepy. Yawn. Lu Bian stretched his waist, then walked to one of the rooms. Come back. Li Moying frowned and shouted to stop. Lu Bian turned around, frowned and looked at him. What's the matter? Don't you guys also want to rest? Li Moying snorted coldly. That's right, little Lier, and I also want to rest, so there is no room for you. If you want to rest, you can sleep on the deck. Lu Bian's eyes widened in disbelief, and he raised his finger to point at his nose. What? You asked me to sleep on the deck? Did you make a mistake? At the altitude we are at now, there are various turbulent currents in the air, and the temperature is very low, very dangerous. How can I sleep on the deck? I am a weak cultivator. Li Moying said disapprovingly, that's none of my business. I told you a long time ago that there are too many people on the airship to live in. You are the one who insisted on following. He used the reason yet again. Lu Bian took a deep breath and told himself not to beat up people with higher talents than himself. It's not cost-effective. He repeated the above steps a dozen times before he calmed down. Don't try to fool me. How can you not fit in? I don't think these two cabins are very small. You and my junior sister are husband and wife, and living in the same room is more than enough. I can live in this small one. There is no problem. There is a problem, of course there is a problem. Li Moying was completely unmoved. Lu Bian gritted his teeth and asked, what's the problem? Li Moying glanced at him disdainfully. I am the owner of this airship, so I should live in a room alone, and little Lier is the hostess of this airship, so she should also live in a room alone. And you, are just a servant, still want to live in a single room? Lu Bian really wanted to tear off Li Moying's annoying mouth. At the same time, he was extremely depressed. Thinking of him, Lu Bian was also very personable, a good-looking talent. No matter in the lower realm or in the god realm, he can be regarded as an outstanding genius. But in the end, when I met Li Moying, no matter in terms of talent or appearance, he couldn't compare to him. That's fine, but he couldn't even quarrel with him? Huang Yueli listened to the two arguing with each other tit for tat, shook her head amusedly, and stood up. All right, Moying, don't tease my senior brother on purpose. Isn't it good for the two of us to live in one room? Usually I tell you not to live with me, but you still don't want to. Senior brother, hurry up, go and rest, for hours will soon pass, hurry up. What should I do if his wife was making her own decisions? For Li Moying, there was only one way. That was, to be obedient. Li Moying pursed his lips, and looked at his little fox, with dissatisfaction. What do you mean, tease him? He has never teased Lu Bian, alright. He was despising Lu Bian, from the bottom of his heart. What misunderstanding did his little fox have about the two of them? Huang Yueli noticed her husband's sad eyes, the corners of her mouth curled upwards. She hooked Li Moying's arm with a smile, and pulled him to the larger room. At the same time, she didn't forget to say good things to coax him. Dear husband, you are so kind. I like you the most. Get some rest, I'm tired. When Li Moying heard the soft voice of his little fox, a gleam of light suddenly flashed in his bottomless black eyes. The dissatisfaction just now has also disappeared. He let Huang Yueli drag him into the room, and closed the door. With a bang, Huang Yueli was pushed to the wall. For hours later, Huang Yueli, Li Moying and Lu Bian reunited on the deck. Huang Yueli pursed her lips uncomfortably, feeling a little numb, and then gave the man beside her a displeased look. The expression on Li Moying's face was much more relaxed than before, and there was even a hint of a faint smile at the corner of his mouth. Lu Bian looked at Li Moying's happy face, and felt extremely disgusted in his heart. Quickly turned away his gaze and looked forward. Not far away, a towering mountain peak appeared in front of my eyes. This is Cumulus Peak, right? The profound energy around is so strong. Huang Yueli blinked her big eyes and asked, curiously. Li Muang nodded and said, "That's right, we're here." As soon as he finished speaking, the airship suddenly shook violently. However, the vibration didn't last long, and after about a dozen breaths, it subsided. However, the speed of the airship has obviously slowed down. Seeing that Huang Yueli and Lu Bian were somewhat puzzled, Li Muang hurriedly explained, "There is a special defensive array around the cave, which will not attack cultivators who approach, but there is a kind of resistance that will draw everything closer from the air. Everything on the peak is pushed outward. The closer you are to the peak, the greater the resistance. Therefore, it is impossible to directly enter the cave by airship." What Li Muang said was quickly verified. Due to the influence of drag, the speed of the airship was getting slower and slower. In the end, it was almost impossible to move an inch, and almost stopped. Li Muang made the airship slowly land on a small piece of flat ground in the forest. "All right, little Lear, let's go there now." Huang Yueli nodded, then turned to look at Lu Bian, "Senior brother, will you be waiting here, or are you going with us?" Lu Bian said without hesitation, "Of course I'm with you. However, when you reach the peak, if you can't enter the cave, you will be in danger." Huang Yueli was a little worried. "What are you afraid of?" "If there is danger, then there is danger. I am also a cultivator, so am I still afraid of danger? Besides, there may be some opportunities in the cave. If I can get in, I may miss the opportunity, it will be a big loss. Junior sister, you won't think of me as an ordinary spirit medicine master who has no fighting power." Lu Bian was very dissatisfied. Huang Yueli realized that she had said the wrong thing, and hurriedly said, "No, I just said it casually." This was indeed her own mistake. When Lu Bian was in Soaring Heaven's continent, he was one of the real top powerhouses, and he practiced with them many times. Although after arriving in the God realm, Lu Bian's talent is obviously not as good as the two of them, but this does not affect her senior brother's strong heart. The three of them stopped hesitating and set off immediately to the top of the mountain. On the road leading from the mountainside to the peak, there were many spirit beasts of various levels. Among them, the weakest one was equivalent to a cultivator in the middle stage of the Dream Profound realm. As they went up, the strength of the spirit beast was also increasing. At a place close to 500 meters from the peak, what appeared was a spirit beast in the middle stage of the Heart Profound realm. Moreover, many of these spirit beasts appeared in groups, and their attack power was terrifyingly strong. For ordinary cultivators, this situation was really terrible. It was enough to make 9 out of 10 cultivators feel helpless, feel as if they were on the verge of death and couldn't wait to flee. The remaining few who can continue to climb up can only barely cope. But for them, dealing with these spirit beasts was indeed not difficult at all. Not to mention Li Muang and Huang Yueli, let alone spirit beasts in the middle of the Heart Profound realm, even spirit beasts in the Tao Profound realm, they can handle 1 or 2. Even for Lu Bian, killing a few groups of spirit beasts in the middle stage of the Heart Profound realm was not too difficult. The three of them were like breaking through bamboo, all the way up, and it took less than an hour to get close to the peak. Moreover, most of the time during this period was spent traveling, and killing spirit beasts was just a matter of convenience. "Let's hurry, that should be the cave dwelling you mentioned, right?" Lu Bian pointed to the roof hidden in the depths of the dense forest in the distance, and asked. Li Muang nodded slightly, "That's right, we're almost there." "Haha, this journey is really smooth. We arrived at the cave dwelling so quickly. Hearing you mention so much about it, I thought the surrounding woods would also be fraught in danger, but in the end it wasn't much." This was Lu Bian's first actual combat after comprehending in the training grounds, and he could clearly feel his strength improving rapidly. The spirit beasts that were very scary to him before have now become the dead souls under his knife. This inflated his ego for a while. Li Muang glanced at him lightly, and hit him unceremoniously, "Hurry up? How should we hurry?" If it wasn't for you, who had been holding us back, we would have already entered the cave dwelling by now. Lu Bian's face froze immediately, and he said through gritted teeth, "Do you have to do this each and every time? Li Moying, if you don't speak, you will die, right?" Li Moying snorted coldly, "It's just the truth, why should I keep quiet about it?" Lu Bian was so suppressed that his face turned blue, but there was nothing he could do about him. Because what Li Moying said was not wrong at all. When they went up the mountain, Lu Bian inadvertently attracted the attention of the spirit beasts in the woods several times, and when they were attacked, they had to stop and kill those spirit beasts. Otherwise, with the abilities of Li Moying and Huang Yueli, it is estimated that walking through the forest all the way would not provoke a single spirit beast. That way the speed must be at least twice as fast. The two were bickering, but there was no delay in their feat, and they quickly moved towards the target. However, after they walked a few miles, they suddenly heard someone talking in the woods. The three of them were startled, looked at each other, and closed their mouths at the same time. Then, they quickly lightened their steps, and looked in the direction of the sound under the cover of a giant tree. "Ugh, I'm really exhausted. How far is it to the top of the mountain?" Come on. There are still dozens of miles to go, hold on." It was really too thrilling just now. Those spirit beasts are all equivalent to the strength of cultivators in the middle stage of the heart-profound realm. I almost died. If it weren't for young Miss Qingqing, I would have been torn in half. Yeah, it's terrible. I've heard that Cumulus Peak is dangerous, but only after coming here that I truly understand. A group of young cultivators were sitting in a clearing in the forest. All of them were covered with dust, and some of their clothes even had a lot of blood stains on them. Their expressions were even more shocking. Obviously, they just experienced a life-and-death battle. "Alright, get up for me. It's just a few spirit beasts. Let's see how scared you are." Cultivators should be fearless in pursuit of the pinnacle of martial arts. The real strong breakthrough in the crisis of life and death. A girl's voice resounded in the forest. The speaker's voice was cold, and the speed of her speech was neither slow nor fast, with a kind of indifference enough to stabilize people's hearts. Huang Yueli recognized the voice, she was a little surprised, and looked back at her husband. "It's Xianxia? Why did she come to Cumulus Peak?" Li Moying was not surprised at all. "This is the junction of Cloudy Qilin and the Black Tortoise. I heard that the Black Tortoise clan has always regarded Cumulus Peak as a training ground for the younger generation. So it's like this." Huang Yueli suddenly realized and nodded. It seems that these people should be the leading geniuses of the younger generation of the Black Tortoise clan. Otherwise, it would be impossible to get so close to the peak of the mountain. Come to think of it, the Cloudy Qilin clan also saw that the God Realm's grand meet was imminent, so they sent all the geniuses of their clan out to practice. Xianxia, who possesses the top-level talent of a heavenly genius, should be the leader of the team. Huang Yueli was quite surprised to meet the training team of the Black Tortoise clan here. However, she didn't care too much about it. When she was in White Tiger Continent, she once had contact with Xianxia because of the sale of the blueprints for spirit armaments. At that time, Xianxing's personality and ways of doing things were very suitable for her taste, so she chose the Black Tortoise clan as her partner to produce standard spirit armaments that had been improved by her. Originally, when she saw Xianxia, she should have said hello and asked about the sales of those spirit armaments. However, now that she is in a hurry to reach the top of the mountain, hence she has no time to catch up with others. After thinking about it, Huang Yueli gestured to Li Moying, signaling them to leave secretly. However, just as they turned around and were about to move on, Lu Bian accidentally stepped on a branch under his feet, causing his body to lose his balance. Fortunately, he grabbed a vine beside him in time, shook it a few times, and managed to stand still. However, the crisp sound of the branches breaking still attracted the attention of the young cultivators in the open space. What's going on? Could it be that another spirit beast has come over? No, it's dangerous. Be careful, everyone. Hurry up, get up, and set up the array. The young cultivators were in constant danger at Cumulus Peak, and they were already frightened. They became nervous when they heard any movement. On the other hand, Xian Qingqing seemed very calm. She frowned slightly, listened carefully for a moment, then raised her hand. All right, don't be nervous, this is not a sound made by a spirit beast, but someone. Is there anyone? Who will come to Cumulus Peak at this time? Everyone has puzzled expressions. Xian Qingqing didn't explain, but raised his voice, and shouted towards the forest, fellow cultivator across the way, we are members of the Black Tortoise clan. I don't know where you are from. Everyone is practicing here at the same time. It can be regarded as fate, can we come out and meet? Now that the other party said so, Huang Yueli had no intention of hiding her whereabouts anymore, and walked out with Li Moying and Lu Bian. So it's a friend of the Black Tortoise clan. We were rude just now. We saw you resting here and didn't want to disturb you, so we planned to take a detour up the mountain. We didn't expect you to hear it. All the cultivators present were taken aback for a moment. They didn't expect that the three cultivators who came out from behind the bushes had such outstanding looks. No matter men or women, they are all top-notch looks that can't be picked out in the entire God realm. Xian Qingqing recognized Li Moying immediately, and couldn't help but gasp, Li. Young Master Li. It's you. I didn't expect that you would come to Cumulus Peak to practice. These two are. Her gaze swept over Huang Yueli and Lu Bian who were beside Li Moying. She felt that Huang Yueli looked familiar, but she could not remember where they had met. After leaving the Cloudy Qilin clan, Huang Yueli didn't bother to change her appearance, so now it was her real appearance, which Xian Qingqing had never seen. Li Moying didn't intend to explain further, but just nodded towards Xian Qingqing. Young Miss Qingqing, it's a pleasure to meet you. This young Master Lu is my sworn elder brother. I'm just bringing him and his junior sister to practice for a few days. You don't need to pay attention to us. Xian Qingqing hurriedly smiled and said, Young Master Li, please do what you want. After Li Moying greeted her perfunctorily, without saying anything else, he stretched out his hand to hold his own wife's little hand, gave Lu Bian another glance, and led the two of them to continue up the mountain. Behind them, the young cultivators were completely frozen. It wasn't until the backs of the three of them were no longer visible that they realized it. For a moment, everyone was so excited that they couldn't suppress the excitement in their hearts at all, and surrounded Xian Qingqing one after another to ask questions. Young Miss Qingqing, that one just now is, the young Master Li Moying Li of the Cloudy Qilin clan? The only god-level genius in the god realm? Oh my god, he's really just like the legends, so handsome. I've never seen a more handsome man than him in my whole life. You women are superficial, you only know how to look at your face. Do you know how strong young Master Li is? You don't rely on your face to make a living. Young Master Li really lives up to his reputation. Xian Qingqing answered the bombardment of questions from her clansmen casually, but felt a faint uneasiness in her heart. Just now she saw that Li Moying was very close to the girl next to her, as if they were holding hands. But, how could he do this? Xian Qingqing remembered very clearly that Li Moying had a wife, and when he was in White Tiger Continent, he even tore up all pleasantries with Li Liyun because of that girl. Now, how long has passed, and there was another woman by his side? Thinking of this, Xian Qingqing couldn't help frowning. She cooperated with Li Yuehuang in a huge amount of spirit armament business, and she admired Li Yuehuang's personality in private, so she must be on Li Yuehuang's side. Now that Miss Li doesn't know where she is, but her husband, whom she has always trusted so much, blatantly brings other women out to practice. Xianxia was very upset for her. Young Miss Qingling, why are you silent? What should we do next? Should we follow young Master Li and the others? Hearing the urging voices of the people around him, Xianxia came to her senses. No need, young Master Li and the others are strong. Although it is safe to follow them, but this way, there will be no effect of gaining any experience. Let's continue killing spirit beasts all the way up the mountain. Keep your spirits up, these spirit beasts are just little beasts. They are just an appetizer, the palace at the top of the mountain is the real training ground. Xianxia calmed down and thought about it, and knew that it was impossible for her to accuse Li Moying. On the one hand, she has no position, on the other hand, a god-level genius was not something she dares to offend. She could only remind her the next time she meets Master Li Huang. Oh, there is no good man in the world. I thought young Master Li was an exception, but he turned out to be the same, a scumbag. Harems were commonplace in those in power in the god realm. Xianxia herself was born of the concubine of a big clan and her mother was a maid who was forced by an elder. This time, Li Moying became a complete scum in her eyes. She shook her head and greeted her clansmen, all right, everyone assemble, let's go up this road. Li Moying didn't know at all that a simple action of his pushed himself into the position of a scumbag. He just wanted to save more time so that his wife could advance to the next level with peace of mind, so he sped up the speed of progress again. Huang Yueli didn't feel anything about his acceleration, but Lu Bian was under a lot of pressure. He exerted all his strength, trying to keep up with the two of them, but he was still thrown behind by a long way. Lu Bian didn't believe it. Although he knew that his strength was inferior to others, he didn't want to ask Li Moying to stop and wait for him. He persisted silently for quite a while, not only failed to catch up with the two of them, but accidentally fell into the encirclement of spirit beasts. It was Huang Yueli who noticed that her senior brother was missing and went back to find him and rescued him from the group of spirit beasts. Senior brother, are you all right? Huang Yueli looked at Lu Bian, who had a bruised nose and a swollen face, and asked with some guilt as she scratched her nose. Just now, Li Moying had been telling her about the situation in the cave dwelling, which attracted her full attention and left her no time to pay attention to the surrounding situation. In the end, she didn't even notice that Lu Bian was lost. Now that she thought about it, this was all a childish routine of Li Moying, the jealous king. Lu Bian snorted a few times. Even if you still have a bit of conscience, knowing that you have a senior brother, I thought that if you have a husband, you won't be able to take care of your own family anymore. How could it be? To me, senior brother is like my own brother. Huang Yueli immediately expressed her opinion. After hearing this, Lu Bian turned pale, raised his chin, and gave Li Moying a provocative look. Although he was thrown away, Lu Bian didn't have much resentment. In the final analysis, this matter was due to his own lack of strength. Otherwise, Li Moying would not have been able to trick him so easily. Therefore, it was most important to improve one's own strength. Without matching strength, no matter how much he complains, it's useless. After meeting up with Lu Bian, the three of them walked for less than a quarter of an hour and arrived at their destination. This was a very magnificent palace, surrounded by a large area of dense forests, and with the mist condensed by the surrounding heaven and earth profound energy. From the foot of the mountain, it is impossible to see that the scale of the palace is so large. There were no obstacles set up around the palace, and the three of them walked directly into the main hall. Once inside, the door of the main hall was sealed. Before the three of them, an array appeared, with red arrays constantly flashing on the periphery of the array, imbued with powerful fire attribute energy. Now, are we going to enter this array? Huang Yueli turned her head and asked Li Moying. Li Moying nodded. That's right, this is a screening array, and it can also teleports. Standing in the center of the array will judge your talent level, and as long as you reach the god level, you will be directly teleported to inside of the palace. There is a training room built in the core of the volcano, which is suitable for you to advance. Huang Yueli nodded, expressing her understanding. Alright, then I'll go now. Li Moying said, go. Huang Yueli strode to the center of the array and stayed in the middle for about a dozen breaths. Immediately afterwards, the red light around the array suddenly became extremely dazzling, wrapping her whole body in the middle. After the light dissipated, her figure disappeared from their eyes. Li Moying also wanted to walk to the middle of the array. Oh, wait. Lu Bian quickly grabbed him. Li Moying paused and turned to look at him. What else is there? Lu Bian asked. You said just now that as long as you have a god-level talent, you can be teleported inside the palace through this teleportation array. So, what if you don't have a god-level talent? Li Moying didn't speak, but just glanced at him. Even so, Lu Bian clearly felt the contempt expressed in the other party's eyes. He suddenly became angry. You are a god-level genius, you are amazing. Alright? Hurry up, don't waste your time here, and just speak clearly. I don't believe that you have not done any research on this cave. You can enter the palace, you must have obtained a lot of inheritance, how can you not know this little thing? Li Moying originally wanted to trick him, but after thinking about it, his little fox has already entered the palace and was probably waiting for him. He was not willing to let Huang Yueli wait for a long time. After entering the array, if the cultivator's talent level is below the earth level, he will be ejected directly. If the talent is at the sky level or the earth level, he will be sent to a trial in a secret realm. If he can pass the trial of the secret realm, he can also enter the interior of the palace. Li Moying summarized all the points and briefly explained what he knew. Lu Bian raised his eyebrows, thoughtfully. Trial of a secret realm? What kind of trial? Li Moying said impatiently, how would I know this? I haven't entered it before. However, I do know that the Black Tortoise clan has always regarded the trial as a kind of experience for their clan. Like the group of people we met on the way just now, it is estimated that they all are on their way to the trial in the secret realm to train. Take the trial secret realm as a training ground? Is it still possible to do this? Lu Bian was very surprised. Besides, didn't you just say that this cave dwelling was left by a strong exponent with a fire attribute? If I recall, the main attribute of the Black Tortoise clan is water. Isn't water and fire incompatible? Why would they be training in this place? Li Moying said disapprovingly, because water and fire are incompatible. Training in such an environment with strong fire attributes can better stimulate the potential of water attribute fighters. The training method of the Black Tortoise clan is also considered ingenious. Then, water attribute cultivators can also enter the palace and obtain fire attribute martial arts inheritance? Lu Bian asked strangely. Li Moying shook his head. As far as I know, there is no cultivator from the Black Tortoise clan who can enter the palace to obtain inheritance. However, this does not mean that water attribute cultivators cannot accept the inheritance. I am afraid it is just that they are not strong enough. If it doesn't fit, the difficulty will definitely increase significantly if you want to pass the assessment of the trial in the secret realm. After hearing these words, Lu Bian finally understood. I see. Li Moying thought for a while, and added a few words with rare kindness. You don't have to worry too much about whether you can enter the palace. Since people from the Black Tortoise clan have come here repeatedly for so many years, it shows that this trial of the secret realm has some origins. As long as you can go in once, you will be rewarded. The trial and assessment time is 5 days, and as long as you survive 5 days, you can be safely teleported out. Lu Bian was startled, and heard something was wrong. Then, what if one's life is in danger before the 5 days? Li Moying glanced at him. What do you think? How can the geniuses of the Black Tortoise clan put in so much effort to come here to practice without any danger? The better the effective experience, the more dangerous it is. This was a self-evident unspoken rule, whether in the god realm or the lower realm. Lu Bian immediately understood. All right, I understand. Then, I'll see you in 5 days. Li Moying nodded, turned around and walked into the middle of the array. A moment later, a red light flashed, and he was teleported inside the palace. In the luxurious and magnificent palace, it was empty. Except for him, there was only a slender figure walking around under the main hall, looking at the murals on the wall. Seeing Li Moying appear, Huang Yueli's eyes lit up, and she trotted over. Moying, why did it take you so long to come over? Could something be wrong? Li Moying shook his head. It's nothing, I just exchanged a few words with your senior brother. My senior brother? Huang Yueli blinked. By the way, what will my senior brother do for the next few days? Could it be that he is waiting for us outside? No, I asked him to participate in the assessment of the trial of the secret realm. Seeing that Huang Yueli was puzzled, Li Moying simply repeated what he had said to Lu Bian before. Huang Yueli was well informed and soon understood. With a smile on her face, this is not bad. I hope that senior brother can gain something in these 5 days, and his strength will improve. It can be seen that he is working very hard now. I really want him to catch up with us as soon as possible. Catch up with us? Then he should give up now. After all, it's impossible in this lifetime. Li Moying sneered. Although what he said was true, this man was too narcissistic, right? Huang Yueli was speechless for a while, and glared at her husband. Li Moying was glared at by his own little fox. Not only was he not angry, but he also laughed happily. He grabbed Huang Yueli's little hand and said with a smile, the core of the volcano mentioned earlier is right under this hall. I'll take you down together. Great. Huang Yueli nodded. Li Moying led her all the way down the spiral stone steps. The stone steps went round and round, seemingly without end, and kept repeating. However, the two of them were very patient and walked down hand in hand. After walking for about half an hour, Huang Yueli paused, and lowered her head to look towards the center of the spiral. I can feel it. It's so rich in fire attribute energy. It's so powerful, so powerful. Huang Yueli's eyes lit up, and she immediately became excited. She couldn't wait to go down slowly, so she simply ran all the way down. Li Moying's hand was thrown away by her, and he couldn't help frowning. Little Lear, don't run so fast. Beware of danger below. It's all right. I can feel that the energy here is abundant, and it's very safe. Huang Yueli's voice came from below. She said she was fine, but of course Li Moying didn't think it was fine. He quickly chased after the place where his little fox disappeared. After running for a long distance, he saw Huang Yueli's figure. However, she was not running alone, but riding on Wang Kai's body. Usually Wang Kai, who has been showing off in his young kid's appearance, felt the incomparably abundant fire attribute energy around him, and his body suddenly changed. After a few flamboyant effects, he transformed into a grown phoenix. However, this was not the end. Little Wang Kai's body kept getting bigger, bigger, and bigger. He was wrapped in a dense flame, and every feather of the little phoenix was as red as a raging flame, as if it had already started to burn. And at the position above the little phoenix's head, there was a young girl sitting cross-legged. She has an outstanding appearance, and her facial features seem to be finely crafted by the heavens. She was so fair, and under the firelight, she looked absolutely stunning. The flowing dress she was wearing fluttered with the flow of the fire attribute energy. It seems that it will fly away at any time. For a moment, Li Moying couldn't help but rush out to grab his little fox and lock her into her arms, lest she fly away like this. But finally, he reacted in time and controlled himself. Huang Yueli, who was in the center of the sea of flames, was already immersed in her own cultivation, and could no longer notice the changes in the surrounding environment. Standing on the steps not far away, Li Moying could clearly feel that the fire attribute energy inside the entire volcano was rushing in this direction. These energies converged into a torrent, so fierce that even Li Moying felt a little unbearable, and involuntarily retreated a few steps backwards one after another. But fortunately, his fire attribute talent was not too bad. Although it couldn't compare with his thunder attribute talent, at least he can dabble in it. Li Moying simply sat down cross-legged on the stone steps, and started to cultivate. On the one hand, it was cultivation, and on the other hand, it was to protect Huang Yueli. Although his family's little fox was extremely talented and has a solid foundation in martial arts, generally speaking, there will be no problems. However, as her husband, Li Moying still has tens of thousands of worries. Huang Yueli was in the center of the raging flames. At this moment, the profound energy in every meridian was gathering towards the Dantian, and the profound energy flowing towards the Dantian was quickly replenished by the surrounding fire energy, endlessly, as if inexhaustible. Above her head, a raging flame rose up. The raging flame changed its shape and gradually stabilized, forming the silhouette of the sacred phoenix. If it is said that before the heart-profound realm, her sacred phoenix's shadow was just a form, but now, this sacred phoenix was no different from a living thing. The powerful force was enough to shock people's hearts. Even the strong in the Tao profound realm may not be able to withstand its powerful pressure. Li Moying, who was sitting by the side, couldn't help feeling it, and opened his eyes. It seems that the phoenix blood in little Lear's body has almost awakened. After this advancement, she should be able to summon the manifestation of the sacred phoenix to help in the usual battles. Being able to manifest divine beasts was a sign of the blood concentration of the ancient god clan cultivators. Only cultivators with pure blood would such an astounding matter be revealed. And if one wants to summon the divine beasts to fight, one can't just rely on the concentration of bloodline, one would also need the cultivators themselves to have extremely strong comprehension and pure cultivation. Of course, his little Lear doesn't lack all of these. Li Moying looked at it for a while, and was about to continue to cultivate with his eyes closed, when suddenly, there was an alarming sound not far away. He frowned slightly, and looked in the direction of the sound. The little phoenix, whose body had grown exponentially, was completely engulfed in the flames, and was raising his head and screeching in pain. Li Moying only glanced at it, then looked away. Because, he has seen that although the little phoenix looks painful now, it is actually experiencing a huge opportunity. It was growing and transforming. For an ancient mythical beast like the phoenix, which is almost extinct, it is as difficult as climbing the sky. Especially little Wang Kai, who lost his physical body due to an accident when he was still young, and became a spirit body. Although the ancient mythical phoenix has the ability to be reborn from nirvana, its spirit body was infinitely stronger than other divine beasts. However, the physical body itself was an important medium for communicating the energy of heaven and the earth. Without this medium, the perception of energy will not be so keen. It will be much more difficult to improve the strength. Now, for little Phoenix to advance, it was truly a unique opportunity. So, Li Moying quickly closed his eyes and continued to cultivate with peace of mind. Little Phoenix's pained cries, one after another, really made those who heard it feel sad and those who saw it shed tears. However, he was unmoved and he didn't even lift his eyelids. As time ticked by, the pained cries of the little phoenix gradually fell silent. And the flames around Huang Yueli also slowly subsided. Li Moying immediately opened his eyes, and a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. His little Lear finally succeeded in advancing. Standing in the flames, Huang Yueli looked up at him, smiled at him, and then slowly walked towards him. Li Moying immediately got up, greeted her, grabbed Huang Yueli's wrist, and looked up and down. "Little Lear, how are you? Is there anywhere you feel uncomfortable?" Huang Yueli shook her head. It's alright, I'm just a little tired, I used up too much when I advanced just now, but the fire attribute energy here is really abundant, and the degree of purity is also better than what I absorbed before. Not only did I succeed in advancing this time, but my meridians have also been expanded, and I have gained a lot. As she spoke, she suddenly stood on tiptoe, kissed Li Moying's face, and said with a sweet smile, "Husband, thank you, it's all thanks to you telling me about such a treasure land." Li Moying didn't expect to be thrown into her arms suddenly, he was taken aback for a moment, but then he quickly regained his senses. He grabbed Huang Yueli's body that was retreating rapidly, and leaned over in a rebellious manner. "Thank me, just such a kiss? Isn't it too perfunctory?" Huang Yueli glared at him. "Then, what else do you want?" "This is the core of the volcano." "The core of the volcano, so what? Don't you think this is also very interesting?" Li Moying leaned close to her ear and blew softly. Huang Yueli's ears became hot all of a sudden, and her face became hot as well. She couldn't help but raise her hand to push him. "You. What a ghost. Go away, we should go out. I don't know how many days we've been here. We have to go to Floating Sea." However, Li Moying held her tightly. Huang Yueli turned her head and glared at him angrily, but the man seized the opportunity, pinched her chin, and pressed his lips against her tender lips. Only after a long while later were the two able to separate. Huang Yueli blushed so badly, she didn't know if it was because of the deep kiss just now, or because it was too hot here. Suddenly, she thought of something. "By the way, I remember that before I advanced, little Wang Kai kept yelling for me to let him out. So I just let him out. Where did he go?" Li Moying raised his chin in the direction of poor Wang Kai and said, "Lying over there." Huang Yueli turned her head and looked around. After looking for a while, she found little Wang Kai's figure in the lava pool. At this time, he had returned to his normal size, and fell into a coma, lying motionless on the ground. Since the color of little Wang Kai's feathers was as bright red as flames, it almost merged with the lava pool. Huang Yueli searched for it for a long time before finding it. She ran over quickly, picked up little Wang Kai, stretched her hand to his neck, checked his pulse and the wounds on his body. Seeing this, Li Moying walked over slowly and said, "Don't worry, I have been watching over him just now. This little thing may have been influenced by the strong fire energy around, which stimulated the bloodline, so he evolved. Now he's just exhausted, so it shouldn't be a big problem. It's just that he's probably going to rest in the Sky Phoenix ring for a while." Huang Yueli also confirmed that little Wang Kai hadn't suffered any injuries, and finally felt relieved and her mood relaxed a lot. "The little kid's luck is quite good. I heard that the conditions for the evolution of ancient beasts are very harsh, moreover, this little thing is still a spirit body, so the difficulty is even greater. I didn't expect him to gain such an opportunity so casually." Li Moying lifted her hair from behind, lowered his head and kissed her ear, and said with a low smile, "It's not entirely luck. The environment here is very suitable. It's just one reason. On the other hand, when you were advancing, it attracted a lot of fire energy and gathered towards you. This is the key to the evolution of little Wang Kai. Therefore, he should be thankful that he has such a wonderful master." Huang Yueli smiled when she heard the words, "I can't speak like you. You exaggerate too much." Li Moying smiled and said nothing more. Although he loved the girl in his arms deeply, he did not say these words to please her, but to tell the truth. "It's just a pity that this little phoenix will have to sleep for at least a month before recovering. You won't be able to use him during the God Realm's grand meet." Huang Yueli didn't take it seriously. "Even without him, I can still win the competition. You are underestimating me too much." Seeing his little fox raising her pointed chin and looking arrogant, Li Moying's heart moved. He lowered her head subconsciously, and wanted to kiss her yet again. When Huang Yueli saw that the man's eyes were wrong, she immediately knew what he wanted to do, and immediately covered her mouth with her hands. Let's go out quickly. I don't know how many days we have stayed here. With that said, she bypassed Li Moying, trotted all the way, and ran up the long stone steps. Li Moying shook his head with a smile and followed. Back in the main hall, there was a time-recording mechanism on the wall. It can be seen that they have been in the core of the volcano for 4.5 days. But the palace was still quiet, and there was no sign of anyone else coming. Huang Yueli was not surprised either. Li Moying had already said before that although the Black Tortoise clan would send young people to experience training every year, no one had ever passed the test. It seems that senior brother failed the assessment. Huang Yueli sighed. He will definitely be very disappointed when he comes out. She could tell that Liu Bian had been cultivating very hard recently, not letting go of any opportunity to improve himself. There should be a lot of opportunities gained from this trial. Unfortunately, 4.5 days have passed, and Liu Bian has not come out yet. This meant that the possibility of passing the trial was very low. A gleam of light flashed in Li Moying's eyes. He smiled, and said, "That's hard to say, isn't it only 4.5 days? There are still 4 days left. Maybe your senior brother can still pass the trial." Alas, it's a pity. We are going to floating sea soon. Even if he passes the assessment, he can only come and comprehend next time. Unless he is willing to give up the opportunity to participate in the God Realm's grand meet. After hearing this, Huang Yueli looked at her husband in surprise. You have quite the confidence in my senior brother. When the two of them bickered, Li Moying always looked down on Liu Bian in various ways. She thought that Li Moying looked down on Liu Bian. Now it seems that this was not the case. Li Moying was more optimistic about Liu Bian than she was. It's not that I have confidence in him, I'm just telling the truth. It hasn't been 5 days yet, no one can tell, right? Li Moying shrugged. Huang Yueli said, that's true. Then, if the senior brother fails the trial, he will have to stay in the secret realm for 5 days before he can come out, right? Then we have to wait for him for half a day. We can't waste it. It just so happens that it's my first time here, so please show me around. It's my honor to serve you. Li Moying bowed slightly and made a gesture of invitation. Huang Yueli was dazzled by his polite demeanor, coupled with his handsome face. It wasn't until Li Moying came up to hold her hand that she came back to her senses, and her cheeks were flushed pink. Seeing her expression, Li Moying raised the corners of his mouth proudly. He used to never think that it was useful to look better than others. For cultivators, the most important thing was strength. Face was not important at all. On the contrary, being too good-looking will cause a lot of unnecessary troubles and affect cultivation. However, since he met Huang Yueli, he was very lucky. His family's little fox likes good-looking ones, which was also an important factor for him to embrace this beautiful woman. Huang Yueli followed Li Moying and walked around the inside of the palace. In addition to the hall where they stayed at the beginning, there are more than a dozen rooms on the periphery, and each room has different skills, spirit armaments, materials, etc. But Huang Yueli took a look and felt that most of them were not needed. Because the grade of these things were not high, it was not uncommon for a cultivator like her in the middle stage of the heart-profound realm. Huang Yueli frowned, and asked, strangely, why are the treasures here so broken? It doesn't match the strength of the owner of this place at all? Could it be that you took away all the good things? Li Moying shook his head slightly. I didn't take anything, that's all the treasures in the palace. I guess, this cave has been here for at least 200,000 years, and Cumulus Peak is not an inaccessible place. There must be other god-level geniuses entering, or heaven-level geniuses who have passed the assessment, and have already taken away the best inheritance in the palace. Huang Yueli nodded in agreement. That makes sense, so the only place in this cave dwelling that can be used for cultivation is the volcano core. Li Moying said, actually, there are some training places on the second floor of the palace, but they may not be suitable for you and me. I'll take you there to have a look. The two walked up the stone steps to the second floor, and they saw several closed doors. Huang Yueli knew that this was the place for cultivators who entered the palace to practice, so she opened the door curiously and went in to have a try. As a result, she was quickly disappointed. Because in these training rooms, the concentration of fire energy was far less than that of the volcano core, not even a fraction of the concentration at the core. Although compared to the environment outside, this place was considered very suitable for cultivation, but she had just stayed at the core of the volcano, and compared with such an environment, she felt the difference. After she came out, she couldn't help complaining to Li Moying, "This cave is too bad, isn't it? It doesn't matter if there are no treasures, even the training room is so bad." Li Moying shook his head and laughed, Your vision is too high. Apart from you, how many people can withstand the impact of the fire energy of the intensity of the volcano core? It is impossible to stay in the core for more than half an hour. Ordinary young cultivators can only practice in this kind of training room. Huang Yueli thought what he said was right after some contemplation, so she could only follow Li Moying and leave begrudgingly. Half a day was actually not long. The two went around and picked some treasures to take away. When they returned to the hall, only then did they realize that it was going to be the 6th day soon. Alright, let's come back next time when we have time. Now, we have to pick up my senior brother and leave together. Li Moying naturally had no objection to his wife's suggestion. The two left the palace together, returned to the palace room where the teleportation array was located, and waited for Lu Bian to appear. The timing of theirs was quite accurate. As soon as they arrived in the palace, a burst of red light appeared from the teleportation array. It seems that senior brother has come out. Huang Yueli stared at the center of the array with delight. However, immediately, she showed a look of disappointment. It's not senior brother, it's someone else from the Black Tortoise clan. A young cultivator of the Black Tortoise clan stepped out of the array. Immediately afterwards, the red light came on again, and another person walked out, not Lu Bian. The red light flashed again and again, and cultivators came out of the teleportation array one by one. However, there was no Lu Bian in it. At first, Huang Yueli waited lazily by the side and didn't take it seriously, but later, she couldn't help but become nervous and frowned. In the end, the red light of the teleportation array completely disappeared. Huang Yueli waited by the side for quite a while, but did not see the red light turn on again. What's going on here? Why didn't my senior brother come out? Did he not enter the trial of the secret realm at all, or did something happen? Huang Yueli looked worried. Li Moying also had an ominous premonition in his heart, but he didn't want to make Huang Yueli anxious, so he still seemed very calm. It's still hard to say, let's ask the people of the Black Tortoise clan. Yes, the people from the Black Tortoise clan should have entered at about the same time as the senior brother. Huang Yueli also came to her senses. She strode up behind the group of Black Tortoise clan cultivators. Just as she was about to speak out, she found that they all seemed very anxious and were discussing something loudly. It's over, it's over, it's over now. What should I do? Why didn't she come out? It shouldn't be. After we go back, how are we going to explain to the patriarch? Sigh. Huang Yueli vaguely heard a few words, but couldn't understand them, so she could only raise her voice, "Fellow cultivators, please excuse me." Hearing Huang Yueli's voice, the members of the Black Tortoise clan were obviously taken aback. They turned around in a hurry, and when they saw a little girl, they all showed displeasure. Aren't you the little girl who followed young Master Li? Our Black Tortoise clan discusses things, why do you have the nerve to eavesdrop here? That's right, hurry up and go away. None of the cultivators of the Black Tortoise clan had a good impression of Huang Yueli. She looked very young, and she was not from the Cloudy Qilin clan, so her strength should not be very good, but she seemed so close to Li Moying. These ancient god clan cultivators who thought they were born noble were the most disliked. Huang Yueli frowned. Originally, she planned to communicate with them properly. Since these cultivators are so self-righteous, she doesn't need to be too polite. She snorted coldly and said, "All right, you guys don't hide it. I can guess that the reason why your faces are so ugly is because Xian Qingqing, who led the team, had an accident in the trial of the secret realm, right?" The cultivators of the Black Tortoise clan immediately changed their faces, and all looked at her defensively. How did you know?" Huang Yueli sneered and said, "What's so hard to guess? I saw Xian Qingqing on the mountain just now. Since she was leading the team, she will definitely enter the secret realm with you, but she has not been teleported out now. Maybe there was an accident, right?" Hearing what she said directly, the cultivators couldn't find anything to refute. Thinking of the most talented and most promising top genius in the god realm of their clan, who fell like this, the hearts of everyone were extremely heavy. Moreover, Xian Qingqing doesn't have the kind of arrogance that peerless geniuses usually have, and has always been very popular among the clan. "Alright, can you tell me what happened in the trial of the secret realm? Why did all of you come out safely, but Xian Qingqing, who is the strongest among you, didn't come out?" Huang Yueli had a feeling that Xian Qingqing's disappearance should have something to do with Lu Bian. After all, according to Li Moying, disappearances in the trial of the secret realm are relatively rare, and there must be an accident in the secret realm. The cultivators of the Black Tortoise clan looked at each other, hesitating, as if they didn't really want to speak out. Seeing their expressions, Huang Yueli suddenly understood, and couldn't help but sneered, "What? You don't want to say, is it because young Miss Xian Qingqing was killed by you?" "No. It's not us. How could we? How could we harm young Miss Qingqing?" "Yes, what? Why do we have to do this?" The cultivators all showed a bit of panic on their faces, subconsciously retorting loudly. Huang Yueli smiled slightly, and said casually, "Then why don't you dare to talk about the situation in the secret realm? I know you won't intentionally harm her, but maybe an accident happened? If you tell me, maybe I can help you. Even if you don't believe in my strength, you should always believe in him, right?" With that said, she turned her head and pointed in the direction where Li Moying was. Li Moying has been standing in the corner of the main hall, without making a sound, just letting his little fox play freely. It wasn't until Huang Yueli pointed at him that he slowly walked out of the shadows. That incomparably handsome face was revealed in the sunlight, and immediately the cultivators of the Black Tortoise clan exclaimed, "Young Master Li." Ever since Li Moying killed the strong man in the middle stage of the Sky Devil, the reputation of the Cloudy Qilin clan's god-level genius had gradually spread throughout the god realm. The cultivators of the Black Tortoise clan have naturally heard about him. The god realm respects the strong, and every cultivator was the same. Therefore, as soon as Li Moying appeared, the cultivators present felt ashamed and bowed their heads, consciously. Compared with their attitude towards Huang Yueli just now, it can be said that they were completely different people. Huang Yueli was a little displeased, she curled her lips. Li Moying saw her small movements, and a glint of smile flashed by in the man's eyes. "Friends of the Black Tortoise clan, we have met outside the cave before, you should still remember me?" "Remember, of course we remember. Young Master Li is wise and powerful. He looks like a dragon among men at first glance. Anyone who sees him once will never forget it. Isn't it? It's our honor to meet young Master Li with our own eyes." Facing Li Moying, the young cultivators all behaved very respectfully. Li Moying nodded, and said, "Just now, what my wife said, you all heard?" Why? Wife? What wife? I must have heard wrong." Everyone's eyes widened, looking at the faces of Li Moying and Huang Yueli. Their faces were full of disbelief. Who would have thought that Li Moying would introduce the lady beside him in such a manner? This weak-looking little beauty of the human race was the wife of young Master Li? The young madam of the Cloudy Qilin clan? Was he kidding? This lady was indeed beautiful, rare in the world, but she was a human race. And she doesn't look strong at all. The Cloudy Qilin clan was also an ancient god clan. Can such a woman be allowed to become the young madam of the family? Moreover, it is still allocated to a god-level genius like Li Moying. Everyone was full of doubts, but no one dared to say anything to Li Moying's cold face. Huang Yueli said, "There is Moying here, don't you feel relieved now? Quickly tell me what happened to Xian Qingqing in the secret realm." Her tone was a little anxious, because it had been a long time since the teleportation, and she didn't know what happened to Lu Bian inside. If there was a life-and-death crisis, it is very likely that they will not arrive in time, and Lu Bian will die. The cultivators of the Black Tortoise clan didn't dare to neglect. They looked at each other for a while, and recommended an articulate one to explain to Li Moying. "Young Master Li, what happened was this. I wonder if you have entered the trial of the secret before." Li Moying shook his head. The person hurriedly said, "Then let me briefly explain that the concentration of the profound energy of the heavens and the earth in the trial of the secret realm is much lower than that outside, and it would be good for the cultivators to display half of their usual strength inside. However, there are a large number of spirit beasts and traps, which force cultivators to squeeze their potential greatly. In the secret realm, there are 7 caves, and each cave lives a powerful king-level spirit beast comparable to the Dap Profound Realm cultivator. And these king-level spirit beasts are each guarding a moon lotus. If you want to pass the test and enter the cave, you must obtain the moon lotus from one of the king-level spirit beasts, and at the same time send the moon lotus to the teleportation point in the center of the secret realm. This is almost impossible for us. With the combined strength of all of us, we can't fight against cultivators at the early stage of the Dao Profound Realm, let alone against spirit beasts at the middle stage of the Dao Profound Realm. So, usually, we just kill spirit beasts and practice in a safe place, and we have never been close to these caves. However, when you entered the secret realm this time, something happened, which made you feel that you have the strength to win a moon lotus, right?" After hearing what the young cultivator said, Huang Yueli quickly analyzed the situation at that time. The young cultivator nodded hurriedly, "Yes, that's true. When we entered, there was an astute blaze beast guarding the moon lotus, which seemed to be giving birth, and the surroundings were full of blood. However, the coercion released around the astute blaze beast's cave weakened significantly." "Yes. Young Miss Qingqing is very courageous, so she took the risk to check. We were very lucky. The astute blaze beast was really weak, and it didn't notice that someone had entered its territory, so we plucked the moon lotus." Having said that, the young cultivator paused for a moment, and his face became serious. "Then something happened?" Huang Yueli blinked and asked. The young cultivator nodded, "Yes. After we picked the moon lotus, the astute blaze beast suddenly noticed it, and immediately went mad. It left its cub and chased after us. Luckily, young Miss Qingqing was prepared. She told us to hide in the distance, and she was the only one who went to pick the moon lotus, so everyone escaped in time. She took us all the way to the teleportation circle in the center of the secret realm. We all felt that there was a high possibility of successfully reaching the teleportation circle. Because the astute blaze beast was weak after giving birth, and its speed was much slower than usual, and we also brought a pill for speeding up and saving our lives. However, after running for a certain distance, we realized that we underestimated the difficulty of the secret trial." Huang Yueli and Li Moying looked at each other without saying a word. The two of them were well informed, and they have almost guessed what will happen next. The young cultivator's eyes were moist. He took a deep breath, stabilized his emotions, and then said, It's not just the astute blaze beast that was chasing us, but all the spirit beasts in the entire trial of the secret realm had been attracted by the scent of the moon lotus. We can't deal with one astute blaze beast, and it's even more impossible to deal with other spirit beasts. Soon, some members of the clan were injured. If this continues, we may all die there. So, young Miss Qingqing decided that she would take Moon Lotus alone and leave us alone, and let us go to the teleportation array to wait for her. After young Miss Qingqing left, those spirit beasts really stopped chasing us. We waited and waited in the teleportation array. After waiting for 3 days, she didn't come back. Later, we were teleported out. Huang Yueli listened to the young cultivator's narration very calmly from beginning to end, but she couldn't help but change her face when she heard this. What did you say? It's been 3 days since Xianxia disappeared with Moon Lotus. Yes, that's how it is. Seeing Huang Yueli being so excited, the young cultivator was also taken aback. Then after you separated, are you still practicing in the secret realm? We're so worried about young Miss Qingqing that we didn't leave the teleportation array. Besides, even if we want to gain experience, we can't do it because all the spirit beasts were chasing young Miss Qingqing. There weren't any spirit beasts at all even if we wanted to kill any. Hearing this, Huang Yueli already had an idea in her heart. Alright, thank you, I figured out what happened in the trial of the secret realm. The young cultivator didn't look at her, but stared at Li Moying behind her, and asked worriedly, Young Master Li, that's how things were. Can you save our young Miss Qingqing? The other cultivators of the Black Tortoise clan also looked at him expectantly. Li Moying just glanced at them indifferently, then turned her gaze to Huang Yueli, Little Lear, what do you think? Hearing this, all the cultivators present were taken aback. From their point of view, Huang Yueli was just a vase for Li Moying. Even if she wins young Master Li's favor by virtue of her beauty, when they encounter such serious matters, she can only listen from the sidelines. But who would have thought that Li Moying asked her for her opinion without her opening her mouth? Moreover, he looked very sincere. Huang Yueli noticed everyone's astonished gazes, but she didn't take it seriously at all, and now her mind was completely on Liu Bian. From what that fellow cultivator said, there are 2 important points. First, the disappearance of my senior brother should be related to the disappearance of Xianxia. Because, according to what they just said, the spirit beasts in the entire secret realm were chasing Xianxia. It's difficult to find one outside, so if senior brother is not with Xianxia, it is actually very safe. Everyone originally looked down on Huang Yueli, but when they heard her speak, they didn't take it seriously. However, everyone was taken aback when they heard what she analyzed. So clear and logical. This girl was not just beautiful. Just this ability to analyze was much better than most people. In this way, the cultivators of the Black Tortoise clan listened more attentively. Huang Yueli continued to speak, and immediately made a big move. The second point, Xianxia and my senior brother should not be dead yet. We have to enter the secret realm now. There is still a chance to save them. What? Young Miss Qingqing is not dead? Girl, are you sure? What basis do you have for saying that? Hearing this, the young cultivators couldn't stand any more. They all gathered around and asked questions one after another. Although they wanted to ask Li Moying to find a way to save Xianxia just now, they didn't have much hope in their hearts. Because it has been 3 days since Xianxia was in danger. Under the attack of so many spirit beasts, those who can survive for 3 hours are godlike. 3 days? How can it be? Therefore, in their thinking, there was a 90% possibility that Xianxia was already in danger. But Huang Yueli said that she was still alive, and said so with certainty. Huang Yueli explained lightly, isn't it obvious? You have never encountered any spirit beasts attacking you until you were teleported out, which means that these spirit beasts have always been attracted by Xianxia. If she dies, these spirit beasts will come back. It's that simple? Everyone had expressions of disbelief. Huang Yueli said, otherwise? Everyone looked extremely upset. Yes, why didn't I think of it? This matter is indeed quite obvious, but I didn't think about it at all before. Huang Yueli didn't bother to say more to them. She turned her head to look at Li Moying. It seems that we have to hurry up. Li Moying nodded. We're going to try the secret realm to save people. Hearing this, all the cultivators were shocked. Young Master Li, do you really have the means to enter the secret realm of trials? But, aren't you a god-level talent? Although they don't have the talents of Li Moying, they all know the rules of the trials of the secret realm. Only heaven-level and earth-level talented cultivators will be sent in. Li Moying said calmly, I just don't need to participate in the trial. It doesn't mean that when I want to enter the trial of the secret realm, I can't enter. As he spoke, he turned to Huang Yueli, little Lear, enter the easternmost tower in the cave, and there is a teleportation array that can lead to the secret trial realm. Huang Yueli's eyes lit up, she grabbed his hand and ran towards the teleportation array. Then hurry up, we'll be there right away, don't waste time. Li Moying was taken away by his wife very cooperatively. But the Black Tortoise Clan cultivators who looked at the backs of the two frowned. Madame Li is too anxious, isn't she? Why did she go with young Master Li? How can she enter the secret realm? The two of them can't enter the teleportation array together. Although it's alright for the teleportation array to transmit to two people at the same time, the directions of the two people's teleportation must be the same. If one is sent to the inside of the cave while the other is sent to the secret trial realm, and if the destinations are different, then the one with the poorest cultivation will be ejected. It's a small matter to be ashamed, but one might get hurt. The cultivators wanted to stop Huang Yueli, but she ran too fast, and by the time everyone realized it, it was too late to catch her. They could only watch helplessly as she and Li Moying entered the teleportation array. A moment later, the red light lit up. Everyone was waiting for Huang Yueli to be ejected. But the result? They blinked, and blinked again. What's going on? Where are they? Where did they go? Everyone looked at each other in blank dismay, not understanding what happened. If the person disappeared, he was naturally teleported away. But where did the little beauty next to Li Moying go? It doesn't mean that she is also a god-level genius, and entered the cave together with Li Moying, right? No, don't make wild guesses, this is absolutely impossible. It must be some means that young Master Li took the initiative to allow the teleportation array to teleport to two destinations at the same time. This argument was unanimously supported by everyone. That's right, it must be like this. It seems that young Master Li really likes that girl very much, and he is not willing to let her get hurt. Sigh, I never thought that a peerless genius like young Master Li could not escape the temptation of beauty. Look at you. You don't even look at what level of beauty she is. With such beauty, who won't be tempted? If you remove the halo of a god-level genius, the young Master Li is just an ordinary man. In the trial in the secret realm. With the moon lotus in her arms, Xianxia flitted through quickly as she traversed through the bushes. Before she picked the flower, she also thought that she would be in great danger, but she still didn't expect that it would be so dangerous. What's worse, this moon lotus was now like a hot potato that couldn't be shaken off. She wanted to throw it on the side of the road or in the pond several times, but after a while, for some reason, the moon lotus would return to her hand. There was something evil about it. At this moment, Xianxia really regretted it a bit. She felt that she had overestimated her own strength, underestimated the cave dwelling left by the strong men from the ancient times. At that time, she only saw astute blaze beast's dying appearance and only thought of the opportunity to take advantage of it, so she took the risk. She was really eager to get the secret law inheritance in the palace. The young geniuses of the Black Tortoise clan were all very similar in strength, and there were quite a few who were in the same position as her. If she could get the inheritance, she will definitely have a certain advantage in the God Realm's grand meet, and she will be able to overwhelm her own competition by then. This way, she could obtain more resources from the clan. However, Xianxia has come to this secret trial realm at least 5 or 6 times. Although there was progress in every trial, but there was no chance of passing the assessment. Only this time. The moon lotus seemed to be at her fingertips, but she was dazzled by the immediate benefits, and chose to make a decisive move without thinking further. As a result, it turned into such a difficult situation. Xianxia has been chasing and intercepting various spirit beasts in the secret realm, and has persisted in fighting for 2.5 days. If she hadn't been quite experienced in combat and was usually very cautious, she might have become a corpse by now. However, even though she was still alive, she had suffered serious internal injuries during the series of battles, and her running speed was not as good as before. Roar! Roar! Not far behind her, the roars of high-level spirit beasts came and went. Xianxing's face became paler and paler. With her current physical condition, it is almost impossible to persevere in the next battle. If she was caught up by these high-level spirit beasts, she would definitely have to leave her life here today. Seeing the roars of the spirit beasts getting closer, Xianxia showed a look of despair. "Aren't you that, young Miss Xian?" A deep and magnetic male voice sounded, full of doubts. Xianxia never expected that there would be someone beside her. She was so frightened that she almost jumped up. When she turned her head, she saw a very handsome man standing in front of her. This man looked somewhat familiar. Xianxia thought for a while before recognizing the identity of this person. Aren't you he one who came with young Master Li?" When the two groups of people met just now, her attention was focused on Huang Yueli, but she didn't pay much attention to Lu Bian, but she had a vague impression. Lu Bian nodded, and said politely, "I'm Lu Bian and I'm Li Moying's." "Run! Run!" Before Lu Bian finished speaking, he was interrupted by Xianxing's cry. He froze for a moment, and saw a large group of spirit beasts galloping towards them. Moreover, many of the ones running in the front are high-level spirit beasts, whose strength is equivalent to the powerhouses in the late stage of the human race's heart-profound realm. Lu Bian's face changed. "Damn, what's the situation? How did you attract so many spirit beasts?" Xianxia hurriedly said, "Stop talking, hurry up and run. You are still dawdling here, do you want to die?" Lu Bian also came to his senses, and ran after Xianxia. Seeing this, Xianxia hurriedly said, "Don't follow me. These spirit beasts are coming for me, and they are only chasing me. Go to the east, as long as you run out of this forest, these monsters will not go away. They won't chase you, I will lead them away." Lu Bian obviously didn't expect Xianxia to say such a thing, and was taken aback for a moment. Seeing that he was still standing there stupidly, Xianxia became anxious. "Hey! Are you stupid? Run quickly." Xianxia was so angry that she wanted to vomit blood. Was this guy a fool? She had obviously told him to run, but he won't run. What's up with him? Could it be due to lack of actual combat experience? Seeing such a group of spirit beasts, he was so frightened that he couldn't move? However, this was not impossible. After all, looking at this kid's cultivation, he seems to be only in the middle stage of the dream profound realm. This level of strength, in the eyes of the geniuses of the ancient god clans, was simply unsightly. Either they don't have prefecture-level talents, or they don't work hard in cultivation. Seeing that Lu Bian was able to enter the trial of the secret realm, he probably has an earth-level talent, so it must be the latter. Recalling that Li Moying's wife from the lower realm who was dumped was replaced by with Lu Bian's junior sister, Xianxia quickly made up her mind that Lu Bian was a man who relied on his junior sister's beauty to seduce men. That meant that he himself was one that seeked profits from ladies, and his image became. Lu Bian did not expect that Xianxia could imagine so much in such a short period of time. After looking at the herd of spirit beasts behind the two of them, he analyzed for a moment, then suddenly said, "No, you can't run that way, they will definitely catch up." Xianxia felt that he was simply stupid. "Of course I know that I will be overtaken if I run that way, but it's the same for me if I run that way. These spirit beasts will definitely catch up to me. Don't worry about it so much, just go." Seeing that Lu Bian still didn't move, she didn't bother to say any more. "If you are willing to feed spirit beasts here, then I won't care anymore, I have to go." Xianxia didn't want to delay any longer, she still wanted to struggle to the death. Even if there is only a glimmer of life, she has to fight for it, and she won't wait here to die. Seeing that Xianxia was about to run away, Lu Bian hurriedly called out, "Wait." Xianxia ignored him and continued to run forward, but unexpectedly, a strong force came from her shoulders and pulled her back. "What are you doing?" Xianxia turned her head angrily. However, before she could say anything, Lu Bian grabbed her wrist, pulled her and ran in another direction. "Don't go over there, follow me." As Lu Bian spoke, he ran wildly with Xianxia. "Hey! Lu Bian, right? You're not crazy, are you? Didn't you hear what I said just now? These spirit beasts are coming for me. As long as I don't die, they will keep chasing me. Why are you still dragging me to run together? Are you seeking your own death? Let me go." Xianxia was terribly anxious, and kept pushing back, trying to pull her wrist out of Lu Bian's hand. However, she tried hard twice, but failed. Such a situation made her stunned for a moment. In her opinion, Lu Bian's strength was too far behind hers. Even if she doesn't use profound strength, Lu Bian can't bear her strength. While running, Lu Bian said, "I know there is a place to hide, so come with me first." Seeing that the group of spirit beasts behind them had changed direction, they chased after them again. Xianxia had no choice but to follow Lu Bian all the way to the dark. The two ran wildly all the way, ran out of the bushes, and arrived in a forest. Lu Bian suddenly stopped under a big tree. Xianxia thought he couldn't run anymore and was extremely anxious. "Why did you stop? Now is not the time to rest, we will be chased soon." "No, just keep going, let's continue." Lu Bian turned his head and waved at her. "Don't talk, you come in first." Xianxia was taken aback. "Come in? What do you mean?" The next moment, she widened her eyes and watched Lu Bian clean up some vines beside the big tree, revealing the entrance of a cave. "Go in, hurry up. Didn't you see that the spirit beasts are coming after you?" Lu Bian urged. Xianxia actually didn't think there was any use in doing this at all, but Lu Bian's attitude was so firm, and now that the spirit beast was chasing her, it was too late to think of a solution, so she could only obey Lu Bian's words and sneak in. After a while, Lu Bian also got in and let down the vines that were covering the hole. As soon as Xianxia saw him, he immediately said, You, why did you bring me here? Do you think you can fool those spirit beasts with a few vines as a disguise? Let me tell you, it's impossible. Yes. Those spirit beasts have identified me, no matter how far away they are, they can sense my position. Lu Bian didn't take it seriously, so what if you sense it? As long as you can't get in. How could it be impossible to get in? These are high-level spirit beasts with strong attack power. Although the trees at the door are more than 10 meters thick, they can't withstand their impact. As soon as Xianxing's anxious words fell, the roar of spirit beasts came from outside the cave. Then, there was the rumbling sound caused by a large number of spirit beasts hitting the big tree. The whole ground trembled with the attacks of the spirit beasts. Xianxia couldn't even stand firmly in the cave, her body shook a few times, and she was about to fall down. Lu Bian quickly stretched out his hand to help her. Xianxia was caught off guard and fell onto him. Lu Bian was hit by her, and his body fell backwards. He hastily stepped back a few steps in a row, and didn't stop until his back hit the cave wall. "Young Miss Xian, are you all right?" Lu Bian stood firm and reached out to help Xianxia. Xianxia was leaning in his arms, before she suddenly realized that she had actually fallen on top of a man and hurriedly backed away. There was also a blush on her face. As a genius cultivator of the ancient god clan race, she has been thinking about cultivation since she was a child, and she has never been so close to a man. "I'm fine, thank you." "Thank you, young Master Lu." Lu Bian was pushed away by her, and it was only then that he realized that Xianxia was a young girl, so she was a little embarrassed. However, young Master Lu was a well-known playboy in Soaring Heaven's continent after all. Although he is just a playboy and never shows his true self, his face must be hundreds of times thicker than that of an innocent girl, and he quickly returned to normal. Said, "It's all right, serving beauties is what I should do." It was a bit frivolous to say this. Xianxia suddenly felt a little offended, raised her head, and glared at Lu Bian, as if she wanted to get angry. However, she thought that this man had helped her just now, so she could only hold back her anger. However, her already flushed face became even redder because of suppressing the brewing rage. The proud daughter of heaven, who originally looked high and cold as ice, has become a lot more approachable because of this extra flush. Lu Bian's heart skipped a beat. It wasn't until then that he noticed that Xianxia was also very beautiful. Although she doesn't have the beauty of his junior sister, who can amaze everyone with just a single encounter, she does have an ethereal aura. It looked like a white lotus blooming peacefully by the spring. Xianxia took a few deep breaths, calmed down, and looked in the direction of the cave entrance. "What should we do? These trees will surely fall down soon. The entrance of the cave will definitely be exposed. We still can't escape. Why don't we hurry up and see if there is another exit behind this cave?" Xianxia looked towards the other side. The inside of the cave was pitch black and nothing could be seen. It looked very gloomy. She took out a flint and wanted to ignite it, but was stopped by Lu Bian. "Wait, don't worry, let's see the situation." Even though Xianxia was always calm and self-reliant, at this time, Lu Bian was about to panic to death. What kind of a situation and timing was this? He still wants to wait and see the situation? If they waited and by the time they could look again, both of them would have become food in the belly of spirit beasts. And at this time a loud bang sound finally came from outside. The ground was shaken constantly, smoke and dust were scattered everywhere, and even passed through the vines and flew in from the hole. "It's over. The big tree has been brought down by the spirit beasts. It's too late for us to run," Xianxia said in despair. Sure enough, the roar of the spirit beast rang around in the vicinity, sometimes far away and sometimes near. In the end, the vines covering the cave were torn into pieces by pairs of sharp claws scrambling to be the first, and hideous beast faces appeared at the entrance of the cave. Xianxia knew that they were finished. She couldn't help closing her eyes in despair. It was her audacity, impetuousness, and underestimation of the enemy that led to such consequences. She felt extremely aggrieved to die here. It's a pity that Lu Bian, an innocent passerby, was also implicated by her. But at this moment, she suddenly heard a sharp hissing sound, which seemed to be full of fear. Xianxia quickly opened her eyes, looked at the entrance of the cave, and was taken aback for a moment. A group of spirit beasts were looking at the direction of the cave entrance in horror, looking very alert, hesitated for a while, and gradually moved back. Although there was no shelter at the entrance of the cave, not a single spirit beast rushed in. Xianxia never expected such a situation to happen. She stared blankly for a while, then remembered something, and immediately turned to look at Lu Bian. Lu. Young Master Lu? You did this, right? What's going on? What did you do to these spirit beasts? Lu Bian's expression was actually very serious, and he was slightly relieved when he saw the spirit beasts retreating one after another. I don't have the ability to do anything to these spirit beasts. After all, I am only in the dream profound realm. If you add 3 or 5 of these spirit beasts, I will die. After hearing this, Xianxia was speechless for a while. What, 3 or 5? This was a high-level spirit beast equivalent to the strength of a strong person in the late stage of the heart profound realm. Not to mention 3 or 5, just one of his followers can tear a dream profound realm cultivator into pieces, alright? However, Xianxia had just been rescued by someone, so naturally she wouldn't point out Lu Buya's nonsense and continued with a good attitude. Then how could these spirit beasts retreat? They definitely have something to do with you. Young Master Lu, don't be so modest, this time you saved me, I'm really grateful. Lu Bian actually noticed Xianxia eyes. He was very good at observing words and deeds. Of course he understands that Xianxia doesn't believe that he can fight against 3 or 5 high-level spirit beasts. However, he didn't explain. He just smiled and said, actually, we haven't escaped danger yet. These spirit beasts are just afraid to enter the cave for the time being. But if they don't leave, we can't be trapped here forever, right? Xianxia also understood this point. She originally thought that Lu Bian would have a way to escape from the cave, but now she heard what he said, and she was a little disappointed. How can we do this? We have to work it out. That's right. Xianxia suddenly thought of something, pointed to the entrance of the cave, and asked, Young Master Lu, what method did you use to prevent these spirit beasts from entering? She purposely observed around the cave for a while just now, and found that there was no special pattern at the entrance of the cave, so this was not due to the defensive array. And there is no mechanism in the cave, it looks very ordinary. This made Xianxia a little incomprehensible. Lu Bian smiled and said, I just used a little medicine powder. As he spoke, he took out a medicine bottle from his sleeve and waved it in front of Xianxia's eyes. This kind of medicinal powder is quite special. It can imitate the aura of king-level spirit beasts. I sprinkled the medicine powder on the entrance of the cave. Therefore, spirit beasts below the king level dare not approach the cave. By the way, you can also sprinkle some on your clothes. Just in case. Lu Bian opened the medicine bottle, grabbed Xianxia's sleeve with one hand, and was about to sprinkle it on her body. Xianxia was stunned for a moment, and quickly withdrew his hand. Well, thank you young Master Lu, but I'd better spread it myself. Lu Bian was also taken aback, and then realized that he was behaving a little too familiar. Now the teammate beside him was not Li Moying, but a girl from an ancient god clan that he doesn't know well at all. He smiled mischievously, and handed the bottle to Xianxia. Alright, young Miss Xian, you can do it yourself. Xianxia took out the medicine bottle and carefully sprinkled the medicine powder on her body. During her actions, she accidentally twitched the wound on her body, and she almost screamed in pain. Ugh! She snorted and frowned. Seeing this, Lu Bian frowned slightly, and walked closer. Young Miss Xian, what's wrong with you? Did you get injured in the battle with the spirit beast just now? Xianxia nodded, and replied, that's right. Actually, I have been chased by those spirit beasts for several days. During the period, I was almost caught up several times, and a fight broke out. Fortunately, I was lucky and escaped smoothly in the end. It's just that I suffered a lot of injuries. If you hadn't rescued me this time, I probably would have died here. Lu Bian thought for a while, and then took out 2 bottles of pills from his sleeve. Young Miss Xian, of these 2 bottles of elixir, one is for treating internal injuries, and the other is an ointment. As long as you apply it on the wound, it will heal quickly. Xian Qingqing was stunned for a moment, and then refused. No need, young Master Lu, it really doesn't matter. To tell you the truth, when I came out of the family, I brought a lot of medicinal pills for healing, but here, the spirit beasts here are all fire type, and for a water type physique like mine, they will do a lot of damage, and any pills will have limited effects. Also, my profound strength is seriously depleted, which cannot be cured by pills. After listening to Xian Qingling's words, Lu Bian just smiled. He simply pushed the bottle of pills towards her. Young Miss Xian, this is a pill I made myself. It is improved based on the existing pill formula. It is definitely different from the healing medicine in your clan. Is it all right for you to try it? Or, are you worried that I will poison you? Hearing this, a smile of embarrassment appeared on Xian Qingling's face, before she hurriedly shook her head. How can you say that? Young Master Lu, you are my lifesaver. She took the medicine bottles, poured out a pill from one of the bottles, stuffed it into her mouth, and swallowed it with her head raised. If Lu Bian wanted to harm her, all he had to do was watch her being killed by a spirit beast. It didn't have to be so complicated. Besides, Lu Bian knew that she was from the ancient god clan, yet he strongly recommended this bottle to her, which showed that these medicinal pills were indeed superior. Now that they were in such a precarious situation, it was always a good thing to be able to heal any injuries as much as possible and increase their combat effectiveness. Even if the medicinal pill doesn't work, it doesn't hurt to try it. After Xian Qingling took the medicinal pill, she thanked Lu Bian and leaned against the cave wall to rest for a while. She actually didn't have much confidence in Lu Bian's medicinal pill. As a cultivator of the human race, he has limited cultivation resources, so what good medicine can he have? However, after only a dozen or so breaths passed, Xian Qingling suddenly felt an incomparably cool feeling coming from her meridians. Due to the fire energy invading her meridians, she has been feeling like her meridians are on fire during this entire time, burning her internal organs. No matter what pill she took, she couldn't suppress this feeling. But now, she could clearly feel that the fire energy was being slowly suppressed, and her own profound strength was stimulated, slowly flowing out from her dantian. Not long after, she felt that half of her internal injuries had healed. At least, it wouldn't make her completely unable to fight anymore. Xian Qingling suddenly opened her eyes, which were filled with surprise. Young Master Lu, I'm really much better. Your medicinal pill is really amazing. She has always had a cold personality, and she rarely got so excited. It's true that the medicinal pill Lu Bian gave her was so effective that it completely exceeded her expectations. In fact, she has never taken a medicinal pill that works so quickly and has no side effects at all. Of course, there were more advanced medicinal pills, but they weren't easily available to a young person like her. Lu Bian looked at her surprised face and smiled slightly. He didn't notice this before, but this iceberg beauty is quite cute when she smiles. Now you know that my medicine is effective? He pointed to another medicine bottle. The ointment in that bottle is for trauma, you should rub some on it and try. Xian Qingling picked up the medicine bottle, showing some hesitation. Seeing this, Lu Bian couldn't help laughing. I'll just turn my back, and I promise not to peek. But, to be honest, young Miss Xian, your figure is really, the front and back are almost the same, even if you show me, I'm not interested either. Xian Qing was so angry that he almost vomited blood. Which of the young Black Tortoise clan cultivators around her was not in awe of her talent and strength and respected her? Has she ever met a man like Lu Bian who never forgets to tease her 1 in 3 sentences? And Xian Qingling subconsciously looked down at her chest. She has to admit that what Lu Bian said seemed to make sense. Was she really a little developmentally delayed? Damn, what was she thinking? Xianqing tapped her head in frustration, deeply felt that she really hadn't slept for several days and nights, and was so tired that her mind was not clear. To actually listen to such an unreliable guy talking nonsense here. She was a talented cultivator of the ancient god clan, and she was not any showgirl, so how endowed she was none of that stinky man's business. And Lu Bian waited for a while, but didn't hear any movement behind him, so he couldn't help urging, "Young Miss Xian, how are you? Have you applied the medicine already?" Only then did Xianqing come back to her senses, and hurriedly shouted, "Wait a while." She hastily rolled up her sleeves, exposing the wound, and carefully applied the medicine bit by bit. Although it was as light as possible, several of her wounds were very deep, and when touched, they still hurt so deeply that she couldn't help but let out a hiss. Lu Bian felt his heart tugged when he heard it. He was not a very sympathetic person, however, hearing a girl in such pain and not screaming out loud, just sucking in to restrain herself made him feel even more uncomfortable. Deliberately wanting to look back at the situation, but thinking of Xianqing's cold demeanor, he still didn't do so. Finally, Xianqing applied ointment to every wound. A miraculous thing happened. Almost as soon as her wound touched the ointment, the bleeding wound began to heal, and the cold touch of the ointment effectively relieved her pain. Xianqing put away the medicine bottle and got dressed. In just such a short time, she discovered that several of the relatively minor wounds were no longer painful. This time, Xianqing was shocked. She never expected that the medicinal pill and ointment that Lu Bian took out were all such incredulous medicines. Although she was not a professional, she still has common sense. If such a bottle of medicinal pill was taken out, it will definitely fetch sky-high prices in auction houses on all continents. Even the elders of their clan, or even the patriarch, might rush to seek it. But, did Lu Bian just let her use it casually? Xianqing immediately felt that this kindness was great. She hastily handed the used medicine bottle to Lu Bian. "Young Master Lu, your medicinal pill is so effective that my injury is already half healed. I have never used such an easy-to-use medicinal pill. This time I really have to thank you." Lu Bian didn't take back the medicine bottle. "It's alright, keep the medicinal pill, your injury is serious, it will take 3 consecutive days to fully heal. Besides, if you fight later, you might get injured again. But, this pill is too expensive. How could you?" Xianqing was dumbfounded. Was she mistaken? Will Lu Bian give her the whole bottle of pills? Does he know how valuable these pills are? As a human race, how could he have so much money and give away such life-saving magic pills to others, casually? Could it be that he got it from young Master Li? However, even if young Master Li is really with Lu Bian's junior sister, then it's impossible for Lu Bian to spend so much, right? Lu Bian saw the doubts in her heart, and explained, "This is not an expensive medicine, it's just refined by myself. In fact, I have better quality here, these are for daily use, you don't need to worry too much, take it." Although it was the medicinal pill that he and Huang Yueli Li Moying used daily, Lu Bian was not a kind person. Originally, he would not give away the pills so casually. However, Xianqing gave him a good impression. When the two bumped into each other by accident just now, Xianqing could pull him in and use him a backstop, but she insisted on driving him away, without even asking for a word of help. Some people may think that this was just the basic morality of human beings. However, Lu Bian has some experience, and he knows very well that the so-called morality was not worth mentioning when it is really a life-and-death crisis. Many people who seem to be dignified on weekdays, as if they are gentlemen, when they are really dying, they don't care about the interests of others at all, and only want to keep themselves alive. At any cost. And Xianqing was obviously not such a person. Besides, Huang Yueli had mentioned to him before about her cooperative relationship with Xian Qingling. It's not easy for the younger sister to find a partner with such a decent personality. Lu Bian still doesn't mind helping her a little more. But Xian Qingling was so shocked that she couldn't speak because of Lu Bian's casual explanation. You, what did you say? You made this medicinal pill yourself? Lu Bian nodded, yup. How is it possible? How is this possible? Xian Qingling cried out in shock, these pills are at least heaven level. Could it be that you are a heaven level spirit medicine master? But you, how old are you? No, not even ordinary heaven level medicinal pills have such a good effect, this prescription must have been improved. Xian Qingling felt that she had been through a whirlwind. What exactly was going on? Are there already so many geniuses in the god realm? How can she meet heaven-defying geniuses so casually? First, a god-level genius like Li Moying appeared out of thin air. Later, when she was in White Tiger Continent, she met a genius spirit armament master who could improve the standard of spirit armaments. And now, there was another talented spirit medicine master. Xian Qingling herself was a spiritual artifact master, and she was also a person who has learned the craft, so she knows very well what kind of effort it takes to improve these skills to a certain level. And how many people, trying every means and spending countless money, can't reach the peak? This was actually no easier than martial arts training. Lu Bian smiled, and said, young Miss Xian misunderstood, in fact, those medicinal pills you took just now are only earth-level medicinal pills, but their efficacy is better than ordinary earth-level medicinal pills. The medicinal pill he took out was indeed improved. However, he was not as talented as his junior sister. The brand new fire control method was invented by Huang Yueli, and he just learned from her. However, he was indeed quite talented in the medicinal pill technique. After learning the method of controlling fire, he quickly put it into practice and made a breakthrough in the medicinal pill technique. It took Xian Qingling a while to calm down. At this moment, when she looked at Lu Bian again, it was completely different from before. Just now she thought that Lu Bian should be hugging Li Moying's thigh through Huang Yueli, but now she thinks, to be able to hang out with young Master Li and become a sworn brothers with him, it really was extraordinary. Lu Bian noticed the implicit admiration in the girl's gaze, and couldn't help feeling a little complacent. However, their current situation was not the time for him to enjoy the admiration of others with a peace of mind. Seeing that Xian Qingling had almost recovered, he immediately asked the question that had been pressing in his mind for a long time, young Miss Xian, why on earth were you chased and killed by those spirit beasts? When Xian Qingling heard this question, thinking of the predicament the two of them were facing now, her expression became a little downcast. Oh, it's all my fault for being too impulsive. She simply talked about how she took advantage of the astute blaze beast's weakness during childbirth to take the moon lotus, but was chased and killed by the spirit beasts in the entire trial of the secret realm. Although she didn't describe the process of her escape in detail, Lu Bian could imagine how many arduous battles Xian Qingling had experienced in the past few days. He couldn't help but have a little admiration for Xian Qingling. So tenacious, so persistent, as long as such a cultivator does not fall halfway, one will definitely become a top powerhouse. After hearing her finish, Lu Bian thought for a while and said, are you sure the moon lotus can't leave your side? Xian Qingling nodded, I'm sure. I've tried 6 times on the road to throw it away, but all failed. I also tried to set it on fire to burn it, or just crush it with my feet. However, it has no effect at all. It seems that the moon lotus will not suffer any damage at all. Lu Bian frowned and thought for a moment, then suddenly asked, young Miss Xian, can you let me see moon lotus? This? Xian Qingling hesitated for a moment. Lu Bian hurriedly said, if it's inconvenient, forget it, I was indeed reckless in asking. Such a treasure, itself, shouldn't be shown casually to others. Seeing his nervousness, Xianxia laughed and said, "Young Master Lu, you misunderstood. This is not a treasure, but a burden that I can't even throw away. I hesitated just now, because I was afraid that you would get affected by this moon lotus. I'm afraid that you would also be entangled by those spirit beasts and end up like me, with no way to escape." Lu Bian smiled, "Even if you don't show me the moon lotus, I won't be able to get away? If young Miss Xian has nothing to hide, why don't you take out the moon lotus, let's study it together and think of a way." Xianxia nodded, and carefully took out a lotus flower from the interspatial ring. This moon lotus flower was larger than ordinary lotus flowers. Its whole body was snow white, and there was a faint halo wrapped around the petals. When Lu Bian saw it, his eyes lit up immediately. This moon lotus overflows with spiritual energy. If it is used as medicine, it will have the effect of promoting muscle and blood circulation, and bringing the dead back to life. Xianxia blinked, "Really? I can only see that this moon lotus is definitely a treasure, but I can't see what it can be used for." Lu Bian smiled, "Such a kind of treasure of heaven and earth is definitely not only useful in alchemy, but I am a spirit medicine master, so I only consider it from this perspective. Can I touch it?" Seeing Xianxia nod her head, Lu Bian stretched out his hand towards moon lotus, wanting to feel the breath of moon lotus. But who knew, seeing his fingers were about to land on the petals, suddenly. Ouch! Lu Bian suddenly let out a cry of pain, and hurriedly took his hand back. This flower is really not simple. The moment he was about to touch the moon lotus, the hazy moonlight around the moon lotus suddenly exploded, becoming bright and dazzling. At the same time, a powerful energy erupted from it, knocking Lu Bian's hand away. Fortunately, he was used to being careful and he was prepared when it struck, otherwise, his entire right hand will probably be blown away by now. "Young Master Lu, are you all right?" Xianxia didn't expect this to happen. She was startled, and hurried over to see Lu Bian's injury. Lu Bian shook his head, and said, "It's all right, it's not too late for me to stop, I just suffered some traumatic injuries, I just need to apply some ointment later." "But it seems that this moon lotus has set its sight on you?" Xianxing's face collapsed all of a sudden, "Isn't it so? I thought it just couldn't be thrown away, but now I realize that others can't even touch it. This is going to be a big trouble. You are carrying such a thing, the target is too big, how can we escape the pursuit of spirit beasts?" Almost as soon as Lu Bian finished speaking, the two of them heard commotion coming from outside the cave. When Moon Lotus was in Xianxing's interspatial ring just now, she was doing relatively well. Most of her aura was covered by the interspatial ring. After taking it out now, a large amount of spiritual energy escaped outwards, which tempted the high-level spirit beasts waiting outside and became more irritable. A few spirit beasts couldn't hold back anymore, they rushed to the entrance of the cave again, tentatively stretching out their claws into the cave. Even Xianxia, who has always been calm and independent, could no longer take it, and her expression crumbled. Could it be that with the temptation of the moon lotus, even Lu Bian's medicine powder can't stop these spirit beasts? Seeing that these spirit beasts were getting closer and closer, almost passing the area marked by Lu Bian's medicine powder, Xianxing's hands and feet were stiff for a moment, and she didn't know what to do. Lu Bian hurriedly called out, "Young Miss Xian, quickly throw the moon lotus out. Quick! Throw it at them." There was a flash in Xianxing's mind, and she also realized that this is the best way. Although she discarded the moon lotus several times before, they were all secretly placed in secluded places. It's not that she doesn't want to throw the moon lotus directly at the spirit beast, but that she can't get so close to the spirit beast and still keep herself safe. Therefore, she could only choose a safer and more reliable method. But now, these high-level spirit beasts were right in front of them, but they were still afraid of the power exuded by Lu Bian's medicine powder, so they did not dare approach them for a while. This was an excellent opportunity. She quickly understood and made a decisive decision. With a slight flick of her wrist, she threw the moon lotus flower towards the entrance of the cave. The moon lotus flower with a hazy light drew a beautiful arc in midair, like a shooting star, flew towards the entrance of the cave, crossed the boundary of the medicine powder, and flew directly into the herd of spirit beasts. All the spirit beasts were obviously taken aback. But soon, they let out a roar, and stretched out their claws one by one, scrambling to grab the moon lotus. There were many spirit beasts, but there was only one moon lotus. The fight between the spirit beasts quickly escalated into a brutal bloodbath. In this way, no spirit beast would pay attention to the two tiny humans in the cave. Seeing this, both Lu Bian and Xianxia let out a long sigh of relief. Xianxia looked at Lu Bian even more differently. "Young Master Lu, you are so witty. The timing just now was impeccable. If you hadn't reminded me in time, I still wouldn't be able to react." Lu Bian kept a reserved attitude as much as possible, and said with a smile, "I'm just quick-witted in an emergency. Fortunately, this method is effective." Before he finished speaking, he suddenly straightened his back, his eyes widened, and he looked out of the cave again. Suddenly, a dazzling golden light erupted from within the fray of spirit beasts. The few high-level spirit beasts at the center of the battle were all hit by the golden light and were sent roaring and flying backwards. And that burst of golden light gradually shrunk and slowly rose from the ground. The center of the golden light was that moon lotus flower. After being embroiled in the intense fight between so many spirit beasts just now, if it was an ordinary lotus, it would be impossible to find a complete petal. However, this moon lotus was still luscious and intact. It looks like it was just picked off. Lu Bian and Xianxia stared dumbfounded at moon lotus flying through the air and returning to Xianxin's arms again. The two of them were really dumbfounded now. It turns out that Xianxin's so-called inability to throw it away was really impossible to throw it away. Not only can it not be thrown away if it was placed anywhere, even if it was thrown directly to the spirit beasts to devour, it was still useless. Xianxia wanted to cry but had no tears, so, "I can only carry this moon lotus with me all the time." Lu Bian was also despondent for a moment. However, compared to Xianxia, who was almost exhausted after being chased by spirit beasts for 3 days and 2 nights, he was obviously much more rational. Lu Bian thought for a while, when his eyes suddenly lit up and he snapped his fingers. "Yes. We clearly did it wrong just now. In fact, we don't need to escape from here at all. As long as we persist for half a day, the 5-day experience time will be over. At that time, we will be sent to the trial outside of the secret realm. We will be safe then." Xianxia thought about it carefully, and then nodded. "Yes, what you said makes sense. It's just, these spirit beasts seem to be getting more and more courageous, and they almost entered the cave just now. Can your medicine powder really last for such a long time?" Animal-repelling medicine powders rely on special scents, and if they are used to the smell of the medicine powder to lure spirit beasts, they might rush in directly. Lu Bian laughed. "You don't have to worry about that. I can't just bring a bottle of medicine powder with me when I go out. Since you're worried, I'll add some food to these small animals." Small animals?" Xianxia looked at him, bewildered. The herd of spirit beasts outside were all several meters tall, giants who can turn people into minced meat with a single slap, all right. How did they become small animals from Lu Bian? Lu Bian took out a new bottle of medicinal powder from his sleeve, and walked towards the entrance of the cave. There were still a few high-level spirit beasts that have not left, and were still hovering in front of the cave entrance. Seeing Lu Bian walking over, as if about to go out, several spirit beasts became excited, and all moved to the front of the cave, as if they were waiting for a certain prey to walk into their mouths by themselves. This scene made Xianxin's heart rise in her throat, and she was extremely nervous. "Lu. Young Master Lu, you must be careful. This is too risky, you come back first, and we will think of a way. However, Lu Bian didn't stop in his footsteps, but walked straight to the entrance of the cave, only less than 1 meter away from the spirit beasts. It seems that these spirit beasts can bite his head off as long as they stretch their necks forward a little and open their mouths again. As a matter of fact, there were some brutal spirit beasts who really did this. A tiger-shaped spirit beast suddenly opened its mouth wide, trying to bite Lu Bian in two. But who would have thought that as soon as it opened its mouth, it was sprinkled with a handful of medicinal powder. Ah woo ah woo. Immediately, the miserable cry of this tiger-shaped spirit beast echoed throughout the woods. It really made me sad when I smelled it, and shed tears when I saw it. Ha 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 ha. Lu Bian laughed so hard that he fell down. You dare to take the idea of the young master's human flesh. Is my meat also affordable for you? No, it's too hot, right? Xian Qingqing was stunned by the reaction of the tiger-shaped spirit beast, and was speechless for a long time. Next, she was struck by Lu Bian's exaggerated laughter and smiled wryly. This Lu Bian has quite a bit of ability, but he was a little too unreliable, right? Does he really treat himself like a dish? It's so spicy. Lu Bian chased away a tiger-shaped spirit beast, and frightened the other spirit beasts that were staring at it. They looked at the tiger-shaped spirit beast that was screaming miserably, and at the fragrant moon lotus inside. After weighing for a moment, they chose to leave temporarily. Lu Bian quickly took the medicine bottle and sprinkled it around the hole. When he came back, Xian Qingqing had already put away the moon lotus. It feels much safer to put it in the interspatial ring, but to those spirit beasts outside, it was some kind of strong drug. It really makes people feel insecure. Lu Bian sat down against the cave wall, turned his head and said, "Young Miss Xian, how old are you this year?" Since the two of them still had to wait in this cave for a long time, Lu Bian decided to chat with the young girl beside him. Anyway, being idle is idle, how stupid would he be if it was all silent? However, as soon as he turned his head, he didn't finish a sentence, and found that Xian Qingqing was sitting cross-legged on the ground with her eyes closed and her breath restrained. It was obvious that she had already entered the state of cultivation. Lu Bian was stunned for a moment. It's unknown whether the two of them are still alive or dead here. There are so many high-level spirit beasts roaring at the door all the time. The only line of defense they rely on was a pile of medicinal powder. I don't know if I can get out alive after half a day. This Xian Qingqing actually still has the mood to cultivate? Were all the cultivators of the ancient god clan race so perverted? Lu Bian was really rendered speechless by Xian Qingqing. However, she had already delved into cultivation, and it was not easy for him to forcibly wake her up to chat with him. In desperation, he had no choice but to close his eyes and cultivate as well. During the period, the medicinal powder dissipated to some extent several times, causing the spirit beasts at the entrance of the cave to become restless again. Lu Bian interrupted his cultivation and added the medicinal powder again. Just like that, 7 hours passed without any risk. Seeing that the time for teleportation was approaching, Xian Qingqing took the initiative to stop cultivating and waited with Lu Bian. After going through a series of battles, both of them now desperately hope that they can return to a safe place immediately. My time today should be a little earlier than yours. I will definitely be sent it out later. Don't worry, if the medicine powder here lasts for another hour, you will be able to get out safely. Lu Bian was afraid that she would be uneasy, and explained. Xian Qingqing nodded, I got it. Although the two of them only fought side by side for a short half a day, she already trusted Lu Bian very much. There was a special charm in this man. Although his appearance and behavior seemed to make people feel that he was very unreliable, in fact, this was just a disguise. Lu Bian was far stronger than what he showed on the outside. The two of them sat side by side, leaning against the cave wall, and started chatting, waiting for the moment of teleportation. However, the two talked about everything from their own life experiences to their family background, to their hobbies, almost everything. At this time, Xianqing suddenly woke up and realized that something was wrong. Strange, how long have we been chatting? Why haven't you been sent out yet? Lu Bian was taken aback, and it was like waking up from a dream. That's right, what's going on? My time here is clearly up. The chat with Xianqing was too speculative just now. He didn't even pay attention to the time, but now that he thinked back carefully, he realized that half an hour had already passed. No, nearly an hour has passed. Even Xianqing estimated that the time when she would teleport out by herself was almost here. The two looked at each other, and both saw a trace of uneasiness in each other's eyes. Xianqing asked, "Young Master Lu, think about it again, could it be that you misremembered the time?" Lu Bian frowned and said, "How is this possible? I came with my junior sister and young Master Li. Before the two of them entered the cave, I was afraid that they would miss the time and not have time to go to Floating Sea, so I specially checked the time and told them, then I entered the trial of the secret realm. Can this still be remembered wrongly?" Xianqing's eyes widened after hearing this. "Wait, you said your junior sister entered the cave together with young Master Li? God-level geniuses can bring their companions into the cave together? This is the first time I've heard of it. There is such a thing. If this is the case, wouldn't the people of the Cloudy Qilin clan take advantage of it? They could be brought in one by Li Moying, and there was no need to pass the trial of the secret realm at all." Lu Bian was taken aback, and realized that he had slipped up and exposed his junior sister's cultivation. However, in his eyes, Xianqing was someone he could trust, so after thinking about it, he decided not to hide it from her. "Of course Li Moying can't bring anyone in. My junior sister can go in because..." In the middle of his speech, suddenly, there was a beeping sound from the corner of the cave. Lu Bian's words were interrupted, because both of them immediately looked at the source of the sound, which was an hourglass specially set up by them. The sound just now was the warning sound when the sand in the hourglass ran out. This means Xianqing's teleportation time has come. Lu Bian's eyes turned to Xianqing, waiting for her figure to disappear. If it was still possible for him to remember the time he entered wrongly, then it was definitely impossible for Xianqing to remember wrongly. Because she brought a whole team to the trial this time, representing the person in charge of the Black Tortoise clan, it was impossible to remember the time clearly. However, 1 breath, 2 breaths, 3 breaths, 10 breaths, 20 breaths, 30 breaths. A stick of incense time passed, and Xianqing was still sitting there, not even a strand of hair was missing from her body. Both of them were experienced fighters. If they still can't see the problem, then they have lived in vain. Immediately, both Lu Bian and Xianqing showed extremely disappointed expressions. "We're in big trouble now." Xianqing frowned. "What the hell?" Lu Bian slammed his fist heavily on the cave wall. He used so much force that the entire cave shook a few times. However, this did not relieve the pressure in his heart at all. Seeing him like this, Xianqing rushed over to stop him. "Young Master Lu, no. Don't be so impulsive. Calm down, calm down. We are still safe now, we can think of a way, maybe there is still a chance to escape. Don't waste your energy, let's sit down and discuss slowly." Probably because of the water attribute, Xianqing has a reassuring aura about her. Hearing her gentle voice whispering in his ears, Lu Bian felt as if a clear spring flowed through his heart, and his restless emotions were suppressed. He obeyed Xianqing's words and sat down again. "Calm down. How can I calm down now? The matter is very clear. Although the cultivators who failed the trial will all be sent outside the cave at the end of the 5 days. However, since we have the moon lotus in our hands, it has not been judged as a trial failure. On the contrary, we should still be in the trial process. This process has to be maintained until we send the moon lotus to the transmission center, or we are eaten to death by the spirit beast. Xianqing's speculation was the same, so she didn't say much, but seemed quite guilty. I'm sorry, young Master Lu, I'm really sorry. If it weren't for me, you wouldn't have been involved in such a big trouble. It's all my fault. Originally, you were doing the trial alone in the secret realm, at least it was safe. Seeing her extremely guilty look, Lu Bian couldn't bear it, so he quickly shook his head and said, Young Miss Xian, don't say that, you have already asked me to run for my life, and I insisted on following you. Besides, this level of danger is just a trivial matter for me. How can a cultivator break through without encountering a life and death crisis? Today's encounter may be an opportunity for the two of us. Xianqingling heard that, although her expression was still a little lonely, her mood improved a lot. Young Master Lu, you are really good at comforting people, and it made me feel much better. This is not consolation, but a fact. Lu Bian said with a smile. Xianqingling nodded, and said, You are right, this is a danger, but also an opportunity. If we can break through the siege, bring the moon lotus to the transmission center, and pass the trial, we will be able to enter the cave successfully and obtain the inheritance. I believe we can do it. I believe so as well. The two encouraged each other with confidence, but when it came to concrete actions, they encountered difficulties again. Although the effect of my medicine powder is good, the quantity is limited after all, and it is impossible to use it forever. In fact, I only have one bottle of medicine powder, and I can last for half a day. We must find ways to escape during this half day. There is a way. Otherwise, when the medicine powder is used up, these spirit beasts will swarm up, and we will have nowhere to escape. Xianqingling nodded, That's right, we can't sit still. There are only two ways now. Lu Bian looked at Xianqingling, waiting for her to tell her plan. First, find a way to get out. There are fewer spirit beasts gathered outside than when we first came in. Maybe we can fight our way out. No, this is absolutely not feasible. Lu Bian immediately rejected this suggestion. Although the number of spirit beasts outside seems to be a little less, in fact, many spirit beasts are hiding in the woods, or hunting nearby. Once we leave the cave, these spirit beasts will be able to recover in a short time and catch up with us quickly and continue to hunt us down. Besides, when you ran for your life, you kept a certain distance from these spirit beasts, but now these spirit beasts are all crowded at the door. How can it be possible to kill them? If we had such strength, we wouldn't be trapped here for days. Xianqingling actually felt that the first method was not reliable, so she said, Well, then this way is considered unfeasible. But the second way seems even more unreliable. Why so? Let's discuss it. Lu Bian urged her. Xianqingling looked at the entrance of the cave, then turned her head to look at the back, and said, Since you can't go from the front, you can only go in other directions. I just observed it, and there is a cool air flow from the back of this cave blowing from the outside. It seems that there must be an exit leading to the outside at the back. Let's look carefully, maybe we can find it. Hearing this, Lu Bian couldn't help but sighed. I knew you would say this. Actually, before I brought you here, I had already lived in this cave for one night. At that time, I guessed that there was an exit behind the cave, so I went there to check it out. When he said this, he paused. Xianqingling immediately felt terrible. What's going on? Is there something wrong? You can't get through the exit? She reacted very quickly, knowing that since Lu Bian had looked for it, if there was a way out, he would have said it long ago. It is impossible to wait until now, when they are in such a desperate situation. Sure enough, Lu Bian nodded depressedly and said, You will find out if you come with me, and have a look. With that said, he walked towards the back of the cave first. Xianqingling quickly followed. The inside of the cave was very dark, but Lu Baiyan's fire attribute talent was also very high. With a snap of his fingers, several lighting sparks flew out, illuminating the surrounding environment like daylight. Behind the cave was a large gourd-shaped space. There were many weathered bones in it, and there were some scratch marks of beasts on the ground. Obviously, this was the cave where a high-level spirit beast once lived in. Lu Baiyan went straight to a corner and pushed aside some weeds with his hands, revealing a small hole. The air current you feel should come from here. I have searched for other places, and there is no other place than this little vent. Xianxia knelt down, examined it carefully, and immediately frowned. Because this hole looks really small, about the size of a dog hole on the wall of someone else's house, and it's obviously unrealistic for people to go in. Moreover, from their point of view, the inside of this dog hole was pitch black, so it can be seen that it should be a very long tunnel. They did not know how long it was, and did not know what was at the other end. Climbing directly into it was no different from sending themselves to death. Seeing this, Xianqing's face collapsed. Then there is nothing else we can do? Are we really going to sit here and wait to die? Lu Baiyan's face also darkened. In fact, although he was optimistic just now, he basically said it to comfort Xianqing. He also felt that it was unlikely for the two of them to escape this time. However, realizing that Xianqing beside him was looking at him for help, Lu Baiyan couldn't say a word of negativity. He gritted his teeth, and said bravely, "Let's think about it again, isn't it only half a day? No, how many hours? Maybe we can figure out a way. If it really doesn't work, we can at least be fully armed. Let's fight to the death with those spirit beasts. Although there are many of them, we are not weak, and we are not sure who will win and who will lose in the end." After hearing this, Xianqing actually understood that this time, she probably had to leave her little life here. However, there were very few cultivators who could cultivate to this stage who were greedy for life and afraid of death, and Xianqing was no exception. She was already prepared for the worst. Moreover, thinking that before she died, she could still meet a new partner with the same goals, she felt that she was quite lucky. A man like Lu Baiyan was a type of man she had never met before. He was completely different from the kind of genius of the ancient god clan with their eyes always stuck to the skies that she usually associates with. Even if he was implicated and may even lose his life here, he didn't harbor any grievances at all. Instead, he still thought about her every time. The two sat down on the ground again. This time, Xianqing flipped her wrist and took something out of her interspatial ring. "What did you take out? Is it some powerful spirit armament? By the way, you are a spirit armament master. What good treasures are there?" Lu Baiyan came over curiously. Xianqing smiled wryly and shook her head. "What can I do? I used to think that I was at least among the younger generation, a genius spirit armament master. As a result, compared with that Liyue Huang, the real genius is someone like her. He, she is indeed a genius to the point of pervert. We don't need to compare with perverts, right?" Lu Baiyan unconsciously complained about his junior sister in order to comfort her. Xianqing gave him a strange look. "What? Young Master Lu, you also know Miss Li?" This. It was only then that Lu Baiyan remembered that Xianqing didn't know that his junior sister was the spirit armament master from White Tiger Continent, and he was about to explain it to Xianqing. However, Xianqing stopped looking at him, and put the thing she took out in front of the two of them. Lu Baiyan looked at it and couldn't help being stunned. "This, could it be wine?" Xianqing nodded, and said with a smile, "Yes, this is the unique secret recipe of our Black Tortoise clan." "Have you heard of the Thousand Days Rhapsody?" Lu Baiyan exclaimed, "I seem to have heard of it. I heard that this kind of wine from your Black Tortoise clan can only be brewed with natural treasures. It can boost the cultivation of cultivators, even those of the Dao Profound realm. A bottle is priceless." Xianxia nodded slightly. That's right, this wine is very precious even within our clan, and only elders in the Dao Profound Realm can occasionally get a bottle or two. It takes 5 years to be the first to get the reward. So precious. Xianxia shook her head. No matter how precious it is, it's just a thing. Both of us probably won't survive today, so we don't need to think much about it. Why don't we just open this bottle of wine? Maybe we can make a breakthrough in our strength. Even if we can't make a breakthrough, it is a blessing in life to meet a confidant in wine. Lu Bian was also a person with a free and easy personality. After hearing what she said, naturally he will not shirk it. He smiled casually. All right, since that's the case, then I'll come and taste what this so-called top wine famous in the God realm tastes like. Xianxia took out 2 white jade cups from her interspatial ring, put them on the ground, opened the seal on the wine bottle and filled the cups. She picked up one of the cups and held it to Lu Bian. Young Master Lu, let me pay my respects to you with this cup. When I first saw you earlier, I thought you were just hanging alongside to gain the benefits of young Master Li. If there is any offense, please don't take it to heart. Lu Bian smiled and said, how can I argue with girls about such trivial things? Speaking of which, I really have no skills. After arriving in the God realm, I can only be considered good at medicine. My cultivation is indeed far behind that of you God realm cultivators. Xianxia hurriedly said, young Master Lu, you're too modest. Among the human cultivators, I have never seen one with higher talent than you. Even if I have a higher cultivation base, it is just taking advantage of my blood. Moreover, I have been cultivated by the family, and I have obtained more resources than you. If we have the same background and the same experience, I am afraid that I am far inferior to you. Young Miss Xian's words make me ashamed. The two talked to each other, chatting and drinking one cup after another. Lu Bian considered himself a good drinker. When he was in the lower realm, except for Li Moying, he had never lost a drinking bout with others. Not to mention drinking with a girl now. So, he drank very readily. As long as Xianxia filled it up for him, he would immediately gulp it down. After drinking a few cups, Lu Bian's hand suddenly trembled. With a bang, the white jade cup slipped from his hand, hit the ground, and shattered. Xianxingling's gaze flashed, and she leaned towards him, calling out in a low voice, young Master Lu? Are you drunk? Drunk, what, drunk? I'm not drunk. Lu Bian murmured, his head lowered little by little, and his voice became softer. Xianxia hooked her lips, and threw out the small bottle she hid in her sleeve to hold wine. Just now, she and Lu Bian seemed to be drinking each other, but in fact, Lu Bian was the only one who really drank the 1,000 Days Rhapsody. Xianxia herself had been prepared for a long time, and poured out all the wine in the glass with a clever technique. Lu Bian never thought that Xianxia would plot against him at this time, so he was totally caught off guard. After a few breaths, Lu Bian fell to the ground with a boom, straight and motionless. Xianxia knelt down and touched his face, but Lu Bian didn't move at all. Only then did she heave a sigh of relief. Young Master Lu, thank you so much today. If you hadn't saved me, I wouldn't have lived another day. On this day, I have made friends like you. However, there is love and righteousness, but I can't really let you die with me. There is no other way now, and I can only treat a dead horse as a living horse doctor. You should avoid it for a while, and hope that after I die, these spirit beasts will recede and you still have a chance to survive. After Xianxia finished speaking to the unconscious Lu Bian, she stood up, bent down and grabbed the clothes on Lu Bian's shoulders, and dragged him to a corner. Soon, she came to the dog hole that the two of them had just checked earlier. Xianxia probed and checked the situation in the cave again. Then, she clasped her hands together, and said to Lu Bian in a very apologetic tone, young Master Lu, I really have to wrong you. This hole is actually not deep, but you don't know what it's for, so you feel there may be danger on the other side. Of course, for ordinary people, getting into this hole is bad enough, but now it is for survival, and you should be willing to bear it, right? Obviously, it was impossible for Lu Bian to answer her. Xianxia said, "Very well, I'll take it as your agreement." After finishing speaking, she dragged Lu Bian's body, and directly stuffed him into the dog hole, with his head turned inward. This hole was indeed too small for an adult, especially Lu Bian was a tall man. However, Xianxia was a cultivator of the water attribute, and she cast a secret technique, causing some small streams of water to seep into the cave. In this way, the rocks beside the hole became loose, and the lubricating effect of the water flow created an impulsive force. Seeing that everything was ready, Xianxia kicked Lu Bian's ass violently. Boom! Lu Bian's body rushed to the other end of the dog hole along with the water flow. Hearing the sound of a heavy object falling to the ground from the other end of the cave, Xianxing's brows twitched, and she clasped her hands together again. "Young Master Lu, you have to remember, this is all for survival." At this time, outside the cave, the roars of the spirit beasts gradually became more and more intense and violent. Moreover, judging from where the sounds came from, they were getting closer and closer to the cave. Apparently, Lu Bian's medicinal powder was slowly dissipating and gradually lost its effect. It won't be long before these spirit beasts will rush into the cave. Xianxia took a deep breath, and took out the weapon she was best at using from the interspatial ring. It was a pair of 9-section whips, or an improved version of the standard spirit armament that Huang Yueli personally refined. Then, she put on a full set of profound armaments and took all the pills that could improve her strength. Finally, she took a step forward and walked slowly towards the entrance of the cave. Anyway, she can't escape now. If she waits in the cave until the medicine powder completely dissipates and so many high-level spirit beasts swarm in, she will definitely be torn into pieces on the spot, and she will die without dignity. Instead of doing this, she might as well rush out by herself. Although the result is probably death, at least it's much better than hiding in a cave. As a cultivator, how can she be like a turtle with a shrinking head, waiting to be dragged out of the turtle's shell? Only fighting is the final destination of cultivators. Even if she died in the course of the battle, it was a worthy death. Xianxing's gaze became more and more determined, and her walking speed became faster and faster. Water mist gradually rose around her body, enveloping her in it. This was formed only when the water profound energy of heaven and earth reaches a certain concentration. Logically speaking, since this secret realm is dominated by the fire attribute, the water attribute fighters, not to mention attracting the profound energy from the outside world to condense into mist, even the profound energy in their own bodies can't exert 50% of its power. But now, Xianxia has achieved something almost impossible. Threading by death's door, let's see how far she can go. At this time, Xianxia felt that she was full of strength, and the little 1,000 days rhapsody that she drank just now seemed to have also had an effect, making the flow of profound energy in her body reach a peak, and it seemed that she would be able to advance at any time. The speed under her feet also accelerated, and she began to run, passing by a line drawn by Lu Bian's medicinal powder. If she takes this step, she will lose the last protection and will be exposed to many spirit beasts. However, Xianxia didn't stop. With a light jump, she jumped over the boundary and jumped outside the cave. The spirit beasts lurking outside had been waiting for a long time, and they were getting impatient. They all waited for the powder to be dispersed before entering the cave to snatch the moon lotus. They never thought that the people inside would come out on their own initiative. For a moment, all the spirit beasts stared at the slender and vigorous figure of the woman at the entrance of the cave, but did not move. Seeing this, Xianxia ran away decisively. It's a pity that although her reaction was quick, the spirit beasts weren't really stupid, they were just stunned at first. It didn't take long before they all came to their senses and rushed towards her. Xianxia didn't even take a few steps before being overtaken. She immediately threw out her 9-section whip and started fighting with the spirit beasts. The profound strength in her body was also rising steadily, and even, at a certain moment, broke through a certain limit in her dantian and completed the breakthrough. From the early stage of the heart-profound realm to the middle stage of the heart-profound realm. Reaching the middle stage of the heart-profound realm at such an age was very rare even for a heavenly genius. However, advancing under such circumstances was luck, and even more misfortune. She didn't even have time to stabilize her cultivation, so she continued to fight without stopping. Although Xianxing's strength has been raised to a higher level, she has faced too many spirit beasts. After killing one, another herd will come. And she was only the only person. In the end, her profound strength was gradually exhausted, and her body became more and more uncontrollable, feeling a little numb. She knew that this was her last. It's a pity. But, I was able to kill so many spirit beasts by myself. I didn't even dare to think about it before. I hope young Master Lu won't blame me after he wakes up. Xianxing's consciousness was a little blurred, so that when she heard the screams from the group of spirit beasts, she thought she was hallucinating. But it didn't take long for her to realize that something really happened in the group of spirit beasts. Because, the several high-level spirit beasts that were still besieging her suddenly retreated from her at the same time, turned around and rushed towards the opposite direction. Xianxia was stunned for a moment. What's going on? Didn't they grab the moon lotus yet? She touched the moon lotus flower in her bosom, feeling a little dazed, wondering what the situation was. For this flower, these spirit beasts guarded her for 3 days and 3 nights. Now that she was about to fall, they left by themselves instead? Just then, she seemed to hear someone talking not far away. Husband, you still have a solution. We searched in the secret realm for several hours before, but we didn't even find a shadow of a spirit beast. Now that we have picked a moon lotus, there are so many lovely spirit beasts to play with us. Why didn't I think of it? The girl's sweet voice sounded. The man's helpless voice came, you can play if you want, but don't play too much. We are not here to kill spirit beasts, but to find people. Pay attention to which direction these spirit beasts come from. Our ultimate goal is to find your senior brother. Huang Yueli sighed, oh, I got it. I don't know what happened to senior brother. Look, there are a lot of spirit beasts running over there. Senior brother must be in that direction, let's go there quickly. Xianxing's eyes widened. She really felt that she was dreaming. However, no matter what she thought, the scene in front of her was extremely clear. In the woods in the distance, a beautiful girl was pulling a tall and handsome man and running forward together. The man's expression was cold, but his gaze towards the girl was gentle and helpless. The two of them ran very fast, and, that direction. It was the direction where those high-level spirit beasts who had left her turned and ran. If these two people run any further, they will immediately collide with those spirit beasts head-on. Be careful. Go away. There are many spirit beasts ahead. Go, go. Seeing this, Xianxia became anxious, and shouted loudly, trying to make them leave quickly. However, when she heard the cry, the girl's eyes suddenly lit up. There is a sound. Someone is calling. Great, it seems that we really found the right place this time. Husband, hurry up. Li Moying's expression also became serious, and he quickened his pace without being dragged by Huang Yueli. Xianxia saw that the two of them didn't turn around and run for their lives, but ran over here, almost fainting. How could such a stupid person even come to the secret realm for trials? This, simply seeking the road to death. Seeing that the two of them were about to collide head-on with the group of spirit beasts, Xianxia couldn't bear to watch it any longer. However, the next moment. Boom! There was a loud noise. A thunderbolt suddenly fell from the sky, with astonishing power. It illuminated the entire sky so brightly that people couldn't open their eyes. Xianxia closed her eyes subconsciously to avoid such powerful energy. The ground was shaken constantly by the earthquake. When Xianxia stood firm and opened her eyes again, the scene in front of her almost made her jaw drop to the ground. Those high-level spirit beasts who were aggressive just now have all fallen to the ground, with scorched black marks on their bodies. And in the middle of the herd of spirit beasts, the man and woman were still running towards her. The two of them were already very close to her. Xianxia could finally see the person's face clearly, and exclaimed immediately, "Li. Young Master Li." Li Moying and Huang Yueli were very fast, coupled with their impatience, they had already run in front of Xianxia. "Young Miss Xian, you are indeed here. These spirit beasts are chasing after you, right?" Huang Yueli blinked her big eyes and looked at Xianxia up and down. "How is it? Are you injured?" Xianxia has been shocked to the extreme, and she still hasn't recovered from it. Hearing Huang Yueli's voice, she suddenly came back to her senses, and hurriedly said, I'm fine. "Young Master Li, and this, girl, you came too timely. If it weren't for you, I would have died today." Huang Yueli couldn't care less about saying these polite words to her, and kept looking behind Xianxia. After looking for a long time, she didn't find Lu Baiyan's figure, so she couldn't help but frown. "Young Miss Xian, have you seen my senior brother?" He is about the same height as Moying, and he is pretty good looking, and he has 2 deep dimples when he smiles. He wears a blue robe and is a wood attribute cultivator." Xianxia had already guessed that the two of them came to rescue Lu Baiyan, and after hearing Huang Yueli describe him to such an extent, she couldn't pretend to not know any more. She nodded and was about to answer, but at this moment, out of the corner of her eye, she saw something approaching Huang Yueli from behind and her face suddenly changed. "Girl, be careful. Quick, get out of the way." Those high-level spirit beasts were the most unlucky. Even though they ran the fastest, they were all charred into a pile of ashes by Li Moying's thunderbolt. However, there were still some who ran slowly, did not enter Li Moying's attack range and escaped by luck. These spirit beasts were scared out of their wits at first, and hurriedly turned their heads and ran for their lives, but after waiting for a while, realizing that no one was chasing them, they gradually became more courageous, and began to tentatively surround the three of them. After all, the attraction of a moon lotus was strong enough for them to chase Xianxia for 3 days and 3 nights. And now, Huang Yueli also has a moon lotus on her body. There were 2 moon lotus flowers in the same place at the same time. This was simply a fatal attraction. Even though they knew that Huang Yueli and Li Moying were not easy to mess with, there were still many spirit beasts who couldn't resist the temptation and surrounded them one after another. Seeing the 3 talking, they didn't seem to be paying attention to the surrounding situation. Several of the most powerful high-level spirit beasts looked at each other, and suddenly made a concentrated effort to pounce on the 3 of them. By the time Xianxia spoke, it was already too late. Seeing that 3 high-level spirit beasts had already pounced on Huang Yueli's head at the same time, she didn't dare to look any longer, and couldn't help closing her eyes. Even if Li Moying was by this little girl's side, it might be too late to save her. This girl will definitely be torn to pieces by the spirit beast. Oh! There was a shrill scream, and immediately, a strong smell of blood and, the smell of barbecue? Xianxia sniffed, feeling that something was wrong, so she quickly opened her eyes, to take a look. She saw Huang Yueli standing in front of her intact, holding a beautifully embroidered silk handkerchief, to wipe her hands. And at her feet, the 3 high-level spirit beasts that attacked her, just now collapsed to the ground and were burnt to death. Moreover, judging from the slightly charred heat on their bodies and the smell of barbecued meat in the air, the people who burned them to death controlled the fire very well. These spirit beasts are definitely charred on the outside and tender on the inside, with crispy skin. Xianqingling's eyes widened, her jaw almost fell to the ground. Just now. What exactly happened? Why did the three powerful high-level spirit beasts turn into three barbecues in the blink of an eye? Besides, she didn't see Li Moying summoning lightning, did she? Not necessarily, these three high-level spirit beasts were all killed by the girl beside him, right? But, how was this possible? Even for herself, if she wanted to kill these three spirit beasts, she would have to go through a bloody battle, and she might even risk her life. But just now, it was only an instant, and the three spirit beasts were instantly killed. This is something that only god-level geniuses can do, right? When Xianqinling was in doubt, Huang Yueli had already walked over again, and continued to ask, "Young Miss Xian, we haven't finished talking just now. You said you met my senior brother? When?" Xianqinling wanted to speak again, but unexpectedly, at this moment, another 8 high-level spirit beasts rushed towards Huang Yueli together. This scene scared her so much that she almost screamed on the spot. But who knew, the girl standing in front of her just frowned impatiently, then raised her right hand slightly. A burst of flames appeared from her palm, and shot towards the sky quickly. The blaze suddenly became extremely bright, wrapped in powerful fire attribute energy, and shot straight into the sky. The spirit beasts that flew towards her felt the danger immediately, and wanted to flee in all directions in panic. But, it was too late. They were already wrapped in the flames, they couldn't even make a roar, they were engulfed by the flames. The blazing fire only existed for a short period of 2 breaths. Huang Yueli just spread out her palms, paused for a moment, and clenched her fists again. The flames also disappeared. Immediately after, the corpses of the spirit beasts fell from midair one after another, hitting the ground continuously. The corpses of these spirit beasts were exactly the same as the 3 just now. They were all charred on the outside and tender on the inside, and they looked perfectly cooked. Seeing this scene with her own eyes made Xianqinling flustered. What's the situation? She must be dreaming, definitely dreaming. The little girl in front of her doesn't look half her age, and she looks delicate, and she doesn't seem to be able to bear the hardships of cultivation. How could she be such a terrifying master? Huang Yueli killed 8 high-level spirit beasts with one move, but she didn't have any excited expression on her face. Instead, she looked a little unhappy and complained to the man beside her. "There are too few spirit beasts here. You can't kill a few of them at once. Unlike the illusion array of your cloudy Qilin clan, there are as many as you want in it, and there are hundreds of them together. That's more exciting." In Li Moying's usually indifferent eyes, there was a gentle look and he laughed softly. "We are here to find people, not for the trial, so don't worry about it so much. I will take you to the place of experience in the future, let you kill as many as you like. Don't lie to me. Do what you say." Huang Yueli blinked her big eyes, grabbed her husband's sleeve with one hand, and forced him to promise. Li Moying said, "When have I ever lied to you?" Only now was Huang Yueli happy, and she turned to look at Xianqinling again. Seeing her sluggish look, she couldn't help but frowned. "What's the matter?" "Young Miss Xian has been chased by spirit beasts for the past 2 days, and she was seriously injured and her brain was broken, right? Why did she stay in a daze? She looks dumb and can't even finish her sentence. If this is the case, where can we find our senior brother?" Li Moying coldly glanced at Xianqinling, who was lying limp on the ground, without any emotion in his eyes. "If she doesn't know where Lu Bian is, just leave her alone. Let's go and kill all the spirit beasts in the secret realm and then we will find him slowly." "I don't believe it, your senior brother is so treacherous and cunning. Will such a person die like this? Impossible. Hey, you really don't feel pity at all. It's a life anyway. Since I saw young Miss Xian, I'll save her by the way. How can I leave her here? Huang Yueli shook her head helplessly. Li Moying just let out a cold snort. In his eyes, only Huang Yueli is the most important. Why stain his eyes with others? Huang Yueli knew her husband's temper, so she didn't say much, walked up to Xianxia, squatted down, and held her wrist to feel her pulse. It doesn't seem like a big problem, it's just that you've been overly frightened. She took out a medicine bottle from her interspatial ring, poured out a few pills, and stuffed them into Xianxing's mouth. These elixirs were all good medicines for calming the mind and heart. Once ingested, Xianxing gradually calmed down. After regaining her senses, she stared at Huang Yueli with wide eyes, still unable to accept the reality. This girl who she thought was misbehaving and hooking up with a married man was actually a peerless genius with outstanding talent. Probably a god-level genius like Li Moying. Huang Yueli was still muttering, looks like her complexion has improved a bit, alas, what a pity. She has been scared silly by those spirit beasts. After hearing this, Xianxing almost vomited blood. She wasn't scared by those spirit beasts, she was completely scared by Huang Yueli herself, alright? Didn't this girl realize that she is scarier than some powerful king-level spirit beast? However, at this moment she had regained her senses, and remembering that they were looking for Lu Bian, she hurriedly said, Li. Young Miss Li, are you looking for young Master Lu? I have been together with him for the past 2 days. We've been fighting against spirit beasts together, we just separated not long ago. How is he now? Why is he separated from you again? Could it be? Huang Yueli became even more nervous when she heard this. Generally speaking, in such a dangerous situation, 2 people fighting side by side would not easily separate. Unless there was some crisis, or one of them was already dead. Xianxing hurriedly said, Don't worry, young Master Lu is not in danger. Li Moying and Huang Yueli looked at each other, and both let out a sigh of relief. However, before they were completely relieved, Xianxing added, well, although he won't die, but, his situation should not be very good. Seeing that Huang Yueli became anxious again, Li Moying quickly grabbed his little fox, and scratched her palm twice comfortingly, telling her to calm down. Young Miss Xian, what's going on? Don't worry, explain clearly slowly. Also, if you remember Lu Bian's location, take us there to find him. Xianxing nodded again and again, alright, I'll take you there. However, I have a moon lotus on my body, and I've been hunted down by those spirit beasts. I'm afraid there will be some trouble on the way. Hearing this, Huang Yueli took out a golden lotus flower from her bosom, and said with a smile, the moon lotus flower you mentioned is this one, right? Seeing the moon lotus flower appearing in the air, Xianxing's face suddenly changed. Miss, how can you take out the moon lotus flower? Quickly, put it away. Otherwise, all the spirit beasts will surround you. Halfway through speaking, she suddenly remembered Huang Yueli's ability to instantly kill 8 high-level spirit beasts with one move, and she couldn't help but stop. I almost forgot, you 2 are so powerful that you don't care about the siege of these spirit beasts at all. Unlike me, who only picked a moon lotus by chance, and got into big trouble because of it, and almost got young Master Lu involved. You 2, please come with me. Young Master Lu is in the cave ahead, not far from here. Xianxing led the way, leading Huang Yueli and Li Moying to the cave. Along the way, there were still many spirit beasts rushing towards the moon lotus. However, Huang Yueli made 2 casual gestures, and all of them were burnt into barbecue. Xianxing watched from the side, deeply sighing in her heart. If she had such strength, how could she have been hunted down by these spirit beasts and ended up in such a mess? The gap between people was really too big. She began to wonder where she came from. She had never heard that there was a second god-level genius comparable to Li Moying. The 3 returned to the cave, and Huang Yueli casually sprinkled some medicinal powder on the entrance of the cave. Although she and Li Moying were strong enough, but now they have business to do. It would be troublesome if some flies and mosquitoes kept coming to disturb them. With Lu Bian in mind, she rushed to the innermost place as soon as she came in, and looked inside and out of the cave. The hole was not big, and she immediately judged that there was no one in the hole. What's going on? Senior brother, he doesn't seem to be here? Could it be that after you left, he walked away by himself? Huang Yueli frowned, thinking suspiciously, if he walked out by himself, it would be troublesome. Now, we have to find someone again. Xianxia shook his head and said, that's not the case, young Master Lu is in the cave, but you didn't pay attention. As Xianxia said, she walked to the corner, squatted down and pushed aside the weeds, revealing the dog hole, just now. Huang Yueli stared at the hole for a while, before realizing it, and asked in surprise, no way? You don't want to tell me that my brother escaped from this dog hole? Was it that exaggerated? Based on her decades of friendship with Lu Bian, she thinks she knows Lu Bian's character very well. Even if it was to escape for his life, he wouldn't be willing to go through a dog's hole, would he? Taking a 10,000 step back, even if he really reached the end of the mountain and went through the dog's hole, he couldn't leave a girl behind and go into the dog's hole to escape by himself. Lu Bian really wants to save face. Huang Yueli always felt that something was wrong, so she turned her head and looked at Xianxia. Xianxia cleared her throat, and explained, to be precise, young Master Lu didn't get in by himself, it was me. I got him drunk, and when he was unconscious, I forcefully pushed him down. Huang Yueli was taken aback for a moment. Why? Xianxia lowered her head in shame. Oh, to be honest with you too, I was the one who provoked these spirit beasts by picking the moon lotus flower, but in order to save me, young Master Lu was implicated by me, and was also hunted down by them. I don't want him to die because of me, so I could only resort to this trick. Huang Yueli immediately understood. It must be that Xianxia was resolute to die alone, and was afraid that Lu Bian would follow her, so she came up with this idea. Thinking of this, Huang Yueli couldn't help but look at Xianxia a few more times, and she had a higher opinion of her in her heart. When life and death are on the line, cultivators who can still consider others in this way were rare. This young Miss Xianxia was really outstanding in character. She was so much better than Li Liyun, who bullies ordinary cultivators just because of her outstanding status and strength. Huang Yueli's voice became softer. Young Miss Xian, I thank you on behalf of my senior brother. After we rescue the senior brother, we will definitely repay you for saving his life. As she spoke, she gave Li Moying a wink, signaling him to blast open the hole, to save people. Just as Li Moying was about to make a move, Xianxingling's face suddenly changed. Young Master Li, please wait. What's wrong? Huang Yueli and Li Moying didn't expect that Xianxingling would suddenly jump out to stop them at this time. They were both startled. A look of embarrassment appeared on Xianxingling's face, and he said hesitantly, there's something I have to tell you first, so that you can be mentally prepared. Huang Yueli became even more puzzled. What's going on? Young Miss Xian, just tell me straight. Xianxingling hesitated for a while before gritting his teeth and said, this is, the entrance of the cave below actually does not lead to the outside of the cave, but is a part of the cave. So? Huang Yueli blinked. This cave must have been inhabited by a high-level spirit beast. Based on my years of experience, this kind of spirit beast ate, and lived in the cave for a long time. During this process, it will definitely need to deal with some, things that are not very clean. That small hole was dug out by the spirit beast to hold those things. Xianxingling also knew that it was impossible to keep this matter a secret. After thinking about it, she still said it in one breath. After listening to what she said, Huang Yueli didn't understand what she meant at first. After a while, she burst out laughing. This, young Miss Xian, you mean, there is a shit hole underneath? Xianxia nodded in embarrassment. Yes, that. She never expected that Huang Yueli would say the word shithole so directly. She took a cautious look at Li Moying, and found that Li Moying's mouth was tightly pursed, and her face was not very good-looking. She was afraid that he would be angry, so she hurriedly explained, "Young Master Li, there is still this girl. I really didn't mean to let young Master Lu go into that hole. Wasn't there no way at that time? Young Master Lu stayed in the cave, and it was a dead end. The only way was to get into that hole, and I went to lure most of the spirit beasts away. Only with the attention gone can he have a chance to live." Huang Yueli was already laughing so hard that she couldn't straighten up. Seeing Xianxingling's nervous and bewildered expression, she barely stopped laughing, walked up to her, and comforted her. "Young Miss Xian, please don't get me wrong, we definitely don't mean to blame you. You, at such a critical time, you can still think of such a good way to save my brother. We can't thank you enough." Xianxingling was still a little apprehensive, but. I hurt him after all. Will young Master Li be unhappy? Huang Yueli turned her head to look at her husband. There was no expression on that handsome and impeccable face, and it looked particularly inscrutable. It's no wonder that young Miss Xian was frightened. Huang Yueli twisted his waist forcefully. "Moying, stop pretending. Looking at my senior brother's misfortune, you want to laugh more than anyone else, right? Don't hold back." The muscles on Li Moying's face twitched and he glared at her little fox. It was already very hard for him to hold back his laughter, yet this little fox came to provoke him. However, looking at Huang Yueli's smiling face, he still couldn't help laughing. "You! When will you not tear down my desk?" The man, who was originally handsome, smiled at this moment, and his aloof and indifferent temperament completely melted away, revealing an obvious gentle look in his eyes. Xianxingling opened her mouth wide in surprise, and couldn't believe her eyes. It's really hard to imagine that a man like Li Moying could ever be so gentle. However, seeing the relaxed manner in which this young couple had, she finally heaved a sigh of relief. She was also worried that her bad behavior of stuffing Lu Bian into the cesspit would cause dissatisfaction with Li Moying and the others. Now it seems that she was really worrying too much. After flirting with her husband for a while, Huang Yueli finally remembered that her poor senior brother was still in the cesspit, and hurriedly urged Li Moying to save him. Although it was not difficult for her to blast away the mountain wall, but considering that behind the mountain wall was, well, she decided that it would be better to stay away and leave the physical work to men. Huang Yueli pulled Xianxingling and retreated outside the cave together. Not long after, a dazzling lightning suddenly fell from the sky and smashed into the mountain wall. Boom! Boom! Violent vibrations radiated from the ground under their feet. That earth-shattering aura seemed as if the entire mountain had been split open by Li Moying. The nearby sand and gravel were all shaken and flew into the air. Xianxingling quickly closed her eyes. When she opened her eyes again, she realized that the mountain seemed to have been split into two. Rubbing her eyes and staring agape at the unbelievable scene before her eyes, Li Moying had really split the mountain into two. The previous location of the cave entrance has now become a long tunnel leading to the other side of the mountain. Huang Yueli and Xianxingling walked over together, and when they reached the entrance of the cave, they smelled a stench coming from inside. Ugh, it stinks. Huang Yueli covered her nose, with an expression on the verge of fainting. She refused to move forward no matter what. Ever since she joined Li Moying, she has been lovingly doted on by her husband. How could she suffer such a crime? It's such a smelly place. Xianxingling seemed much calmer. Although her face was pale, she still walked forward bravely. She was not as delicate as Huang Yueli, and Lu Bian is her benefactor after all. She feels that she can't despise him just because he smells bad. Seeing this, Huang Yueli quickly grabbed her. Don't go, they will come out later. But Xianxingling hesitated. She couldn't imagine that young Master Li, who was as dignified and elegant as a god, would jump into the cesspit to fetch someone. However, after a while, she realized that she was thinking too much. Because Li Moying came out of the cave, dragging a very long rope in his hand, and a figure was tied to the other end of the rope, dragging him out of the ground. It was Lu Bian. Xianxia hurried over and checked Lu Bian's situation nervously. And after Li Moying dragged the person out, he also looked like he couldn't bear it. He simply flicked the rope and walked towards Huang Yueli. Huang Yueli backed away again and again, not letting him approach. No, move away. You stink so bad. Don't touch me unless you take a bath. Li Moying's face turned dark. Impossible. I was very careful just now, and I made sure that I didn't get any dirt on it, so I definitely don't stink. If you don't believe me, why don't you come and smell it? I don't smell it, I don't smell it. You must be lying to me. Huang Yueli held her nose with a firm attitude. Li Moying coaxed her for a long time, but he was still ruthlessly rejected by his own wife, 10 meters away. Li Moying was heartbroken. If he knew it earlier, he wouldn't have saved that brat Lu Bian. It's alright to always interfere with his intimacy with his wife, but now, in order to save him, he even caused himself to be rejected by his wife. Such an eyesore, he should lie in the cesspit for a few more days. Anyway, the 1,000 Days Rhapsody can't kill anyone. Lu Bian will wake up after being drunk for a few days and nights, and he will crawl out by then, so he doesn't need to be rescued. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but glare at Lu Bian. Lu Bian was lying on the ground pitifully. Fortunately, there was Xianxia, who didn't dislike the stench on his body. She squatted on the ground and carefully checked his physical condition. She only let out a long sigh of relief after discovering that he was only in a coma due to drunkenness and that there was no external injury on his body. Huang Yueli saw it from a distance, and said with a smile, "Young Miss Xian, you don't have to worry, senior brother is definitely fine, that thing in the cesspit must be soft, can he still be injured?" Xianxia said, "But young Master Lu has been so drunk, how can we take him out of the secret realm?" Speaking of this, she suddenly thought of more important things, and her face froze. "By the way, I have to go to Floating Sea to participate in the God Realm's grand meet. You three must go too? Now because I am the reason for young Master Lu is that it has been delayed for such a long time, so I don't know if we can make it in time." Huang Yueli didn't care at all, she still looked very relaxed. "It's alright, young Miss Xian, don't worry, our airship is faster, if you go with us, you can still make it in time." Li Moying also nodded. With 2 god-level geniuses as guarantees, Xianxia naturally did not believe it, and was obviously relieved. That's good. But, we can't delay any longer, right? Well, I'll carry young Master Lu on my back, and we'll go to the teleportation array now. Since both Xianxia and Huang Yueli were carrying Moon Lotus, they had to go to the teleportation formation and complete the task of escorting the Moon Lotus before they could leave the trial secret realm. There was no other way to teleport. After Xianxia finished speaking, she grabbed Lu Bian's sleeve and prepared to carry him on her back. As a cultivator in the profound mind realm, carrying a big man on her back was still effortless. The only depressing thing is that Lu Bian really stinks now. Xianxia was very afraid that she would be fainted by the stench on the way. Seeing her doing this, Huang Yueli's eyes widened, and she secretly said to her husband, "Husband, look quickly. This young Miss Xian is really affectionate and righteous, and she doesn't dislike her senior brother, who is so stinky. It's not bad, she's a spirit armament master. Isn't she a good match for my senior brother?" Li Moying didn't have the heart to look at other women, he was still depressed, because Huang Yueli wouldn't let him get close. "I don't know, who cares what she does? But, if she can really get Lu Bian away from me, I can give her a generous dowry." Huang Yueli couldn't help but burst out laughing. How much resentment her husband had towards Lu Bian. Seeing Xianqingling's difficult appearance, Huang Yueli finally realized his conscience, took out a bottle of medicine pill from his clothes, and threw it towards Xianqingling from a long distance away. Young Miss Xian, I almost forgot that this hangover pill was made by my brother himself. According to him, no matter how seriously drunk a person is, as long as he takes 3 pills, he will definitely wake up. Give him a little to try. If Lu Bian was awake, he would definitely scold Huang Yueli for being heartless. Obviously she had medicine, but it took so long for her to take it out. However, Xianqingling didn't have so many complicated thoughts. She picked up the pill from the ground and thanked Huang Yueli solemnly. She opened the bottle and poured out a handful of pills. There were a few, and all of them were stuffed into Lu Bian's mouth. After finishing, she nervously stared at Lu Bian's dirty face, for fear that these pills would not work. Fortunately, what she was worried about didn't happen. Lu Bian swallowed the elixir, and not long after, his face gradually changed from pale to rosy, and he gradually regained consciousness. His eyelids trembled slightly, and finally, he opened them all at once. Xianqingling almost cried with joy. Young Master Lu, you finally woke up. That's great. Really great. Are you all right? Seeing Xianqingling's face, Lu Bian sat up from the ground, and asked excitedly, what's going on? Young Miss Xian, what happened just now? Why did I faint all of a sudden? I can't have been drunk, can I? Xianqingling coughed twice. Ahem, this 1000 Days Rhapsody is indeed an extremely strong alcohol. You were really drunk. Lu Bian hadn't figured out what the problem was yet and was still extremely upset. Hey, we are doomed now. There is not much time left, and I have been drunk for such a long time. How is it? What's the situation now? Are the spirit beasts rushing in soon? Let's make some preparations quickly, and we can't die like this. It's too ugly a manner to die. Xianqingling hurriedly interrupted him. Ahem, young Master Lu, don't worry, don't get excited. In fact, we've already been saved. What? Saved? Lu Bian was taken aback, and then realized that he was not in a cave, but in the woods, and there wasn't even a single spirit beast around. Saved? How did you get saved? Those spirit beasts have been chasing us for so long, how could they let us go so easily? Xianqingling pointed in Huang Yueli's direction, and said, Young Master Li and your junior sister are here. The two of them are amazingly strong, even those high-level spirit beasts can't stop them, they have all been cleaned up. Lu Bian looked in the direction she indicated, and when he saw Huang Yueli and Li Moying, his eyes lit up immediately, and he jumped up from the ground, about to run over. Junior sister. You are finally here. Thanks to you, otherwise senior brother would be in a miserable situation this time. There is also the one named Li. Well, I can, thank you. Seeing Lu Bian running towards this side, Huang Yueli's face changed abruptly, and she didn't care to keep a distance and she resolutely turned around and ran away. Lu Bian never expected that Huang Yueli would actually run away. After being surprised for a moment, he quickly chased after her. Oh? Junior sister, why are you running? Stop quickly. I have something to tell you. Hey, wait. However, the squeamish little fox couldn't stand the smell of him and ran even faster. The speed of her and Li Moying was naturally not something that Lu Bian could catch up with. After chasing for a long distance, he found that the distance from Huang Yueli was getting farther and farther, so he could only stop. As soon as he stopped, Huang Yueli also stopped running. Lu Bian, who was puzzled, shouted loudly, Junior sister, why are you running? Seeing your senior brother safe and sound, shouldn't you be happy? Huang Yueli scratched her nose and laughed wryly, ha ha, of course I'm happy, but you, stay away from me. Don't come here. Lu Bian frowned, feeling that something was wrong. Although Li Moying was always arguing with him, his junior sister cared about him very much, and she never ran away when she saw him. At this moment, Xianqing finally caught up from behind, seeing Lu Bian standing in the woods with a dazed expression on his face. She coughed heavily. Ahem, young Master Lu. Young Miss Xian, it's you. What's going on? Did something happen? Why did my junior sister run away? Xianqing gave him several winks, trying to hint at him. However, Lu Bian was always lacking in this aspect, and couldn't react at all. What's wrong? Young Miss Xian, are your eyes cramping? Xianqing looked at the sky speechlessly, so she could only say, Young Master Lu, do you feel, well, that there is something wrong with the smell on your body? Lu Bian was startled when he heard this. He just drank so much Thousand Days Rhapsody. Such kind of strong alcohol actually has a paralyzing effect on the five senses of people, so his sense of smell was much worse than usual, and he was currently immersed in joy after being saved, so he did not notice that his body smelled wrong. But now, after hearing Xianqing's prompt, he immediately came to his senses. The stench around him seemed to pour into his nose in an instant, and rushed straight to his forehead. Ugh. Lu Bian supported the trunk of a big tree, retching endlessly. After finally controlling his nausea, he quickly turned his head and asked Xianqing, Young Miss Xian, where did this smell come from? Why is it so stinky? Xianqing smirked in embarrassment. Well, young Master Lu, you must be calm. Being alive is happiness, so everything else is trivial. She stepped back slowly, step by step, until she had retreated more than 20 steps before stopping. What's the situation? Seeing the exaggerated reactions of everyone around him, Lu Bian had a bad feeling in his heart. Xianqing said, Actually, that's, just now I was afraid that you would be attacked by spirit beasts, and when I saw you were drunk, I tried to stuff you into the small hole we saw on the wall. I was thinking, no matter where the cave leads to, whether it is dangerous or not, it is better than waiting in the cave to die, right? Not long after, your junior sister and young Master Li came to save me, and young Master Li blasted open the cave wall and saved you. That's when we found, Speaking of which, she had another meal. What did you find? Young Miss Xian, stop being tricky, tell me quickly. Xianqing said, I found, under the entrance of the cave, it seems to be a spirit beast that used to live in the cave, used to accumulate excrement, cough, so it's a little dirty and smelly. Xianqing spoke in a more reserved manner, but Lu Bian didn't realize it for a while. When he realized what the so-called excrement was, his face suddenly changed. This, you mean, all the stains on my body are, shit? Ahem, well. Actually, I can't say that. After all, the spirit beasts in the cave may have been dead for thousands of years, and the things below have been dried for a long time. Except for a little smell, it should be the same as that. There's not much resemblance either. Xianqing racked her brains to comfort him, and she squeezed out all her eloquence she had. It's a pity that no matter how gorgeous the vocabulary was, it can't cover up the fact that Lu Bian fell into the cesspit. What made him twitch even more was that when he woke up just now, he always felt something wet on his face. Could it be? Cough, I don't know if he accidentally ate it when he was drunk. Thinking of this, Lu Bian couldn't bear such a blow any longer, his face turned pale, and he fell straight to the ground. He actually passed out again. Xianqing was taken aback, and quickly raised her voice to call out, Young Master Li, and, that lady, please come over and have a look, something is wrong, young Master Lu has passed out again. Standing far away under a big tree, Huang Yueli had already seen everything that happened between Lu Bian and Xianqing. She laughed a few times, Young Miss Xian, don't worry, my senior brother is definitely fine, but he was hit too hard and will wake up after a while. That's good, then we. Huang Yueli was afraid that Xianxia would ask her to stay and take care of Lu Bian, so she quickly interrupted her. Young Miss Xian, I will leave my senior brother to you, Moying, and I have some things to do. We must leave first. How about this, you can help clean up my senior brother, and when he wakes up, take him to wait for us near the teleportation array. We will be there in 2 hours. Xianxia was startled, seeing that the two of them were about to leave after finishing speaking. She hurriedly called out, Hey, wait. You wait. Young Master Lu and I are not strong enough. How will we go to the teleportation array later? What if we meet some spirit beasts? Huang Yueli smiled and said, That's impossible. We will be responsible for cleaning up the remaining spirit beasts. Ah? Xianxia was taken aback again. Really, what Huang Yueli said sounds a little too scary to her. Cleaning up the remaining spirit beasts, as if she said, throw away the leftovers from yesterday's meal, seems to be a matter of little effort. Does she know how many high-level spirit beasts there are in this secret realm? Moreover, there were 7 king-level spirit beasts. Then, where are you two going? Can you reach the teleportation array in 2 hours? Huang Yueli beamed at her. Young Miss Xian, you don't have to worry about us, we are just going to deal with small things. Moon Lotus is a good thing, whether it is refining weapons or alchemy, it is very useful. The Moon Lotus in this secret realm is still 10,000 years old, and there is no place to buy it outside this secret realm. We'll go and collect the remaining few Moon Lotus flowers, otherwise it will be a waste to put them in the secret realm. Hearing this, Xianxia was instantly petrified. She really felt that her brain was not enough, and it might be because she hadn't slept in the past few days, so she had hallucinations. Picked all the remaining Moon Lotus flowers? Did she make a mistake? She was able to pick one, but it happened to coincide with the opportunity of astute Blaze Beast giving birth and got it by sneak attack. The remaining 6 Moon Lotuses were each guarded by healthy king-level spirit beasts. Even if Li Moying and Huang Yueli were extremely talented and powerful, but if they want to defeat a king-level spirit beast, it will definitely take a lot of effort. It may not be possible to pick a Moon Lotus in 2 hours. Want to pick 6 flowers all at one go? Oh, no, it's 5. Huang Yueli already has one on her body. When Huang Yueli saw Xianxingling's expression, she knew what she was thinking. However, there is no need to say too much about this kind of thing. Therefore, she just emphasized, Young Miss Xian, you must help senior brother clean up well. Moying and I will be able to make it in time, but you probably won't have time, because if you have to wash so many things, you have to wash them well and make sure it's clean. It must take a lot of effort to wash without leaving any smell. She repeatedly emphasized wash well and clean before she followed Li Moying. Along the way, she was still quite worried. Of course, she didn't forget to drag her husband to take a bath by the edge of a pond first. Over there, wash more over there. And the back. Well, turn around again and let me see. Huang Yueli sat on the big rock by the pond, admiring her husband's beautiful body coming out of the bath, while directing him to take a bath. For a while, she disliked the smell here, and for another while, she disliked that he was not clean enough over at another spot. However, even though she has a little smell, her husband was still so handsome. That firm and powerful chest, tight 8-pack abs and mermaid lines. Drool, woohoo, luckily, it's all hers. Li Moying cooperated with all her demands expressionlessly all the time. After washing it 3 or 4 times, his little fox was still not satisfied. He simply threw back the bath towel and walked out of the pond. Huang Yueli stared at him angrily. What are you doing? I asked you to wash it again, why didn't you listen to me? You definitely don't love me as much as before. Li Moying stared at her deeply, and the corners of his mouth suddenly lifted up, and he smiled evilly. Huang Yueli suddenly felt a sense of danger, the hairs on her back stood on end, and she quickly jumped up from the stone. Ahem, I thought about it. Anyway, you have washed it several times. It should be almost clean, so forget it. There is a little smell, but I can still bear it, and I won't dislike it just because of it. My husband's. Hey, don't come here. However, Li Moying had already strode in front of her, grabbed the little fox who was about to run away, and dragged her into his arms. You think I'm stinky, huh? Then does this stink? What? Huang Yueli tilted her head in doubt. The next moment, her chin was lifted by the man's powerful palm, and the scorching kisses overwhelmingly pressed her down. No, no, no. Huang Yueli's eyes widened, wanting to cry, but no tears. This man has put his tongue in, so he's going to wash it off. It's so close, all the smell had passed to her. It's all over now. It has been several days since the two of them have had a good relationship. At this moment, in the wilderness, lonely men and widows, it looks like a good time to start a fire. Moreover, Li Moying was naked at first, and Huang Yueli's clothes got soaked when she rubbed against her husband. The two of them pressed tightly together, and Huang Yueli suddenly felt that something hard was poking her. She immediately changed her face, and pushed Li Moying away. You are in heat everywhere. Put on your clothes quickly, we have to find more moon lotus. The man with the scorching body was abruptly interrupted, and his face was extremely ugly. Isn't it just picking a few small flowers? No matter how big it is, it can be solved in a quarter of an hour, and there is still nearly an hour left. If you want me to hurry up, I can try. Li Moying. Huang Yueli couldn't help but glare at him when she heard his words getting more and more out unscrupulous. Li Moying smiled lazily, and his voice became deeper and deeper. Little Lear, don't you like it? Just now you watched me take a bath, but you kept staring at me. You can't see anything that's under the water. Come on, aren't you disappointed too? How can it be? You are not allowed to talk nonsense. Huang Yueli became angry from embarrassment. She was clearly watching it very reservedly just now. Every time she came into contact with Li Moying, she would pretend to look to the side as if nothing had happened. Why was it still spotted by this man? Besides, how could she look under the water? This man was impossible. After all, even if she wanted to see it, she couldn't see it. Little Lear, we haven't been outside yet. I heard it's very exciting. Do you want to try it? Li Moying was still trying to tempt his little fox. Huang Yueli glared at him and stomped on him. Humph. Stop it. Dry your body quickly, and put on your clothes. Don't think that you are a god-level genius so you won't catch a cold. Also, my senior brother said it last time. Now, your primordial spirit still needs to be stabilized. We can no longer practice dual cultivation before the God Realm's grand meet. You didn't even listen properly, did you? He would be a ghost if he would listen to such nonsense. It's clear that brat Lu Bian deliberately punished him. Li Moying gritted his teeth in anger, wishing he could run back and stuff Lu Bian back into the cesspit. However, Huang Yueli firmly believed in Lu Bian's words, and was determined not to make out with him. After the two stalemate for a while, young Mastly, who loved his wife like his life, lost as expected. Li Moying put on his clothes, hugged his wife aggrievedly and kissed her a few more times, before he reluctantly got up and went to work for her. The scope of this secret realm was very large, and there were a lot of spirit beasts around it. With Huang Yueli and Li Moying's abilities, it was not impossible to kill them all, but considering that there will be people coming here for trials in the future, they only killed those who were close to Lu Bian and Xianxia. A path to the teleportation array was cleared for them. They didn't kill any of the 7 king-level spirit beasts that guarded the Moon Lotus, they just knocked them out. Even when picking the Moon Lotus, Huang Yueli also carefully picked off only the flowers, leaving the roots below intact. Alright, in this way, after another 1,000 years or so, these moon lotuses will bloom again, and the spirit beasts we killed will reproduce and grow up again. At that time, this secret realm's trial will return to normal. Huang Yueli put away the 6 moon lotus flowers and clapped her hands. All right, let's go. When Huang Yueli and Li Moying arrived at the teleportation formation, Lu Bian and Xian Qingqing were already waiting by the side. Lu Bian's complexion is still pale up to now, and the 2 exaggerated dark circles under his eyes were no different from that of a panda. When others were talking to him, he was also a little stunned. Obviously, he hadn't recovered from the heavy blow just now. Seeing this, Huang Yueli threw a moon lotus flower at him from a distance. Alright, senior brother, don't be depressed. What does it matter if you can save your little life by eating some shit? Right? Come on, this moon lotus is for you. Hold him. Even if you pass this trial of this secret realm in the future, you can freely enter and exit this cave, and it can also be used for alchemy. Lu Bian still looked like he had no love in his life. Even when the moon lotus fell on him, there was no change in his decadent expression. If it was different from usual, he would probably jump up excitedly when he saw such a rare and good medicinal material. Oh, poor senior brother, what happened seems to have left a psychological shadow. Huang Yueli shook her head and sighed. Xian Qingqing felt even more guilty when she heard Huang Yueli's words, and cared for Lu Bian even more. In order to show that she didn't dislike Lu Bian, she stayed by Lu Bian's side all the time, paying close attention to his every move. Huang Yueli saw it in her eyes, and the corners of her mouth raised slightly. However, I think that what happened to senior brother is a blessing in disguise. Husband, what do you think? I think it's time for us to leave. If we don't leave, we really won't be able to even register for the God Realm's grand meet. Li Moying didn't even look at Xian Qingqing, but mentioned it in a very unpleasant manner. Huang Yueli came back to her senses, and hurriedly said, yes, hurry up. We are in a hurry. As she said that, she turned her head to look at Xian Qingqing. By the way, young Miss Xian, you will also go to the floating sea with us, right? Yes, I can only trouble young Master Li. Xian Qingqing said helplessly. When I separated from my clansmen, I already predicted that I might be in danger, so I told them not to wait for me. If I didn't teleport away from the secret realm on time, let them go to floating sea by themselves. By now, they should have all left. Huang Yueli nodded. Although the people of the Black Tortoise clan were very nervous about Xian Qingqing when they came in, it was after all a big event for the whole clan, and many geniuses are going to participate in the God Realm's grand meet. So they won't stay here and wait for her to come out. Alright, then let's go together. The 4 of us can still squeeze a bit. Young Miss Xian, take care of my senior brother. The 4 of them arrived at the teleportation point together. Huang Yueli and Li Moying could come in and out freely, but they were teleported out with a whoosh. Lu Bian and Xian Qingqing each held a moon lotus flower, and a golden light gradually glowed around their bodies. Huang Yueli and Li Moying waited at the gate of the palace for more than half an hour before seeing their figures appear in the center of the teleportation array. Moreover, both of them were flushed with excitement. Even Lu Bian, who had a gloomy face just now, seemed to have come back to life. It seems that after passing the assessment of the secret realm, you have gained a lot of benefits. I really want to congratulate you. It's a pity that there is not enough time now. Otherwise, you can go to the cave to see if there is any suitable inheritance and strength, and you can go further. When Huang Yueli saw their appearance, she immediately understood and couldn't help laughing. Xian Qingqing smiled happily and said, no hurry, anyway, this cave has been here for hundreds of thousands of years. Is it still a few days away? Just wait for us to return from the God Realm's grand meet. Speaking of which, thanks to young Master Li and young Miss, if not for the 2 of you, I would be dead. How could I still turn misfortune into blessings? I will remember this kindness, and I will definitely repay you in the future. There's no need to repay. If you can handle my senior brother, my husband will definitely kowtow to you. Huang Yueli muttered in a low voice, but Xian Qingling couldn't hear clearly. What did you say? Nothing, nothing. Our airship is right there, let's go. Huang Yueli pulled her husband back to the airship with 2 followers behind her. Since they were delayed for a long time in the trial of the secret realm, time was already very tight. Li Moying activated all the acceleration arrays on the airship, and headed towards the floating sea at full speed. It would take a few more days to reach their destination. Since Huang Yueli has just advanced and her cultivation level was not yet stable, she seized this little time left and has been cultivating like mad in the cabin. Originally, Li Moying and Huang Yueli occupied a cabin alone, and kicked Lu Bian out to live on the deck. However, with an additional Xian Qingling on board, Huang Yueli was too embarrassed to let her sleep on the deck, so she had to share half of her cabin with her. Xian Qingling was also very quiet, and spent most of her day cultivating. 3 days later, Huang Yueli finished her training, stood up from the bed, moved her stiff limbs, and when she turned her head, she saw Xian Qingling sitting on a chair and looking at her. It's quite rare for the 2 of them to leave the cultivation state at the same time. Huang Yueli nodded to Xian Qingling. Morning, young Miss Xian. I'll go to the deck for some exercise, you can do it yourself. I'll go with you. Seeing that Huang Yueli was about to go out, Xian Qingling suddenly jumped up and followed her out. Huang Yueli raised her eyebrows in surprise, feeling surprised. Why did Xian Qingling suddenly follow her? Could it be? What happened between Xian Qingling and Lu Bian when she was practicing? However, after walking to the deck, Huang Yueli realized that she was wrong. Xian Qingling took her around to the tail of the airship, saw that Lu Bian and Li Moying were not nearby, and suddenly said, Miss Li, logically speaking, you are my savior. I shouldn't have said such things, but, well, I've been thinking about it for the past few days, but I still can't get over this hurdle in my heart. I must tell you about this. Don't get excited, there are thousands of mistakes, it's always the man's fault. Huang Yueli was excited to listen to gossip about her senior brother. But as she listened, she found that the topic seems to be getting further and further from what she thought. Wait a minute. Young Miss Xian, what exactly are you trying to say? Why can't I understand anything? Huang Yueli asked with a confused expression. Xian Qingling coughed heavily, hesitated for a moment, and then gritted her teeth and spoke. Young Miss Li, do you know that young Master Li was already married when he was in the lower realm? Huh. Huang Yueli's eyes widened. She never thought that what Xian Qingling wanted to tell her was such a thing. On the other hand, Xian Qingling completely misunderstood what she meant, thinking that she was shocked by the news. She said bitterly, it seems that you don't know at all. This young Master Li is really too much. Although he is superior in strength and saved my life, I shouldn't say this, but what he did can only be described as a scumbag. Let me tell you the truth. When young Master Li was in the lower realm, he had already married a lady, and this girl was also surnamed Li. She also ascended to the god realm a few months ago and was reunited with young Master Li. When I was in the White Tiger continent, I met her once, and when young Master Li was with her, it was as if he loved her so much. This young Miss Li is a spirit armament master, and she is very talented. Although her talent in martial arts is average, she is quite suitable for young Master Li. At that time, the elders of the Cloudy Qilin clan did not agree with the marriage between the two. Young Master Li even stood up to defend her. At that time, I thought that young Master Li was a peerless and good man who was rarely seen in 10,000 years. As a result, the more Xian Qingling spoke, the angrier she became, and she couldn't help but clenched her fists. Looking at Huang Yueli again, she always had a confused expression on her face, and she stomped her feet anxiously. Young Miss Li, do you think I'm lying to you? Let me tell you, it's all true. Don't be fooled by young Master Li's sweet words. Although young Master Li is very kind to you now, he was also very kind to that girl before. But now that a few months have passed, that girl doesn't know where she is. Of course, you are so talented, young Master Li, I will definitely not treat you as seriously as I treat others. But that kind of scumbag will show his true colors one day. Young Miss Li, you are such a nice person, you must not be fooled by him. Xianxia despised Li Moying from head to toe. Every family of the ancient gods has a different style of doing things. Because the main attribute of the Black Tortoise clan is water, there are fewer fights among clan members than other clans. Moreover, most of them follow the monogamy system. Even the patriarch only married one wife. She has long been disgusted with the atmosphere of 3 wives and 4 concubines and 3,000 harems of other protoss. When she was in Empyrean Fox continent, Li Moying and the lady from the lower realm were in love with each other and never left her. This made her think highly of Li Moying. As a result, when they met again this time, Li Moying's tall image was completely shattered. At first, she even thought that Huang Yueli was a shameless vixen who hooked up with other people's husbands. Of course, after what happened in the past few days, she no longer thought that way. Instead, she felt that Huang Yueli must have been deceived by a scumbag like Li Moying. It took Huang Yueli a lot of effort to digest what Xianxia said. Then, she couldn't help but burst out laughing, and couldn't even stand straight. She always thought that Xianxia knew who she was. But now after hearing these words, and thinking about it carefully, she realized that her appearance in Empyrean Fox continent last time was a little different from now. In order to conceal her identity and have an affair with Li Moying, she has changed her appearance so many times that she can't even remember how many images she has. Xianxia didn't expect that after Huang Yueli knew that Li Moying was a scumbag, not only was she not as angry as she imagined, but she even laughed so happily. She was very angry immediately, and said angrily, "Young Miss Li, what are you laughing at? What's so funny about this? I really misjudged you. Do you think that girl is not talented enough to be worthy of young Master Li, and you deserve him right from the beginning to the end? Let me tell you, that girl is innocent, and you can't let her be hurt like this, just because of your own interests." Seeing Xianxingling's righteous indignation, Huang Yueli knew that she had misunderstood, so she quickly tried to hold back her laughter. Cough, cough, young Miss Xian, you misunderstood me. Oh, I can't take it anymore, it's so funny. She desperately wanted to suppress her urge to laugh, but it was so difficult. A man as affectionate as Li Moying can still be treated as a scumbag. In Soaring Heaven's continent, who doesn't know that Sect Master Li of Blue Profound Sect is the #1 love saint in all ages? If Li Moying knew that he was labeled as a scumbag, what kind of expression would he have? Huang Yueli laughed for a long time, but still felt a pain in her stomach. Xianxia couldn't bear it anymore. "Young Miss Li, I understand, we are not the same way at all. I will find a way to repay your life-saving grace, but we are destined not to be friends. Wait until we've reached the floating sea, let's go our separate ways then." Xianxia said her words, turned around and was about to leave. Seeing that the situation was not going well, Huang Yueli quickly pulled her back. "Hey, wait, young Miss Xian, why don't you listen to me first? Why are you so impulsive?" Impulsive? I'm not impulsive at all. Anyway, I don't feel it at all. How can such a serious matter of principle be so funny? Xianxingling's face was extremely ugly. Huang Yueli grabbed her wrist, pulled her aside, and said with a smile, "Young Miss Xian, I really should thank you. Everyone in the Cloudy Qilin clan said that Moying dumped me and found another girl of the god-level genius to be his fiancée, and everyone in the world should celebrate it. Only you, remember me as a little spirit armament master." Xianxia was stunned for a while, but didn't understand what she meant. What does it mean to find a god-level genius again? Aren't you a god? Wait, you said, you are that spirit armament master? After Xianxia realized it, she immediately cried out. Huang Yueli smiled and nodded, well, although it seems a bit unbelievable, but that's how things are. What? How is this possible? How could you be alone? Xianxia couldn't believe that such a thing would happen, and shook her head desperately. Huang Yueli smiled and said, I'm just more cautious when I go out, and I just used the disguise technique. If you want to see my appearance in White Tiger Continent, I can also dress it up for you to see. Xianxia had a frozen expression on her face. Of course I know that there is such a thing as disguise. Our Black Tortoise clan has many masters of disguise, I'm not talking about that. It's just, but how is this possible? What? Aren't you a spirit armament master? When did you become a god-level genius again? Besides, didn't you ascend from the lower realm? What's going on? Huang Yueli said, that's a long story. In short, I did marry Li Moying in the lower realm, and I'm indeed a spirit armament master, and a god-level genius. However, for some reasons, I can't reveal my identity. Can't reveal your identity? Xianxia frowned suspiciously, full of puzzlement. Why? No matter what your identity is, just because of your god-level talent, the Cloudy Qilin clan has to acknowledge you. How could it be possible to object to your marriage with young Master Li? It's unreasonable for you two to be so sneaky? Unless. Hearing this, Huang Yueli raised her eyebrows. Xianxia's character has passed her assessment, so she is actually not afraid that the other party will betray her. If Xianxia was really so keen and guessed the truth of the matter, she would of course admit it. Xianxia looked at her, and said, you can't be a demon, are you? Huang Yueli had already prepared herself to guess her true identity, but she didn't expect that Xianxia would guess in such a crooked direction, and she was stunned for a moment. Xianxia's eyes immediately changed when she saw her. You are actually a demon. How did you sneak into the territory of the human race? Why can't you feel the breath of the demon race on your body? Why? Young Master Li is so courageous that he dares to be with a demoness. Huang Yueli didn't expect that she could make up so much in her own brain in such a short period of time, and she couldn't laugh or cry for a while. Wait. Young Miss Xian, don't be so excited, listen to me. You don't need to tell me. Although you are my savior, I can't join forces with the demons. I won't reveal your identity, but we still better not communicate anymore. Seeing that she was about to turn around and leave in a panic, Huang Yueli quickly stopped her. Young Miss Xian, you really guessed wrong. I'm really not a demon. Can you listen to me? Huang Yueli couldn't help but let out a loud roar before calming Xianxia down. However, Xianxia looked at her with suspicion. Are you really not a demon? But, your talent is so heaven-defying. You and young Master Li are both god-level geniuses. This is too rare and unbelievable. Besides, if you are not a demon, why don't you dare? Show your true colors to others and dare not reveal them to young Master Li? This doesn't even make sense. Huang Yueli knew that it would not be so easy to clear up Xianxingling's misunderstanding. The best way was to disclose her true identity to her. After thinking about it for a while, she decided to tell the truth. Young Miss Xian, let me tell you the truth. I am indeed not from a demon clan, but an ancient god clan. However, the Cloudy Qilin clan will definitely not agree to my marriage with Moying. Because my clan has a blood feud with the Cloudy Qilin clan. How is that possible? If you were the ancient gods, wouldn't the Cloudy Qilin clan be so happy? Would you still not agree? Xianxia looked suspicious, and then seemed to think of something. Wait, you are a fire attribute, god-level genius, ancient god clan. Are you from the Sacred Phoenix clan? Seeing that she finally understood, Huang Yueli secretly breathed a sigh of relief, and nodded. Well, I am indeed from the Sacred Phoenix clan. But, why don't you have the aura of the God clan? Xianxia asked, strangely. The biggest difference between the ancient god and the ordinary human race is that their blood has a certain amount of blood essence from the ancient god. This kind of essence and blood is not comparable to the essence and blood on little Wang Kai's body. A phoenix like little Wang Kai is said to be an ancient divine beast, but to be precise, it can only be said to be a descendant of the ancient sacred phoenix. The real ancient sacred phoenix, since the beginning of the world, among countless planes, there has only been one. The same goes for other ancient mythical beasts. And the current gods and beasts were different ways of continuing the bloodline of the only one. And the innate bloodlines of the ancient god higher than that of the ordinary human race also came from this. This kind of bloodline makes their profound strength and exhaled aura somewhat different from ordinary cultivators, and it is easy for experienced strongmen to distinguish the difference between the two. Huang Yueli didn't have the aura of the ancient gods at all. Because of this, Xianxia always thought that she was a pure-blooded human. Huang Yueli smiled and explained, because I have some special techniques that can hide my divine aura. As she spoke, she let go of Sky Phoenix Ring's first layer of restraint, and released her true profound strength. Xianxia immediately felt a little uncomfortable. Although the Black Tortoise clan and the Sacred Phoenix clan don't have any enmity, but the attributes of the two were incompatible, and they usually take the initiative to keep a little distance. However, these Xianqinglings also fully understood. You really belong to the Sacred Phoenix clan. My god, your concealment technique is too amazing, right? I lived with you for several days, and I didn't notice it at all. Huang Yueli smiled and said, it's not surprising that you don't notice it, even the Cloudy Qilin clan's many Dao Profound Realm powerhouses don't know my real identity. Otherwise, Moying and I would probably be wandering around the world by now. If we leave, how can we go to participate in some God Realm's grand meet? Xianxia looked at Huang Yueli in disbelief, unable to recover for a long time. Even with the evidence in front of her eyes, it took her a long time to digest the news. After all, this news was simply too shocking. The only two god-level geniuses in the God Realm were actually husband and wife, and they also come from two clans that were hostile to each other. If she hadn't seen Huang Yueli and Li Moying with her own eyes, she would never have believed that such a thing would happen. By the way, I remembered. A while ago, young Master Li was attacked by Elder Sanbai of the Sacred Phoenix clan and fell into a coma for more than a month. At that time, there were many rumors in the God Realm. Some people said that young Master Li had attacked and killed the god-level genius of the Sacred Phoenix clan, which led to Elder Sanbai's revenge. This god-level genius of the Sacred Phoenix clan that they were talking about is you, is it? Hearing Xianxia mention this matter, Huang Yueli's face suddenly darkened. However, she did not show any strangeness in front of Xianxia, she just said, that's right, there is a bit of misunderstanding between the Sacred Phoenix clan and the Cloudy Qilin clan. What's the misunderstanding? Xianxia shook her head. Huang Yueli said it implicitly, but Xianxia grew up in the God Realm, and she knows the history and nature of the two families better than Huang Yueli, an authentic member of the Sacred Phoenix clan. There will be troubles between these two families if nothing happens. If the major gods had not made a covenant to deal with the demons together, I am afraid that these two families are still attacking each other. Are you really killed by young Master Li? That's not the point, it's enough to have a reason to attack each other anyway. Xianxia sighed, oh, you guys are too unlucky. It's already very difficult for a god-level genius to find a match. It's hard to find them, but they are in a hostile relationship. After hearing this, Huang Yueli felt even more helpless. Even foreigners like Xianxia know that the Cloudy Qilin clan and the Sacred Phoenix clan were incompatible, so they don't like her and Li Moying together. Even though she didn't pay attention to those so-called clansmen, she couldn't help feeling a little depressed. The two talked for a while. Huang Yueli briefly explained, but did not tell anything about the matter between her and Huang Sanbai. Young Miss Xian, this is the case with Moying, please keep it a secret for us. She finally urged. Xian Qingling nodded hastily, all right, I know, I will definitely keep it a secret, please rest assured. As she said that, she showed a bit of envy again, I really envy you and young Master Li, who can find someone who loves each other. Huang Yueli raised her eyebrows, looked at her, and said meaningfully, don't worry, young Miss Xian, you are so outstanding, there will definitely be someone who truly appreciates you. Xian Qingling shook her head, looking a little depressed. I'm afraid it's impossible. For the children of our ancient gods, marriage depends on talent and blood, and has nothing to do with feelings. They have to obey the orders of the clan. Only you and young Master Li, who are so talented, dare to marry, and are not bound by the clan. Huang Yueli was slightly taken aback, and suddenly thought of those women that Li Shihong desperately stuffed for Li Moying. What's so great about the ancient gods? Fortunately, she abducted her husband and left. After this day, Xian Qingling knew the real identities of Huang Yueli and Li Moying, and became more cautious. Normally, whenever she sees Li Moying coming to look for Huang Yueli, she will take the initiative to avoid it. Even if Lu Bian wanted to make trouble with Li Moying, she would hold him back. Seeing this, Li Moying was extremely satisfied with Xian Qingling. Little Lear, I think your suggestion last time was good. Lu Bian should find such a sensible wife. Or, let's give them both some medicine and lock them up in the cabin together. Li Moying held her little fox in her arms, and came up with evil ideas. Huang Yueli glared at him, don't be like this, young Miss Xian is very traditional and shy. Let them develop naturally. After speeding up for a few days, the airship finally approached the floating sea. It was the first time for Huang Yueli, Li Moying and Lu Bian to the floating sea. The three of them sat on the airship and saw the huge water ball floating in the air from a distance, and they all showed a bit of shock. Xian Qingling had been here several times, and introduced at the side, it is said that the floating sea is not in the sky, but a large expanse of ocean on the ground, which is located in the swamp area where the demons live. At that time, the world of the god realm profound energy was even more abundant than it is now, and the number of masters at the profound realm of gods and demons was 10 times as many as it is now, and they have been fighting for years. In one big battle, more than a dozen masters at the life profound realm fought at the same time. I heard that there are also profound realm experts above the mentioned true gods. The aroused profound energy fluctuations rushed the entire ocean into the sky. In that battle, at least 10 people at the life profound realm lost their lives, and the demons suffered even more heavy losses. It can be said to be one of the most tragic battles in the history of the god realm. Later, this vast ocean floated in the sky and became a floating sea. There is a small island hanging in the sky, and there are many sacred places on it. Every god realm's grand meet is held there. This is also a kind of commemoration of the god realm for those who died in that battle. Huang Yueli had also read about this period of history in classics, but seeing the grand scene of the sea floating in the air with her own eyes was still deeply shocking, and she was filled with emotion. To push such a large expanse of ocean into the sky, and the vortex of profound energy that was stirred up, lasting for hundreds of thousands of years, and the energy in it was not exhausted. This was almost beyond what humans can do. This was the realm of the true gods. Then, hundreds of thousands of years ago, when the floating sea was born, were there any true gods in the god realm? If so, what should their strength be like? Should be stronger than the current life profound realm powerhouse, right? Where were these people now? Li Moying's airship gradually approached the floating sea, and the small island below became clear. After the airship landed, Xian Qingling bade farewell to them and reunited with her clansmen. Li Moying took Huang Yueli and Lu Bian directly to the registration site for the god realm's grand meet. The three of them followed the instructions on the street and walked near the registration point, and were immediately shocked. Whoa! There are so many people signing up. There must be 10,000 people in this crazy crowd that looks like one big dark mass, right? This was the first time Liu Bian saw so many people gather after arriving in the God realm, and he did not feel too well. Huang Yueli was even more speechless than him. This is just one of the registration points. I looked at the map just now, and there are at least 100 such registration points. In other words, there are at least 1 million cultivators who are signing up to participate in the God Realm's Grand Meet. This is only the number of people who signed up today. Before we came, the registration had already started over 10 days ago. Liu Bian felt that he was going to faint. There are so many cultivators. I think it's impossible for me to get a ranking. Huang Yueli didn't take it seriously. No matter how many cultivators participate, most of them were just cannon fodder. It is estimated that 99% of them will be screened out in the first round. These ordinary cultivators came to Floating Sea not so much to gain a place in the God Realm's Grand Meet, but rather to observe the competition between the geniuses of the ancient god clans. After all, these peerless geniuses rarely appear in front of ordinary people, and ordinary people have no other chance to understand their strength. This time the God Realm's Grand Meet can be said to be a grand event in the entire God Realm. Huang Yueli turned her head to look at Li Moying. Moying, why don't you go to the Cloudy Qilin clan first? There are so many people here, I don't know how long the queue will be. Li Moying shook his head. I'll be with you. Do you think I'll rest assured that you're here alone in line? Huang Yueli muttered, I'm not a child, are you still afraid that I might get lost? Having said that, she obediently let Li Moying hold her little hand, and lined up together like a child. Liu Bian glanced at them, scolded them in his heart, and consciously moved to another line. The registration line looked long, but the speed of the line moving was quite fast. After about 3 hours, they were at the front of the line. Take a form and fill it out yourself. Fill it out and hand it to the front. Remember, name, power, age, cultivation base, these are required, and others are optional. What I want to remind you is that you must never falsely report your age. Wait a moment and there will be a Dao Profound Realm expert at the front of the team to verify your bone age. If someone intentionally reports your age as young and wants to get involved in the competition, we will immediately expel them. This is Floating Sea. Do you understand? Huang Yueli and Li Moying each took a form, filled it out in a hurry, and handed it to an elderly man in front. The old man looked down, and said casually, name, Li Moying, influence, Cloudy Qilin clan, age, 24 years old, cultivation, late stage of the heart profound realm? The old man was originally looking at the form casually, but when he saw the end, his eyes suddenly widened, and he almost couldn't help crying out. He looked up at Li Moying's handsome but expressionless face. You, are you sure you did not make a mistake? Li Moying said calmly, no. But, how is this possible? At the late stage of the heart profound realm at the age of 24, I have never heard of such a thing. Even the heavenly geniuses of the ancient god clans, there is no one who can achieve this at such a young age. It's the late stage of the heart profound realm that we're talking about. You're bragging and you don't even think with your brains? The old man frowned, not believing it at all. Li Moying glanced at him impatiently. This is my real situation. Tisk, why are young people like this now? Your lies have been exposed, and you still don't know how to repent. Didn't you listen to what I just said? All contestants must fill in the real situation. If you lie, I can expel you from the Floating Sea. Seeing that you are still young, it is not easy. Hurry up and take it back and refill it. The old man refused to accept Li Moying's registration form, so he threw it back and waved his hand, telling him to leave quickly. Hurry up, don't block here, don't you see that there are so many people queuing up behind you? Li Moying obviously didn't expect that he would be denied registration after he just signed up, and his expression turned extremely ugly. Huang Yueli watched from the side, and almost couldn't help laughing. High talents also have the troubles of high talents, yet some people still don't believe it. After the old man threw the registration form back to Li Moying, he looked at Huang Yueli, behind him. Because Huang Yueli was very beautiful and was always smiling, she looked very pleasing to the eye, so the old man had a very good impression of her. The anger he felt when he met a liar just now has also weakened a bit. "This lady, where is your registration form?" Just as Huang Yueli was about to hand over the form in her hand, she suddenly found that her husband was staring at her, and even curled the corners of his mouth. A monster smile appeared on that handsome face. Huang Yu's heart skipped a beat, and when she handed over the form, she suddenly realized that something was wrong. But it was already too late. The old man who received the form saw clearly what Huang Yueli had filled in on the form, and couldn't help but rage. "I really ran into a ghost today. It turned out to be another nonsensical registration form, and it turned out to be such a young girl. What are young people thinking now? Does everyone treat old people like us as fools? 18 years old in the middle stage of the heart profound realm. Why didn't you just say that you have the strength of the Tao profound realm?" Huang Yueli curled her lips, and murmured subconsciously, "Well, I do have the strength of the Tao profound realm, does that count? Ordinary Tao profound realm fighters, she can fight 10, alright?" Although the old man was covered with white hair and seemed to be too old to walk, his hearing was surprisingly good, and he could even hear Huang Yueli's murmurs. This way, he almost exploded in anger. You really have the face to say it. Are you two together? Are you still so confident? Do you usually bluff and deceive too many times outside, and think that we people in Floating Sea are also so stupid? Unless you are all god-level geniuses. However, this is absolutely impossible. Because the old man was very angry, his voice became louder and louder. The cultivators around the registration office were already crowded together, so they naturally heard the content of the dispute between the two sides. Many cultivators immediately laughed out loud. "I've gained a lot of experience today, and someone actually falsely reported their cultivation. Isn't it? I almost laughed to death. 24 years old at the late stage of the heart profound realm, 18 years old at the middle stage of the heart profound realm? Who would believe this kind of nonsense? Could it be that they've been dreaming too much and really think that they're god-level genius? Ha ha ha, what god-level geniuses? I don't think they are even earth-level geniuses, right? Otherwise, why come back here and join us in queuing up to sign up? Contestants of such a powerful force as the ancient god clans actually don't need to go to the registration point to fill out the form at all, but the family will register uniformly. However, this time, Huang Yueli has her own plans and goals, and she doesn't want to represent the Cloudy Qilin clan in the battle. As for Li Moying, he only came here to accompany his wife. But in the eyes of ordinary people, this was completely unreasonable. If they were really two god-level geniuses, would they come here to line up together if they had such strength? Therefore, everyone believed without hesitation that these two people were here to deceive people. There were even kind-hearted people who persuaded them. Let me say, the two of you seem to be good-looking talents. I guess they still have some strength. Why don't you just fill in the truth? Why do you have to tell such a lie? They am to tell you the truth, filling your cultivation base too high will not only be of no benefit to you, but also a lot of disadvantages. Many geniuses of great powers are staring at geniuses of the same level to challenge. He is the first to challenge you, do you think you can bear it? That is a top-level genius cultivated by the ancient god clans. That's right. People are a bit vain, and I understand that they want to report a higher level of cultivation, but you are reporting too much, right? Hurry up and change it. Or else if you really make the steward of Floating Sea angry, you will really be expelled. Everyone talked and tried to persuade them. Li Moying remained expressionless, but Huang Yueli could tell that her husband was becoming more and more impatient. If this goes on like this, if her husband gets mad later, things will get serious. In desperation, she began to think about it, so she might as well lower her cultivation base a bit. However, according to the rules of the God Realm's Grand Meet, in the first round of the preliminary round, fighters will be grouped according to their cultivation and strength, so contestants are not allowed to underestimate. If exposed in this way, they will also be punished and even disqualified from the competition. Huang Yueli was almost depressed to death. What's the matter? Why is it so difficult to tell the truth these days? Seeing so many people persuading the old man, yet Huang Yueli and Li Moying were still so stubborn, he almost died of anger. He slapped the table vigorously. You too, since you are so unrepentant, then on behalf of Floating Sea, I will send you. Elder Chen, why is there such a ruckus over here? Just now, the cultivators behind were all asking if there's anything wrong as your line hasn't moved forward for a long time. A middle-aged man in a blue robe walked over and asked suspiciously. Elder Chen was very angry. Oh, I really met the best today. Just now, 2 cultivators came to my place to sign up, and the information they filled in was simply unsightly. You can take a look at it for yourself. Elder Chen threw the registration forms of Li Moying and Huang Yueli on the table. The middle-aged man looked at him suspiciously, and reached out to pick up the form. At first, he was quite unimpressed. It's just 2 registration forms. Even if there is a problem, how big a problem can there be? Was it worth being so surprised? However, after a few random glances, the middle-aged man suddenly shook his hands and widened his eyes. This. Elder Chen said heartbrokenly at the side, did you see it too? Some people actually wrote such an outrageous description on their cultivation bases. Deceiving people is already a matter of morality, and if you deceive people so exaggeratedly, then you have a bad brain. What's even worse is that I've already given them a chance to fill in again, but they still refuse to change it. They're hopeless. The middle-aged man looked at the form in his hand as if he hadn't heard what he said, and then looked up at Li Moying carefully. After complaining a lot, Elder Chen concluded, such scum, we can't let them appear in the arena of God Realm's Grand Meet, otherwise, it would be too unfair. According to the rules, these 2 people must be expelled. Moreover, in the future. You are young Masterly of the Cloudy Qilin clan? The middle-aged man walked up to Li Moying and spoke suddenly. At first, Elder Chen was excited, but he didn't expect that his colleague would walk away suddenly, and talk to the scum in his eyes with an almost respectful attitude. Elder Chen was stunned for a moment, and asked, strangely, Steward Jiang, what are you talking about? Young Masterly? The middle-aged man waved his hand at him, but did not answer right away, but stared intently at Li Moying, waiting for his answer. Li Moying nodded slightly. I am Li Moying. Do you know me? Surprise flashed in the eyes of the middle-aged man. It's really young Masterly. This is really. No wonder you filled out the form like this. I went to Cloudy Qilin clan last year and heard about you. It is an honor for all the cultivators in Floating Sea for you to participate in this God Realm's Grand Meet. Li Moying said indifferently, Your Excellency, you are welcome. Seeing his indifferent expression, the middle-aged man thought he was still unhappy, so he quickly explained, Young Masterly, it was a misunderstanding just now. Elder Chen is old, and he hasn't left Floating Sea for more than 10 years. He doesn't know many things in the world, so he didn't recognize you. If you offend him, please don't argue with him. The more Elder Chen heard it, the more he felt something was wrong. What's going on? Shouldn't Steward Jiang be on his side? Why didn't he denounce the 2 liars in front of him, but also started chatting with him? Now he is still saying that he is wrong. Did he make a mistake? Steward Jiang, what's going on? Do you know this young man? Isn't he a liar? The middle-aged man quickly gave him a look, signaling him to shut up. Elder Chen, stop talking. This young Master Li is the current young master of the Cloudy Qilin clan. He is a real god-level talent. Not too long ago, he was still on the battlefield of the Demon Clan and killed a strong mid-phase Sky Devil. He is definitely the number one among the younger generation of cultivators. What? Elder Chen's eyes widened. He was so shocked by this heavy news that he couldn't recover for a long time. How is it possible? There hasn't been a god-level genius in the god realm for 10,000 years. How could one suddenly appear? Are you sure he is? I'm sure, of course I'm sure, this is well known in the Cloudy Qilin continent. How is it possible? How could such a thing happen? Even though Steward Jiang had already made a guarantee, Elder Chen still couldn't believe it. And the cultivators who were watching around had completely exploded at this time. Li Moying of the Cloudy Qilin clan. So he is Li Moying. No wonder he dares to write that he is at the late stage of the heart-profound realm. Now that you've mentioned it, he really looks like Li Moying. According to rumors, young Master Li is not only extremely talented, but also extremely handsome. Seeing him today, he really deserves his reputation. Oh my god, I actually saw a living god-level genius with my own eyes. I am really lucky today. Just now I thought he was lying. Now it seems that I am ignorant. Realizing Li Moying's identity, all the cultivators present crowded towards this direction one after another, wanting to see for themselves what the legendary number one genius and number one handsome man in the god realm looks like. The people at the back of the line kept pushing forward, while the people in front who had handed in their forms were still pushing back, unwilling to leave. The scene became extremely chaotic for a while. Enough. You are not allowed to squeeze any further. Everyone stand where you are, and if you don't follow the order, your registration will be cancelled. Steward Jiang and Elder Chen yelled at them sharply, trying to maintain order, but the effect was very bad. Being able to be so close to a god-level genius is, for many people, a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Everyone was extremely curious about Li Moying. It's not something the two stewards can stop with a few words. Seeing that the scene was getting more and more chaotic, Steward Jiang coughed hastily. All right, young Master Li, I'd better personally escort you back to the Cloudy Qilin clan's residence. If you stay here any longer, we won't be able to continue working. Li Moying nodded and was about to leave. But Elder Chen suddenly yelled again, wait a minute, wait. I still have a question. Thadam Steward Jiang paused. What else is there, Elder Chen? Elder Chen looked at Li Moying, then at Huang Yueli, beside him, his eyes were full of doubts. You said that the Cloudy Qilin clan has a god-level genius, well, then he's been settled. But, does it mean that the human race also has a god-level genius? Steward Jiang was taken aback. What, do you mean? Why can't I understand? Elder Chen pointed to another registration form. As I said just now, I received 2 registration forms, not just one. This young Master Li said that he is at the late stage of the heart-profound realm, and this little lady is even more powerful. She said that she is only 18 years old, but she has a cultivation level in the middle stage of the heart-profound realm. Then she must also be a god-level genius? What? Is there such a thing? After hearing this, Steward Jiang hurriedly went to see the second form which Elder Chen mentioned. After he recognized Li Moying just now, he was so excited that he didn't even have time to look down. Seeing this, he was stunned. As expected, Elder Chen was right. The information filled out by the girl next to Li Moying was also very exaggerated. If what's written above is true, then she must also be a god-level talent, and I'm afraid her talent is even higher than Li Moying's. But how is this possible? Steward Jiang couldn't help frowning. Strange, this is really strange. When I was traveling last year, I only heard of young Master Li, a god-level genius, but I never heard of it. There is a second one. Besides, she looks like she is still a human race. this is impossible? Could it be? Steward Jiang turned back and looked at the two of them suspiciously. Could it be, these two are liars? Elder Chen slapped his thigh vigorously. You can also see the problem? As I said earlier, these two people seem unreliable. You say this young man is the young master of the Cloudy Qilin clan, but what about this girl? It must be the young madam of the Cloudy Qilin clan, right? Huang Yueli heard the words, and muttered amusedly, my husband is the young master of the Cloudy Qilin clan, so of course I am the young madam of the Cloudy Qilin clan? Do you still need to ask? When Elder Chen heard what she said, he was so angry that the top of his head was about to smoke. Shut up. You're still talking nonsense here? She's such a little girl, she's pretty good looking, how could she have such a bad character? It's you who should shut up. Li Moying, who had been silent all this time, suddenly spoke out. You can scold him, but you can't scold his little fox. When Elder Chen and Steward Jiang heard the words, they were all taken aback, and looked at him. After just one glance, he was frightened by his cold and gloomy gaze, and cold sweat broke out on his back. I don't know why, this young man is obviously only in his early 20s, but his aura is stronger than that of a Dao Profound Realm master who has been famous for many years. He might not really be a god-level genius, right? No, this is impossible. Elder Chen was stunned by him for a while, but when he came back to his senses, he felt even more ashamed. After all, he was also at the Dao Profound Realm, but now he was shocked by a brat. How embarrassing it is to spread the word. In order to save face, he couldn't care less about anything else, and said loudly, how dare you talk to the steward of Floating Sea like this? It's crazy. The old man has already given you a chance, now you have to get out of Floating Sea by yourself, or I will call the guards to arrest people. What? The guards are about to be dispatched. This is a big mess. What's going on now? Is this young Masterly from the Cloudy Qilin clan? I don't know. From what the two stewards said, it seems that he is a liar. I'll be damned, then this person is really brave enough. Even the young master of the Cloudy Qilin clan dares to impersonate, does he not want to live? The cultivators present were discussing a lot, obviously confused by this yet another turning point. They looked suspiciously at Li Moying and then at Huang Yueli. They really didn't understand what happened. Elder Chen threw a signal flare towards the sky, and then sneered, the guards are coming soon, I will give you one last chance to get out of Floating Sea immediately. Otherwise, once you enter the prison of Floating Sea, things will be serious. It won't be that simple anymore. Li Moying's face became more and more gloomy. Because this God Realm's grand meet was very important to Huang Yueli, so he endured it all the time, not wanting to make a big deal out of it. However, these people couldn't understand human speech. Not only did they repeatedly question their identities, but the worst thing was, they actually scolded his little leer. He usually doesn't dare to say harsh words to his wife, alright? Seeing Li Moying's profound energy fluctuate more and more violently, Huang Yueli knew that he was on the verge of eruption. If those Floating Sea guards really dared to come, they would probably be severely injured by the furious young Masterly and thrown into the sea below. She quickly reached out and took Li Moying's hand. Husband, don't be angry, I'll tell them again. Although Li Moying thought it was useless, he never opposed her, so he didn't say anything. Huang Yueli walked up to Elder Chen and said, you two stewards, you keep saying that you don't trust us. I don't understand. As the stewards of Floating Sea, can you be so arbitrary? You haven't formally tested us. How can you be so sure that we've filled in fake information? Of course there is no need to say. Anyone with a brain knows it's a fake. Elder Chen said as a matter of course. Huang Yueli sneered, I see that you think you have brains, but you actually don't have any. You. What do you mean? You dare to insult the steward, have you eaten the guts of a bear? Elder Chen was so angry that his face was flushed red. He almost couldn't wait for the guards to come over. He was about to rush up and beat him up, but it was Steward Jiang who held him back from behind. Wait, Elder Chen, wait a minute, I think something is wrong. What's wrong? It's just that these two nonsense brats are going to brag again. Do you think I'll believe them? Elder Chen said blushingly. Huang Yueli still looked very calm. I'm just talking nonsense, so it's not surprising if you don't believe me, but when I came here, I heard that if Floating Sea has any doubts about the cultivator's registration information, he has the right to ask the cultivator to cooperate with you in the test of cultivation base and bone age, right? So? Elder Chen snorted coldly, that's right, what are you talking about? Are you going to take the test too? Huang Yueli blinked her eyes and looked at him like she was looking at an idiot. Isn't that natural? You haven't tested our cultivation and strength, and you say we are lying. Who is talking nonsense? You haven't even tested us, before you decide to drive us out of Floating Sea, is this what you call fair? Huang Yueli's voice was very loud, and she purposely wanted to let all the cultivators around her hear her words. Many people also muttered. That's right, why did you drive them out, without verifying their strength? Because they filled it out too falsely. If you fill in the late stage of the Heart Profound realm or the early stage of the Heart Profound realm, they will test their strength first. Although that's the case, you can't be so hasty, right? What if what people say is true? How could it be true? Did you not wake up? Then you can't just kick me out with just one word from the steward? Then if the steward doesn't believe the information I filled in, can he also drive me out directly? Huang Yueli's words were very skillful. Although most cultivators still feel that they are bragging, there are also a small number of people who realize the seriousness of the problem. This steward from Floating Sea chases people away arbitrarily, and he doesn't even follow any rules. He just chases people away on his own whim. The two sides insisted on their own opinions, and the discussion became louder and louder. When Elder Chen heard these words, his face turned green and pale. He grew up in Floating Sea, and he was regarded as highly respected in the local area. However, he was questioned for being unfair, because of two liars who were obviously talking nonsense. Elder Chen was very angry. It's just a test, so let's test. Do you think that if you make such a mess, the fake will become real? When the test results come out, you still have to get out. Huang Yueli smiled slightly, that might be the case. Since Steward Chen agreed, let's start right away. There are so many fellow cultivators here, they can all be witnesses. Alright, since you are not afraid of embarrassment, I will help you. Come with me. Elder Chen said, leading them to a square in the east. Steward Jiang originally wanted to dissuade Elder Chen, but unexpectedly, Elder Chen couldn't stand the provocation at all, so he just left. Seeing the calm smile on Huang Yueli's face, Steward Jiang suddenly felt that something was wrong. Could it be that these two are really young masterly and another god-level genius? This is obviously impossible, but what if it's true? That Floating Sea would become a big joke today. But it was too late to say anything now, so he could only follow quickly. Not only him, but all the cultivators on the scene rushed towards the square. They all wanted to occupy a good position, so that they could see for themselves how shameful these two extreme rare liars were. Elder Chen brought Huang Yueli and Li Moying to a stop in the middle of the square. There were several different traps and arrays, and there are several stewards and guards around them. Seeing Elder Chen coming, a steward in white greeted him. Elder Chen, didn't you say that you want to get in touch with young people more? Did you specifically apply to collect the registration forms in person? Why did you come to us suddenly? Elder Chen snorted, I did collect the registration form, but I didn't expect that I was so unlucky. I met two nonsensical brats who refused to listen to anything. That's why I brought them to you to get tested here. When the test results come out, let's see how they can still continue to talk nonsense. The steward in white smiled. What's the matter? Elder Chen, don't be too angry. There are people like this every year, and we have seen them a lot. Wait until we embarrass them. As he said that, he also took a look at Huang Yueli and Li Moying behind Elder Chen. For some reason, he always felt that Li Moying looked familiar. While they were talking, suddenly, there was a loud bang from the array behind them. A figure was ejected from the array, and its body flew out of the air. Moreover, this person's body presents a strange angle. It seems that the bones of his hands and feet have been shattered by the powerful force, and the corners of his mouth were overflowing with blood. He flew tens of meters before he hit the ground heavily, scaring the cultivators around to turn blue with fright. Elder Chen glanced at the cultivator who had collapsed on the ground, snorted heavily, swept towards Huang Yueli and Li Moying, and said, "Did you see that kid? That's your lesson from the past. This test array is very dangerous. If your cultivation level is lower than the set level, you will be ejected. Not only may you be seriously injured, but if you are not careful, you may die. Look at that kid, this time not only will he have to recuperate for a year with such an injury, and I am afraid that the cultivation base will recede even." The steward in white smiled and said, "Elder Chen, don't scare them. People like that guy just now are rare after all. They are real cultivation bases, and those on the registration form. It's only 2 small realms behind that would make such a miserable situation. Ordinary people will report a small realm more, even if they are ejected, the injuries are not serious, and they can only be raised for a month or 2. He said he didn't mean to scare people, but the meaning behind his words was to scare Huang Yueli and the others. Elder Chen snorted coldly. "According to what you say, they will be miserable. I think they reported at least higher than 3 small realms." 3 small realms? This time, the white-robed steward was also taken aback. Is there a mistake? This will really kill someone. Although their test array here was deliberately set up like this, in order to give real punishment to those who lie about their cultivation, so that they don't dare to commit another crime, but punishment was punishment and killing was killing. Generally speaking, they definitely don't want to kill anyone. Thinking of this, he quickly took out the registration form that Elder Chen had stuffed for him just now, and carefully read it. Seeing this, his face also turned green, and he couldn't help scolding Huang Yueli and Li Moying loudly. "You really don't know the heights of the sky and the earth, you dare to fill in randomly. Have you seen what happened to that kid just now? If you go straight into the array, it will be worse than him. I am absolutely not exaggerating. If you still want to save your life, you should leave floating sea by yourself. Seeing that you are young, there is no need to seek death yourself." It was actually for the same reason that Elder Chen drove them away directly. "I think they will die if they really take the test, so it's better to just let them go. After all, they are 2 young lives." Huang Yueli is too lazy to explain anything now. She has now discovered that it was also a mistake for one person to be too much stronger than others. At least when she tells the truth, it is difficult for others to believe her. In the end, she can only prove it with her strength. She looked at the array in the middle of the square, analyzed the array patterns on it for a while, and then said, "We said we would take part in the test, but once we say it, it's hard to follow. How can we go back on our word? By the way, this steward, are the crystal jade and spirit beast crystal cores outside your array almost running out of energy? You should replace them with new ones, otherwise the array will not have enough energy, and as long as the cultivators inside are stronger, it will easily lead to the array collapsing." The more the steward in white listened, the darker his face became. At this time, he had already deeply realized why Elder Chen was so angry with this errant couple. These 2 people were too ignorant. They were about to die, yet they were still pretending here. Since that's the case, he doesn't need to care about their lives anymore. The steward in white sneered and said, "Our array is very strong, even if it is a cultivator at the beginning of the Tao Profound realm. don't try to damage it. You should worry about yourselves. If you are sure to participate in the test, then we will start now. Huang Yueli nodded, confirmed, of course confirmed. Li Moying didn't speak, but stood beside Huang Yueli calmly and steadily. All right, very good. The three stewards looked at each other and felt that it was time to teach them a lesson they would never forget. The steward in white walked ahead and led them to the middle of the square. There are actually quite a few cultivators waiting to take part in the test. There are at least 60 or 70 people queuing up here. The steward in white didn't care about them, and directly brought Huang Yueli and Li Moying to the front of the team. Let them come first. Ah? But, isn't it good? Everyone else is queuing up. The steward in charge of guarding the array hesitated. Elder Chen stood up immediately, to save face, let them come first. The steward stepped back as he said. As soon as the words came out, Elder Chen felt depressed for a while. He has never relied on his status as an elder for any favors. The first time he asked someone to jump in the queue, it was actually for these two errant liars. However, as long as they can be cured and this unhealthy trend of reckless cultivation can be curbed, then everything will be worth it. Elder Chen turned his head and said to Huang Yueli, all right, don't you guys want to test? Come here and test the bone age first. Testing bone age was very simple. As long as one stands in the array, the time can be measured accurately in one breath. Huang Yueli walked into the first array without hesitation. After the outer circles lit up a few times, the steward in white announced the result. Well, the bone age is not misreported, it is indeed 18 years old. With that said, he looked at Li Moying again, next. Li Moying walked over expressionlessly. Well, that's right, it's indeed 24 years old. The steward in white said, looking suspiciously at the faces of the two of them. Generally speaking, when cultivators lie about their strength, the smarter way is to report their age a little lower, and keep their cultivation base as it is. In this way, if someone wants to compete on a whim, they won't be beaten on the spot so that they can't take care of themselves. Bone age, without a special array, is difficult for ordinary cultivators to judge accurately. But the bone age of these two people was real. Then there were only two possibilities. One is that the information they filled out was true, and the other is that they were too stupid to overestimate themselves by so much. The first possibility hardly exists. And the second possibility, this was obviously seeking death. The steward in white looked at the form in his hand again, and muttered something. Li Moying, with a bone age of 24, is at the late stage of the heart-profound realm. Li Yuehuang, at the age of 18, is at the middle stage of the heart-profound realm. Please confirm if you want to conduct a test based on such data? I think you should take a look at. Huang Yueli and Li Moying nodded at the same time, but only Huang Yueli said, I'm sure. If you're sure, you can't go back on your word. Sure. Let me remind you one last time. The test will be divided into two parts. The first part is mandatory, which is to enter the test array you just saw. If you can pass this array, you can follow this test. If you don't pass, there is a second chance, and our stewards can do it personally to test your strength, and if you can receive more than 10 tricks from a certain steward, you can still pass. However, the steward who is in charge of testing you is at the Tao Profound Realm. To receive 10 moves from him is much more difficult than passing the test array. You should try to choose the first test method. Huang Yueli nodded, expressing her understanding. The steward in white spread his hands. Since you've all made up your mind, you can go over now. Huang Yueli took her husband's hand and walked forward a few steps. When she suddenly thought of something, she stopped again. She turned to look at the steward in white. Yes, stewards, I have another question. Well, I think it's best to ask first. What is the problem? Seeing her suddenly stop, Elder Chen's first reaction was that they were going to go back on their word. Thinking about it, it's easy to brag casually when there's no danger. But when it comes to the point where you will die if you insist on a lie, few people will be stupid enough to really die, right? It is estimated that this little girl was planning to change her tricks and will beg for mercy soon. The several stewards all believed this, and they looked at Huang Yueli with an expectant expression on their faces, hoping to see her make a fool of herself. However, when Huang Yueli left her mouth to ask questions, it was completely different from what they thought. Several stewards, I would like to ask, in case, if the cultivator who enters the test array is too high level and damages your arrays, then, who will be liable for it? Do I need to pay for it? When the steward in white was explaining the test rules, she was distracted and observed all the arrays beside her. The array for testing bone age was very simple, and she can copy one in 2 or 3 hours. However, the array to test cultivation was very complicated, and there were countless types of arrays inlaid. Without a detailed drawing, it would be difficult even for her to complete it. At that time, in case of any accident, what if these stewards in floating sea blackmailed her? Although she was already rich enough, the money-obsessed young Miss Huang can't afford it. So, she'd better ask in advance. Elder Chen was so angry that he almost vomited blood. You are still pretending at this time. Alright, then I will tell you, if you really have the ability to damage the test array, not only will I not let you pay, I will give you money back. How about it? Is this condition good enough? This old man will leave my words here. If you have the ability, try to break the test array. Huang Yueli blinked her big eyes with surprise on her face. Huh? So polite? You're too polite. I don't need the money, I just want the array pattern of this array. She was currently researching a growth-type spiritual weapon that can change with the cultivator's own cultivation level, but she encountered a little technical difficulty, and that was to immediately judge the cultivator's own cultivation level. This sounds simple, but for it to be really integrated onto a small spirit armament, that was definitely not an easy task. However, the test array in front of her gave her a lot of inspiration. If you take the array pattern back and study it carefully, maybe the problem will be solved easily. Elder Chen chortled angrily. Alright, your little request is easy to satisfy, so what are you waiting for? Hurry up, go in and break the array. I think you should take a look at. He didn't even bother to refute these two retarded people now, so he just waited to see how they died later. Huang Yueli said with a smile, Come on, I'll come right away. She took a step forward and was about to enter the array, but was held back by Li Moying. Let me do it. He whispered. Huang Yueli was stunned for a moment, and soon realized that her husband was worried that she would not be absolutely sure to penetrate the test array, so he took the initiative to ask for a shot. In fact, that was exactly the case. Li Moying heard Huang Yueli's tone, and knew that she really wanted that array pattern. If you can't get it, you will definitely be very disappointed. With Huang Yueli's strength, it is certain to pass the test, but to break through the array, at present, it can only be said to be 50% sure. This probability is actually not low. After all, if a cultivator in the late stage of Dao Profound Realm doesn't know the secret of this classic array that has been handed down from ancient times, he can't easily destroy it. It's just that Li Moying didn't want to disappoint his little fox. Huang Yueli thought for a while, then revealed a sweet smile. Alright then, pay attention, the magic core in the east direction has already run out of energy, it is the weakest link in the entire array. Although it's fine for her to do it herself, since her husband wants to spoil her, of course she accepts it. Marrying such a good husband had its use. After hearing what his little fox said, Li Moying nodded slightly, expressing his understanding. Then, he stepped onto the test array. All of a sudden, everyone in the square surrounded them. Just now, the dispute between Huang Yueli and the several stewards spread quickly. At this moment, all the cultivators present already know that there were actually two strange ones who have boasted themselves as god-level geniuses, and they want to participate in the cultivation base here. Test. Such a miracle was simply unheard of. Rarely happens once in tens of thousands of years. Who wouldn't want to witness it with their own eyes? The outside of the array was completely surrounded. All the stewards and guards worked together and threatened to disqualify them from participating in the God Realm's grand meet, so they barely controlled the situation. From a long distance away, everyone could only see Huang Yueli's beautiful and refined face standing outside the array and waiting. Whoa, did I make a mistake? It turns out that the one who boasted and went to test the array to die is that girl? She looks so beautiful. It's a pity that her mind is not clear. Oh, yes, what a pity. I don't know what I was thinking. Such an outstanding beauty, why doesn't she cherish her own life? I heard that her husband has already entered, let's wait and see the result. I hope they won't be too miserable after a while, at least, don't die here. Seeing Huang Yueli's beauty, many people felt sorry for her. They really wanted to rush up and shake her awake, so that she would stop doing such stupid things that wanted to kill her. Unfortunately, it's too late to say anything now. This array was different from the array of the Cloudy Qilin clan. It was completely open. Looking in from the outside, not only can you see the flickering array patterns, but you can also clearly see every move of the cultivator inside. I think you should take a look at. Li Moying walked slowly to the center of the array and stood with his hands behind his back. The array was activated, and a barrier appeared in front of him. The voice of the steward in white came in from outside the array. You just need to punch with all your strength to pour your profound energy into the barrier. If your cultivation has indeed reached the late stage of the heart-profound realm, then the barrier will disappear, otherwise, you will be ejected. I believe you have seen the end of the last person, well, I wish you luck. After finishing speaking, he also stood beside Elder Chen. Li Moying's gaze flickered for a moment, and he stood there, motionless. After about 10 breaths, the onlookers became a little impatient. What's going on here? What does this kid mean by standing there all the time? Could it be that he was scared, regretted, and didn't dare to come out again? It's possible, it's too possible. If I were him, I'd already be so scared that my legs would go limp by now. You wouldn't do such a stupid thing. Since he dared to do it, there's no reason to back down now, right? Hee, that's not necessarily the case. With this punch now, he might die. Everyone was discussing, but Li Moying still didn't move. Originally, Elder Chen was laughing inwardly just like the cultivators watching, but after watching, his expression gradually changed. Because, although Li Moying simply stood still without moving, they could feel a slight change in the atmosphere around them. He's gaining momentum. The steward in white frowned and blurted out. Both Elder Chen and Steward Jiang were faintly aware of this, and their expressions changed after hearing what the white-robed steward said. Gathering momentum before making a move was the basis for a cultivator to fight. It's just that it takes time to gain momentum, and in actual combat, there were very few such opportunities. But now, Li Moying was testing the array. There were no other threats around, and he only needed to focus on himself. Therefore, it was very easy to gather momentum. It is not uncommon for 9 out of 10 cultivators who came to participate in the test to gain momentum. However, Li Moying stood in the array and was gaining momentum. They were so far away, yet they all felt the fluctuation of the profound energy of the world. How is this possible? Even if they stood inside to gain momentum, it would be impossible to cause such a result, right? Before they could figure it out, Li Moying in the array suddenly moved. If he didn't move, he would be thunderous, and a dazzling electric light would instantly surround him. Immediately, there was a loud bang and a violent explosion, and the ground shook. The explosive energy suddenly radiated outward from the center of the array, and the huge impact blew all the sand and gravel on the ground into the air. The surrounding stewards and guards were impacted, and many of them fell out on the spot, and some even vomited blood. Most of the onlookers were not injured because they were far away. However, those with poor cultivation still felt chest tightness and discomfort, couldn't bear it, and retreated a long way back before recovering. Elder Chen stood closest to the array, so he received the strongest impact. I think you should take a look at. Although his cultivation base is very high, and his reaction is several times faster than that of ordinary cultivators, he was still blown up by the explosive profound energy. Not only was his arm injured, but even his long beard, which he was most proud of, was blown away. Clean up. Cough cough, cough cough. What's going on? The white-robed steward's situation is a little better than his, at least not disfigured, but he still suffered a little injury, and was coughed by the surrounding gravel. Steward Jiang had the best luck and was the furthest away. He walked over, looking in the direction of the test array with a face full of shock, his voice trembling. How is this possible? Oh my God! What the hell did he do to the test array? How did this happen? What? Hearing what Steward Jiang said, Elder Chen and the white-robed steward couldn't care less about their injuries, and hurriedly looked in the direction he pointed. I saw that the place where the test array should have existed has been completely razed to the ground, and the ground was scorched black. The materials and magic cores used to arrange the array have all been blown into black mass of char on the ground. Damn, how did this happen? What did that brat do? No, what about the others? They won't be blown up too, right? In the middle of the array, apart from the ruins, there was not even a single person. When Elder Chen saw it, he was startled. Steward Jiang had calmed down quite a bit at this time. He sighed secretly, and pointed behind the three of them. No, that young Masterly is fine, he's over there. Elder Chen and the steward in white hurriedly turned around, and saw Li Moying standing not far behind them, holding his wife's little hand, and whispering something to her. Compared with the disheveled cultivators present, he was dressed in elegant and unrestrained robes, spotless, as if he was a nobleman who had just walked out of the house and was about to go to a banquet. Li Moying completely ignored all the shocking, fearful, and admiring gazes around him, and only his little fox was in his eyes. Little Lear, are you not injured? Huang Yueli shook her head. No, I stood so far away, how could I get hurt? What's more, after they obtained the secret tome of double cultivation from the Saint Iniquitous Shadow, each of them has a part of the other's profound strength in their meridians, and their auras can be fused with each other without the slightest repulsion. Therefore, it is basically impossible for Li Moying's profound strength to cause any harm to her. Li Moying seemed a little disappointed when he heard the little fox swear that she was fine. Having a lady with such high talent and strength, although he was very lucky, but if you want to experience the feeling of a lady rushing into his arms for protection, I think there is no hope in this life. Huang Yueli raised her head, seeing the expression on her husband's face. She immediately guessed what he was thinking, and couldn't help but smile secretly. She quickly hugged Li Moying's arm and leaned against him, her eyes full of admiration. Husband, you are really good and amazing. I especially admire you. The corners of Li Moying's mouth twitched, and he raised his hand to pinch her fair and tender face. Little Lear, it's too fake. How is it fake? It's from the heart. Huang Yueli blinked her eyes hard, trying her best to be cute. Ahem, cough, cough. The several stewards who were ignored the whole time, watched them show their affection for a long time, couldn't bear it anymore, and coughed heavily several times. Li Moying didn't even lift his eyelids, his feverish gaze was fixated on his own wife's big shining eyes. Even if he knows that she was pretending on purpose, what should he do if he still thinks she was absolutely adorable yet alluring at the same time? I think you should take a look at. He moved closer and closer to Huang Yueli's direction, and he was about to kiss her. Huang Yueli quickly covered his mouth, and turned to look at the stewards. Well, he. Stewards, no one is injured, right? As soon as she opened her mouth, Elder Chen and the others were so angry that they fell on their backs. Dare this little girl expect them to get hurt? What does that disappointed expression mean? Steward Jiang was the first to come back to his senses, cleared his throat, and said, "Both of you, I'm sorry to bother you. We just wanted to ask for your advice." Just now. When he thought of the earth-shattering explosion that happened earlier, his heart was still extremely shocked, and he didn't know how to describe it for a while. It's the explosion just now. You actually blew up the entire array into the sky. How is this possible? How did you do it? As a cultivator in the Tao Profound realm, this old man can't do it. Elder Chen was impatient, so he hurried up to ask. Although they all watched Li Moying build up his momentum with their own eyes, and watched him make a move, this scene was so incredible that after much deliberation, they still couldn't accept it. Before Li Moying could speak, Huang Yueli had already stood up and raised her eyebrows. Hey, what do you mean? Are you trying to extort money? Did I remind you just now? There is a corner of this array that is about to run out of magic core energy. If you meet a stronger cultivator, with one move, it can be destroyed. You also said that no matter what happens, you will not let us lose money. Make a random move? After hearing this, several stewards wanted to vomit blood again, and they managed to hold back. She said that all that had happened was all because of a random trick? Even Li Moying had gathered his momentum first, and then shot with all his strength, only then did he break the array. Actually, although what Huang Yueli said was a bit exaggerated, it was not a lie. If she was the one who entered the array just now, then she would definitely choose to attack the weakness of the array immediately. In fact, she can easily destroy the array without consuming too much profound energy. However, Li Moying thought differently from her. Even with the reminder from his own little fox, he didn't intend to take advantage of the weakness by attacking it. Relying on powerful strength to forcibly defeat the array, and even cause large-scale damage, although this is a simple, crude, and relatively laborious method, the shocking power was definitely several times stronger. It's enough to shock these stewards and cultivators who look down on people so lowly that they can't speak. Besides, just consuming this bit of profound energy is nothing to Li Moying. However, the stewards didn't know their true strength, and still felt that Huang Yueli's words were too exaggerated. Besides, even if Li Moying was really a god-level genius with extraordinary strength, he was still Li Moying. In their eyes, Huang Yueli was still a waste, but she just hugged the thick thigh of the young master of the Cloudy Qilin clan and started bragging about it outside triumphantly. Don't even think about it, her man's strength doesn't mean she's strong, so what's there to be proud of? The faces of several people were a bit indescribable. The steward in white tried his best to calm himself down. Young Miss Li, you don't have to worry about the array. Since we have made an agreement just now, it is naturally impossible to go back on your word, and you won't lose money. This place is in such a mess, it really hurts their heart. To rearrange the same array, it would take a lot of materials, and it would cost a lot of money to hire a senior array master. But, how could they have the guts to make Huang Yueli lose money to them? I think you should take a look at. Not to mention that Huang Yueli had spoken first, even if they didn't agree first, they wouldn't dare to ask Li Moying for money? At this point, no one doubts anymore that this extremely handsome young cultivator of the Cloudy Qilin clan in front of him was the young master of the Cloudy Qilin clan, the only god-level genius in the legendary god realm. Huang Yueli nodded, that's good. She paused, and then said, by the way, there is one more thing, we made a bet earlier, if my husband and I damage the test array, you will give me the array pattern of this array. You haven't forgotten it, have you? Hearing this, the muscles on the faces of the three stewards began to twitch. In fact, they had already forgotten. However, after she said that, they remembered it. At that time, no one believed that they could really damage this test array. After all, since this array was built here, it has been tens of thousands of years of history. Every time there are so many people who would come to test the God Realm's grand meat, the most was someone who can cause a little damage to the array would appear occasionally. But now, even the steward in white, who has always acted calmly and rationally, also feels his heart is bleeding. The cost of rearranging the array was already astonishingly high. As the steward who manages the testing array, he was directly responsible, and he still doesn't know how to explain it to the island master. And now, Huang Yueli actually wants him to hand over the array pattern. For such a rare and special array like the one they had just destroyed, the value of the array pattern is 10 times more precious than a large array. What's more, it doesn't matter if it's priceless. What's more, he is just a steward, and he can't get the original array pattern at all, let alone give it away casually. The steward in white laughed dryly. Ahem, this is indeed true, but I don't have the array pattern here, and I have to ask the island master for instructions about it first. Huang Yueli's face changed when she heard this. What? You guys don't mean what you say, and you want to renege on your debt? Let me tell you, you can't get away with it. There are so many cultivators here who are my witnesses. You heard what we said just now, and you can testify for me, right? Huang Yueli raised her voice and asked the surrounding cultivators a question. Of those cultivators watching, although quite a few were injured in the explosion just now, most of them were still intact. They didn't want to leave any of them, they were still around not far away, staring at them without blinking. No one expected that Li Moying really had god-level strength. This also indirectly proves his identity. All cultivators who saw the notice issued by the coalition headquarters quickly thought of Li Moying's identity, and all of them became excited. This peerless genius of the ancient god clan was also the young master of the cloudy Qilin clan. Which of these cultivators is not aloof? Ordinary cultivators like them will never see them in their lifetime. But not only had they seen him from a close distance, but they also saw Li Moying make a move with their own eyes. Even those who were injured by the aftermath of his profound power felt quite honored. At this time, when they heard Huang Yueli suddenly raise her voice to ask them, the cultivator's first reaction was to speak out in support of her. Isn't it? I heard very clearly just now, just like what this girl said, what Steward Chen himself said just now, as long as young Master Li and this girl can damage the array, give them the array pattern. That's right, I heard it too. I think you should take a look at. As cultivators, we value honesty the most. Do those who hang in the sky have to renege on their debts? Impossible, right? If you really renege on your debt, Floating Sea's reputation will be ruined. Hearing that the cultivators were discussing a lot, and they all stood by Li Moying and Huang Yueli, the stewards couldn't help but feel even more headache. If only Huang Yueli and Li Moying were the only ones present, they could still find a way to discuss with the two of them, and use other treasures to offset this array pattern. Maybe they could also deal with it. But now, so many cultivators have seen it, and they all suspect that they are going to renege on their debts, then the matter will become a big deal. This is related to Floating Sea's reputation. At this time, Huang Yueli spoke again, and said unhurriedly, You guys, you all heard it, everyone has this impression, it's not because I remembered wrongly or just talking nonsense. You guys should think about it clearly. To handle such a trivial matter so recklessly, who can believe that the God Realm's grand meat is fair and just? These words directly hit the inner pain points of the three stewards. As the organizer of the God Realm's grand meat over the years, Floating Sea values his own reputation the most. Only by acting impartially can they guarantee their status in the hearts of all the cultivators in the God Realm. I believe that the God Realm's grand meat they hold must be the fairest. Without this premise, the God Realm's grand meat would not be able to be organized at all. With so many superpowers, which one doesn't have its own selfishness? For this reason, Floating Sea has always maintained neutrality and never intervened in disputes between any forces. Now, the new God Realm's grand meet is about to be held. If the gossip spreads, it will be really troublesome. The several stewards all had expressions of wanting to cry but no tears, and the way they looked at Huang Yueli became different from before. This girl was really so ruthless. You don't need to make a move at all, just a few words can kill people. It's no wonder that she didn't get hacked to death after she came out and boasted so much, and she even hooked up with the first genius in the God Realm. Young Miss Lee, you really misunderstood. What did I say that I couldn't tell you just now? It's just that I really don't have the array pattern here. I have to go to the Island Master to get it. That's the truth. But don't worry, our Island Master will definitely promise to give it to you, and I can guarantee it. The steward in white hurriedly explained. Previously, he really felt that the Island Master might not be willing to give up the array pattern. But now that things have become so serious, I believe the Island Master has no other choice. It's just that, as the instigators of this incident, the three stewards who lost the array pattern are probably going to be really unlucky. The three of them couldn't help but look at each other, all helpless. Who made them blind? They didn't even realize that the person who stood before them was really the famous young Master Lee of the Cloudy Qilin clan. Just because of his existence, no one dares to bet on the most popular bet on the champion of the God Realm's grand meet in previous years. Li Moying's odds were 1-to-1. There is no way to make money at all. He just gives the dealer a commission. And betting on someone else's victory. It's useless to think about it with your toes. Now, in front of them is such a peerless genius who may dominate the God Realm in the next few hundred years, and they still call him a liar? It is estimated that even their Island Master does not want to offend Li Moying. I think you should take a look at. The only thing they can't figure out now is that a genius like Li Moying can completely let the Cloudy Qilin clan sign up, and there is no need to go to the registration office to queue up. He spent so much time, didn't he come here to play with them, right? Alright. Now that you've said that, I won't embarrass you anymore, so let's owe it first. Huang Yueli waved her hand and said generously. The steward in white smiled wryly. This is not to embarrass him. Anyway, at least Huang Yueli stopped instigating those ordinary cultivators, and the three of them breathed a sigh of relief. Steward Jiang said, Young Master Li, we were offended just now, because we were too blind. Now that the misunderstanding has been clarified, please move with Madam Li, and sit with us in a quieter place. It's too messy, and it's rude to let you stay here. He asked the two of them to tidy up, wanting to take them away quickly. There are more and more cultivators watching on the side of the road. Many cultivators who were not here before heard the news and rushed over one after another, wanting to see the legendary demeanor of young Master Li with their own eyes. During this period of time, there are so many fighters floating in the sky. If they all gather here, what would happen? However, when Li Moying heard Steward Zhang's words, he just glanced at him lightly. There is no need to sit down, I'm registering with my wife. Oh, yes. Registration. Only then did Steward Jiang remember the reason why Li Moying came here. The steward in white hurriedly took out the registration form. Sign up is such a trivial matter, young Master Li, don't worry, you have already passed the test, and we will definitely collect the registration form. Li Moying nodded, what about my wife? This, young madam's registration form is also. The steward in white was halfway through speaking when he suddenly stopped. Steward Jiang walked over in time, and took Huang Yueli's registration form from the steward in white. Young Master Li, young Miss Li. No, it's Madam Li. It's best to fill out this form for Madam Li. It's not that we don't give you face, young Master Li. It's for Madam Li's consideration. When the official competition starts, the cultivators will be grouped according to their cultivation base and bone age, if they really sign up according to the content on the form, the opponents Madame Li will meet will be the top geniuses. If she's injured because of this, it will be bad. He spoke very tactfully, deliberately speaking from Huang Yueli's point of view. After speaking, he handed the form to Huang Yueli, waiting for her to take it back. From Steward Zhang's point of view, he's already talked about this point. Huang Yueli definitely has no reason to continue pretending, but if anyone winks a little, it's time to go down the steps, take the form back and fill it out again. But who knows, Huang Yueli didn't intend to reach out her hand at all. She shook her head and said, "Thank you, Steward Jiang, for your kindness. However, the information on this form is my real situation. I can't just write a lie, right?" Hearing this, the faces of the three stewards suddenly became extremely stunned. No one expected that she would still refuse to admit the truth at this time. Could it be that Li Moying just now proved his talent with his strength, and she also became a god-level genius? This girl isn't out of her mind, is she? Doesn't she know how rare god-level geniuses are? Did she think it was common like Chinese cabbage? The corner of Steward Zhang's mouth twitched several times, and he couldn't speak for a while. He cast a look for help to his two other colleagues, and really didn't know what he should do in this situation. "I think you should take a look at." As the stewards of Floating Sea, in order to maintain the fairness and justice of the competition, they cannot submit an obviously false registration form. Otherwise, if they are reported by other contestants and go to the island master, they will be responsible. However, now that Huang Yueli was brazenly talking nonsense because she was Li Moying's woman, they might as well just smash the form in her face, right? If you really do this, offending the Cloudy Qilin clan is a trivial matter, but offending the future peerless powerhouse Li Moying, then you will be in big trouble. The three stewards were extremely depressed and stared at Huang Yueli fiercely. They simply felt that although this little lady looked sweet and well-behaved, but she was actually the most daring one out here. And as for young Master Li, they were even more speechless. It's true that he's extremely talented, and it is also true that he's handsome, but his ears are too soft, right? His woman did such a weird thing, but he didn't react at all. The scene was stalemate for a while, and Huang Yueli suddenly chuckled, "What's wrong? Don't you believe that I have a god-level talent?" The faces of the three of them became even uglier. Isn't this asking knowingly? Anyone with a brain would not believe such a thing, would they? However, just now you didn't believe that my husband has a god-level talent, and you were all slapped in the face. The scene was so embarrassing. Now you don't believe me, why haven't you learned your lesson? Huang Yueli asked innocently. Elder Chen really wanted to shake her head and ask her if her head was filled with water. This was Li Moying. Did she really think that she and Li Moying were the same? Seeing that Huang Yueli could not be persuaded, the stewards almost went crazy. At this moment, Huang Yueli spoke again, "Stewards, what's the situation now? When will my cultivation test continue?" The three of them were startled when they heard this. What cultivation test? Elder Chen couldn't even turn his head around. Huang Yueli glanced at him with an idiot look. "Just now, I signed up for the cultivation test with my husband. Now that my husband has finished the test, what about me? You didn't let me take the test and simply returned my registration form?" The corner of the white-robed steward's mouth twitched several times before he said reluctantly, "Madam Li, Steward Jiang has already said it just now, and I returned the form in consideration for you. No, you really don't need to think about me. Since I signed up to participate in the God Realm's Grand Meet, I have to participate in the competition openly. How can I intentionally lower my cultivation level? As the stewards of Floating Sea, you are instigating me to do illegal things like this, won't your conscience hurt?" Huang Yueli accused them righteously. The steward in white almost vomited out blood. They asked her to fill in the report truthfully, so how did it become they abet her to break the rules? Seeing that they couldn't agree on anything, the steward in white also figured it out, and said simply, well, since Madame Li is so persistent, I'll let you take the test. Only then did Huang Yueli smile. That's right. We must follow the rules in everything we do. The three stewards all showed constipated expressions. She could still laugh. I think you should take a look at. The steward in white barely suppressed the depression in his heart, and spoke again. However, the arrays used for the test have been damaged now, so the first test method is of course useless, so the only way to do it is to use the second method, which is to be tested by a Dao Profound Realm cultivator who will challenge you. As long as you can persist in 10 moves, it will be considered a pass. Huang Yueli nodded again and again. Yes, since the rules are like this, let's follow the rules. Since the cultivation base you filled out on the form is at the middle stage of the Heart Profound Realm, the person who will fight you must be at the middle stage of the Dao Profound Realm. At this point, the white-robed steward turned his head to look at Elder Chen. Elder Chen, Steward Jiang and I are both at the early stage of the Dao Profound Realm, and only you are at the middle stage of the Dao Profound Realm. I will trouble you to take action this time. Elder Chen glanced at Huang Yueli, and snorted coldly. No trouble at all. Humph. My old bones are not as good as young people's, but it's okay to make a few gestures. I can be like Madame Li. It is also an honor for this old man to play against young people with outstanding talents. What he said was obviously mocking Huang Yueli. However, Huang Yueli didn't seem to notice it at all, and said with a smile, Old Steward Chen, you are too polite. I haven't fought against a cultivator in the middle stage of the Dao Profound Realm for a long time, and I don't know how much my strength has improved. Speaking of which, the last time she fought against a cultivator in the middle stage of Dao Profound Realm was Huang Sanbai. When they fought for the first time, she was still at the Dream Profound Realm, so she just ran for her life and had no chance of fighting back. The second time near the secret realm of the Saint Iniquitous Shadow, Huang Sanbai brought 2 elders, and many killers came to besiege her and Li Moying. At that time, both of them summoned the contracted beasts, but they almost died. This time, she had just advanced in Cumulus Peak, and apart from beating a few high-level spirit beasts, she hadn't fought against cultivators in a serious way since then. If she fights with Elder Chen at this time, it will indeed be very helpful to her. At least it can make her feel more clearly how much her strength has improved after she advanced. Elder Chen didn't know that this delicate little girl in front of him was a true peerless genius. Hearing what she said, his face turned red with anger. He snorted heavily. Madame Li, I will remind you one last time that the cultivation test will be dangerous no matter what. Although the old man will be merciful, he will never go easy. As the saying goes, swords have no eyes. In case the young madam gets injured, young Master Li can't come to Trouble Floating Sea just because of this. His last words were addressed to Li Moying. Li Moying nodded immediately. Huang Yueli also said, yes. However, if you are injured, Elder Chen, I will not be responsible. Elder Chen was so angry that he almost vomited blood again. You, beat me to death if you have the ability, and I won't let you pay for it. It's not that good, is it? Huang Yueli blinked her big eyes. We have no grievances or enmities. Even if there is a little dispute, it is for business. It's just a fair and reasonable discussion. How could I kill people casually? You're ruthless. To lie through your teeth in such an instance, don't cry because of shame later and blame this old man. The white-robed steward and Steward Jiang were also speechless for a while. Now that things had happened, they didn't want to say anything more, and they even hoped that Elder Chen would beat Huang Yueli up. Although this girl looks very cute, but she talks too much. How did they know that Huang Yueli was more troubled than they were, and no one would believe her when she told the truth? This was forcing her to make mistakes. Alright, since everyone has no objections, then don't waste time. Why don't Elder Chen start the test now? The steward in white cast his inquiring eyes on Elder Chen. I think you should take a look at. Just as Elder Chen was about to nod, Huang Yueli suddenly said, "Wait. Wait. Why? Don't you know you're afraid and are going to regret it?" Elder Chen was suddenly excited. If Huang Yueli repented at this time, he certainly couldn't insist on beating her up. However, he could take the opportunity to humiliate her and get back all the face he lost just now. Huang Yueli curled her lips slightly and shook her head. "No, I don't plan to cancel the competition, but I hope to change to another place. There are too many people here, so it's inconvenient." Just now she was ready to make a move here, but when she saw more and more cultivators surrounding her, she suddenly thought of a question. She came to Floating Sea this time for a purpose. She didn't intend to reveal her true identity so early. When she filled out the registration form earlier, she didn't think about it for a while. She didn't expect that Elder Chen would be so serious and cause such a big commotion. Now, if she really made a move here, if she couldn't control it, she might expose her identity as a member of the Sacred Phoenix clan. The God Realm contest is imminent, and Floating Sea is full of experts now. No matter how well she usually hides it, she may still reveal her secrets when she makes a move. Thinking of this, she hastily changed her words. Elder Chen was taken aback for a moment. Apparently he did not expect her to make such a request. But after thinking about it, he laughed again. "Hee, isn't that the same meaning? You know that you will definitely not be able to pass the test, and you are afraid that it will be too embarrassing, so you want to hide and take the test? This old man has eaten more salt than you have eaten. How can you hide it from my eyes?" Elder Chen felt that he had seen through Huang Yueli, so he smiled very complacently. Stewards in white and Steward Jiang also heaved a sigh of relief. They thought the same as Elder Chen. They all felt that if Huang Yueli proposed to change places, they already lacked confidence and wanted to give up. She finally couldn't pretend anymore. However, compared to Elder Chen's schadenfreude, they felt more relieved. In fact, it would be best for Huang Yueli to just skip the competition, so that neither of them can offend anyone, but now it seems that Huang Yueli still insists on participating in this test. Then I can only ask Elder Chen to be merciful, and don't beat her too badly. Change place, change place. It's really too chaotic here, and there are too many people. It would be bad if innocent cultivators are involved in the same way as before. That's right, we have several high-end competition venues in Floating Sea, which are rarely used on normal days. Now it's just right for us to use as a testing venue. Steward Jiang and Stewards in White were afraid that Elder Chen would be impulsive and get separated from Huan Yu, so they rushed out and patted their chests in agreement. Then, the two of them, one on the left and the other on the right, pulled Elder Chen up and left. "Young Master Li, Madam Li, come with us quickly." Li Moying nodded, pulled his little fox, and followed. Seeing that they were going to leave, the surrounding cultivators were all disappointed, and some even asked them to stay. "I think you should take a look at. It's a pity that no one bothered about them." Seeing that there was nothing to watch, many cultivators felt that they had been tricked and began to speculate maliciously. TSK, when I first saw that little girl said so, I thought she was really amazingly talented. Even if she wasn't a god-level genius, she would also be a top-notch genius. I didn't expect that when she really has to compete, she became cowardly. She actually hid. Do you really believe that she is a god-level genius? I saw clearly just now that she is a human. There are not many heaven-level geniuses in the human race, and she is still a god-level genius. Are you going to make me laugh to death? Hey, I don't know what young Master Li is thinking, but actually found such a woman. And the people of the Cloudy Qilin clan didn't know what's on their mind, let her in. Haha, I think you're overthinking it. The young master of the Cloudy Qilin clan's married. He must be receiving invitations from all major forces. How could it be so silent? It's obvious that young Master Li himself was fascinated by the vixen. For the people of the Cloudy Qilin clan to agree, Oh, it's a pity, It's a pity that I can't see this vixen be beaten up with my own eyes. You're thinking too much. Maybe they're just pretending here, and when they leave here, they'll admit their mistakes to the stewards and beg for mercy. For the sake of young Master Li, they can't do anything to her. Humph, such a woman actually seduces young Master Li. I want to see how she can get in the God Realm's grand meet. If she can get into the top 100, I'll perform and eat shit. Li Moying's peach blossom life was really not something to talk about casually. 99% of the female cultivators present saw Li Moying for the first time, and they were already overwhelmed by his strength and appearance, and secretly hated Huang Yueli. Seeing her now seems to be unlucky, everyone started gloating about her misfortune. There seemed to be a sour smell pervading the entire square, causing the male cultivators nearby to look sideways. The group of 5 who were about to go to the martial arena for high cultivation base had sharp 5 senses, so they naturally heard these discussions. The 3 stewards listened and nodded secretly, feeling so relieved in their hearts. Finally, someone said what they dared not say. They didn't know what young Master Li was thinking? How could he insist on finding such a person as his wife? Indulging in lust was equivalent to hanging a knife upon one's own head. What good is it for a woman to only look good? Li Moying frowned slightly, and paused in his footsteps, but before he could express anything, he felt the girl beside him suddenly approaching and grabbed him. Li Moying lowered her head, and saw Huang Yueli smiling sweetly at him, revealing 2 small canine teeth, extremely cute. Seeing her smile, he couldn't vent his anger, no matter how angry he was. Not long after, they arrived at the martial arena. What Steward Jiang said was correct. The facilities of this martial arts arena was very good, but there were not many people inside. Elder Chen walked in directly with Huang Yueli and Li Moying, impatient to teach Huang Yueli a lesson. However, the steward in white was so thoughtful. He hurried to clear the arena and invited the few cultivators out. All right, now that there are no outsiders, can the test begin? Elder Chen stood in the center of the venue and said to Huang Yueli. Seeing that there were no outsiders, Huang Yueli also wanted to make a quick decision, so she took a few steps forward decisively and stood opposite Elder Chen. All right, then don't waste time, let's start right away. Hearing this, Elder Chen didn't act immediately as she expected. Not only him, but the other 2 stewards also looked at Li Moying behind Huang Yueli at the same time, as if they were waiting for him to say something. Li Moying had been staring at his little fox, admiring her full of fighting spirit. It wasn't until the 3 of them stared at her for a long time that he realized something was wrong, and couldn't help frowning. I think you should take a look at. Why don't you do anything? Why are you staring at me? Young Master Li, is the test really going to start? Steward Jiang asked cautiously. All 3 of them thought that Li Moying would definitely stop this competition before it started. After all, judging by the way he treats Huang Yueli with all kinds of care and love, he shouldn't be willing to let his woman be beaten up, right? Now there were no outsiders here, and there was no need to fight for face. As a result, Li Moying didn't respond? And when Huang Yueli heard this, the corners of her mouth twitched even more. This is the downside of having an overly powerful husband. Everyone takes her husband's opinion as the main priority and completely ignores her. Huang Yueli was very depressed, and said simply, I am the one who wants to compete, what are you asking him for? Since Elder Chen doesn't make a move, then I will not be polite. Before she could finish her sentence, a wave of profound energy had gathered in her hands as she attacked Elder Chen directly. Elder Chen was still distracted. He never thought that Huang Yueli would make a sudden move. By the time he reacted, Huang Yueli's attack had already arrived in front of him. Moreover, the attack was fierce, and the powerful fire attribute energy drew a dazzling light path in midair, directly attacking his chest. Elder Chen was horrified to the extreme, but it was too late to dodge at this moment. He could only grit his teeth and quickly assume a defensive posture, but nothing was blocked. Huang Yueli punched him directly in the chest. Elder Chen's figure swayed, and he backed away dozens of steps in succession. It could be seen that he really wanted to stabilize his body, but he failed until the end. Elder Chen fell to the ground on his buttocks. On the clothes on his chest, there was an obvious handprint that was burned by Huang Yueli's flame. In the arena of the martial arts competition, it suddenly became extremely quiet. The steward in white and Steward Jiang stared wide-eyed, looking at the scene in disbelief, unable to even make a sound. What the hell happened just now? What did they see again? This must be an illusion, right? That's right, it's an illusion. The two of them raised their hands at the same time and rubbed their eyes. However, when they opened their eyes again, nothing changed in front of them, and what they saw was still the scene just now. The majestic middle-stage Dao Profound Realm expert, the highly respected Elder Chen in Floating Sea, was defeated by a delicate little girl with one move, and fell to the ground with his buttocks on the ground, in a very ugly posture. As for Elder Chen himself, he couldn't accept such a result even more. He struggled to get up from the ground, his face was so dark that it was about to drip ink. He hasn't been so embarrassed in so many years. To be beaten like this. Moreover, the opponent was still a measly girl who could only brag and hug a man's thighs. You damn girl, you still sneak attack? Do you still have a bit of cultivator integrity? Do you think that you pass the test if you knock me down with a sneak attack while I'm not paying attention? Elder Chen had an old face, red and white, desperately emphasizing that Huang Yueli was able to defeat him with this move only because of a sneak attack. When Huang Yueli heard this, she had an innocent expression on her face. Sneak attack? When did I ever make a sneak attack? Wasn't it you who said it just now? You were the very person who said start? So, I made a move? What's wrong? I think you should take a look at. Elder Chen wanted to refute, but he couldn't refute, holding his breath in his chest. Just now, he had indeed told Huang Yueli to start, but everyone thought that Li Moying would stop, so they all turned their heads to look at Li Moying. Who would have thought that Li Moying was still silent, but this little girl couldn't wait to make a move. Thinking of this, Elder Chen couldn't help but glared at Huang Yueli. This little girl actually played tricks, causing him to stumble badly. He must get her back this time. He quickly waved his hand. I just said start, didn't you say no? How can this be considered an official start? Your test results just now don't count, let's start over. The few people present were speechless for a while. Elder Chen was obviously going to play tricks. Huang Yueli frowned and said, you said start and now that you've lost, you want to go back on your words? Are all the stewards of Floating Sea so good at cheating? Elder Chen's old face suddenly turned livid. He has always wanted to save face. If he changed his usual routine, he would be fine if he was accused of cheating. But now, even if he is ridiculed by Huang Yueli like this, he still has to bite the bullet and compete another round with her. Otherwise, the news that he lost to a female liar with one move will spread, and he will be even more ashamed. Anyway, if I say it doesn't count, it doesn't count. If you are strong enough, you can still pass the test again. If you don't dare to do it again, it means you are simply opportunistic. Elder Chen's unreasonable words made Steward Jiang and the steward in white blush. If there was a hole in the ground, I'm afraid they couldn't help but drill into it. They didn't expect that Elder Chen, who usually looks like a reliable person, would turn into this after losing the competition with others. After Huang Yueli heard what he said, a mocking smile curled up on the corner of her mouth. She looked at Elder Chen for a while, shrugged, and said casually, all right, since you are not convinced, then let's compete again. But next time, you can't play tricks. This old man will play tricks? Stop talking nonsense here. Elder Chen said angrily, stop talking nonsense, now the competition has officially started. The old man asked you to make the move first. No way. Elder Chen, forget it. That's right, Elder Chen, even if Madame Li is lucky, how bad would it be to repent like this? Seeing that the two were about to fight again, Steward Bai and Steward Jiang couldn't keep silent any longer, so they hurriedly stopped them one after another. They really felt that Elder Qingqing's unreasonable and temporary repentance would damage Floating Sea's prestige, but it was not for this reason that he spoke out to stop him. Because of being defeated, Elder Chen became angry from embarrassment for a while. He only wanted to compete again, defeating Huang Yueli cleanly to regain his position. He never thought about why he lost just now. However, the steward in white and Steward Jiang are the ones who are on the sidelines. After the initial shock dissipated, they recalled the moment when Huang Yueli made a move just now, and they couldn't help being shocked in their hearts. This little girl looks delicate and fragile, but in that lightning-like moment just now, she was extremely decisive. Whether it was the strength and purity of profound strength, or the speed and angle of her attack, they were all perfect. Even the two stewards dare not say that they can be stronger than her. At this moment, the strength she revealed was simply shocking. If such a shot is not accidental, it can only explain one problem, that is, this Madame Li may really have the god-level talent that she had claimed. I think you should take a look at. Even if Huang Yueli made the move just now just by accident, it also shows that she is at least a top-notch talent, otherwise no matter how lucky she is, she will not be able to defeat a strong person in the middle stage of the Dao Profound Realm with one move. Although the two stewards were very reluctant to believe this, they couldn't think of any other explanations other than this. It was only after they figured this out that they realized that Elder Chen really wanted to compete with Huang Yueli again, so they rushed out to stop it. If Huang Yueli is really a god-level genius, then her real strength may not be far from Li Moying's. Elder Chen compared with her again, but he couldn't get much of a difference in results. In case a horse stumbles and loses. That's more embarrassing than just now. At least it could be said that it was a momentary negligence just now. They didn't expect Huang Yueli to make a sudden move. If he loses now, there will be no excuses to make. The two stewards were very anxious, and they couldn't say it directly, so they could only vaguely explain it. But such a persuasion was not convincing at all to Elder Chen's ears. He said such preposterous words just to recompete. How could he give up now because of the few words from the two stewards? Huang Yueli paused for a moment, wanting to give Elder Chen a chance to repent. She also didn't want to offend Floating Sea's senior steward as soon as she came. But who knows, when Elder Chen saw that she was not moving, he simply urged, "What are you still doing in a daze? If you don't want to compete, then you fail." This old man was really as stubborn as a mule. Huang Yueli was rendered speechless momentarily before she started to concentrate and condense her profound energy. Very soon, a sea of flames enveloped her body. The surging energy fluctuations erupted suddenly, carrying astonishing power, which caused the surrounding temperature to rise significantly in an instant. Although the steward in white and Steward Jiang had already prepared, they were still shocked by Huang Yueli's strength. He even took a few steps back subconsciously. Elder Chen had a bit of contempt on his face just now, but at this moment, it has completely turned into shock. You, how is it possible? However, before he could finish stammering in shock, Huang Yueli made a move. The flames turned into countless sharp arrows, attacking Elder Chen in an overwhelming manner. The entire arena seemed to be shrouded in her flames. After all, Elder Chen was a master in the middle stage of the Dao Profound Realm, and also a cultivator with wind attribute. Although he was stunned for a moment at first, after reacting, he dodged very fast. However, before he could heave a sigh of relief, Huang Yueli's next move followed closely behind. In the flames that filled the sky, only Elder Chen's tiny figure was seen, dodging back and forth between the sharp arrows turned into flames, like a flatboat in the vast ocean, it seemed that it might capsize anytime and anywhere. At this moment, the white-robed steward and Steward Jiang were stunned. Even though they had already guessed that Huang Yueli's strength might be very strong, they never expected that she would be suppressing Elder Chen the whole time. It's true that Elder Chen was already old, and at most he can only display 70% of his strength compared to his peak in his youth. Moreover, in this small confined space, the fire attribute has an advantage over the wind attribute. I think you should take a look at. But, no matter what, there was a big gap between the two of them. Huang Yueli's age, I don't know if there is a fraction of Elder Chen's age. How could she beat Elder Chen into such a mess? At this time Elder Chen was completely in a mess, and his mind was still in a state of confusion. He was dodging completely based on his years of fighting instinct. He couldn't figure it out. He had already taken this competition seriously, yet he was suppressed by this little girl. Wasn't the move that the little girl knocked him down just now by accident? Was she really that strong? Even if what she filled out on the registration form was true, and she was really a cultivator in the middle stage of the heart profound realm, wasn't it absolutely impossible for her to be this strong? What's wrong with this world? Was he still living in the same world he knew? Elder Chen had been attacked by Huang Yueli for a period, and he was at a disadvantage all ties while. Now that he had been distracted, his condition was very bad. Naturally, he was suppressed more and more by Huang Yueli. Even unable to completely dodge all the attacks, Huang Yueli's flames touched his clothes and hair, and his body started to smoke. Damn it! If this goes on, I'm really going to lose. A cultivator in the middle stage of the Tao Profound Realm would be ashamed to be beaten up like this by a little girl. If he was still defeated head-on in the official competition, then he could really buy a piece of tofu and kill himself with it. Elder Chen has no other choice. He has already decided to use his most powerful move. Although if he used Ahi's most powerful killer move against a teenage girl, his reputation will be ruined, but it's still a little bit better than losing. However, when Elder Chen was desperately building himself up mentally, suddenly, the flames in the sky were extinguished in an instant. This accident happened too fast and too suddenly. Elder Chen couldn't come back to his senses at all. At this time, he was still secretly elated, thinking that Huang Yueli's profound energy had finally been exhausted after attacking for so long, and finally revealed flaws. He was preparing to seize this opportunity and turn defeat into victory in one fell swoop. So, as soon as Huang Yueli retreated, he immediately gathered a large amount of profound energy and attacked her fiercely. Elder Chen, stop. You can't do it. Steward in White and Steward Jiang screamed at the same time. When Elder Chen heard their cries, he thought they were afraid that he would hurt Huang Yueli, so he would not be able to explain, so he snorted coldly and said, "It's all right, the old man has his own." However, before he finished speaking, he suddenly widened his eyes, and realized that Huang Yueli, who was just in front of him, had disappeared for some reason. Elder Chen was taken aback and wanted to stop, but he had already made this move, and his profound strength burst out along the meridians, so it was too late to take it back. He could only watch helplessly as he slammed into a huge stone pillar in the arena. Boom! There was a loud noise, and dust was flying all around. Both stewards were choking and coughing. However, they didn't care about dodging, and rushed to the front in a hurry to see what happened to Elder Chen. I think you should take a look at. The pillars in the martial arts arena had been engraved with defensive arrays for reinforcement, so even though they have withstood a blow with 80% of the strength of a strong man in the middle stage of the Tao Profound Realm, they have not been completely broken. Elder Chen's right fist was completely embedded in the pillar, and the cracks on the stone pillar were like spider webs, which looked shocking. Elder Chen, how are you? Sigh, I reminded you to stop just now, why are you still? This is too bad, Elder Chen. The bone in your right wrist seems to be broken. Although it's a traumatic injury, it's not easy to treat if it's broken at this location. I'll send you to the doctor on the island right away. We can't waste any time. The two stewards looked anxious. Since Elder Qin used too much force when he made his move just now, under the recoil, this force broke his wrist in 7 or 8 pieces on the spot. It can be said that it was broken into small pieces. For cultivators, it is no problem to heal such trauma, but Elder Qin was so old, his recovery ability was not as good as that of young people, and it may affect his strength in the future. Elder Qin covered his wrist with his other hand. The severe pain made his face turn pale, but he didn't bother to look at his wrist at all. Instead, he turned his head and stared at Huang Yueli in disbelief. You, little girl, what happened just now? Why did you stop suddenly? You are just kidding me. When Elder Qin made his move, he never thought that Huang Yueli would run away suddenly. He was caught off guard and made such an ugly mess. It's like two teams are in a tug-of-war, and both sides are using all their strength. At this time, one of them suddenly lets go of the rope, and the other party just falls on their backs. At this moment, Elder Qin felt that he had gone through such a process, and his heart was extremely stuffy. He felt that although he was beaten by Huang Yueli just now, in fact, he had a better chance of winning. Given Huang Yueli's cultivation base and age, the purity and thickness of her profound strength is definitely not as good as his. In the end, Huang Yueli will definitely lose. But who knew, just when his victory was in sight, that little girl just withdrew. And even made it like this, made him a fool, and caused him such a big embarrassment. Elder Qin stared at Huang Yueli with fierce eyes. If Li Moying was not standing here, he might not be able to resist rushing up to compete with Huang Yueli for the third time. Huang Yueli looked calm, as if she didn't feel his anger at all. Elder Qin, why can't I understand what you said? The stewards have confirmed with me just now that for this cultivation test, I only need to match 10 moves with you. Hasn't it been 10 moves already? As Huang Yueli said, she looked around innocently, and asked, what? Could it be that I misremembered? It wasn't 10 moves? Elder Qin spat out a mouthful of blood on the spot with a pft. His mouthful of blood had been held back since he saw Huang Yueli's registration form, until now, and finally he couldn't hold it back anymore. 10 moves. That's right, they agreed on 10 moves. Because this was not a formal competition at all, but a test of Huang Yueli's cultivation. And he is also an examiner responsible for appraising each other's cultivation. But what about the result? Not only was he beaten and run around by a girl whose cultivation was a whole realm lower than his, but in the end he even completely forgot that this was a test. Elder Qin still felt that he had been tricked. Huang Yueli's sudden withdrawal, without warning, was definitely premeditated. However, he couldn't say any words of rebuttal. Because what Huang Yueli said was too reasonable. They agreed on 10 moves. If he didn't give up, he would have already violated the agreement. If there was a problem between the two, it should definitely be him. It wasn't the little girl's fault at all. I think you should take a look at. Huang Yueli stared at Elder Qin's blue and white face for a while, and seeing that he didn't speak, she looked at the steward in white again. So, what's the situation? Did I pass the cultivation test? When everyone heard the words, they almost vomited blood. At this moment, she still asked if she passed. Anyone with eyes can see it, all right? Could it be that she herself didn't know? The steward in white sighed inwardly, but he had already been asked the question, so he had to answer, so he could only nod his head. That's right, it was exactly 10 strokes just now. Congratulations, Madam Li, you have passed the cultivation test. Huang Yueli immediately showed a smile. So, my registration form is fine? I can submit it? The steward in white was even more helpless, but, thinking of the astonishing strength that Huang Yueli had shown just now, he could only nod his head and say, no problem, the form is here with me, Madam Li, don't worry. At this moment, the steward in white felt not only admiration, but also fear. Such a young cultivator with such strength. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he wouldn't have believed such a thing even if he was killed. Thinking of this, he secretly took a look at Li Moying, thinking to himself, wondering who was more powerful, young Master Li or his wife? Speaking of which, what kind of luck did the Cloudy Qilin clan have? Two god-level geniuses appeared at the same time. This was the smoke rising from the ancestral graves. No, the smoke is directly rising into the sky, right? In the next few decades, I am afraid that the power structure of the entire god realm will change because of this. Li Moying stretched out his hand towards Huang Yueli and said gently as he looked at her affectionately, "Come here." The girl who was killing all directions just now turned into a cute little fox, trotted back to her husband, and hugged his arm. "Husband, did I do very well just now? Am I not very powerful?" Huang Yueli grinned. Li Moying held her wrist, brought her into his arms, raised his hand and wiped the sweat from her forehead. "Well, it's very good. My darling wife is really making great progress. It's my dear husband who taught me well." Huang Yueli took advantage of the opportunity to rub her small head against Li Moying's big hand. Li Moying looked at her even more gently. The steward in white and steward Jiang were dumbfounded. Just now Li Moying didn't make a sound to stop Huang Yueli's competition with Elder Chen, and even during the whole battle between the two, he remained expressionless and silent. They thought Li Moying was nothing more than that to this lady. Now, seeing her brag about herself and her husband affirming her in such a doting manner, made him feel ashamed. Now it seems that it wasn't the case that he didn't care about his wife. He clearly thinks his wife was very powerful. Such a kind of competition was not dangerous at all, it's just an opportunity for her to hone her fighting skills. Poor Elder Chen, who knows nothing about this, has become Madame Li's testing stone. Moreover, a man as cold and strong as Li Moying can actually show such a gentle expression in front of his wife, and even wipe her sweat. The two stewards felt that their eyes were about to go blind. Li Moying checked that his little fox didn't lose even a hair, and curled his lips in satisfaction. "It's getting late, we should go back and rest." Huang Yueli nodded again and again. "Yeah, I'm almost starving to death. I really didn't expect that it would take so long just to register. I think you should take a look at." Li Moying snorted coldly. "There are too many people without knowledge, that's all, just ignore them." After finishing speaking, he didn't say anything to the stewards, took his wife's little hand, and walked straight to the exit. The two stewards who had no knowledge were drenched in cold sweat, and they didn't dare to say a word. Offending a god-level genius was bad enough, but it's not the worst. Because they offended two of them in a row today, it's worth crying just thinking about it. Seeing that Huang Yueli and Li Moying had already reached the door, Elder Chen suddenly jumped out again and shouted loudly, "Wait, you can't just leave like this. This old man will have another match with you." Huang Yueli paused, turned her head, and raised her eyebrows in surprise. "What? You want to compete again? But, haven't I already passed the test for my cultivation?" "That's just a test of cultivation, the old man still has to formally compete with you." In the middle of what Elder Chen said, he was suddenly held down by Steward Jiang and the steward in white. The steward in white tightly covered Elder Chen's mouth, to keep him from making a sound. At the same time, he smiled dryly at Huang Yueli. "I'm sorry, young Master Li, Madam Li, Elder Chen is getting old and his mind is a bit confused, so don't take it to heart. It's really not early, both of you should go back and rest quickly. The residence where the Cloudy Qilin clan stayed is at the southeast corner of the island." It wasn't until Huang Yueli and Li Moying left that the two stewards let go. Elder Chen was so angry that he was about to explode. "Why are you two stopping me? I just accidentally let her got the upper hand just now, and her last move was clearly a trick. If I compete seriously, I will definitely defeat her easily. I can't just let it go. Elder Chen still refuses to admit defeat. The steward in white glared at him. Elder Chen, don't you feel ashamed enough? Shameful? It's even more shameful for the old man to admit defeat like this. Steward in white and Steward Jiang looked at each other, knowing that Elder Chen's stubborn temper had come up again. His biggest shortcoming was his stubbornness. He has been like this since he was young, and he has made many enemies because of this. The two had no choice but to save face for him, so they could only speak clearly. Elder Chen, don't continue. You are in the middle stage of the Tao Profound Realm. If you really want to say it, your strength must be stronger. But, even if you win again, what face can you get back? You forgot, Madame Li is not yet 20 years old this year. Moreover, she only has a mid-stage cultivation of the Heart Profound Realm. Originally, Elder Chen had an angry expression on his face, but when he heard this, the expression on his face suddenly froze. He suddenly remembered the content on the side of the registration form. His whole body felt as if he had been struck by a thunderbolt from the beginning to the end, and he couldn't recover for a long time. That's right, that young Miss Li was only 18 years old, only at the middle stage of the Heart Profound Realm. And when he fought her with all his strength just now, he had already had the illusion that the opponent was a cultivator of the same level as him, but in fact, the opponent was just a little girl whose cultivation level was much lower than his. In other words, the information that little girl filled in on the registration form is not only true, but she also has a fighting power far beyond her cultivation. This is a true peerless genius. She really has a god-level talent. After realizing this, Elder Chen suddenly shook, fell to the ground, and passed out. I think you should take a look at. Elder Chen, how are you doing? Hurry up, take Elder Chen out. On the other side, Huang Yueli hugged her husband's arm and obediently followed him to the residence of the Cloudy Qilin clan. As one of the biggest forces in the God realm, the Cloudy Qilin clan's inn is quite good. Not only is it a treasure land with rich profound energy, but it also has a very beautiful courtyard. Li Moying's room is naturally the most comfortable and luxurious. As soon as the two of them entered the room, Huang Yueli rubbed her stomach and complained that she was hungry. Li Moying doted on his wife and hurriedly ordered the maid to prepare food. Not long after, someone knocked on the door. It's so fast. That's great. Huang Yueli's eyes lit up, and she hurried to the door to open it. As a result, when the door opened, it was not the maid who was carrying the food, but Li Shihong and several elders were standing outside instead. Huh? Patriarch and the elders, why are you here at this time? When Li Shihong saw her, he was pleasantly surprised. Young Miss Li. And Moying. It's really you who have finally arrived at the floating sea. Where did you two go? It's a day later than the time we agreed on, and if you were even later, you're going to be late for registration. This was making me worried to death. Huang Yueli laughed dryly. This. There was an accident on the road, but didn't we catch up? Sorry, we've let the patriarch worry about it. Li Shihong looked at her, then at Li Moying. He was relieved. It's good that you are here. It's good that you are here. You are not here these days, there are too many rumors outside. I also heard a particularly outrageous one today, saying that the young master of our Cloudy Qilin clan actually mixed in with ordinary cultivators and queued up to sign up. And what kind of cultivation test did you participate in, destroying a test array in floating sea? Hearing this, Huang Yueli could only continue to laugh dryly. Ahem, is that right? Are there still such rumors? Li Shihong said indignantly. Really, young Miss Li? You also think this kind of rumor is too outrageous, right? Those who spread such rumors must have never seen anything in the world, and they don't even know that ancient god cultivators don't need to queue up to sign up. Even if ordinary people are like this, Moying, As the young master of the Cloudy Qilin clan, how could he be squeezed together with ordinary cultivators? He also participated in the cultivation test? Which steward is so blind that he dares to let Moying participate in the cultivation test? There are 10 test arrays, all of which must be dismantled by him. The corners of Huang Yueli's mouth kept twitching. She wanted to say something to get around this embarrassing topic, but she really didn't know what to say. Li Shihong's guess was not correct in any way. Wasn't it too embarrassing to tell the truth directly? She didn't expect that gossip would spread so quickly in Floating Sea. She and Li Moying had just left from the testing array. In less than an hour, even Li Shihong and the others, who stayed at inn, had already heard the rumors. It must be because the Floating Sea is too small and there are too many cultivators gathered. Li Moying didn't have as many scruples as Huang Yueli. After hearing what Li Shihong had said, he calmly said, "Patriarch, you misunderstood. This rumor is true. They are talking about me." He said it lightly, but when Li Shihong and several elders heard it, they were all stunned. What do you mean? Moying, what did you just say? Is that really you? Li Moying nodded. Li Shihong looked at him in disbelief. You are all right, and ran to queue up to sign up. Don't you know that our family has already signed up for you? Also, why are you going to take some kind of cultivation test? I think you should take a look at. After thinking about it, Li Shihong found it incredible. Li Moying ran to queue, but it is possible that this god-level genius is devoted to cultivation and doesn't know about the affairs of the family, so he doesn't know that the clan has signed up for him. However, he still took part in the cultivation test, and even destroyed his array. This really doesn't sound like something Li Moying would do. He has always been a cold and arrogant person. If others did not provoke him, he would not be bothered to take the initiative to deal with others. Li Moying frowned slightly, feeling that Li Shihong had too many questions. However, after he glanced at the little fox beside him, he still patiently explained. I know that the clan has signed up for me, but my little Lear still needs to sign up for the competition. I don't worry about her going to the queue alone, so I went with her. After reading our information, several stewards of Floating Sea seemed to not believe that there could not be 2 god-level geniuses in the god realm, so he felt that we were lying and made things difficult for us. In desperation, we could only follow them to test the array. He gave a general explanation, and the elders immediately pieced together the cause and effect. To be honest, their first reaction was not to share the same hatred with Li Moying, but to empathize with the steward of Floating Sea. Back then, when they hadn't seen Huang Yueli score in the illusion array with their own eyes, they also felt that it was impossible for her to be a peerless genius comparable to Li Moying. But later, they were all severely slapped in the face by Huang Yueli. But they all really feel wronged. It was perfectly normal for them to think like that, alright? The ones who were really abnormal were Li Moying and the lady beside him. Such kind of perverse talent was beyond the imagination of ordinary people. And Li Shihong is worthy of being the patriarch. Apart from emotion, he quickly noticed another key point. Wait a minute. Moying, you said just now that you accompanied young Miss Li to sign up. Why did she go to the queue to sign up alone? Li Moying did not answer, but turned his gaze to the little fox beside him. Huang Yueli blinked her big eyes, looking innocent. She replied coyly, "Oh? I don't have to wait in line? But, I'm a human race, and I don't belong to any first-class power, so I must have to wait in line, right?" When Li Shihong heard this, he immediately became anxious, and hurriedly said, "Young Miss Li, what are you talking about? Aren't you and Moying already together? The engagement ceremony will be held soon. Then you are a member of our Cloudy Qilin clan. Of course you can sign up with the Cloudy Qilin clan. Sigh, what are you wasting your time in line for?" Hearing this, Huang Yueli frowned, still puzzled. "Patriarch, what you said is not right. After all, Moying and I are not engaged yet. Even if it's settled, it's not official yet. We aren't husband and wife. According to the God Realm's past practice, only husband and wife can be regarded as the same power by default. If they are not married, then both parties belong to their own power. Even if they are unmarried couples, they can't be confused. When Li Shihong heard this, he became even more anxious. Oh, young Miss Li, of course what you said is correct, but isn't your situation different from that of Moying? You have no other forces behind you, and you are not a child of any other god clans, so you should be the same as us, Moying? Huang Yueli frowned, shook her head again and again, and said with a serious expression, Patriarch, I appreciate your kindness, but this is really different. Although I am in love with young Master Li now, but we're not married. After all, there are still variables, maybe we will quarrel and separate in a few days? Besides, if I remember correctly, the Patriarch seems to want to marry Brother Moying to a young lady of the same clan? Not to mention, at first, you disagreed with us being together. What if you go back on your word in a few days? I think you should take a look at. Repent? How is this possible? Young Miss Li, don't think about it. In the eyes of all members of our Cloudy Qilin clan, you are the best match for Moying. Li Shihong hurriedly patted his chest, desperately promising. Back then, he had sent women to Li Moying's bed, and arranged various fiancés for him. He had even been on guard several times, worrying that Li Moying would get too close to the female doctor beside him. Thinking back on those actions back then, he can't wait to go back to the past and give himself a few resounding blows. He doesn't know what was wrong with him. What was he thinking? Was he blind? He couldn't even recognize such a peerless genius in front of him. If he had found out earlier and brought this young Miss Li and Li Moying together earlier, then at least the engagement ceremony has been completed now, and it would be a logical thing to pull young Miss Li to the chariot of the Cloudy Qilin clan. But it's over now. Young Miss Li was desperately unwilling to fight on behalf of the Cloudy Qilin clan. I didn't get married yet, so I rushed to fight for Moying's family. If it spreads, it would appear that I'm worthless. Hearing Huang Yueli's complaints, Li Shihong was about to cry. He was thinking in his heart, you still dare to say that you are worthless, who would dare to think that you are worthless? Can't you see that even the majestic Cloudy Qilin clan, the whole clan, is almost kneeling down to you? However, no matter what Li Shihong and the elders said, Huang Yueli insisted that it was inappropriate to represent the Cloudy Qilin clan in the competition now. And Li Shihong and the others had nothing to do with Huang Yueli. Even in an ordinary family, if the new daughter-in-law's family background was particularly strong or the dowry was particularly large, she will have a lot of status in her husband's family and have a great say. Now it's the ancient god clan, the reason was the same. After all, the dowry that Huang Yueli brought in was the only one in the entire god realm, a god-level peerless genius. Talented bloodline. She was so headstrong, Li Shihong and others have to be careful with her, for fear that a word will offend this ancestor and turn her head away from marrying their young master. It would be too late to cry then. Seeing that the patriarch had been rejected several times, and he was a bit unable to step down, Li Yintao had an idea, pulled Li Shihong aside, and whispered persuasion in his ear. Patriarch, young Miss Li is not competing in the name of our Cloudy Qilin clan this time, and it's actually not a bad thing. After the God Realm's grand meet is over, young Miss Li's reputation will definitely spread throughout the God Realm. The top genius in the world will come to propose marriage. When Li Shihong heard this, he couldn't take it any longer, and interrupted him, this is not a bad thing. So many people come to propose marriage, what if young Miss Li changes her mind? Li Yintao hastily said, Patriarch, you are wrong. Although young Miss Li is very outstanding, how can our young master not be as good as her? She is also extremely talented and a good-looking talent. Let me ask you, among the young generation of the God clan, who can compare to him? How blind must young Miss Li be to be able to see others? Hearing this, Li Shihong thought for a while, and his brows gradually relaxed. I think you should take a look at. That's right, Moying and young Miss Li are naturally the best match. However, I'm afraid that Madame Li is young and doesn't know how important a man's strength is. If she is deceived by sweet words. Li Yintao laughed, the patriarch is too worried. This subordinate has heard a lot of things from the tribe these days. It is said that our young master usually looks cold and unapproachable, but in front of young Miss Li, he is no worse than others when talking sweet words. Really? Li Shihong was a little suspicious, and his eyes subconsciously fell on Li Moying and Huang Yueli. Seeing that the elders started discussing again, these two people simply ignored the others and sat down beside them. Li Moying held Huang Yueli's hand, and his eyes flashed with worry. Why did it take so long for a snack? It's been so long, I'd better go and see for myself. No need. Huang Yueli hurriedly grabbed the man who got up to leave. Actually, that maid left not long ago, just wait. Li Moying frowned slightly. If I knew it earlier, I should have taken you to dinner before coming back. I didn't think it through. Huang Yueli couldn't help coughing a few times. Ahem, let's forget it. If we eat in restaurants outside, we probably won't be able to come back. Floating Sea's gossip spread faster than lightning, and the two of them became famous this time. When they sat down in the restaurant, she wondered how many people would be attracted, wanting to see young Master Li's peerless demeanor. Sigh, why does the scene feel a little familiar? It seems that before they were reborn in their previous life, wherever they went, this effect was the same. Seeing the two of them close together, almost looking as if they were nibbling each other's ears, looking extremely intimate in the manner they interacted, the big stone in Li Shihong's heart finally fell to the ground. That's right, after all, Moying is still reliable. There is nothing in this world that he can't do. Even marrying a wife doesn't need us elders to worry about it. Li Yintao smiled and said, think about it. When the God Realm's grand meet is over and the young lady's reputation is in full swing, we will announce the marriage of the two of you. Wouldn't that be better than getting engaged now? At that time I don't know how many young people's heart will be broken, which shows the ability of our Cloudy Qilin clan. Li Shihong nodded again and again. What Elder Tao said is absolutely true. When Li Shihong and Li Yintao talked, although their voices were very low, Huang Yueli and Li Moying's five senses were very strong, even beyond the imagination of the elders. Therefore, they could hear the conversation between the two. Hearing Li Yuntao's words, Huang Yueli and her husband looked at each other with strange expressions. By the time the God Realm's grand meet is over, Huang Yueli's identity may have been completely exposed. When the time comes, they really hope that Li Shihong can announce their marriage as proudly as today. Don't fight with members of the Sacred Phoenix clan on the spot. If possible, they also wouldn't like to elope. After discussing with several elders, Li Shihong decided not to interfere with the young couple's decision, comforted them again, and left. At this moment, in the luxurious island master's mansion in the middle of Floating Sea, Elder Chen, Steward Jiang and the steward in white were standing anxiously in the corridor and waiting. The island master agrees to see you. The three stewards, please come with me. A maid came over. I think you should take a look at. The three of them followed her into a room. As soon as they entered the door, they felt a powerful coercion filling every corner of the room, making their chest tight, and lowered their head involuntarily, adopting a submissive posture. The three of them became more and more tense, not even daring to speak out. Being able to be the master of the most legendary ancient power of the gods, the Floating Sea, the island master's own strength was the top in the entire god realm. It is said that he has already stepped into the helm of the life-profound realm thousands of years ago. To this day, no one knows to what extent his strength has reached. Usually, the island master has been in seclusion all the time, and he will only leave the seclusion before and after the god realm's grand meet. If it weren't for this, it would be impossible for the three stewards to see the island master. The three of them waited for a short while, but it felt like several years. You guys came to see the island master. I heard that it's for the array pattern to test one's cultivation. Do you know that although this array is not of high grade, it was specially created by a god-level array master hundreds of thousands of years ago for floating sea? Its design and layout unique to the entire god realm? Hearing the low voice of the island master, the three of them shuddered involuntarily. At this time, they were extremely regretful in their hearts. Today, they were impulsive during the day and offended that little evil star, Huang Yueli. Otherwise, there was no need to risk their own life to ask for the array pattern. Elder Chen bit the bullet and said, "My lord, it's all subordinates' fault for this matter. It's because I was too reckless and short-sighted that this happened." He still wanted to describe the scene in detail, but the island master had already interrupted him. Needless to say, I already know the situation of that time. Hearing this, the three stewards all shivered, and cold sweat broke out on their backs. They've heard a long time ago that although the island master seldom leaves the island master's mansion, he's very clear about everything that happened in Floating Sea. They used to think that such a statement was exaggerated, but now they realize that it was all true. And the performance of the three of them in front of Huang Yueli and Li Moying today can only be described as stupid. They didn't know what the island master would think of them. Sure enough, the island master snorted heavily, and said, "You are a group of frogs in a well, you are standing in front of a god-level genius, and you can't even recognize one. Yet you still think that the other party is a liar. How ridiculous. You have to wait to be taught a lesson by others. It is only after you've been slapped in the face so hard that you realize your mistakes. However, what happened today has become known to everyone. Thanks to you, the floating sea has now become a joke of the entire god realm." The three stewards all lowered their heads, their faces were full of shame, and they couldn't even utter a single word of excuse. This was not only because they were afraid of the strength of the island master, but also because they had truly realized their mistakes. Now, it was different from usual. There are so many geniuses and experts from all over the god realm gathered in Floating Sea. If any scandal happens, it only takes a few hours for every force to know about it. The island master snorted again, "The three of you will all go to the punishment hall to receive your punishment later. Considering your meritorious service in Floating Sea for many years, you can avoid capital punishment, but living punishment cannot escape." The three cowed out hurriedly, but none dared to beg for mercy. As for the array pattern that Miss Huang wanted, "Someone, come, find it in the warehouse immediately, and send it to her tomorrow." The guards under the steps immediately responded. When the three stewards heard this, they all showed a hint of doubt. "Isn't the little girl next to Li Moying surnamed Li? Why did she become Miss Huang again? I think you should take a look at. Besides, isn't the surname Huang exclusive to the Sacred Phoenix clan? How could she be surnamed Huang when she's a human race?" Although they were full of suspicion, the three of them didn't have the guts to make trouble in front of the island master, so they could only retreat in desperation, preparing to go to the punishment hall to receive their punishment. After everyone left, the island master sat alone in the spacious chair, with a hint of worry on his face. I really didn't expect. These two god-level geniuses would be. If this matter is not handled properly, the entire god realm may be in chaos. In the northwest corner of the Floating Sea, the residence of the Sacred Phoenix clan. Huang Sanbai's face was full of anxiety, and the wrinkles on his face were twisted together, making him look even older. With his hands behind his back, he kept pacing back and forth, his heart full of ominous premonition, and he was still muttering to himself. "No, it's impossible. This kind of thing shouldn't have happened. The bones of that dead girl should have been turned into ashes. Otherwise, a few months ago, the Cloudy Qilin clan would have found the girl for Li Moying. When negotiating with our clan, they will bring that little girl to threaten us. How could it be possible to keep silent? Yes, that's right, she must be dead, absolutely dead. What happened at the testing array today quickly spread throughout the floating sea. As the sworn enemies of the Cloudy Qilin clan, the Sacred Phoenix clan probably reacted the most to this among all the forces. The Cloudy Qilin clan actually has 2 god-level geniuses. If this was true, it would definitely mean the end for the Sacred Phoenix clan. In the next 1,000 years, the entire god realm will be dominated by the Cloudy Qilin clan. As for the Sacred Phoenix clan, if they were lucky, they may just be suppressed, but if they were unlucky, they may even be exterminated. After all, the relative peace between the Cloudy Qilin clan and the Sacred Phoenix clan at this stage is based on the fact that the strength of the 2 clans was on par with each other, and that the other 10 ancient god clans can restrain each other. If the Cloudy Qilin clan can really suppress all other forces, then the so-called God Realm peace contract would be nothing more than a piece of paper, and there was no way to protect the Sacred Phoenix clan. So, as soon as the news came out today, the patriarch, Huang Tianhao, anxiously summoned the elders of the clan to hold a meeting to discuss the matter. This discussion continued until late at night, but no conclusion was reached. The most elusive point of the whole incident was that Huang Yueli did not conduct the cultivation test in front of all the cultivators in the end, but followed the 3 stewards to the arena, out of everyone's sights. Now, the 3 stewards don't know where they went, and no one can explain whether the little girl next to Li Moying was a god-level talent. Therefore, on this point, the elders of the Sacred Phoenix clan had been divided into 2 factions. One faction believes that the young master of the Cloudy Qilin clan really found a god-level genius of the human race, and caught up with him with that handsome face. Now the Sacred Phoenix clan is really over. On the other hand, the other view is the opposite. They feel that there was no second god-level genius at all. This was all a conspiracy of the Cloudy Qilin clan. If they tell their lies, then it's really over, and they should be completely ignored. The 2 sides debated fiercely, only Huang Sanbai remained silent. I think you should take a look at. Because, after learning of this rumor, he immediately had a terrible conjecture in his heart, and this was something no one else could have imagined in their dreams. At that time, he brought Huang Xuanyu and others to chase and kill Huang Yueli near Forest Shade Town. At that time, he already knew that Huang Yueli and Li Moying were married when they were in the lower realm. If a girl with god-level talent suddenly appeared next to Li Moying, and she claimed to be his wife, then besides Huang Yueli, was there anyone else? If Huang Yueli really comes back, then he was really doomed. Huang Sanbai's whole body was icy cold, and he was extremely nervous. He didn't know how he got back after meeting with Huang Tianhao. After returning, he immediately sent someone to find the eyeliner he had planted in the Cloudy Qilin clan. It was not until late at night that the eyeliner sneaked into Huang Sanbai's room. As soon as he saw the person coming, Huang Sanbai immediately greeted him excitedly, "Why are you here now?" Hearing this, the eyeliner couldn't help complaining, "Elder Sanbai, do you still think I came too late? I also want to ask, why are you looking for me at this time? It's the period of the God Realm's grand meet, and the entire floating sea is full of people. I'm a cultivator from all major forces, so I'm easy to be caught by others if I do anything casually. I worked hard to avoid the cultivators from all major forces, and successfully sneaked in." Huang Sanbai was so anxious that he ignored his complaints and asked directly, "All right, don't talk nonsense. Let me ask you, I heard that the Cloudy Qilin clan found a girl with a god-level talent? Moreover, she also followed Li Moying together, is there such a thing?" The eyeliner nodded, "I knew it, this is why you kept looking for me. I'm just the steward of the Cloudy Qilin clan, and I can't compare to a real clansman. I can't get definite information about many things. However, I'm basically sure that the things about the god-level genius are true." After hearing this, Huang Sanbai frowned, "What do you mean by basically sure? Please explain clearly." The spy explained, this is going to start from the beginning. A few days ago, young Master Li was injured by you, Elder Sanbai, and he has been in a coma. The Cloudy Qilin clan had been looking for a miracle doctor who can treat the young master. It was then when she followed her senior brother, Liu Bian, to the Cloudy Qilin clan together with Divine Dr. Liu. This Divine Dr. Liu has extraordinary medical skills, and he really cured the young master. Since then, young Miss Li has been very close to the young master. At that time, Li Shiheng was still very worried about Li Moying's marriage, and he promised all the elders of the Cloudy Qilin clan, any woman from any branch of the clan, as long as she can be the first to conceive Li Moying's heir, she can become the young madam of the Cloudy Qilin clan. As a result, Li Moying has never been close to women, but he was getting closer to young Miss Li. Li Shiheng once wanted to drive young Miss Li out, but then, something happened. He paused. What's the matter, tell me quickly. Huang Sanbai kept urging. The spy briefly explained what happened to Huang Yueli's trial in the illusion array at that time, because the spy had not personally seen this situation at that time, and even, as a foreigner, he couldn't enter the training ground at all, so many details were unclear. Huang Sanbai asked several times, but couldn't get any more detailed information. Seeing Huang Sanbai's extremely entangled look, the spy hesitated for a moment, and still said, Elder Sanbai, in my opinion, this young Miss Li should indeed be a god-level genius. Although I have never seen her make a move, but everyone has seen Li Shiheng and the elders' performance during this time. If young Miss Li was not really talented, they would not be able to flatter her so wholeheartedly, as if they were afraid that she would abandon Li Moying. After finishing speaking, he looked at Huang Sanbai, who looked like a mourning concubine, and persuaded in a heavy tone, Elder Sanbai, please tell the patriarch to make preparations as soon as possible. It is best to transfer the younger generation of the Sacred Phoenix clan and retain their vitality. Just in case. Alas, the era of the Sacred Phoenix clan seems to be over. Huang Sanbai couldn't hear the spy's advice to him at all. I think you should take a look at. At this moment, the fear in his heart has reached its peak. From the description of the spy, it is not difficult for him to judge that this girl with divine talent must be Huang Yueli. Even if he still had such a fluke mentality before, he can only wake up now. Although he couldn't figure it out anyway, how could Huang Yueli survive the desperate situation at that time, cured Li Moying, and even managed to hide her own identity and infiltrate the Cloudy Qilin clan? But, all these were facts. Huang Sanbai's mind was buzzing, he couldn't believe that Huang Yueli's luck would be so good. Now that things have happened, can we just wait for Huang Yueli to expose everything he has done? No, he can't sit still. Now that he already knows the other party's identity, he can act first. Thinking of this, he suddenly took a stride and stopped the spy who was about to leave. Wait a minute, I still have something to tell you. Elder Sanbai, what are you trying to do? Seeing his excited look, the spy immediately became alert. Huang Sanbai said, the old man suddenly thought of an idea, which can solve this trouble once and for all. When the spy heard the words, his first reaction was to shake his head. No, Elder Sanbai, don't be impulsive. At this stage, the best way for our Sacred Phoenix clan is to stand still. Let's take a look at the Cloudy Qilin clan first. Let's talk about what to do over there. It is absolutely not suitable to act rashly. Even if there is any action, you have to discuss it with the patriarch. Tisk, look at how courageous you are, why are you so cowardly? Huang Sanbai said with a look of hatred, I can tell you, my plan is foolproof, killing people without anyone's knowledge, and it is most effective only if it is used now. If you miss the opportunity, it's too late to think of a solution. Don't you want to make this great contribution for the clan? With this contribution, you can be directly promoted to an elder, and you don't need to be a spy anymore. Huang Sanbai knew the details of this spy very well, so he immediately changed the subject and started to tempt him. It has to be said that Huang Sanbai's remarks were very deceptive. To be promoted to an elder, to become a real high-level member of the clan, and to be able to enjoy various resources of the clan without taking risks, is the greatest pursuit of every member of the clan. The spy hesitated for a moment, then, Elder Sanbai, is your plan really foolproof? Hehe, although it's an exaggeration to be sure, even if it fails, it won't implicate you. Because, to put it bluntly, this method is actually very simple. Huang Sanbai stroked his beard and said slowly. Oh? Please enlighten me, Elder Sanbai. I think you should take a look at. Huang Sanbai said, after you return to the Sacred Phoenix clan, find a chance to see Li Shihong alone, and say, you found out the identity of that young Miss Li, she is actually the missing god-level genius of the Sacred Phoenix clan. What? After hearing this, Yanlin's legs softened and he almost fell to the ground. Hearing what Huang Sanbai said so lightly, he really thought it was a trivial matter, but he didn't expect that it was indeed a trivial matter, but he was asked to tell such a shocking lie. Huang Sanbai said calmly, the people of the Cloudy Qilin clan will definitely protect the two god-level geniuses. It must be difficult for us to do it secretly. Therefore, if the people of the Cloudy Qilin clan can take the initiative to get rid of one of them, that would save us a lot of trouble. Of course, it is impossible for them to get rid of Li Moying, but, after all, that young Miss Li is an outsider, we can still divide them by using the strategy of alienation. The spy thought about it carefully, and felt that it made sense, but he still shook his head. Elder Sanbai, you have a good idea, but the people of the Cloudy Qilin clan are not fools. How can they believe such nonsense? Our Sacred Phoenix, the god-level genius of the Cloudy Qilin clan, will he go to the Cloudy Qilin clan? And kiss me with their young master? Hey, how can there be such a miracle in the world? If this can all come true, the sun would rise from the west? When Huang Sanbai heard this, the corners of his mouth couldn't help twitching. He didn't know if the sun would rise from the west, but the god-level geniuses of the Sacred Phoenix clan and the Cloudy Qilin clan are really together. However, as long as he alone knows this secret, it's fine. He coughed twice. The old man knows that this statement is a bit outrageous, but we must find a way to make the people of the Cloudy Qilin clan think it is true. The spy still thought it was impossible, and shook his head again and again. It's impossible. This kind of thing, if you think about it, you know it can't be true. How can you convince them? Huang Sanbai smiled, and said, it's actually not difficult to convince the people of the Sacred Phoenix clan, but you haven't figured out the key point. Think about it, in just 2 years, the God realm unexpectedly has so many god-level geniuses, one from the Cloudy Qilin clan, one from our Sacred Phoenix clan, and now, even the human race has a god-level genius. Don't you think it's strange? When did the god-level geniuses become Chinese cabbage that can be easily found on the street? So, if you tell Li Shihong that the so-called god-level genius of the human race is the one who disappeared from the Sacred Phoenix clan, even if he didn't believe it at the time, he will inevitably have doubts and associations afterwards. If the members of the Phoenix clan have any similarities, Li Shihong will definitely find her more suspicious the more he looks at her. The spy thought for a while, frowned, and said hesitantly, Elder Sanbai, what you said is indeed reasonable. But, how does young Miss Li resemble the Sacred Phoenix clan? She is a human race. And she is also a spirit medicine master. If we want to talk about it, it is only similar in age to the god-level genius we killed, but the Cloudy Qilin clan will definitely not doubt her because of her outrageous young age. Huang Sanbai smiled mysteriously again, and said slowly, as far as I know, this young Miss Li also seems to be majoring in fire attribute exercises. The spy widened his eyes in shock. Elder Sanbai, is this true? Where did the news come from? As the most important pawn of the Sacred Phoenix clan under the eyes of the Cloudy Qilin clan, he doesn't know anything about it. Huang Sanbai laughed and said, don't worry about it, the old man also found out by accident. Tell me, isn't this a coincidence? Young Miss Li has such a high talent, is so young, and has a fire attribute. These 3 points, saying that she is not from the Sacred Phoenix clan, probably no one will believe it? If there are other coincidences in normal times, I am afraid that people from the Cloudy Qilin clan will not be suspicious. The spy frowned and thought for a while, but still hesitated. I think you should take a look at. After all, it is definitely not a trivial matter to deal with the young lady of the Cloudy Qilin clan. As long as he is a little careless, his spy will be completely exposed. At that time, there must be only one dead end. But... Elder Sanbai, is your news reliable? If young Miss Li is really of the fire attribute, it is impossible for the people of the Cloudy Qilin clan to have no suspicion all the time and only want to match her with young Master Li unless she has never made a move in front of the high-level Cloudy Qilin clan, but in this case, Li Shihong can't be sure of her true talent, right? Huang Sanbai snorted, and said, why don't you even understand this? Didn't you tell me just now that Li Shihong treated Li Shihong differently because of young Miss Li's amazing performance in the illusion array of the Cloudy Qilin clan? What kind of place, even I, an outsider, has heard of it, so it's impossible for you to know everything about it. Hearing what he said, his spy came back to his senses. The situation inside the illusion array cannot be seen from the outside at all. That is to say, when the little girl made a move, the top management of the Cloudy Qilin clan didn't actually see it with their own eyes at all, they just saw her illusion array points. In this way, it made sense. Seeing that his expression had softened, Huang Sanbai added, don't worry, can I still harm you? There are only a few people in our clan who have a spy like you, so it's impossible for me to let you die without being sure. Only then did the spy feel relieved. The two discussed in the room for a while, and confirmed the details of the action to wait for. Then, the spy didn't stay any longer, and after finding the right time, he sneaked back to the Sacred Phoenix clan. The next day, as soon as Huang Yueli and Li Moying woke up, Lu Bian came. Junior sister, I've heard about what happened to you yesterday, but I didn't expect you. His excited voice stopped abruptly, and he looked at the young couple who hugged and kissed me early in the morning, with expressions of choking on dog food. Damn, didn't you have enough intimacy last night? What did it look like this early in the morning? The door's not even closed. Lu Bian accused them angrily. Li Moying's expression was cold, and he glanced at him lightly. I thought that when most people enter other people's rooms, they would know to knock on the door. Lu Bian choked suddenly and couldn't speak. Indeed, just now he heard the cultivators of the Cloudy Qilin clan telling about the test of the array yesterday. He was so excited for a moment, he ran over to talk to Huang Yueli and the others. Seeing that the door was only ajar, he pushed the door open without hesitation and entered without knocking. Indeed, he knew he was in the wrong, so he could only touch his nose and forcibly change the subject. I didn't? I don't remember if I knocked on the door. Oh well, that's right. I heard that when you signed up yesterday, you were questioned by the steward of Floating Sea, and you directly destroyed their test array. I didn't get to see such excitement. If I had known, I would have signed up with you. I think you should take a look at. Because he didn't want to be stuffed with the romantic atmosphere that was lingering around the two of them all day, Lu Bian purposely didn't follow them yesterday, and went to sign up alone. The whole process of his registration was very smooth. He returned to the Cloudy Qilin clan's residence early and locked himself in his room to cultivate. He didn't know that so many things happened after he retreated. Looking back at this moment, he was really annoyed. He has never seen such a big commotion. The corner of Huang Yueli's mouth twitched. You are really afraid that the world will not be chaotic. Your junior sister has been bullied by the steward of Floating Sea. You don't want to come to help me get justice, but you want to come and have fun? Lu Bian waved his hand disapprovingly. Have you been bullied? Are you kidding me? It's good that you didn't bully others. Besides, you obviously bullied others yesterday. Such an array that has been used for tens of thousands of years has been ruined by you guys. Li Moying frowned slightly, and looked at Lu Bian with displeasure. What on earth are you here for? If there's nothing else, you can get out. He came back too late last night. Little Lear went to bed after eating. He finally waited until his little fox woke up and wanted to eat some tofu. Finally, he kissed her, but that stinky Lu Bian had to come out from nowhere. This guy was really lingering everywhere. His voice was cold and severe. If it were someone else, he would have been scared out of his wits by young Master Li's power. However, Lu Bian was already used to him like this, and he was not affected at all. With a smug look on his face, I came to give you information. I went to sign up yesterday, but I heard a lot of news. It's especially about the masters who participated in the God Realm's grand meet. How about it? Do you want to know? If you want to know, just ask me. It was rare to be able to show off in front of these two, so Lu Bian was very smug. To participate in such a competition, strength was one aspect and intelligence was another aspect. They were equally important. After all, only by knowing your enemy and yourself can one win every battle. However, as soon as he spoke, both Huang Yueli and Li Moying cast contemptuous looks at him, and then completely ignored him. After Lu Bian was stunned for a moment, he couldn't help jumping up. Hey, didn't you two listen to what I just said? You don't want to know who are your biggest competitors in the God Realm's grand meet? Huang Yueli curled her lips. Should they all be heaven-level geniuses? I've heard that the strength of these people should not be much different from Li Liyun, so how strong can they be? Why bother? To her, dealing with the affairs of the Sacred Phoenix clan was the most important thing. Others were not worth wasting effort. After Lu Bian heard this, the corners of his mouth twitched, feeling depressed for a while. He had been despised by his junior sister again. The gap between this person and another person is too great. Apart from these two monster-level geniuses in front of him, which other cultivators are not desperately seeking news about the participating masters? He even heard that the exclusive news sold in the tea house had been sold at sky-high prices. Alright, I told you, I'm not interested anymore. Why haven't you left yet? Li Moying issued the order to evict the guest again. I think you should take a look at. Lu Bian came back to his senses, and hurriedly said, You really don't want to hear it? In fact, the cultivators in the God Realm are not only heaven-level geniuses, some mysterious families will still have hidden masters participating in the competition, such as the Voracious Wyvern clan, which was one of the special branches of the great god clans. Because the clan used to be the royal clan that dominated the gods. I heard that their geniuses are not divided by god-level and heaven-level grades, but have their own set of judgment standards. It's hard to see how strong they are. These words caught the attention of Li Moying and Huang Yueli. The two looked at each other and thought of Jun Sihan at the same time. Jun Sihan and Li Moying once fought against the Sky Devil. At that time, his strength was slightly higher than Li Moying's, and it was indeed beyond the reach of ordinary heaven-level geniuses. Brother, are you talking about Jun Sihan? Do you have any information about him? Huang Yueli turned her head and asked. Lu Bian didn't answer right away, but raised his chin. Now you know how important I am. Huang Yueli laughed dryly. Senior brother, of course you are important. Is there any need to ask? If you have anything to say, hurry up and say it. Only then did Lu Bian say, the news about Jun Sihan is, he didn't come. Didn't come? Li Moying frowned slightly, looking very surprised. How is this possible? Last time when I separated from Big Brother Jun, he made an appointment with me to fight in the God Realm. Besides, even if he doesn't want to come, for the honor of the Voracious Wyvern clan, he has to come. As the young master of the clan, this was an inescapable responsibility. Moreover, Jun Sihan is different from Li Moying. He grew up in the voracious Wyvern clan and has a great sense of clan honor. It is impossible for him to miss such a grand event. Lu Bian said, everyone finds it strange, but Jun Sihan really didn't come, and the voracious Wyvern clan has confirmed the news. However, I heard some gossip that something happened to Jun Sihan's son, which was why he couldn't make it. This must be fake, right? How could Jun Sihan have a son? Jun Sihan was indeed a few years older than Li Moying, but not by much. At least in the God realm, he was still considered a teenager. It was rare for a peerless genius with such a high talent to get married at such a young age. Like Huang Yueli and Li Moying, it can be said that there are not many couples in the entire God realm. And Jun Sihan was even more powerful, and he already has a son? Wasn't this nonsense? Huang Yueli frowned, showing a bit of worry. How could this happen? Something happened to Yunqi's son? How worried she must be. Sigh, it hasn't been long since we left the Empyrean Fox continent, and unexpectedly we didn't even know about such a big event. Xia Yunqi was the first friend she made after arriving in God realm. When the two parted, Xia Yunqi even invited her to voracious Wyvern continent as a guest, saying that she would bring her son to her and recognize her as a godmother. In the end, before she even saw her future godson, she said that something happened to him. Moreover, Huang Yueli guessed that what happened to Jun Sihan's son must not be trivial, otherwise, it would not affect the young master's participation in the God realm's grand meet. Li Moying also frowned, but when he saw the worried face of the lady beside him, he calmed down and comforted her. Don't worry too much, the background of the voracious Wyvern clan even exceeds that of the Cloudy Qilin clan and the Sacred Phoenix clan. No matter what happens, there must be a way to deal with it. When the God realm's grand meet is over, we will find a time to go and see them. Huang Yueli nodded, sigh, that's the only way. Hearing the discussion between the two, Lu Bian's eyes widened. Wait, what do you two mean? Could it be that Jun Sihan really has a son? Huang Yueli smiled and said, yes, I heard from his wife himself that he is already 5 years old. I think you should take a look at. The three of them were talking when suddenly someone knocked on the door. A servant girl came in and reported, young master, young lady, the right protector of the island master's mansion suddenly arrived, and the patriarch asked the two of you to go to the front to meet him. Right protector? Huang Yueli raised her eyebrows in doubt. Li Moying was also slightly taken aback. I heard that the island master of Floating Sea is a peerless powerhouse in the life-profound realm. He rarely leaves the island master's mansion. If there is any important matter, it is done through the two protectors, the left protector and the right protector. This time, the right protector came to convey his message. This right protector is also a powerhouse at the peak of the Tao Profound Realm, and is a well-known master in the entire God realm. I wonder what he came here for. Could it be related to what happened to us yesterday? Huang Yueli guessed. While discussing in low voices, the two had already stood up and walked out the door. Although the ones who came were first-rate powerhouses from the God realm, none of them showed any nervousness. In the front hall, Li Shihong's voice came from afar. Moying, young Miss Li, come in quickly. His Excellency, the right protector, has been waiting for you for a long time. Are you really here to look for us? Huang Yueli muttered, and was pulled in by Li Moying. As soon as they entered the room, they felt a powerful pressure of profound force. This astonishing momentum, with an unprecedented sense of oppression, made Huang Yueli feel a strong impact, and her body shook before she stood still. For a moment, deep thought appeared in Huang Yueli's eyes. Since coming to the God realm, this is the first time she has come into direct contact with a strong person at the peak of the Tao Profound Realm. He was indeed several times stronger than a second-rate guy like Huang Sanbai. However, if it was just a normal contact, Huang Yueli didn't think that the other party could form such a powerful impact on her. It can only be said that the right protector intentionally released his profound strength with the intention of testing and probing, and wanted to test the depth of Huang Yueli and Li Moying. Sure enough, the right protector immediately retracted his profound energy after releasing it, and at the same time, a hint of shock flashed in his eyes. Ha ha, I believe the two are young Master Li and young Miss Li. They are indeed extremely talented. I have organized more than a dozen grand meets in the floating sea all these years, and I have never seen such peerless geniuses like these two. The right protector was shocked by the strength of the two, and his attitude became much more polite. Previously, the island master specially asked him to come here to give the array patterns, but he was still a little reluctant. After all, with the status of the right protector in floating sea, he can completely sit on an equal footing with the patriarchs of the major forces. Even if Li Moying is a god-level genius, he was only a junior, and now he was only a cultivator of the heart-profound realm. It's more or less unreasonable for him to have such a well-known top expert come to visit him in person. But just now, after he released his profound strength and secretly tested each other with this young couple, he realized that he was completely wrong. He also thought that the so-called god-level geniuses were just a little bit better than heaven-level geniuses. But now he understands that there is no comparison between a heaven-level genius and a god-level genius. That kind of talent can only be described as against the sky. These two juniors were only in their 20s, and both were only in the heart-profound realm. However, under the might of him, a strong Tao-profound realm, they didn't back down even a single step and bearded easily. And right behind them, there were several elders in the Tao-profound realm of the Cloudy Qilin clan, all of whom were pale and couldn't bear it. I think you should take a look at. The right protector had the intention of making friends, so he immediately stopped being a secret, and said directly, I came here today at the order of the island master. Li Moying raised his eyebrows slightly, thinking of something. I've heard about the reputation of the island master for a long time, but I don't know what he would like from us. The right protector chuckled, the two of you caused quite a ruckus yesterday on Gravity Island Square. Even our floating sea test array that has been used for tens of thousands of years can't resist young Master Li's random move. It's true that each new generation excels the previous, making us old fellows ashamed. Hearing this, Li Shihong's expression changed slightly, and he jumped in front of Li Moying to intervene. Your Excellency, you really dare not take this seriously. Moying and young Miss Li are still young, and young people are bound to be arrogant, and their actions are not prudent. Please don't be harsh on them. We, the Cloudy Qilin clan, can compensate for the loss caused by the floating sea. Li Shihong seemed a little nervous. Yesterday, he heard that Li Moying had damaged floating sea's array, but he didn't take it seriously. But today the right protector came in person and said he was ordered by the island master. This was not an easy matter. The strength of the island master was at least in the top 10 among all the masters in the god realm. Although the Cloudy Qilin clan also has a few supreme elders in the life-profound realm, they couldn't come here after all. Moreover, they were now on the territory of the island master. If the island master blamed Li Moying for this, the matter would be difficult. Hearing this, the right protector shook his head repeatedly, patriarchally, you misunderstood. I have already understood what happened yesterday. It was our floating sea steward who behaved inappropriately. How can we blame young Master Li? Several stewards were also acting according to the rules, but there were some misunderstandings. They're all misunderstandings. Hearing that, the right protector had voluntarily backed down, Li Shihong hurriedly said a few polite words. Not only was he heaving a sigh of relief, but he also felt a burst of secret joy in his heart. Judging from the right protector's tone, not only did he not mean to blame Li Moying, but he also admired him quite a bit. Could it be? Li Moying's performance yesterday didn't offend the island master, but got the island master's favor? While he was still guessing, Right Protector had already taken out a book with a blue cover from his pocket. Young Miss Li, I heard that you made a bet with those stewards at that time, saying that as long as young Master Li can destroy the test array, the stewards will give you the array pattern. It's a pity that they can't get the pattern and can only report to the island master. The island master personally issued an order to let me send it to you. Please take a look, is this what you want? Hearing this, Li Shihong and the elders in the room all widened their eyes and looked at Huang Yueli in shock. They never thought that right protector you came to the residence of the Cloudy Qilin clan for this reason. Young Mesli actually dared to bet with the steward of Floating Sea. Moreover, it was not accidental that Li Moying destroyed the test array, but it was all likely to help the girl he likes get the array pattern. Even if they were god-level geniuses, it would be too arrogant to do so, right? What's even more outrageous is that the island master didn't even think there was anything wrong with it, and even made a special trip to ask the right protector to send them the array pattern. After a short period of shock, Li Shihong couldn't help but flash a gleam of joy in his eyes. It seems that Li Moying and Huang Yueli must have shown amazing talent and strength at that time, and even the top powerhouses like the island master wanted to win over them, and they did not hesitate to send out patterns to show their favor. If this kind of thing gets out, it will definitely greatly enhance the prestige of Li Moying and the entire Cloudy Qilin clan. I think you should take a look at. Compared to the cautiousness of the elders, Huang Yueli herself didn't take it seriously at all. She reached out her hand calmly, took the blue book, opened it and took a rough look. Then she said in surprise, "Yes, that's it. It's exactly the same as the pattern that flashed on the array yesterday. Your Excellency Right Protector, thank you very much, and I would like to trouble you to thank Lord Island Master for me. This is very helpful. It's really important to me, and it'll help me so much." Seeing that Huang Yueli's attitude was so natural, the right protector was taken aback for a second, and then he couldn't help sighing in his heart. Real geniuses are indeed different, and it's no wonder that the island master values them so much. After the matter was over, Li Shihong still wanted to invite the right protector to stay for dinner, but the right protector insisted on leaving. Before leaving, he didn't forget to take a few more glances at Li Moying and Huang Yueli. These two peerless geniuses actually fell into the Cloudy Qilin clan. Could it be that the future god realm really belongs to the Cloudy Qilin clan? After the right protector left, Huang Yueli was in a hurry to go back to study the array patterns, so she quickly went back to their courtyard with Li Moying in hand. As soon as they left, there was a burst of exclamations in the main hall. The elders who witnessed everything just now were all very excited. I really didn't expect that even the island master of the floating sea would think so highly of our young master, and let the right protector personally send over the array pattern. This is the only copy in the entire god realm. He's really worthy of being our young master. What you said is not very right. They obviously gave the array pattern to young Mesli. Even if it's for young Mesli, isn't the person who damaged the array the young master? Besides, young Mesli and the young master have such a good relationship, they will definitely be a couple in the future. What is the difference? Young Mesli's, isn't it the young master's as well? That's right, what you said is so true. We, the Cloudy Qilin clan, have hit the jackpot this time. When the young master marries her into the clan and gives birth to a few young masters of pure blood, won't our Cloudy Qilin clan be invincible? Li Shihong also twirled his mustache and smiled very complacently. However, as the patriarch, he was still much more stable than the others. Seeing that the people were talking more and more outrageously, he coughed a few times in a hurry. Ahem, everyone, don't think about things so far away. The most important thing right now is God Realm's grand meet. As for the marriage between Moying and young Mesli, we have to trust Moying. If we rush too quickly, it may backfire. Hearing the joyful laughter in the main hall, at the door, a middle-aged man in a black robe had an increasingly ugly face. Unexpectedly, even the island master. If the two god-level geniuses of the Cloudy Qilin clan continue to grow, then the Sacred Phoenix clan will really have no way out. Thinking of what the right protector said just now, after hesitating for a while, he finally made up his mind and walked into the main hall. Patriarch. Seeing the man in black approaching, Li Shihong was a little surprised. Steward he, why are you here? This steward, he was one of the spies placed by the Sacred Phoenix clan in the Cloudy Qilin clan, and he was the most successful one. Because although his blood was impure and his talent was very low, he was a rare talent in business. Such kind of talent is very scarce in the major forces, and once one is found, it can be reused by the clan. I think you should take a look at. After all, so many cultivators in the clan need to consume a lot of resources to cultivate, so it was definitely not enough to sit and eat. Most of the clansmen with low talents, as well as ordinary people who were attached to the big forces, mainly work in the industries of the big forces. It was very difficult to find a steward who can manage these industries well and even further expand them. Therefore, Li Shihong attached great importance to Steward he. Steward, he approached Li Shihong, lowered his voice, and said, Patriarch, this subordinate has something very important to report, and I hope we can take a step aside to speak. Li Shihong gave him a strange look. What's the matter? All the elders present here are the elders of the clan, why don't we just talk about it? Steward he looked embarrassed. Patriarch, this is really not a good thing to say. This subordinate has delayed your time. This news is really important. Although Li Shihong was full of doubts, seeing what he said was so serious, he still decided to listen. He waved his hand and told the elders to leave. Tell me, what exactly is it? Steward he looked around, looking terrified, and made sure that there was no one around, so he whispered, Patriarch, I overheard the conversation between two cultivators of the Sacred Phoenix clan in the tea house in Floating Sea, and they even designed a shocking big conspiracy, and our Cloudy Qilin clan has already stepped into their trap. What? What conspiracy? Please explain clearly. Hearing this, Li Shihong frowned and asked. Steward he said word by word, it is said that the mysterious girl Li next to the young master is the god-level genius who was rumored to have been murdered by the Sacred Phoenix clan. What? What did you say? As Li Shihong stood up from his seat in shock, he accidentally knocked over the teacup on the table and it fell to the ground, shattering all over the ground with a resounding crash. But soon, he calmed down again, sat down again, and said, What kind of nonsense rumors are these? Can you believe such nonsense? This was clearly a plan by the Sacred Phoenix clan to sow discord. Steward I think you are usually a calm and collected person. Can such a stable person as yourself even believe such words? It is obviously nonsense. Young Miss Li is just a human race, and she doesn't have the aura of the ancient god clans at all. Moreover, if she is really a god-level genius of the Sacred Phoenix clan, the Sacred Phoenix clan will immediately recognize her. How could she be allowed to come to the Cloudy Qilin clan? Li Shihong felt that he still had brains. How could such an obviously impossible thing happen? Those people from the Sacred Phoenix clan may have let you hear these words on purpose, so you take it seriously. Don't spread it outside, do you hear? Li Shihong's first reaction was complete disbelief, which was already expected by Steward so he didn't feel any panic at all. Of course, on the surface, he still made a frightened expression, bowed his head and admitted his mistake. However, when Li Shihong waved him to go down, he insisted on standing where he was, hesitating to speak several times. Patriarch, this subordinate knows that this is inappropriate, but this subordinate still thinks that young Miss Li is a bit suspicious. What do you mean? Li Shihong's face darkened. I have already made it very clear that young Miss Li cannot be from the Sacred Phoenix clan. If she is, there are so many elders with outstanding cultivation bases in the clan. Doesn't it mean that not even one of them can see that? I think you should take a look at. Subordinate doesn't mean that. Steward he gritted his teeth, and with an expression of resignation, he said loudly regardless, Patriarch, this subordinate really can't see you being deceived by a little girl again, no matter you believe it or not. What I should say, I still want to say. The origin of that young Miss Lee is very suspicious. She said that she is the daughter of a spirit medicine master. She lived in seclusion in the mountains with her father and senior brothers since she was a child, learning medical skills. Where did her cultivation come from? Even if her talent is high enough, as we all know, the higher the talent, the more resources are needed to advance, and staying in the deep mountains without the support of big forces, can she easily reach the heart-profound realm? Also, she suddenly appeared in the Cloudy Qilin clan. The timing is too good, right? The young master was unconscious, and she appeared, and even concealed her talent. Is there really no purpose? When I say this, you may think that I am making wild guesses, Patriarch, but I have evidence. Once I happened to pass by the young master's residence and saw young Miss Lee practicing in it. She is clearly of a fire attribute. Steward, he looked like he was going all out, and spoke quickly, like pouring beans, and said what he wanted to say. Li Shihong had no time to interrupt him. Originally, Steward, he was so rude, but Li Shihong couldn't help but want someone to drag him out. However, Li Shihong's expression changed on the spot after he heard the last sentence. He said clearly. What did you say? That young Miss Lee is a fire attribute cultivator? How is this possible? Steward, he said, how is this impossible? That's the truth. Patriarch, please recall, has she never formally made a move in front of the elders? Li Shihong frowned slightly, and began to recall various deeds of Huang Yueli after he arrived at the Cloudy Qilin clan. At first, he didn't have any expression on his face, but as time passed, the expression on his face became more and more serious. When no one mentioned it, he had never thought about it carefully. However, once he was led to think about it, Li Shihong easily found some doubtful points. For example, he has never seen Huang Yueli make a serious move. Although Huang Yueli had had several disputes with Li Liyun and Li Zijuan in front of him, the two sides were relatively restrained in their actions, and neither time has she ever shown any special skills. Under such circumstances, it was too easy to hide one's own strength. And the time when they were really asked to confirm Huang Yueli's talent, Huang Yueli was actually fighting inside the illusion array, and she couldn't be seen from the outside, and her strength was only judged based on points. So, no one can tell what kind of attribute she had. Steward, he stood aside, looking at Li Shihong's gradually gloomy face, knowing that he had already succeeded by half. He couldn't help but feel secretly happy. At this moment, Li Shihong looked at him, and he quickly put away the smile on his lips, and put on a respectful and rigorous posture. Li Shihong frowned and said, but, there is one thing that doesn't make sense. If young Miss Lee is really from the Sacred Phoenix clan, she can't hide herself from morning till night, right? Moying eats and lives with young Miss Lee. They cultivate together. If she has a problem, how can it be impossible to hide it from Moying? Steward, he couldn't help but said, Patriarch, this subordinate dares to say that the young master is obviously fascinated by that young Miss Lee now. Even if young Miss Lee has any problems, he will. Shut up. Hearing this, Li Shihong's expression changed, and he suddenly stopped him. I think you should take a look at. Young master's rights and wrongs are something that a servant like you can talk about indiscriminately? Steward, he quickly shut his mouth, looking extremely terrified. In fact, it is impossible for him not to know that with Li Moying's identity and status in the Cloudy Qilin clan, it was very taboo to discuss the young master's conduct. Saying that Huang Yueli has a problem is easy to offend, but after all, she is an outsider and has not yet married into the Cloudy Qilin clan. However, Li Moying has already been recognized as the future patriarch of the Cloudy Qilin clan. His reputation cannot be damaged in the slightest. All members of the Cloudy Qilin clan cannot discuss it casually. Steward, he was aware of this, but he had to say these words. Li Shihong reprimanded Steward, and sent him away. From the beginning to the end, he never stated whether he believed his words. However, steward he was not in a hurry, because he believed that Li Shihong would definitely not allow a person with a suspicious identity to become the young madam of the Cloudy Qilin clan. As long as the news Huang Sanbai gave him is true, and that young Miss Li is really a fire attribute cultivator, then this matter will become a big deal sooner or later. Even if she can prove that she is a human race, but the two parties have already fallen out, this marriage will definitely fall through. Steward, he guessed right. After he left, Li Shihong stayed in the room alone, thinking for a long time, and didn't come back to his senses until it was dark. The first thing he did was to instruct his guard, go and invite Elder Tao to discuss matters. Li Yuntao rushed over quickly. When he saw Li Shihong, he was startled. During the day earlier, Li Shihong was still full of joy, because Li Moying and Huang Yueli had appeared in the sights of the island master, and the entire Cloudy Qilin clan was beaming with joy from top to bottom. But only a few hours later, Li Shihong had a sad expression on his face, as if he was under some huge pressure. Patriarch, subordinate. Yuntao, go and close the door first. I just called you here alone this time. I have a top-secret matter to discuss with you. Don't let others hear it. Li Yuntao's heart skipped a beat. In the middle of the night, Li Shihong even called him to discuss matters alone. Could it be that something serious happened in the clan? Yuntao, I came to you this time for one thing, and I want to hear your opinion. Li Shihong hesitated again and again, but still felt that he should find someone to discuss with him, and he should not make a rash decision. This kind of thing must be done with extreme caution, at least until young Miss Li's real identity has been confirmed. She must not feel that something was wrong. On the one hand, if she was really a cultivator of the Sacred Phoenix clan, once she starts to scare the snake, she will not be able to figure out the plot of the Sacred Phoenix clan. I think you should take a look at. On the other hand, if young Miss Li is innocent, and after she gets angry with her, if she turns against Li Moying, the Cloudy Qilin clan will also suffer a heavy loss. Li Shihong sighed, and repeated in front of Li Yuntao what steward he had told him earlier. Finally, he asked, Yuntao, what do you think, is it true or not? Li Yuntao never expected that what Li Shihong wanted to discuss with him would be such a shocking event. The more he listened, the more stunned he became. He was stunned for a while, and only came back to his senses under Li Shihong's repeated questioning. This subordinate feels that this matter is unlikely to be true. If the Sacred Phoenix clan can let their god-level geniuses come to our Cloudy Qilin clan to do detailed work, it would be too hardy. What if something happened to them, their god-level geniuses would be dead? Besides, last time we reasoned with the Sacred Phoenix clan because of the young master's coma, the cultivators of the Sacred Phoenix clan were filled with righteous indignation and accused the young master of killing him first. Without their god-level genius, it doesn't look like a lie. This is the second thing I can't figure out. Li Shihong twitched his beard. Moying is not going to kill people if he doesn't agree with him. Moreover, if the Sacred Phoenix clan really has a god-level genius, their strength should be it won't be too far behind Moying. How can they kill him if he wants to? After Moying woke up, I asked him about it, and he only said that he had fought with the other party, and he didn't admit that he killed the other side. Li Yuntao was also lost in thought. After a while, he said, since the patriarch is worried, we can find a way to test young Miss Li first. We can't just say that she is a spy, right? That's right, I thought so too, but how can we test her so as not to arouse her suspicion? Li Shihong looked worried. Li Yuntao thought for a while and said, actually, this matter is not difficult to say. Since steward, he said that he had seen young Miss Li practice and found out that she is a fire attribute cultivator. Let's confirm this first. As soon as Li Shihong heard it, he understood, that's right. The God Realm's grand meet is coming soon. Young Miss Li must be cultivating now. Let's sneak in and know it at a glance. After the two discussed and decided, they both felt that this matter should not be delayed. If Huang Yueli and the others were prepared, the results would be inaccurate, so they had to go that very night. Li Shihong and Li Yintao changed into a set of black robes and sneaked towards Li Moying's courtyard. However, what they could not have imagined was that when the two of them pushed the door out, a little purple silhouette by the door, under the cover of the night, quickly rushed out along the corner of the wall. It was so fast that it ran into Li Moying's small courtyard and went straight to the main hall. "Master, master! And Lil Big Sister! I heard a huge secret." In the main hall, Li Moying was holding his wife's slender white wrist and pulling her into his arms. Today, Huang Yueli has been concentrating on cultivating and had no time to talk to him. He managed to find the time just after dinner and planned to kiss her secretly. But who knew, just as he lifted Huang Yueli's delicate chin, he heard an immature voice coming from outside the door. Immediately afterwards, a purple figure flew in like lightning. Huang Yueli immediately pushed away the man who was hugging her, and looked back at the little Qilin. "Lilac Jadeite, you're back. What did you just say? What did you hear?" Li Moying was interrupted, feeling unhappy, frowned slightly, and glanced at the little Qilin. The little Qilin trembled, quickly moved her short legs, ran to Huang Yueli's lap and lay down on her stomach. Huang Yueli shook her head amusedly. "Moying, why are you so cruel to children? Alright, Lilac Jadeite, tell us quickly what you heard. I think you should take a look at." Thinking of his reason for coming, little Qilin quickly raised her head and said loudly, "Miss, it's not good. I heard the patriarch and that elder Tao talking secretly, trying to expose your identity." Both Huang Yueli and Li Moying were shocked, and then they looked at each other. What's going on here? Why did the patriarch suddenly doubt little Lear's identity? Li Moying suddenly became serious. This morning, when the two of them left from Li Shihong's place, they saw Steward He from the outer gate rushing back from the outside. Moreover, when he looked up and saw Li Moying and the others, he seemed to be taken aback, and hastily lowered his head to avoid their sight. Such an attitude seems a bit suspicious. Although Huang Yueli and Li Moying didn't know what he wanted to do, but for the sake of caution, they still left the little Qilin nearby, and let her secretly listen and see what was going on with this Steward He. As a result, the little Qilin stayed outside all day and didn't come back until night. Both Huang Yueli and Li Moying thought she was playing outside, so they didn't think much about it. But who would have thought that at night, she would suddenly come back with such shocking news? That is, the Steward He in front was hiding in the room with the patriarch, muttering, "I can't hear clearly, it seems that the Sacred Phoenix clan was mentioned." After Steward He left, the patriarch went to Elder Tao. The two are on their way to our courtyard after changing into a set of black robes, covering their faces in disguise, as if they wanted to test Lil Big Sister. "Lil Big Sister, they won't know that you are from the Sacred Phoenix clan, right?" The little Qilin spoke rapidly. Huang Yueli frowned. "What's the origin of Steward He? How could he know my identity?" If it is said that the guards around Li Moying betrayed him and leaked her identity, it was still possible. However, Steward He was an outsider who was in charge of running the family business. It was impossible for him to enter the Cloudy Qilin clan's back mountain residence at ordinary times, and he had no contact with Li Moying and Huang Yueli at all. How could he possibly guess Huang Yueli's identity? Li Moying thought for a while. "There are very few people who can get in touch with you. The guards around us are all carefully selected, and it is impossible to do such a thing. The only explanation is that the news from Steward He came from outside." As he spoke, he took a deep look at Huang Yueli. Although Li Moying's words were not complete, Huang Yueli was connected with him and completely understood what he meant. "We have the same thoughts. I'm afraid this matter has something to do with Huang Sanbai. This time round, we made such a big commotion, he must have heard about it. Others can't guess my identity. However, it is impossible for him not to know. He knew that we were together since Forest Shade Town. Li Moying nodded. Come to think of it, Huang Sanbai must have been scared to death when he found out that you were still alive, otherwise, he wouldn't be so eager to find someone to test you. He's really not a fool. This strategy of sowing dissension is really well played. Huang Yueli sneered slightly. If we didn't happen to bump into Steward He who was acting so suspiciously, we would not have been so careful. Then when Patriarchly comes over, they would have bumped into me cultivating. Based on their knowledge of cultivation, if they saw me cultivating at close range, they would be more or less have some doubts, and it would not be easy to fool them. As she spoke, she raised her hand and touched the little Qilin by her feet. Lilac Jadeite, this time is thanks to you. You are so clever. The little Qilin shook her tail happily. It was very comfortable to be touched by Huang Yueli. At first, she wanted to rub against her palm, but at this moment, she suddenly felt a chill. Looking up, Li Moying was looking at her coldly. I think you should take a look at. The little Qilin was so frightened that she jumped out from under the hostess' hands, rushed into the courtyard with a whoosh. Woohoo, why is the master so jealous? She was a female Qilin. Huang Yueli watched the little Qilin turn into a bolt of lightning and left, feeling a little dumbfounded. Lilac Jadeite is still young, she can't sit still, she only stayed for a while, so she can't wait to go out and play. Seeing that she misunderstood, Li Moying didn't explain, but said, fortunately, we got the news in advance, so this matter is not difficult to deal with, so we can simply use their plan and let them see you cultivate and confirm that you are not a fire attribute cultivator, that'll be fine. Huang Yueli smiled, that's right, it looks like God is on our side. However, if we want to hide the truth, I need my senior brother to help. I'll go find him first, and then we'll just. Not long after, two figures donned in black appeared near Li Moying's courtyard. The speed of the two of them was not fast, but there was no sound under their feet, and there was no sound at all. When they got closer, the two of them suddenly stopped at the same time and communicated with each other with their spiritual sense. Be careful. Moying's courtyard is surrounded by simple defensive arrays. Rushing in will definitely alarm them. Looking at it this way, the matter is even more suspicious. If there is nothing wrong, why deploy a defensive array? Maybe, it's just that she doesn't want to be disturbed when she is cultivating? I hope that's the case. However, now that we are in the residence of the Cloudy Qilin clan, who would disturb their cultivation? Making such an arrangement is purely superfluous. As both Li Shihong and Li Yuntao exchanged glances, their gaze deepened. There was one thing that they all had doubts in their hearts, but they all tacitly kept silent. That is, if young Miss Li really has a problem, does Li Moying know about it? If he knew, why didn't he tell the patriarch and still stay with young Miss Li every day? In fact, judging from the two of them being inseparable every day, the possibility of Li Moying knowing about it was 99%. However, both Li Shihong and Li Yuntao were unwilling to face this fact, and kept silent at the same time. It's not an option to guess here, just go and have a look. But those arrays. It's alright, this is just a very common defensive array. I have been in the army for many years, and I know a little bit about the array. It should be no problem to go around it. With Li Yuntao's statement, Li Shihong felt a little relieved and nodded. Li Yuntao led Li Shihong to find a meandering path among the nearby bushes. Since it was already late at night, many birds had returned to their nests in the trees. By the way, all kinds of extremely smelly bird droppings also fell from the sky from time to time. As soon as Li Shihong raised his head, a lump fell on his face, making him so disgusted that he almost vomited out. I think you should take a look at. Seeing that he was about to lose his temper, Li Yuntao quickly reminded him through sound transmission with his spiritual sense, Patriarch, don't move around or make a sound. We are already inside the array now, you must follow me closely, if you make a mistake a little bit, it will touch the array, and if the two of us are seen by then, it will be hard to explain it. Why doesn't Li Shihong know this truth? It's just that at the moment when the stench hit, he was just impulsive. Not long after, he calmed down, suppressed his nausea, and said, "All right, stop talking nonsense, and move forward quickly." The two quickened their pace, but the array was very complicated. Even with Li Yuntao's rich experience, it took half an hour to walk out of the bushes. When they saw the sun again, the two of them were almost moved to tears. Finally, they've managed to leave that horrid place. All right, we've entered the small courtyard now. The courtyard is not big. Young Miss Li must be in one of the 3 rooms in the middle. Moying's guards are all guarding the door. Let's be careful, pass this way, don't go through the main door. After the two discussed it, they hid secretly in the darkness, thinking that no one else was aware of them. How could they have imagined that the whereabouts of the two of them had already been reported to Huang Yueli by the little Qilin? After listening to little Qilin's narration, the corners of Lu Baiyan's mouth couldn't help twitching. I finally understand why, junior sister, you deliberately left the flaw in this array in that position. Huang Yueli was drinking a cup of hot tea. When she heard what he said, she smiled slightly. Why? Don't make wild guesses. I didn't keep it on purpose at all, it was just a coincidence. I'll believe you only if I'm a ghost. Seeing that she still refused to admit it, Lu Baiyan was even more speechless. Anyone who offends you is really unlucky. Huang Yueli will definitely take revenge on anyone who offends her. Moreover, she didn't simply beat people up. She wouldn't give up until the other party doubted life and was on the verge of collapse. Offending her was really worse than offending some life-profound realm expert. Lu Baiyan turned to look at Li Moying, who was sitting next to Huang Yueli. Hey, can you still take care of your wife? The ones outside seem to be the patriarch and elder of your cloudy Qilin clan. So? Without looking back, Li Moying raised his hand to wipe away the bits of crumbs on the corners of Huang Yueli's mouth, before he casually said, as long as little Lear is happy. Anyway, it was them who came here first. If anyone wants to bully my little Lear, they must be prepared to be bullied back by her. The corners of Lu Baiyan's mouth twitched again. All right, you guys are simply amazing. This pair was simply a true portrayal of doting the opposite sex and losing all humanity. In the past, he was abused when he had nothing to do, but now, Li Shihong and the others were the ones. Thinking about it this way, he suddenly felt a little psychologically balanced. At this moment, Li Moying stood up suddenly, and glanced at Lu Baiyan. All right, don't sit here, the patriarch and the others will be here soon, it's time to work. Lu Baiyan snorted. Obviously, it's time for you to appear on stage, right? Why can't I just sit down for a while? Because, senior brother, your matter is more important. Huang Yueli looked at him with a smile. Whether you can fool patriarchally and the others today depends entirely on you, senior brother. You should go next door to prepare first. Usually, when one faces a beautiful lady who can captivate a city with a smile, one can't take their eyes off. However, Lu Baiyan only felt his back drenched in cold sweat. Sigh, he won't be tricked by his junior sister again, right? Don't be in a daze, let's go. Li Moying waved his hand, casually, and a wave of profound energy swept towards Lu Baiyan. Lu Baiyan couldn't dodge it, and directly knocked against a small hidden door behind him. I think you should take a look at. The door was knocked open by him, and immediately after, his figure disappeared behind the door. Li Moying looked at Huang Yueli, his gaze softened as he said gently, then I'll head off first. Huang Yueli nodded again and again. Yeah, my husband has worked hard. Lu Baiyan, behind the small door. You only know that your husband is working hard, why don't you know that your senior brother is working harder? Li Moying suppressed the urge to grab his little fox and give her a kiss, turned around abruptly, and walked outside the door. As soon as Li Moying's figure appeared, Li Tianyi immediately understood, and shouted, Who is there? His loud cry was like a signal. The guards who had been hiding in every corner of the small courtyard jumped out one after another, looking left and right. What's going on? What's going on? Is there anyone here? Brother Channy, did you make a mistake? Who would dare to come to the Cloudy Qilin clan to sneak around in the middle of the night? Isn't it? Which little thief is so courageous, he really doesn't want to live. Think we Cloudy Qilin clan people are easy to bully? Li Shihong and Li Yintao thought that their whereabouts were very secretive, but they never expected that they would be spotted while still some distance away from the main hall. Moreover, these young guards had regarded them as petty thieves. The majestic patriarch and elder of the ancient god clan were actually called thieves by their own clansmen. It was extremely humiliating. The faces of both of them were very ugly. However, those guards seemed to be endless. They obviously didn't see anything, so they began to scold the thief. If I find these thieves, I will definitely chop them up. Even trying to steal our young master's things, these thieves must be absolutely tired of living. Listening to these people getting more and more outrageous, Li Shihong and Li Yintao almost couldn't help but wanted to jump out several times. Fortunately, they were still a little rational at least. At critical moments, they remembered their purpose of coming here, and kept their original posture, remaining motionless. Both of them were veterans with rich experience. They know that at this time, the best way for them was to continue to hide. Unless these cultivators directly catch them, otherwise, they should not show up. Even with Li Tiany's words just now, he may not be able to accurately pinpoint their positions. It's very possible that the other party just sensed that the array was touched by someone, and deliberately said that in order to trick them out. In fact, Li Tiany was very clear about where Li Shihong and the others would come from after receiving Huan Yueli's instructions early in the morning. Seeing that there was no movement around, he waited for a while. In the end, he had to admit that she was right. It was impossible for Li Shihong and the others to show up on their own initiative. Li Tiany coughed a few times, and then the guards, who were full of drama, stopped performing. Alright, you're all talking so much nonsense, each one of you said it so nicely, you're going to chop the thieves up into 8 pieces, why don't you move? Why don't you hurry up and search carefully? Now is the critical moment before the God Realm's grand meet. Someone may harm the young master, secretly. If someone really comes in, it is likely that they are members of the Sacred Phoenix clan, and we must arrest them all. Li Shihong and Li Yintao were extremely embarrassed to hear this. None of them had ever dreamed that there would be a day when they would be regarded as secret agents of the Sacred Phoenix clan. If they were caught by Li Tiany and the others, where will their old faces be put? I think you should take a look at. The two really couldn't figure it out. With their cultivation base, even if they couldn't find out what attribute Huan Yueli was, they shouldn't be discovered without seeing anything, right? What was going on now? Did the guards really discover them, or was it a feint? Before they could figure it out, Li Tiany had brought a few guards and started searching around. When they searched, they were quite cautious and not fast. Seeing this, Li Shihong and Li Yintao secretly breathed a sigh of relief. According to the current situation, they will definitely not be exposed. After all, with the skills of the two of them, they can completely move when the guards are approaching. In this way, even if the guards search every corner, it is impossible to find 2 living people who are always moving. The facts were just as they expected. As soon as the guards approached, they moved not far away under the cover of surrounding trees and buildings. Time and time again, although they were only a little bit close to revealing their secrets, in the end, they managed to escape. Hey, I've been looking for it for so long. If there is anyone, I'm sure we should have found them by now, right? Well, Brother Channy must have misheard. Forget it, let's go back and rest after we finish looking over here. Several guards were discussing. When Li Shihong and the others heard this, they couldn't help being happy. these guards finally gave up. Next, their plan can be implemented smoothly. However, before they had time to smile, suddenly, one of their feet stepped on the air, and they suddenly fell backwards. Damn it! Damn, careless! The two of them realized that something was wrong, but it was too late to react at this time. They had been skillfully forced to the front of a trap by the guards, and even fell directly to the center. In fact, this trap was not set up delicately. With the strength and experience of the two of them, even under the veil of the dark night, they shouldn't have fallen into it. However, their attention was attracted by the whereabouts of the guards, and they listened to what they said without realizing that there was a trap waiting for them not far away. Under this trap, there was a swamp-like black mud. After the two of them fell, the black mud trapped them in it. Li Shihong immediately knew that something big was going to happen. Ordinary traps, even if they are covered with sharp spikes, are not much of a threat to Dao Profound Realm experts like them. They can still jump out of the trap in time and sneak away in the dark, and those guards in the Heart Profound Realm may not be able to see their appearance. But this special black mud trap was particularly insidious. Once it falls, struggling desperately will only sink deeper and deeper in it, and in the end, it may really be buried alive. The only way is to stand still and wait until a balance is formed between one's body and the black mud. After the black mud no longer flows, one can move slowly a little bit before escaping from the trap. But now, how can there be time for them to crawl out slowly? When the guards heard that something had fallen into the trap, they immediately became agitated, and all surrounded them in this direction. Moreover, everyone held brooms and feather dusters in their hands, as well as rotten tomatoes and rotten eggs, etc., and threw them into the trap with their heads covered. I think you should take a look at. Throwing, hitting, and yelling at the same time. Kill you little thieves. The bastards of the Sacred Phoenix clan dare to infiltrate the Cloudy Qilin clan secretly, and even want to harm our young master and young madam. Kill you. Tell you, the Cloudy Qilin clan is not a place where you can run wild. Li Shihong and Li Yuntao were caught off guard, and they were hit on the head and face. Immediately afterwards, they were hit on the head by a broom. Although, with just such broken brooms, there is no way to injure them at all, but this was really hurting self-esteem. The patriarch and elders of the dignified Cloudy Qilin clan were trapped in a gutter like rats crossing the street, unable to move casually, and were shouted to be beaten and killed by a group of young cultivators. Originally, the two were still worried, afraid that their identities would be exposed, and felt that they should bear it. But now that something like this has happened, if they don't reveal their identities, they don't know what these people will do to them. Finally, Li Shihong couldn't bear it anymore, and yelled loudly, "Hey, guards outside, stop. Do you know who I am? How dare you treat me like this? Stop? Why stop? If you dare to peep and plot against our young master, we dare to beat you. That's right, you are the ones hitting." The broom and feather duster fell down again. Li Yuntao couldn't care about anything else, and hurriedly shouted, "Stop, stop. We are not the Sacred Phoenix clan. I am Li Yuntao, the elder of my clan. I am here to visit the young master." Hearing this, the movement outside stopped. The two of them had just breathed a sigh of relief when someone said, "This rascal is too courageous, he dared to pretend to be Elder Tao." That's right, do they think we're stupid? The dignified elder will sneak out of the small courtyard to peep in the middle of the night? That's right, if it's really an elder, when we were looking for someone just now, why didn't they stand up and just explain clearly, why are they still dodging around? It's clear that they have evil intentions, and they must be spies from the Sacred Phoenix clan. Hearing the analysis of several guards, Li Shihong and Li Yuntao almost spit out a mouthful of old blood. It was indeed a major mistake for them not to reveal their identities just now, because they never thought that they would be tricked by these guards. They thought that the worst outcome would be that their whereabouts would be exposed, and they used their profound skills to run away quickly, at least not revealing their identities. But who knows, things have become like this now. Alright, what are you talking nonsense with them? These two guys dare to pretend to be the elders of our Cloudy Qilin clan. They are so bold. You must show them some color. Keep fighting. The feather duster and broom fell down again. Li Shihong and Li Yuntao dodged left and right, and at this moment they also understood that it was impossible for them to hide their identities. The two gritted their teeth, and were about to use their profound strength to shake these young cultivators away. At this moment, Li Moying's voice came from not far away. What's going on? Why is it so noisy outside? At the critical moment when little Lear is practicing, who gave you the courage to make noise outside? What if you disturb her? Upon hearing this, the guards immediately fell silent. The feather duster and broom were also put away. Li Tian came out from the crowd, bowed and reported to Li Moying, "Young master, there are two sneaky people here who have been peeping in the dark. I guess they must be sent by the Sacred Phoenix clan to make trouble before the God Realm's grand meet has started." Li Moying raised his eyebrows. "Oh? Really?" Li Tian nodded. "I think you should take a look at." The other guards also scolded the two spies, one after another. Li Yuntao couldn't take it anymore, gritted his teeth, and shouted loudly, "Moying, Moying. Don't listen to their nonsense, it's me, the patriarch, not a spy. Li Moying has come, and their identities cannot be kept secret. Now that the matter has come to this, it's better to confess directly, so as not to make a bigger joke later." Hearing this, before Li Moying could speak, the guards were already shouting, "Young master, you must never listen to their nonsense. These two people acted strangely. How could they be the patriarch and the elder? They are obviously deceitful. This voice sounds quite like Elder Tao, but it's definitely fake." Li Shihong and Li Yuntao finally realized what it meant to be indisputable. Li Shihong also let go of his face as the patriarch, and shouted, "Moying, it's really me, you don't even know me, do you? This is really a misunderstanding. Let us come out first and I'll explain to you." Li Moying knew it was Li Shihong, and he couldn't help laughing secretly when he heard him say that. This patriarch was pitiful enough, why was he so free and had to pick to fight against his wife? Even he himself can't afford to offend his little Lear. Thinking that he was the patriarch after all, Li Moying decided to finally give him a break. "All of you, stop. I think he really sounds like the patriarch, let me have a look first." The guards were all loyal to Li Moying. After hearing his order, although many of them felt uneasy, they all stopped according to his words. Li Moying walked to the outside of the trap. Before he could speak, Li Yuntao called out, young master, can you see clearly? It's really us." It was a dark and windy night, and it was almost impossible for ordinary cultivators to see clearly what was going on in such a deep trap. However, this was not difficult for Li Moying. He poked his head out, and Li Shihong and Li Yuntao's bewildered appearances in the trap immediately came into view. Seeing the appearance of the two of them, he couldn't help sighing in his heart, "It's too miserable." The majestic patriarch and elder of the ancient god clan had their faces covered with broken eggs and rotten tomato juice, and their entire face appearance was almost unrecognizable. Not only that, but there was also a stench emanating from them, which made people shy away. "Ahem. It's really you. Patriarch, Elder Tao, you. How did you end up here? How did you become like this?" When Li Moying said this, the surrounding guards were shocked. "What? Young master, what did you say? It's really the patriarch and Elder Tao? How is this possible? Why did the two of them hide in the bushes like thieves?" Most of the guards really didn't know the identities of these two people. "I think you should take a look at." Li Moying and Huang Yueli were also worried that these ordinary guards from the Cloudy Qilin clan might not dare to take action against the Patriarch and Elder, so the action plan was only informed to Li Tianyi and Li Tian'er, and the other guards were only driven into action under their guise. After hearing Li Moying's words, their surprise was not feigned. Moreover, no one could figure out why there was such an outrageous thing. Li Shihong and Li Yuntao were also extremely embarrassed. They have already deeply regretted it, and should not have acted so hastily. However, since they have already admitted their identities, they simply broke the can. With thick skins, the two pretended not to hear the questioning voices of the guards, and crawled out of the trap, bit by bit. Li Moying also commanded several guards to help them. The two climbed up with great difficulty. Seeing each other's distressed appearance, they all wished they could find a hole in the ground and hide. Ever since they became the top existences in the clan, they have never been in such a mess. Moreover, this vase was thrown in front of the juniors. Li Moying coughed twice. Patriarch, Elder Tao, I have already heard what Li Tianyi and the others said about what happened just now. It's all my fault that I didn't discipline them properly. They can't even recognize their own patriarch and elder and offend you too. I will definitely punish them severely. Li Tianyi pretended to be aggrieved and argued, Young master, this, really can't blame all the brothers? It was already so late at that time, and the patriarch and elder Tao have always refused to reveal their identities. Shut up. What do you know? Do all of you have brains? Li Moying scolded him, will the patriarch hide like a thief? Will he sneak around and peek around? If that's the case, then it's the entire laughing stock of the ancient god clans. This is absolutely impossible. It's clear that you guys caused me trouble, how dare you blame the patriarch? Although Li Moying's words were reprimanding his subordinates, Li Shihong and Li Yuntao felt ashamed when they heard it, and even their ears turned red. At this moment, they were all a little thankful that there were so many egg washes and tomato juices hanging on their faces. At least, their embarrassing expressions could not be seen for the time being. Li Tianyi looked unconvinced, and seemed to want to continue to defend. Seeing this, Li Yuntao was afraid that if Li Tianyi spoke again, their miserable situation would be exposed again, so he hurriedly spoke first and interrupted him. All right, Moying, these guards are also loyal to you, otherwise they wouldn't be so loyal to their duties, and they would rush up when they saw a suspicious person. If our Cloudy Qilin clan's guards have them so dedicated, that's a good thing. Li Shihong understood Li Yuntao's intentions, and said, that's right, Yuntao and I suddenly thought of some information about geniuses from other forces, and we were anxious to tell you, so we took a shortcut and came here. Unexpectedly, the sky was dark, and these guards didn't see clearly. It turned out to be such a misunderstanding. Alas, I can only say that the weather is bad. The two talked to each other without mentioning the details just now, let alone blaming the guards. Although their teeth were itching with anger, the two of them had clear minds and knew that these guards had done nothing wrong at all. The two of them were responsible for today's matter. However, Li Moying didn't seem to see how they were besieged just now, so there should be no doubt about their purpose of coming here. If the guards talk too much, it will easily make Li Moying suspicious. It's better to expose this matter quickly, lest Li Moying think too much. Li Moying knew their intentions very well, and secretly laughed in his heart, but there was a sincere expression on his face. Thank you, Patriarch and Elder Tao, for your understanding. My guards are indeed loyal, but they are all brainless. Seeing you two pleading on their behalf, I will let them go today. Hurry up and leave. I think you should take a look at. Knowing that his mission had been completed, Li Tianyi quickly evacuated with the group of guards. Li Moying walked in front of Li Shihong and Li Yuntao, cupped his hands. I'm really sorry, I surprised you too. Look at the two of you, cough cough. Why don't you sit in my courtyard for a while so that you can clean up? Naturally, Li Shihong and Li Yuntao couldn't wish for more. They sneaked here today because they just wanted to enter Li Moying's small courtyard to find out the truth. Normally, no one else is allowed to enter Li Moying's courtyard. Even Li Shihong has to be notified before he can approach. Now, it is really rare to have such an opportunity to make a surprise inspection of his courtyard. Li Shihong and Li Yuntao had completely given up on today's action because they fell into a trap, and they both planned to go back. Unexpectedly, Li Moying took the initiative to invite them in. Alright, of course. We just happen to have some information about God Realm's Grand Meet, and we want to tell you and young Miss Li. Li Moying nodded, led the two into a guest room, and sat down. Li Shihong and Li Yuntao first greeted Li Moying, and then talked about a lot of gossip about other forces. It wasn't until Li Moying gradually became impatient that Li Yuntao tentatively asked, "Moying, why don't we see young Miss Li?" Li Moying knew that they would ask, so he took a sip of tea calmly, and then slowly said, "She is cultivating in the room at the back. She just advanced a few days ago, and now she needs to stabilize her cultivation. So I don't dare disturb her." Li Shihong showed a look of astonishment. "What? Young Miss Li has advanced again? When did it happen?" Li Moying said, "It was on our way to Floating Sea, and because of this, we arrived a day later than expected." Li Shihong and Li Yuntao looked at each other. Both of them were extremely shocked. Huang Yueli's strength has advanced so quickly. It's really worthy of being a god-level genius, so heaven-defying. After the two of them calmed down for a while, they thought of another question at the same time. If this young Miss Li is really a genius of the human clan with no influence behind her, then her perverted talent will only be good for the Cloudy Qilin clan, and there will be no harm. It was really worthy of celebration. But what if she is really from the Sacred Phoenix clan? Then the Cloudy Qilin clan will be in big trouble. Moreover, what purpose did the Sacred Phoenix clan put such a peerless genius beside Li Moying? If you think about it with your toes, there must be a terrifying conspiracy. Thinking of this, the two became tense again. They had already rested their minds for a while, but now, they were more eager to find out the specific identity of Huang Yueli. Li Shihong coughed twice, and asked again, "Young Miss Li's strength has improved so fast, it's really admirable. We haven't congratulated her yet." "It's strange, Moying, didn't you say that young Miss Li is cultivating nearby? Why don't we feel any profound energy fluctuations?" He wanted to ask this question just now. Generally speaking, when a one cultivates, he will cause violent fluctuations in the profound energy of the world. The higher the talent, the greater the fluctuations. A god-level genius like Li Moying can sense fluctuations even from a long distance away. But now, they have all released their divine senses. After searching for a long time, they still haven't been able to sense Huang Yueli's profound energy fluctuations. This was really abnormal. Li Moying explained lightly, when little Lier was practicing, the fluctuations caused were too great, and the profound energy of heaven and earth in the air was too thin, which was not conducive to cultivation, so she arranged a special spirit-gathering array, not only can absorb the surrounding profound energy, but also shield most of the profound energy fluctuations. What? Both Li Shihong and Li Yuntao were taken aback and almost jumped up. For a moment, they all felt that Huang Yueli was extremely suspicious. An array that can shield profound energy fluctuations. If she practiced like this, it is very likely that she just didn't want to expose her true nature. Li Moying glanced at them. "Patriarch, Elder, Tao, why are you so excited?" "Ah? No, we're not excited, we're just surprised. Such an array must be difficult to set up, right? I didn't expect young Miss Li to know how to arrange arrays." Li Shihong swallowed the question that came to his lips. Now, they haven't got the evidence yet, and they haven't seen young Miss Li practice with their own eyes, so there is no basis for what they say. Still can't show doubts in front of Li Moying. Li Moying raised the corners of his lips, showing a gentle expression on his usually cold face. She really knows a lot, she is completely different from other girls. Just then, there was a knock on the door. What's the matter? Li Moying looked outside the door. Li Tianyi cupped his hands, and said, Young master, Divine Dr. Liu said that he has refined a batch of new pills and has invited you over. Li Moying nodded, I see. He turned to Li Shihong again, Patriarch, I'll go to see Divine Dr. Liu, are you interested in going together with Elder Tao? Divine Dr. Liu has recently improved several kinds of medicinal pills, and it has been quite fruitful, maybe they can be used in the God Realm's grand meet. Li Shihong hesitated for a moment. If it was ordinary times, when he heard that there was a more effective medicinal pill, he would definitely be eager to see it. Even if he can't use it himself, it would be good to buy some for the members of the clan who participated in the God Realm's grand meet. However, today's situation was different. He hesitated for a moment, but still shook his head, forget it, Elder Tao, and I still have some things to do, and we plan to go back early, so we won't go there with you. Li Moying said, then I will send you two out first. Li Yintao hastily stopped him, no, no. You have business to do, why waste this time? It's not that the two of us don't know the way, we'll go back by ourselves. Li Yintao immediately understood Li Shihong's intentions, knowing that he was planning to secretly investigate young Miss Li's situation. The two refused together, so Li Moying naturally had no reason to insist. He nodded, all right, then I'll take a step first, Patriarch, Elder Tao, please go your own way. Li Moying turned around and left. Li Shihong and Li Yintao waited in the room for a while, then walked to the corridor at the door, released their consciousness, and searched back and forth. The young master should have gone to the backyard and won't be back in a short time. Great, I thought there was no chance this time. Unexpectedly, Moying left suddenly. This is a godsend opportunity. That's right. Let's take this opportunity to clarify the matter so that we don't have too many dreams. The two reached a consensus and immediately started to act, walking along the corridor to the back wing. Earlier, Li Moying had already mentioned that Huang Yueli was practicing in the back room. The two walked forward cautiously. Fortunately, they didn't meet any guards on the way. Not long after, they arrived at the door of the wing room. It seems that young Miss Li is right in this room. Look, Mr. Patriarch, the complicated patterns at the door should be used to hide the breath. Li Yintao pointed to the door and said. It's no wonder that you still have such profound attainments in array techniques, so how can we see what's going on inside? Li Shihong frowned, by the way, we must be careful, we must not let young Miss Li find us. They had just been in an extremely embarrassing situation and they were almost made a big joke. Fortunately, Li Moying appeared in time, and the two of them were resourceful enough to find a reason to cover up the matter. Now, it was even more necessary to be extra cautious. If they were exposed again, it was really hard to explain. Li Yintao stared at the array pattern at the door for a long time, and said in embarrassment, this. Although this subordinate has learned a little bit of array technique, it is still incomparable to a real array master. These array patterns are too complicated. If it is forcibly destroyed, it is still possible, but it is difficult to go around without anyone noticing. Li Shihong also became anxious, what can we do? Think of a way. We finally got here, so we can't just go back like this? Li Yintao was also very clear that they had lost such a big opportunity to be able to sneak in. It will be difficult to have similar opportunities in the future. Now, they were only one step away from the truth. If they were to return empty-handed like this, they would really be unreconciled. Li Yintao faced the eagerly looking eyes of the patriarch, so he could only bite the bullet and say, this subordinate should think of a way, please wait. At this moment, the interior of the wing room. Huang Yueli was sitting on a chaise lounge, holding a teacup in one hand and eating melon seeds on the table with the other. Sitting next to her, Li Moying saw that a melon seed husk was stuck on her face. He raised his hand to gently pick it up for her. Huang Yueli immediately rewarded him with a sweet smile. "Thank you, husband. You are so kind to me. These are the melon seeds I just peeled, you should eat some too." She handed a crystal bowl full of melon seeds to Li Moying, and watched him grab a handful. Lu Bian sat across from them, gagging from time to time. "Haven't the two of you had enough? Don't you feel disgusted?" Huang Yueli blinked her eyes. "I don't think so. Senior brother, we call it being in love, not sleazy, and you'll know when you get married in the future." Lu Bian laughed dryly. "Looking at you like this, I feel that getting married is not a good thing at all. All of them have only the opposite sex in their minds, and have no humanity at all. They were completely different from before they got married. It's terrible, it's terrible. Alright, you two don't show affection. Didn't you hear the voice outside? Patriarch Li and Elder Tao are already outside. Why haven't you come in for so long?" Lu Bian was so depressed. He also hoped that Li Shihong and Li Yuntao could break in quickly, so that he wouldn't need to continue to be mentally abused by these two inhumane ones. But after waiting, half an hour has passed, and the two of them were still whispering at the door. Huang Yueli also found it a little strange. That's right, why are they moving so slowly? The plan they set up was to let Li Moying leave at the right time, and then guide Li Shihong and Li Yuntao out of this room, let them break the array by themselves, and see Huang Yueli show some wood attribute practice with their own eyes. Whether it was letting them fall into the trap or letting them find a way to break the array, it was all part of the plan. It was so complicated, not just because she wanted to torment the two old people. It's because Huang Yueli knows very well that only the truth that she overcomes all kinds of difficulties and dangers can look more real. If Li Shihong and Li Yuntao had been respectfully invited in by Li Moying, and Huang Yueli had shown them her skills openly, the two of them would have no way of believing her, and they would definitely feel that something was wrong. It's only after going through a lot of tossing like this that they will be convinced. Huang Yueli had a good plan, but, for some reason, they waited in the room for so long, but Li Shihong and the others didn't come in. Li Moying used his divine sense to probe and check the situation outside the room before he raised his eyebrows. "Little Lear, what kind of array did you arrange outside?" Elder Tao tried for a long time, but he couldn't break it. "Eh?" Huang Yueli couldn't help being taken aback when she heard this. She was a little surprised and said, "No way? I have obviously simplified the array already. Now these arrays are the most basic, alright? It should be easy to crack, right? Didn't you tell me last time that Elder Tao also learned array techniques in the allied armies? Why can't he even handle such a simple one?" Before Li Moying could speak, Lu Bian had already spoken. "Cough, junior sister. Do you have any misunderstandings about the word simple? Can you stop judging others by your own standards?" Hearing what Huang Yueli said just now, Lu Bian's first reaction was to vomit blood. He was the one who has been affected by Huang Yueli's understanding of simple the most. Every time, Huang Yueli told him that this was very simple, and that had been simplified, but in the end, for him, it was still as difficult as ever. He could figure out the current situation with his toes. It must be that Li Yuntao was completely stumped by her simple array. "I think you should hurry up and think of a way. If Li Yuntao can't solve the array, maybe the two of them will have to go back instead," Lu Bian reminded. At this moment, he still envied Li Yuntao very much. Although Li Yuntao couldn't solve the problem Huang Yueli left behind, at least he didn't have to listen to Huang Yueli's simple theory, and he didn't have to be despised by her over and over again. This was really a blessing in misfortune. Otherwise, Li Yuntao might have left a psychological shadow after tonight. Huang Yueli pondered for a while. "Well, it seems that what you said, senior brother, makes sense. It's been half an hour, and they haven't cracked the array, and they are worried that Moying will go back at any time and find their whereabouts. The immense pressure under such a situation, they are likely to give up. In fact, not only Li Shihong and the others didn't want to give up today's opportunity easily, Huang Yueli didn't want to give up either. After all, no one wants to have a master of the Tao Profound Realm by his side, who will always doubt her identity, come here to make troubles from time to time, and try a few times. The best way was to seize this opportunity and dispel their suspicion once and for all. Oh, a smart person like me sometimes makes mistakes. I actually overestimated Li Yuntao's level of array. This is a bit troublesome. After the array pattern is drawn, I can only change it outside the array, but surely I can't go out now? Huang Yueli fell into deep thought. Her mistake didn't seem like a big deal, but it was a very fatal flaw in their grand plan. If it can't be resolved, all previous efforts will be wasted. However, she couldn't think of a good solution for a while. It's not impossible to find a solution. Li Moying suddenly spoke in a low voice. Huang Yueli's eyes lit up, and she turned to look at him. Husband, what can you do? Li Moying said, since they can't destroy the array from the outside, then we might as well take the initiative to break the array from the inside. However, in this way, the Patriarch and the others may suffer again. What do you mean? Lu Bian was stunned for a moment, before he understood. The corner of his mouth twitched. I said a long time ago that you lose your humanity when you have a wife. It's true after all. Li Moying's expression did not change at all, it was as if he didn't hear his ridicule at all. He simply stood up and nudged Lu Bian. Alright, don't be lazy, it's time to work. Hey, Li Moying, I'm your sworn brother, don't push me.